Hello, good morning and welcome cricket lovers. Rico Full here of the European Cricket Network, and we are in Spain, in Andalusia, where the Euros of cricket is taking the world by storm. Behind me is the hotel partner, the Sunset Beach Club, where the teams are staying, and pretty soon they'll be making their way down to the magnificent Cartama Oval for 5 more European cricket matches. So far, we just produced over 16,000 runs, 660 wickets. 73% of those runs have come in boundaries, so it's been a blast, but there's more action to come your way today. You're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship, and the action starts right here, right now. Hello and welcome back. Thank you for joining me in the middle of the Cartama Oval, where we've got those 5 more matches coming up today. Starting off with match number 11, and it's going to be Belgium versus Scotland. These two teams have met already, and it was, of course, Scotland that unfortunately went down to Belgium. Belgium, they're a team that had a mixed start themselves, a short defeat to Luxembourg, but they came back strong yesterday with 2 victories. They sit pretty at the top of the table at the moment, but just only on run rate against Luxembourg, so they're looking to go clear at the top here with victories over Scotland. Can they do the double over them? Scotland, they did lose to Belgium, as I said, but they're a team that are sort of firing hot and cold at the moment. One thing that needs to click for them is their batting, but they'll be boosted with that good win last night over the French. This is going to be an exciting match, but first, let's go over and join the 2 captains who were with the tournament referee, Rob Kemmy, for the all-important coin toss.
Heads. Heads is called. It is heads. We will have a bat.
Adrian Neil of Scotland winning the toss and decided that they're going to have a bat is a good positive move from them. It hasn't always worked their way, but I think, again, they'll be boosted with that performance against France yesterday, and they're looking to go out here, and I think they know that if they can get to 110, 120 with the bowling that they've got, especially now that they're boosted with a bit of spin in this side, they should be able to restrict that a very strong Belgium batting lineup and then chase the runs down. One to look for them would be Jack Jarvis, but he's not playing in this one, so maybe something like Garden again has to be out there and score the runs. With the ball, well, Jack Hogarth coming into the side for them certainly made a difference with the spin. He's going to be my one to watch for the Scottish side when it comes to them being in the field. Belgium, well, they'll be happy with the way this result has gone. They do like to chase. That's where they've won all of their games so far. But they're a team that also, with those 2 wins yesterday, they will feel that the batting is clicking here once more. One to look out for me is their captain, Ali Raza, with the bat. He's scoring really well. And once again, with the ball, I think is going to be a question of spin. And Sajjad Ahmadzai has been very good. Well, let's go over to Corey Ruckers, who is in the Dream Box. Corey will tell us a little bit more about the 2 teams. Corey, the news from the coin toss is that Scotland have won the toss and they are having a bat first.
Thank you very much, Rico, and looking forward to this one this morning. And, well, it's Wednesday. Wednesday's usually moving day when it comes to the group stages, and looking forward to seeing how the Scotland 11 come up against Belgium. And a couple of big names missing for the Scotland 11, which is quite surprising. And, well, no Jarvis is in there, and unfortunately he's been one of their better players this week, and they'll be disappointed not to have him. For Belgium, well, they're a dangerous side. They look like they're just finding their boots, and, well, they'll be hoping to maybe capitalise on a couple of big names missing for the Scottish side. We look at the expected scores. I think that's about right. Belgium probably go into this as slight favourites, as first ball begins now. Hit straight down the ground, and that will just be a single. So 1 run to start the day. And, yeah, I guess all the question is, can Scotland make some runs without Jarvis or Naylor? So 2 men missing who have been probably their best 2 batsmen. It does open up opportunities for the rest of the group to make some runs, but in such a big game, they'll be disappointed not to have those 2 facing up here. Belgium played a lot better yesterday. Found their T10 boots after a probably slow first day by their standard. That is pushed into the leg side and a tight single is taken, but both batsmen off the mark now. So I guess what it does do is both batsmen and the Scottish batting lineup, it does give others a bit more responsibility and an opportunity to impress the coaching staff if they are capable of making runs and getting themselves up the order. That's a low full toss. It's going to be a no ball, and that might go for 4 as well. He's slowly running after, and he goes the foot fielding. Lucky not to roll his ankle. Always a slight risk when you do something like that, and that's Mohammed Suleiman. And well, he gets away with it in the end. And yeah, definitely a no ball, so it's going to be a free hit time. Handy for the Scots early in this one. So Ahmedzai just overcorrecting. Guy and Shah are the two men that are opening up. Well, it's another full toss and it's another no ball. Well, back-to-back no balls. It's almost a carbon copy of the delivery you just saw before. A no ball +2. And I tell you what, that would have been run out. Well, what's he doing there? It's horrific running. Khalid Ahmadi throws it from the boundary. It was the easiest of twos, as that's called a no ball. Good decision again. And he was basically walking back for the second. So another free hit, back-to-back no balls. That's his last warning. So if he gets another one over waist height, he'll be gone. And this time whacked onto the leg side. So that will go for 4. And, well, a quite odd start to this game, that is for sure. A very different sort of starting game, T10. And well, it won't bother the Scots. They might be missing 2 key batsmen. But it's definitely an opportunity for the rest of the order to show what they can do. I guess all the talk is can Scotland make a score without Jarvis and without Naylor? Thick inside edge this time, and it skews away onto the leg side, so just for a single. Ahmedzai just losing his line a couple of times in this over. It's a bit uncharacteristic for him. He's been pretty tidy all week. And that's high in the air, and this is going to be the first wicket, and he's gone. Well, to end a pretty weird sort of first over, and it's the end of Guy, who was elevated at the top with the 2 men missing. He'll have to go, and Scotland, after having good first 5 deliveries, they lose their first, and they're 13 for 1. So he'll be super disappointed with that. And unfortunately, he'll have to go. Promoted to the top due to the 2 men missing, and it's a failure in the end. As it gives me a good opportunity to welcome back good friend, co-commentator Rico. How are you, Rico?
I'm very well. Buenos dias, everyone, and welcome to the beautiful part of Spain here in the Costa del Sol, where the sun is shining on the Sunshine Coast. And well, after, yeah, you said it, Corey, it was quite a indifferent over from a bowler. That's probably been probably one of the best bowlers for Belgium, Sergeant Ahmedzai. 2 no balls in there as well. There was some unusual running from the Scots, and the over ends with a wicket as well. 13 for 1 as we have a look at some of the top stats here.
Well, this is an interesting one. You look at the Scotland top batters, and you've got Garland 64, and then the next man's got 13. That's because the two men are missing. Do you know anything about why they're missing, Rico?
There's a few rumours, but I don't want to dwell on rumours. But maybe we'll find out a little bit more as the day progresses. But yeah, I mean, those two men, Jarvis not in the side, Naylor not in the side. They've been the guys that have been scoring the runs. And Garden only that, I mean, that 64 came a one knock yesterday. Before then, he's really not done anything. So they're really going to have some other outstanding performances here, the Scots with the bat.
Yeah, it's surprising, and it's such a big game for them. You already feel they're a bit behind the 8 ball with this change of lineup as Cartama comes in, starts with his left arm sort of sliding in swing.
So opted to go with the spin first up here, Belgium. Interesting. They've obviously seen something when the Scots have been batting and decided that spin it needs to be. Now, having said that, they've been pretty good with Sajah Mardi opening up. And didn't he bowl well yesterday? Up in the air. This is going to go all the way. Certainly gets plenty off this, and it does. And goes high, but long at the same time. And that's the first Maximo of the innings. Nice shot, 6 runs.
Yeah, really nice shot. He gets right under it. And, well, it goes the distance for 6. Marita Cartama, they used him a lot last year opening the bowling. Haven't seen it so much this week, though.
Well, a big appeal. I mean, I'd like to see this one again, Corey. I mean, does it pitch outside leg? I mean, I don't think there's going to be a height issue here.
No, definitely doesn't pitch outside leg. Was it going down? We'll have to see. It was a huge appeal. Huge appeal. They end up getting through for a leg by.
Let's see if he gets right across. Oh, well, I don't know.
Maybe it's sliding down. Tough to tell.
Oh, well, he wanted it. I tell you what, if I'm bowling that, I'm wanting it as well. That is close. Pass call. Up in the air. This one. Well, what's happened here? Surely somebody needs to get to that. And I'm going to look at the fielder there, Zaki Shah. It was Shah. He would have certainly got to get a dive on this. You've got to try and take these wickets.
Yeah, absolutely. These little moments early in this one, everyone started a little bit behind the 8 ball, it sort of feels. The early morning match.
Oh, this one has been belted down the ground. What a hit that is. Ball. Ginna Sona. Shaka. Well, nothing wrong with that one from Michael English. A good hit, 6 runs.
Yeah, really nice hit. Really nice hit. When you can play shots like that, I don't think you need to bring out the reverse. Nice shooting straight.
Oh.
Yeah, just clearing him, Rico. Well, this game's had a lot of chances early. This one just going over extra cover, and that goes for 4.
The thing I like about this from Scotland, I mean, okay, we're not going to dwell too much on the 2 men that are missing. Let's focus on the guys out there. But they've got to be positive. And maybe that's the strategy here for the Scots coming into this day 3 of Group C. Say, right, okay, let's go out there, be positive. We should, and this is the thing I think they're thinking, we should make it through into finals day. I mean, especially with the woes that France are having. So let's make today a game-changing day for us. Let's go out there and be positive with the batting. No matter what the situation is, every batter, when you're out there, be aggressive and take on the bowling. And if they can do that and they hit themselves into form, well, then they will be formidable when it comes to finals day.
Well, it's an opportunity, isn't it, as we start the 3rd over. Hitting the bat. But yeah, it's an opportunity for the rest of the batting lineup to get a good chance at the crease. We've obviously mentioned a couple of times 2 of their better fish missing. But yeah, that means other people get the opportunity to bat in that top 3. It looks like English is taking that opportunity. He's already 16 or 4. Haven't seen him race away too many times this competition. Yeah, lots of pressure on this Scottish team early here.
It just doesn't feel right as he now go back to his mark. Sajjad. Bowled very well yesterday, did Sajjad Ahmadzai in that victory over Malta. Picking up 3 for 22. Gets this in the line. You can hear there from the wicketkeeper there is saying, bowling. TK Ali Raza. He knew straight away when this is bowled, don't worry about it, this is fine. That is a great delivery. That's where you're wanting your bowlers to be bowling.
Yeah, nice late swing, sneaking it inside the tram line. Only just.
Oh, absolute beauty. Absolute cracker. Well, that is a boogie, oogie, woogie, kookaburra 5-ball. And you can see that Ahmadzai is pumped. He is a man in form at the moment. I mentioned 3 for 22 yesterday. Well, 2 for 14 here at the moment. And he's still got 3 balls to bowl in the over. This is an absolute cracker. It was too good for Angus Guy. This is all about, well, wait for it,
Yeah, well, we said it's an opportunity for some, and unfortunately Angus Guy hasn't been able to take it. He's absolutely ripped through there. Looked a little bit late on it, if anything. And, well, they'll be disappointed with this start, Will Scotland, now losing another wicket. The rate's okay, but we know there's some big fish missing. They're going to need someone else to stand up here, and Angus Guy, he'll go for 4.
Yeah, 4 of the 7 deliveries that he faced, but I mean, it's a cracking delivery. He got the Yorker length right, but outside that off stick, the ball before this one, the radar was, well, it was tuned into that middle and off stump, and it was too good, too hot to handle for Angus Guy, so he departs. Michael English is still there though, 16-4. He's played positively, and he's well, you can see from that strike rate, he's going really well. What he's looking for is a batter to stay out there with him so they can get some partnership going. A very, very good morning to a lot of people already very active on our viewers chat. Nice morning to you. And say namaste, salam alaikum, sasri akal, I'm one to all of our viewers that are tuning in from Fancode. I hope you're going to have a fantastic day here with us. Rico Full and Corey Ruckus here, your good time crew. Vinny Sandu having a bit of a line today. I don't know what he got up to last night, but I'm sure when he comes and he'll be here with us for match 3 of the day, I'm sure he will tell us all.
Yeah, absolutely. And Vinny's definitely earned his morning rest. But this does bring Garden to the crease. And, well, we watched the game last night. I know you enjoyed a night off, Rico. But Garden we were calling the 3rd pillar in this batting lineup. He has a lot of responsibility in this one.
Ahmadzai steams in. This is a nice looking shot. They have a sweeper out. They'll sweep it. Well, Mike Buckland, buenos días. Estamos muy bien. ¿Tú qué tal? ¿Tú bien también? Just asking us, how are we? Well, we are fine. Of course we are fine. It's a lovely sunny day on the Costa del Sol. Temperature's going to be around 30 degrees. Oh, we're in the dream box.
The weather's been sensational, Rico.
Hasn't it just?
Hasn't been too hot. It's just been perfect for cricket.
Getting a little bit chillier though, first thing in the morning. I have to say that actually had to have a bit of the duvet on top of me this morning when I woke up and thought, hey, it's a bit nippy. That was about 4 or 5 in the morning, so it is getting cooler. But well, by the time we get here, the sun is shining and the cricket has been great. Don't mind this as a shot. I think you with your coach's hat on won't mind it as well. The intent was there. I think he makes the right movement. Look, he just goes across looking for it. But unfortunately, the bowler was up to the task as well. And because of that early movement, remember that wide guideline will move with the batter. So the bowler is able to go just a little bit wider to keep that inside. That is the end of the power play. 34 for 2. And at the moment, it's just oldie Michael English that is keeping things going. But this man who's coming out, Callum Garden, didn't he bat well yesterday? Well, he was saying that we needed another batter from Scotland that needed to stand up and show what they've got. Well, Callum Garden did. 63 of 25 deliveries in that player of the match performance for Scotland beating France.
Yeah, we were saying that we need to see more Scottish batsmen stand up to help Jarvis and Naylor, and he was the man yesterday, Garden. So he'll be looking to get himself into some more good form here. And with those 2 big men missing, there's a little bit more responsibility on him. But for Scotland, 34 for 2, it's not the worst start to the power play. You sort of feel, though, against this Belgian batting lineup where they can all hit a big ball, you want 115 at least. Do they have the capabilities of doing it, though?
Ahmadzai 2 for 15 in his spell. Oh, very well. Well, this one is short, wide, and it's just been, well, sort of cut away by Garden. He'll like that. That'll help him get going.
Yeah, good batting. It was short, it was wide. He just had to help it on its way, and that's exactly what he did. Easy shot for 4 for him. That'll get him going a bit.
Lovely once again to have the English International Colegio of Marbella here. And also the local school from the Estación de Cartama, El Seximo. Colegio de El Seximo. Good morning to all the kids, and it's always great to see them so full of energy when we get here in the morning, going through the paces. with the coaches, Alistair and Daniel Dolkai. Also part of your setup.
Yeah, my strength and conditioning coach and one of our batsmen have stayed behind a few weeks to do some coaching for the local schools, and great to have them involved and get all the Spanish kids out here. They're absolutely loving the cricket.
Yeah, they certainly are. Raja is the bowler here. Well, good early movement once again there, this time from English.
Yeah, you can see English has definitely changed his intent compared to the first day. The first day he got choked up and was out of 4 or 5 and about 3 or 5. Today, he ain't messing around. He's really trying to clear the ropes.
Waka's Raja. Bit of width and oh, he gets lucky, does the fielder. It hits him hard on the chest, Sabir Zakil, but he manages to control it like a quality footballer. Chest it down into his hands, takes the catches, all smiles, but if that went wrong, it wouldn't have been. So it's Callum Garden who's going to have to depart. And, well, that's disappointment for somebody who showed good form yesterday.
Yeah, really big wicket, and Sabir Zakil gets a little bit lucky here. It's a simple catch, and somehow he misreads it, but takes a breath as it's on the rebound and catches it in the end. That'll give him a bit more confidence, you'd hope. But unfortunately, that's a big wicket, and Belgium ahead in this game at the moment. They beat Scotland yesterday, so they're riding on confidence.
Yeah, and that man, you can see he's very disappointed as he makes his way back. I mean, he tries to play a similar shot to the one before. But this one is better bowled by Waqas Raja. He's probably expecting Callum Garden to go after it. That means he gets it just a little bit closer to him, and by doing so, Garden is not able to play the shot as well. It goes hard to Zakil, who, well, needs 2 attempts, but takes it second time round. And Belgium, they're looking the prettier side at the moment. 40 for 3, Scotland.
Yeah. And, well, this is a real big awakening, this game, because we really do get to see if Scotland have any batting depth. And we know they've been heavily reliant on 2 men. Now there's huge opportunities for players that are coming out at the top of the order and with overs to bat. So this will answer a lot of questions for some viewers and people around as Ben Davidson comes out. What an opportunity for him to show his cricketing credentials and what he can do with the bat.
Well, one thing Davidson has is plenty of time to bat, and he has a partner at the other end that can stay there with him as well. Good length delivery, good alertness and vision there for the new batter. Just guides it down, gets a single.
Yeah, well, maybe it's a blessing in disguise. We get to see what Scotland have as a batting unit, as everyone else, and people batting that usually would have come in at 6 and 7, coming in at 3, 4, 5. So now we get to learn a bit more about the Scottish batting depth and what they can bring to Finals Friday if they make it.
Yeah. Lovely shot, straight down the ground. But, field is well set as well. You see that man long off. He's very straight. And they've got him there just for that shot. They'd be quite happy, more than happy with that over. Belgium will be, and their captain, who's behind the stumps, Eli Raza, will be very pleased with their start. Just a single at the end of the 4th over. So 42 on the board. But more importantly for them, they've got those 3 key wickets as well. And they'd be very happy with the way things are going here. At the moment, projected score 105. That's a long way off. But just as a guide, I think Belgium, they'll settle for anything sort of, if they can contain Scotland to the 110, 115, they'll be a happy team. A nice shot there of some of the kids in the background.
Hit hard to deep long on just for a single, but Khalid Amani, he has been really, really good for the Belgians. He's got that whippy sort of action, a really good slow ball. I enjoyed working with him at my time in Belgium. He's a talented cricketer and probably one of the quickest we've seen in Group C.
Played out. Square leg. The batters think about the 2, but decide against it. Yeah, Marty, certainly one thing we saw yesterday from him that worked really well, as he said, Corey, was that slower ball. He's a slight change of approach from his arm when he's bowling it. So I think if a batter gets in, they will start to pick it. But still, it's a big change of pace. Shouts a catch, but nobody's catching this. This gets through the 2 fielders. The man third and backward point through the two of them, 4 runs. That's what Scotland have to do. I keep saying this, but they just have to be positive. They've got to throw the bat hard at these, and, well, maybe there is a stroke of luck involved there, but it's 4 runs.
Yeah, you'd sort of think maybe with Khalid Ahmadi's pace, it might be one of those fields where you want that deep backward point and you square leg up. But he does bowl it quick, and unfortunately that one's more of a thickish sort of outer half of the bat. Goes for 4. Good to see English finding some touch here.
Full toss, and they'd be disappointed that he wasn't able to put this away.
Must have been close as well. Must have been very close to a no ball.
We'll get a chance maybe to have a look at this again, and the height on this, and yeah, well, it's
Close.
one of those, I think, is waist or above. Seen him given. That's a good delivery.
Yeah, there's that slow ball. The thing. Oh, good aggressive running, or is it crazy?
He's in
It's
trouble.
crazy.
He's
What
in
are they
trouble.
doing, Rico?
He's in. You know what they've done here? I think out of the corner of his eye, the batter, Davidson, has probably seen the fielder going down, and as a result of that, I think he's thought that it's going to be a misfield here, but it's not. It's the perfect slide and pick up, gets the throw in, and there is no way that English is going to make it in here. I mean, that's a disaster, really is.
Well, he hits it into a big pocket of space. English thought there was definitely 2, but Mareed Akrami does really well. And the throwback to the bowler, well done Khalid Ahmadi for getting back as well. Out by a long way, and the Scots just keep digging themselves a hole.
Well, that was just crazy. It really was. I mean, the Scots are quick, but Akrami, well, there he is. He's got a massive smile on his face because he does. I mean, I think that's what it is. I think Davidson thinks, well, he's gone down. He's not going to get the ball cleanly. Let's take him on. But, well, Akrami was up to the task. Great pickup, great throw. Good work also, you've got to say, from Khalid Ahmadi doing what all bowlers have to do, get behind the stumps. He was there to whip them off. Another one bites the dust. So the new batter comes in, and it is Kes Sajjad, and he's in because of this. Well, look, it was crazy. You see the shot played here. What we don't see here is the slip from Akrami. Well, that just confirms just how far out he was. So back to the action. No run there. Just little things like that, Corey, isn't it? Just when, I think that's probably the second time just in this match that it looks like we're seeing a bit of a partnership happening, and it goes all wrong. But opportunity for us to say a very good morning to everybody. Good morning to all our viewers around the world. It's lovely to have you here. And we are, of course, in the Dream Box. Yes, we are in the Dream Box. And it's called the Dream Box because of marvellous view. And I tell you what, it's going to be a good day.
Yeah,
you know why it's going to be a good day?
Oh, go on.
Because look what we got here. We have got the killer pythons. Now, these babies, well, they help keep us going in the Commons Box. And actually, because they're killer pythons, we know about all the snakes that are out in one part of the ground. Well, we're calling that part of the ground now killer pythons.
We are too, and well, this is why we're here as well. The Championship Week, killer pythons and some cricket. England, Spain and Netherlands have booked their places. We're waiting for 2 more. The winner of this group, and then next week as well. So plenty more cricket action coming your way.
Oh, there's another mix-up. It gets thrown to the wrong end. Gets thrown to the wrong end. Now, you see here, Marde is the shout here. They're saying, hit him, hit him, hit him. Really, what they should have been saying is bowler, 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 because the fielder thinks all he's got to do is get the throw in quickly, but nobody's telling him one end.
Yeah, look, if he throws that to the bowlers end, then that's definitely out. It's a missed opportunity for Belgium.
Whip, but misses out the batter. Look, I want to shout out to Ken Weston. He's the father of our founder, Danny Weston. He's the man responsible for keeping us going with these killer pythons.
Thank you very
They're
much.
Absolutely delicious, aren't they? Are you going to bring me some when you next go to Australia?
Don't you worry, Rico.
Good stop.
Scotland are all over the place at the moment. The running between the wickets has been awful. Good to see Zaki Shah on your screens. He's been called up into today's game. One of the good guys of Belgian cricket. His brother Hassan Shah, probably the best guy in Belgian cricket. They need to get him back in as chairman as soon as possible. He did a lot of good things for the kids in school curriculums, but this time it's his brother playing for the national team.
He wants to get funky here. Wants to do the old reverse Malachi, but I don't think he gets into position at all, and this ball probably goes past him before he's in position.
Well, we're watching that Scottish batting depth, and at the moment, struggling a little bit.
Oh, gets an edge. It's a good delivery. Finds the edge. Well stopped there, once again, by Saber Zahil. Struggling is the word. Struggling to get any consistency gain. Struggling to get any real communication gain with each other as well, Scotland. But still, there's time. There's still time to get to a good score here. Still time to get to that 110, 150. 115 being about par here, the Cartama Oval. Let's see if Scotland can get there. It's a nice looking shot, looking to get this in the gap. But the fielder comes across, tidies it up. Good shot for one.
Yeah, nice shot for one, but just the runs have started to clog up, and a nice start for Mr. Shah's tournament. Doesn't go for too many, and you can see they're only going for 3. Scotland, they're in a bit of trouble here, 53 for 4.
Yeah, nicely bowled by Zaki Shah. Just have a look at the bowling figures there. I mean, they've been very good. I mean, Grami's the most expensive to date. 18, just of that one over of his, that was over number 2. But other than that, they've all been tidy, and I can assure you that Murida Karami, who was a man that was right on cue with that run out, he will be back to bowl that second over, and it won't be as easy because there was only one batter that was after him. Oh, this is pretty close for me. Yes, if this is straight, it's adios, baby, and that's what it is. And Kasjad going for the big shot here. And he's been outdone and outfoxed. This is all about the pace, the variations, getting it right. And had Kasjad playing completely around the wrong line, and he's placed this far too early, I think this is probably one of the easiest decisions that the umpire has to make. Yeah,
absolutely. Definitely an easy decision. And Scotland are missing their big guns. You can just tell they're a bit all at sea at the moment. They're being shown up on the biggest stage. Unfortunately for the Scots, they'll be disappointed right now because Belgium are finding their T10 form.
Yeah, they are, Belgium. I mean, from the word go in the group, I mean, they were pretty hot out there in the field. The bowling was good. The variations that they've got and the depth that they've got in the field is outstanding. The batting took a while to click, but yesterday was a good day for them. They got victories over Scotland, so looking to do the double over them. Scotland put 100 on the board in that match number 7. Belgium got them with 7 balls to go, and then Belgium also victorious against a very good and powerful Malta side, restricting Malta to 90, and then knocking those off and doing that one with 20 balls to go. So you can see they're starting to find their form. They're starting to look dangerous. We're a team that a lot of people were saying between them and maybe Scotland were going to be perhaps the group winners of this Group C. And at the moment, Belgium seem to be the team that are starting to click at the right time. Wakas Raja, 2 for 8. This has been picked up beautifully. Well, what a shot this is. Well, this is more like it. This is what they need. And, well, Majid comes out there and he plays an absolute beaut. Well, that's not bad for your first ball. Boom! Shaka-lagia.
Well, we're talking about batsmen taking their opportunity in this lineup. And this is a lovely start for Majid. He gets every piece of that. Great shot. Can he go again?
Well, he wants to get funky. Now he goes the other way. I'm liking this.
I'm not. I'm Rico. There's 3 backward points. There's no 45. There's no fine leg. And he decides to try reverse ramp over 3 backward points.
Yeah, but wouldn't you give him a green tip for...
No, there's no fine leg or 45. It's the stupidest shot I've ever seen. What's he doing? There's no fine leg or 45, and he's trying to reverse ramp it over 3 people behind point. The guy's coming around the wicket. Go inside it and just tap it for 4.
I'll give him a green tick. Come on.
No.
This is well struck as well, but fielder should deal with it. He does. Well, he's back on strike here now. Well, he's had a 6, and he played a shot that made Corey furious. And let's see what happens here now. Well, he's back on strike, and the bowler is probably thinking, okay, where am I going to bowl this? Majid, looking to get funky. Oh, big swing this time from the left-hander.
Yeah, so right now, if you look right now, you see there's 3 people behind point. Point, backward point, and short third. There is no one at fine leg. There is no one at 45. So you're not going to play the reverse sweep here. You're just going to play a lap shot, surely.
I want to see him do a reverse and hit it for 6. I really do. And I want to see you.
Oh, I'm going to, honestly, it's the silliest batting I've ever seen. It's crazy silly.
If you were here now in the dream box, well, it's not so much of a dream box. I think Corey's going to rename it the nightmare box here.
There's 3 people. You can just play a normal lap and it's a guaranteed 4. What's he doing? Is this Scotland?
Hey, listen, have a killer python.
No, I don't want
one. Have a chew of one of these.
I'll let you talk about this first.
Well, look, I've got to say a big shout out to one of our partners, HCL Software. And, of course, they've been giving us a question of the day. And the question of today is, who will hit the 1,000th Maximo of the ECC 22? Let me tell you this, that at the moment we are we're coming up to it. We're probably about 15 away from it. So it's going to be quite amazing. This is the maximum meter so far. Group A, 403. Group B was amazing, 447. And here in Group C, we have had 133. What I can tell you before the start of the day was 983.
Well, high in the air, it's the slower ball. Ali Raza, the keeper, will call for it, and he takes an easy catch. So Majid, he only had 1 good shot in him. He'll have to go. Khalid Amadi, he's so good with this slower ball. And, well, impressive bowling. He's been a superstar for Belgium for the last couple of years. And Scotland dig their hole deeper.
Yeah, they certainly do. And Khalid, he's the man. I mean, you called it. That his slower balls are going to be challenging and testing. And Majid, well, you see what he's trying to do. He's trying to use the pace again to whip another one over for a big 6 in that killer python area. But he's not able to. And this time it's the bowler. It's killer Khalid that gets the wicket. Goes up a long way, and he wants it, doesn't he?
Yeah, he wants it.
Wants the wicket. The wicket keeper saying, hey, leave it to me. This is
good.
my territory.
That's good. That's what you want to see. You want to see the keeper call for it and take initiative. He's got the gloves on. And, well, it was an opportunity for batsmen to show their cricketing now. Majid had 1 shot in him, and that's about it. He'll have to go. Yeah. Oh, he looks devastated.
It is. So just to remind you of that who will hit the 1,000th Maximo. And yesterday's winner, Matt Luke from the UK. Well done to Matt Luke. And don't forget, there's another question of the week. What are the ways in which you could, well, transferring the experience of the game? Well, what do you reckon on that one? A1 and IoT could transfer the experience of game viewing. What are your thoughts? Well, that's the question of the week. And remember, the winner would get an absolute brilliant. I mean, the prize at the end of this line, the internship from HCL. That's amazing.
Pretty unbelievable, isn't it? So a lot of people would love to win that. And, well, there's a lot of people on the field that want to win this game. And right now, Khalid Amadi is showing how good he is again. Sensational figures.
Full toss.
Yeah, slow ball. And he gets it, Rico. Nice shooting, nice shot. And that's one of the very first loose balls that Khalid Amadi's bowled. Yeah,
I'm wondering if this is the slower one that just goes wrong. Yeah, it is. Normally he's pretty good with that one, but he ends up just a little bit higher than he wants. Credit to the batter, he puts it away. So Ben Davidson will make him feel a bit better with that Cuatro Carreras. Yeah. And then he goes for the quicker short ball, which Davidson misses out on.
Yeah, good bowling from Khalid. He never really bowls 2 balls the same. Always changing it up, always keeping the batsman guessing. He's a delight to watch. He's at the top of his skills right now in this tournament.
Oh, absolute beauty. Absolute beauty. Well, he may have got the slower ball wrong, but then he comes with a quick short one. This is the old 1-2, isn't it? Short ball, and he gets Davidson rocking back and missing, and then the Yorker. Well, it doesn't get any better than this if you're a bowler. Khalid Amadi is showing his class. What a way to end the over. What a way to end your spell. 3 for 13 from him. That is an outstanding spell of bowling.
Just awesome bowling. You said it's the 1-2. It is. It's the short ball. Put him on the back rope, and then the knockout punch, the full Yorker. Great celebration as well. He's too quick for some of these Scottish batsmen, and really impressive from the Belgium speedster. He's delighted, and you can understand why. Great bowling.
Yeah, really good stuff. I mean, you can't take anything away from what Belgium are doing out there in the middle. Scotland, they're trying, batters are coming out. They're trying to get things going. They're trying to reply to what has been an absolutely scintillating performance in the field from Belgium. But it seems like every time they get something, then something gives. And that's what Belgium have done here. They've taken wickets at the right time. And Ben Davidson, he'll go for 9 of 12 deliveries. Bowled beautifully by Khalid Amari there. So the troubles continue for Scotland with the bat. 67 now it is. Ball to go in this one. 67 for 7. Good delivery first up to the new batter. He's not wasting it on the stumps, attacking it. And he able to get off the mark straight away. Lewis O'Donnell now has to show what he can do with the bat. We saw what he could do with the ball yesterday when he picked up 3 for 13 against France. But can he give them some valuable runs here with the bat? 68 is the score, and it's 7 wickets down. 12 balls to go in the innings. What can they get to here? I mean, can they push on to try and get sort of a mid to high 90 score?
Well, that's what they've got to hope for. I mean, it looks like Murid Ekrami, the left arm off spinner's come into the attack. Maybe that's a little bit of a gamble. They seem more compact against spin. The worm's going up, but pretty sedately. That graph on the left, the numbers on the left aren't even near the 100. So, yeah, it's going to be tough as Murid Ekrami does come in high. Yeah, well, this is going to be out as well. It is out. So I think that's Wakas Raja out there. Murid Ekrami was expensive in his first. This time he gets a wicket and the procession continues.
Yeah, well, Ekrami, he proves me right, because I said, though he was expensive, Murid Ekrami, trust me, he's going to come back and he's going to play a part in this match. And straight away, the first ball he bowls, he gets a wicket. And it's the wicket of Lewis O'Donnell, going for the big shot. And after getting a single of the last ball from Khalid, he wants the big one, gets it wrong. It's another wicket that goes down. That's 8 down here now, in danger maybe of not batting the full 10.
Yeah, they really are. It's just been a bit of a procession this morning. They had an okay power play, but unfortunately they haven't been able to clip since there. And you just sort of feel Belgium, well, they're probably favourites in this group at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, from this performance, of course, it's, you know, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. It's going to be a halfway point, and we know that Scotland have been better in the field, especially their bowling. It's been pretty tight, and now they've been strengthened with some spin in their attack in the form of Jack Hogarth. I mean, they're going to test Belgium, but you just think that Belgium have just got that little bit more depth and the aggression that they have with their batting to get them past the line here. But Scotland, again, still searching for runs quickly to try and get them to a score sort of, you know, between 80 and 90. I mean, they'll settle for that. But still, 8 wickets down. Oh, it could be another. Just wide, this one, off Saber Zakil.
They're in a bit of a hiding to nothing at the moment. They're in a tricky sort of situation. You need to get runs, but you don't want to get bowled out. I think they've got to try and maybe not. You're not looking at 100 here. Maybe 85 if you can. If you get to 85, and then hope your bowlers have a day out.
I think this is just pad here.
Yeah, I think maybe a little bit too high. They've tried the reverse Malachi 5-6 times, haven't hit one.
Jack Hogarth is the new batter. That's at the non-strikers end. Hit pretty hard, and this one will go all the way. That's a big hit. Well, that'll certainly help. That pushes them up into the mid-70s. Nice shot. Boom. Shaka Lagyao Ekrami. He does come back after an expensive first over. Took a wicket straight away. A couple of tidy balls. But this one is out of here. It's just too short. That's a good, clean hit out of the middle. And that goes all the way.
Yeah, nice shot. Really nice shot. Ekrami just a tad short this time, and he gets him.
Off, and well, first real error, I would say, here from Belgium. The misfield. The fielder on the patrolling the boundary does well to tidy things up a bit, but should have been 1. 1 becomes 2.
Good running. Little misfield there from Khalid at cover. Gives an extra run, but Davidson back on strike. Last ball of the 9th. You imagine he might try to clear the pickets here.
This time he does get the reverse Malachi right, but good work there once more from Saber Zakil. He's been good there. He's taken the catch down there. He's been nice and tidy. Nothing's gone past him. And he receives the warm applause of his teammates as he makes a good stop. Low to his left to keep it just to 1.
Yep. Good fielding from Sabah Zakil. We know he's had his shoulder issues in the last couple of years. He's going for surgery after this tournament, so good to see him still put his body on the line. Scotland, well, slowly getting themselves something to maybe competitive, but 78 for 8 after 9.
Yeah, I mean, they'd love 12 of this over. We'll get them to a score of 90.
Yeah, and then you've got to bowl very, very, very
Bowl
well.
well and take everything. Everything you get a sniff at, you've got to take it. Final over of the first innings. Slightly slower delivery. And, bit of a miscue from the batter, Davidson, but he does get a single. Hogarth will go on strike. Firmly struck. Work to be done by the man on the sweeping the offside boundary. Does well. Gets a good throw into the captain, Ali Raza. One thing I've liked about Ali Raza all the way through this, Corey, he hasn't stopped. He's been up, he's been talking to his fielders, talking to his bowlers. He's kept the energy levels good for Belgium. This is a nice looking shot, and this will go all the way. Balle, Kinna Sona, Shaka Lagya. Davidson getting some valuable runs for his team towards the end of this innings. That's another big 6 from him.
Yep, maybe he's saying he needs to be up the order next game. Yeah, he is, because he goes back-to-back 6s, Rico. That's the biggest of the morning so far.
Oh yeah, this is more like it. And just like that, well, I was saying they'd love to get into the 90s. Well, they're there. Boom, blastic style here from Jasper Davidson. That's a lovely shot, cracking. They're on 92, and now maybe they are knocking on the door of 100.
Well, Davidson putting his hand up and saying, hey, give me a go. I can hold the willow.
And misses out on this one. It's a bit of a grunt, but he's looking to get back. Just slips as he gets to the non-striker's end, but no mistakes from the field. So it will only be a 1. But what a valuable contribution this is. 93. So Zaki Sharp, second over, he's been a bit expensive, bowled a very good first one, just 3 from it. Up in the air, looking to get past the fielder, and he does. 4 more runs. And how important could that boundary be there right at the end of the innings? And that will take the score to 97. So 98 it will be for victory. So a little bit of acceleration just when they needed it right towards the end there. A nice shot to finish from Jack Hogarth. I think he could be very key in this match.
Well, absolutely, and what a nice little finish. That last over, 3 boundaries coming in, 2 big Maximos and 1 4. They needed that, but Belgium, well, we were pretty impressed. They were sent out to field first, and they bowled really well, Rico.
They bowled really well. I mean, it's probably with 2 key men missing in the Scottish lineup. Belgium probably had their tails up right from the beginning, and well, Ahmadzai, we know he's a top campaigner for his side. He always finds a way to get wickets, and he does there as well. Gets the wicket of Azar Sharp pretty early, and the openers just couldn't get going, could they? I mean, even though they got to 34 on the power play, they lost 2 wickets getting there. Finished the 5 over mark on 50, so they probably almost went the same. So 50 of the first, 47 coming off the second 5, but just couldn't get the acceleration in. But a lot of that for me, Corey, was because of the good variations and good lines bowled by the Belgium attack.
Yeah, and that's a really good display of bowling there from Ahmadzai, who slips in that quick Yorker. He's been bowling pretty well all week, and you can see how pumped up he was. And in this middle section, it was all Belgium. They used their slower balls really well and their variety of pace and change of pace. And you can see Scotland didn't adjust well as Sabah Zakil took this one off his chest, the big man, and a little parry up to himself. But in the end, it doesn't matter how you catch it. You've just got to hold on to it. And overall, I think that the variety of pace in the middle, especially from Khalid Ahmadi and some good fielding by the boys, really helped Belgium keep the score down under 100. Farid Ekrami with a sensational run out here. And, well, you can see how pumped up they are. Last year's runners-up, they fell just short of the trophy after pushing England the whole way. Wakas Raja came back and he picked himself up a wicket, and he was pretty happy with his work. But overall, for Scotland, they definitely missed those 2 big batsmen throughout the innings. And it did give others an opportunity, but unfortunately a lot of that middle order didn't really fire, as Majid was caught well by Ali Raza here, who called it early, and that's exactly what every single keeper should do. And, well, for Scotland, they'll go back to the drawing board and see who can click at the top of the order. They had Davidson trying his best at the lower end to get as many boundaries away as possible. Unfortunately for him, Cartama came back and absolutely ripped his castle out. Set him up really good with the ball previous to that, which was a short ball that put him back in the crease. And then gets the Yorker in absolutely perfectly. Took us right down to the back end of this innings, and right at the back there was a little bit of a cameo, and this cameo did help them get up to something that they might be able to defend. 24 off 9 for Davidson, and these runs very, very important. 3 boundaries in the last over. It does mean that if Scotland can bowl well, you never ever know, maybe they can steal this game back and surprise this dangerous batting lineup. Let's take a look at the scorecards, and you can see the beautiful Cartama oval on your screens. And well, that cameo right at the end that I'm talking about, Jasper Davidson, he's given them a life in this. 24 off 9, sensational innings by the number 8, it looks like. And number 3, Michael English, 24 off 10. Be disappointed to get run out. He was looking the goods. Would have fancied a big score, but everybody else had an opportunity to impress the coaches. Unfortunately, the next highest score was 10. Only 3 extras from the Belgian bowling. They kept it pretty straight, pretty full, and they did their job. So they'll be happy to hold Scotland to 97. We'll take a look at the bowling figures, and it's pretty good reading for most people. Ahmedzai again with the new ball, 2 for 17. Raja 2 for 17, and Cartama might stand out, 2 for 14. The other bowlers did okay. Zaki Shah, good to see him get a run. Only 22. You take that at the start of a game. Ekrami got a little bit of tap, but he gets 1 wicket in the end. So that does take us to the halfway stage. Belgium, they restrict Scotland to 97 for 8. We'll be back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you. Hello and welcome back to Cartama with the halfway stage of this clash between Scotland 11 versus Belgium. And Belgium, you would think, are slightly ahead in this, keeping Scotland to 97. And it does give me a good opportunity to welcome back everyone around the world and all our network partners, and especially those in India via fan code, and everybody on the chat. Hope everyone's doing really well out there and looking forward to the second half of this. And, well, can Scotland get a couple of early wickets and maybe cause a game of this? It looks like a change at the top of the order. It looks like Omid Malik Kell will open the batting for Belgium. He looks like he's going to be on strike. And, well, Scotland with that decent last over, in the end getting to 97 for 8. They'll sort of hope that they have a small chance here of getting a couple early wickets and getting themselves right back in this game. The man with the new ball, Lewis O'Donnell, bowled really well under lights last night. We think he looks like a little bit of Andy Bickle. Here we go, ball 1 in the run chase. Oh, that seemed a little bit too quick for him. He does get off the mark, and I've really liked what O'Donnell's brought with the ball. He's sharp, and he's got a good action. There he is on your screen now. Really, he reminds me of Andy Bickle so much with the way he bowls and his action and his movement. So he'll need some early wickets again. He took three early wickets yesterday against the French. This is a little bit of a step up in classes. Suleiman looks like he'll be facing his first ball. Surprised to not see the young left-hander Muneeb Mohammed, but he's been rested for this game. So that is why they're tinkering with the order a little bit, and Malikel gets his chance at the top. That is down the leg side and will be signalled wide, and gives me a good opportunity to welcome back good friend co-commentator Rico Full. Rico, do Scotland have a chance? They need some early wickets, don't they?
Always a chance, and yeah, I think when it's a score like this, I mean, they've been boosted with a good finish, so you have to say that credit to them to get to this score. But yeah, when it's a low score like this, you're looking to get 3 wickets in the power play. If they're able to do that, I think they're right in there. Well, this man, Lewis O'Donnell, he was on fire last night. If he can get going, anything can happen. And well, there you go. He can get going. He gets the wicket. He gets the false shot being played there by Mohammed Suleiman. And he has to go for a... Yep, it's a duck. So that's exactly what they needed. Well, a couple of more wickets in this power play to sort of slow down the very strong Belgium side. And they'll be right up there. And certainly big smiles on their face. And one man who's got a big smile on his face is the big man, the captain out there, Adrian Neil. That's exactly the start they needed. Yeah, great start. O'Donnell cramps him for room, and Suleiman goes for a big heave-ho. Unfortunately, he finds the one man hovering out there at deep backward square leg, so he'll have to go for a duck. He'll be mighty disappointed. And yeah, that's a big wicket. Does bring Ali Raza to the crease, who looks like he's finding his T10 form. Scotland, they're going to need a couple more early to make a game of this. Yeah, Ali Raza, 47 of 14 yesterday, player of the match in that victory for Belgium over Malta. So the captain is finding his form. I think he would have preferred a few more runs on the board before he came out there in the middle. The captain and wicket-keeper of Belgium takes guard. And one thing he's not going to do, he's not going to let that wicket change the way he plays. He's going to stay aggressive. Tries to work this around, but unfortunately for him, nice shot play, but it goes straight to the fielder, and Davidson making the stop. Perfect start though for Scotland, isn't it? They really needed to have a wicket early just to keep the morale up. They did close their batting innings well as well, so maybe they've been able to take a little bit of momentum into the field here. O'Donnell's having a good week. And this is just clipped away. It's almost an effortless shot, and it will go all the way. It's another 6. It's another Maximo. And, well, we are getting closer to the 1,000th Maximo. That's another one to notch up. Remember, that was the HCL question of the day. When will the 1,000th one come up? It's beautifully played. Yeah, if you bowl too straight to Ali Raza, you always run a risk. You've got to go a little bit wider to him and change your pace outside off. He's good when it's straight, and he really loves playing that sort of pick-up shot. Like that. He just picks it up again. So if you get too straight, he picks it up quite simply. This time it only goes for 4, but it's good batting, and O'Donnell just erring on his line. Yeah, I mean, just straying there down the leg side. It's not the good area. It's just somebody like Raza. You can see that he picks the ball up so well. Doesn't try to hit it too hard. Oh, that's Ken Weston there. Maybe he's going to be into play there, do a bit of fielding. Ken, once again, thank you very much for these killer pythons. No doubt we'll be feasting on them today. We're going to have to ration ourselves on them. Otherwise, they're going to run out pretty quickly. Oh, this sounds so good. And it is flying through the air. Well, that is a Bizaway supersonic hit. Well, what a cracker that is. That is a Maximo. It's just another. And Raza, well, he's just classy there. You put the ball there to him. That's where he's going to put it. He's going to put it away. That's big.
Well, you have to question the bowling. He goes 3 half volleys in a row on middle stump, and they all go the journey, basically. So, well, this is how long it's been since we've had a golden ball. 108 games. I'm sure we're going to get one at the EC, but the question is when?
Exactly when. We've had some close ones. It's not a question that we haven't been close. We've seen matches finish with a ball or 2 balls to go. 108. There's never been one in the European Cricket Championship.
It's been a while. It has been a while. Anyway, the captain now, Adrian Neal. We call him the skyscraper. Oh, plus 200 centimetres. I think it's 206 centimetres, was it, Rico? How tall he is?
He is, yeah. He is. He's a tall man.
He started to come around the wicket as well. Let's see if it works against this dangerous Belgian batting lineup.
We'll go too wide here. But, yeah, I mean, he did that yesterday through in his second over, and it worked pretty well for him. Just changing that angle.
Yeah, interesting to see if he can get it right here. But yeah, that first over, it was such a good start by O'Donnell, and a couple of half volleys, and Belgium cashed in.
Nicely played, straight down the ground. Has he got enough to get past the fielder? No, he doesn't. Nicely done. Well judged by the fielder. No mistakes.
This will be an interesting contest. This will be a big man coming around the wicket, and he'll be looking to take it across Ali. Now, Ali will be thinking leg side, so will the top edge come? Will he get a little bit too straight where he can get his bat under it again?
Well, he goes for that area again, and just not learning. He can't be bowling anywhere near the leg stick to Ali Raza. That's where he's going to play his shots. And, well, that's 2 6s and 2 4s just in that area already. That's where all his runs are being scored here at the moment.
Well, I reckon Ali might give the Scots a Christmas card because they're bowling a big bag of fruit to him at the moment, and he's just cashing in. He just can't be bowling this to Ali Raza. He's 20 off 5 now, and if he bats another 5 6 balls, this game's going to be dead.
Got to get it tidy, got to get it in the right areas. And well, this one, it's a slower delivery, but ends up being a full toss, which Raza wasn't able to put it away. So that's one, a bit of a let-off.
Yeah, he misses out on one. Surprising, it was another full toss.
And this one, he swings hard. It'll be 1 bounce, 4 runs. He sees the width, and he's well, he's not going to shy away from it. Throws everything at it. Does Ali Raza, the captain of Belgium. It's 4 more runs as it flies over the 30-yard circle and crashes into the boundary markers there. Big hit.
That one's a little bit luckier for Ali Raza, so that's probably the line you want to bowl a little bit more if you're a Scottish bowler, but you've just got to be brave and try and stick to it. Getting straight isn't the answer here. Ali Raza continuing his T10 form. And Scotland, they need some wickets right away here. They need to make something happen.
28 on the board. Already 10 runs have come off Adrian Neal. 2 balls to go. Wickets is what's required for Scotland. They know that Belgium are going to get off to a quick start, but the only thing that can stop them is wickets. Firmly hit. Well, this one is, well, that's an umpire killer. Forget about the killer pythons. This is one that does the umpires, but he's quick, isn't he? Gets down quick. Says, I'm staying out of the firing line of this one. So Stefan Gooch moving very, very quick, showing that he's still got all of the alertness that you need. This is smart. I think that Neil may have even got a bit of a finger to this, but it can't stop it. 4 more. And, well, he says, well, I've got the 4. Now I'm going to go for the 6. And it goes all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. And Ali Raza, I don't know what he's on, but he's a man on a mission. You know, some people get up in the morning and have fruit, some have cereals. Ali Raza, he has aloo paranthas, I think, because he's hitting his ball like he's fueled by some of the good stuff.
Yeah, and he's raced to 34 off 9. Belgium 38 for 1 after 2. Well, this game, unless a miracle happens, Scotland are going to be chasing it the whole time. And you have to make a big score against this Belgium lineup. This is the table at the moment. Belgium win this, they've almost got basically a foot down on the double chance. Scotland, well, they'll be hovering in a danger zone for the elimination game.
O'Neill there goes magical. 20 off that one, but well, if you thought that Ali Raza was going to do all the damage by himself, well, it's not the case, because now Umid Malik Khel thinks he better get going, because otherwise he may not get a chance. This game may finish before he starts hitting the ball, so he whacks one out of the ground himself. That's another biggie.
Yeah, another biggie, back of the length, he puts it away, really nice shot. Gets his opportunity at the top of the order in this one, as Manib Mohammed's not playing.
And once again, targeting that area, fielder does, well, gonna have to look at his feet here. Where are his feet? I mean, it's a marvellous stop, but are his feet in the field of play?
Well, yeah, you definitely have to look at it. It's a marvellous stop. They'll definitely check his feet, but unbelievable little flick around his back to get it down to 45. Has he saved a couple of runs for his team? He's moving across. It's really good effort. He gets his hand on it. Just watching his feet here. I think he's okay there. Left foot looks okay to me, and then he flicks it back. I reckon he's done really well. Great fielding.
Yeah, great work there. Look at that. That was a bit like watching. Remember the $6 million man, the Bionic Man, when he's doing the running? Some of our viewers may know that from around the world. Lee Majors, it wasn't it? $6 million man. But that was a replay of that, I think. I think they're having a look at that again. It looked all right to me.
Yeah, they probably want to have one more look because they're not 100% sure on where that foot landed. For me, though, it's okay. Do like it if these decisions are made just on one look.
Yeah, I think that's good. I think you can see there that by the time he's released it, I mean, if the foot is touching the rope, by then the ball is already being released. So, yeah, that's fine. Really good work from the fielder. That's excellent. Excellent work from the man out there. That was Kes Sajid. And good work from the production team as well. More work to be done by the fielders in that area. They just, I mean, Lewis O'Donnell just can't get that ball can't get it outside the off stump, can he?
No, he's just getting very straight here. Sometimes when bowlers get taken to, they just try bowl faster and straighter, faster and straighter. It's a little bit of a risk at the moment. They desperately need a couple of wickets or a minor miracle here, do the Scots.
Goes for the big shot down the ground, and he gets it. This will go, well, is that all the way? Yes, it does. Manos arriba from the arbitro. So now Malik Khal decides that his turn. He's already hit one big one down the leg side. Now he goes straight down the ground, holds the pose there as well. And he says, where is she? Dana Aurora, snap away, take me picture. Shakata Mardita Maria Doten for wicket there. Smile, please. 6 runs.
Yeah, lovely cricket shot as well. That's not a slog, that's just timing.
And this time he goes to the other side of the field. Doesn't quite time this one as well, but he gets a single. And he'll say to his captain, Ali Raza, there you go, I'll let you have one. From Lewis O'Donnell as well. He's gone for 33. Off the 11 balls that he's bowled here so far. 50 came up in that over as well. So in cruise control. Belgium at the moment. A lot of chat on our viewers' chat. Very good morning or good afternoon again to everyone. Maybe even good evening to some of you. Raza misses out on this one, tucks him up slightly, but it was there for the shot. I mean, it's one that he normally puts away, but one that gets past him. O'Donnell will finish with the dot ball, but again, it was in the zone where Raza's put it away. So you've got to say, he just doesn't get his line wide at all. Doesn't get that ball outside that off-stump corridor as much as he would have liked to, Lewis O'Donnell. That's why he does go for plenty, 33. Off his 2 overs.
Oh, look at those skyscrapers. 3 big overs in a row. Belgium doing what Belgium does and just getting away with this early. And it looks like they're going to go to the leg spin of Jack Hogarth here. And, well, he's going to have to pull something out of the bag here. I've been impressed with the leg spinner, but Yeah, there's only 45 left to defend, or 42. You just don't see this Belgium lineup faltering too much. Not with the power they have.
Did a bit short, but that's well stopped by the captain. And he needs to raise the level, and if he can make those sort of stops, hopefully that'll rub off on some of his teammates as well. This is going to be an interesting period, I think, for me, with the spin now of Jack Hogarth into the attack. Doesn't quite get it, but they're not going to stop. That's the thing with Belgium. I mean, we saw that with that early wicket game, with Suleiman going for 0 off, well, didn't mean that Belgium were going to change the way they play. These two still have been positive, going to be attacking, and whatever happens here, the other batters, if they get the opportunity, will be exactly the same. Pretty wide, probably would have done well to have left this one.
Yeah, Hogarth just trying to spin it and keep it outside the off stump. Nice start from him though.
And the big swing, good stuff from Hogarth. Hello to Helix, Shog and Keanu. We're on our viewers chat. A lot of chat happening there at the moment. And say a very big warm welcome to everybody that's on there. A lot of conversation. Jackson Chowdhury is there as well.
That's really well bowled, Rico. So some quick leg spin working here against the Belgian side. Only 2 runs off it. They're still in control of this fixture, but nice to see Hogarth rip it.
Hello to Gordon Tansey. Yeah, and hello to everyone around the world, wherever you're watching from. People are watching via Star Times in Africa. It's good. Over continues from Hogarth. Dubai Sports in the Middle East. Fox Sports in Australia. La Liga here in España. And in Italy, 11 Sports. And what a good over that was. That's exactly what you need. Hogarth, bowls are good, just 2 from it. Wasn't able to get a wicket though. That's what they really do need though, desperately. But it does slow things down slightly. 55 for 1 after 4.
Yep, so a really impressive over. It wouldn't be bad to maybe see if they've got some more spinners to use. Maybe change it up a little bit. As throughout the week they've used a lot of medium paces and they've tended to go the journey. Looks like Uzar Shah's going to get a bowl here. Haven't seen too much of him with the ball in hand.
Bowler looks like he's warming up.
Yeah, maybe lacking a little bit of variety, this Scottish team with the ball. I mean, the leg spinner of Hogarth looks good, but then everyone else is right arm, medium, fast, medium, whatever way you want to put it. No left armers in their side as well, I think.
Uzair Shah starts with the fairly loose one outside the off stump. It gets sort of straight pulled to the man who's at long on area. Just a single.
I am surprised to see fine leg is back for Azar and mid wicket's in. Yes, Belgium. I'd want mid wicket back, but hey, you never know. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. There's the change. I reckon they've just made an error for 1 ball and gotten away with it. You only have fine leg back if you're going to bowl something short, maybe.
Well, he's made that change straight away. As Shah, the bowler, he sees it, asks the skip and say, "Hey, Skip, what about this?" Skip says, "Okay." Oh, well, this one does take a piece of Ali Raza. Well, that one is going to leave him a little bit sore. Well, he's just checking his arm here now.
Just skimmed his arm on the way through. That could have been a lot worse. He'll be fine. He's a tough cookie. But yeah, just skimmed him, clipped him.
Yeah, ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਬੋਲ ਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਮਾਰ ਜੋ ਦੇ ਨਾ ਮਾਰ ਮੇਰੇ ਕਦੇ ਮਾਰਦਾ ਮੈਂ ਤੇਰੀ ਟੀਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਯਾਰ ਉਧਰ ਮਾਰ. Well, look at this. This is, oh wow, look where he is as well. I mean, that's probably a lesson to him. Say, hey, don't leave your crease so early. Up in the air, full shot. This should be gone. And the captain, he hasn't dropped too many, and it's safe hands for the skyscraper. Adrian Neil takes the catch. And they do get the wicket, and they get the wicket of Raza. Well, Raza was probably shaken up by his own batter. It was Malik Kell, his partner, that smashed one at him. It skimmed him on the top of his arm. It left him shaken. And, well, then the bowler, Shah, was the one that finished him off. So he has to go, but not before he made a very valuable contribution, did the Belgium captain. He makes 37 off 14 deliveries.
Yeah, absolutely. A good T10 innings for him. And, well, Scotland, off the last 9 balls, they've taken 1 for 5. So maybe trying to believe that they can steal this win back. But Ali Raza, a good little T10 innings. This format suits him. You can just swing wildly, and he gets it away on the leg side very often. And he goes for 37 with a strike rate of 264. Brings Sherry Butt to the crease with Malikel now. It doesn't get any easier for the Scots. They're going to have to maybe try and keep variety in their attack. Azhar Shah gets the breakthrough.
Here in the background, some of the kids, far part of the ground, from the 2 schools that we've got here, part of the European Cricket Network's Cricket's Cool program. We've got the English International College of Marbella and the El Seximo school from the Estación de Cartama. Certainly being put through their paces with bat ball. Chance, and oh,
that's
this
terrible.
is really sloppy. I've got to say, this is really sloppy. And well, this is me after I've had a few Victorias. This is not a good look at all. And that's Cas Sajjad. He just looks really lethargic. And
he barely moved. That was actually straight to him. He had to come in, but as it got hit, he was on the back foot. That's a huge error. That Sherry Butt could have easily been out first ball. It looks like it gets to him on the half volley, but we had a good view of him the whole way. He barely moved as it was hit. And Scotland, well, they're their own worst enemies, I should say, at the moment.
Yeah, that wasn't good. I mean, we saw it and we thought, well, he's not hardly moving towards it. And by the time he did move, well, he put himself in a position not to take the catch. But really, I mean, even if you get there, you're not there to take the catch. He stopped the ball. He didn't do either.
Oh, yeah, if you can't take that catch, you've gotten 2 big wickets. You've had maybe 10 good balls in a row, but just the pressure gets relieved.
So Sherry Butt says thank you very much to Kes, because he gets the 4. Now he's up and running 5. 2 balls he's faced. This man now, ooh, well, this is really close to hitting his own stumps. So Malik Kelly won't want to go here now. They need him to stay there and put a bit of a partnership together. Well, let's see if he can. And well, at this, the halfway point, it's 62 for 2. Well, we're here. Well, the Vipers are here as well, or the Pythons, I should say. The Killer Pythons. Well, there they are. Hello, everybody. The Killer Pythons. But look, you do the talking, I'm doing the eating.
Yeah, it's an old Australian delicacy. I actually did bring you some over, but I ate them all before I could get them to you. My mum knows about that, so sorry about that. But yeah, so far, Belgium in control of this one. You are actually eating it, so I will take over. But yeah, Hogarth again, the leg spinner. He's been a good bit of variety for the Scots so far. He missed out on day 1, but since he's been in the team, he's just added a bit of variety, which they needed. And he gets a bit of bounce as well. He's a dangerous leg spinner. Belgium still in control of this one. Good to see Scotland sort of fight back just in the last 2.2 overs. So that's it hard to cover. And wow, really good fielding from the big man. 206 centimetres tall. The captain, Adrian Neal, setting the example. Great work at cover. Hogarth's bowling beautifully here. And another good delivery, jarring it in. And well, Belgium won't feel too nervous because they know how easily they can hit sixes. But great to see the Scottish side show a bit of ticker here and fighting back. Good keeping, really good keeping, Rico. That's Garden. Saves a couple extra runs.
Yeah, really good work there. Yeah, just chewing on one of those Killer Pythons. They're so juicy, you know. They're really nice. I'm hooked on these babies now. That's me done. Hogarth, he's been good. Was looking for the cheeky stumping there, I think. Oh. This one takes a bit, and it's going to be 4 runs. He's very, very unlucky here. 4 carreras, pero tiene muchísimo de suerte aquí. Tienes bat. And he's had luck already, hasn't he? When we know he probably should have gone this one. There's nothing the keeper can do about this as it gets a little bit of the inside edge, goes through it, goes for 4 runs.
Yeah, underneath edge, and it goes through the keeper's legs. You cannot do anything about that. A little bit of luck going Belgium's way that time. Brilliant spell. Brilliant
So
spell.
good.
The leg spinner coming in when Belgium's running right. He's going to finish with sensational figures of 0 for 7. And after 6, Belgium are 67 for 2.
Yeah, and remember, 4 of those 7 came as that very sneaky, lucky edge from Butt. So, yeah, I mean, look, the thing is here now, we've seen, and Scotland have seen themselves, what spin can do. We were saying this before, we didn't see any spin used by them in day 1. We saw Hogarth come in yesterday, and he bowled exceptionally well, very economical as well, and he certainly did them big favours when he came to bowl. But they need another spinner, or they need somebody else that can just use the variation of the ball and get the ball in the right spot. That's what they're missing here. They've got that in Hogarth. Can somebody else perform for them? I'm going to go back here to Uzair Shah. Didn't bowl badly. And they're looking to go after it, but it's in the air. This is an opportunity, and it's taken. And they needed that. And that is Majid that takes the catch, makes it look simple. So they just get another wicket. And this isn't a big one because Malik Kal, I think he was looking really good while he was out there with Ali Raza. But as soon as Ali Raza departed, A, he didn't have much of the strike. But B, he hasn't been able to get going again. Hasn't hit a boundary since the departure of Raza. Now he goes. So basically, you've got Bud out there now who's on 9 of 8, but really isn't hitting the ball out the middle. He's had a couple of chances as well. So Belgium, maybe a little bit of a wobble here. They still need 31 runs off 23 deliveries.
Yeah, a small little wobble. I don't think they'll be too concerned yet, but a nice comeback at the moment. And, yeah, well, I'm pretty impressed that Scotland didn't bow their heads down, and they're fighting back. Some funny comments I'm just reading in the chat. Some people saying if England brought their full side here, they'd win it, obviously. And obviously a county team would beat Pac. Like a couple of Captain Obviouses in the chat at the moment. But what we're seeing is in this T10 format, it does take some teams a couple of days to get into it. And Scotland, we have to remind ourselves, are a team that are playing it for the first time. So maybe we'll see better of their batting as the week goes on. Subbers a kill. He's on strike. He's keeping.
Yeah, very good work. Good bowling as well. I mean, this is one thing I think that the openers didn't do well enough for Scotland. I think Lewis O'Donnell and maybe the captain as well just didn't get the ball in the right areas. And that's just a shorter length outside that off stick. And that's what Uzair Shah is doing here. And he's getting good reward for it as well. Another dot ball.
Shot.
That's really well played, isn't it? I mean, you said it's shot. That is a good shot. His awareness, he knows where this ball is going to be, and I love the way he just angles and guides his ball into the gap. It's not all about power hitting. Sometimes it's about placement and timing as well. That one, top draw.
Yeah, nice shot. Subbers Akil said to me yesterday he doesn't feel like he's in too much form, but if he does get in form, he is just brute power. There was a little bit of nice finesse there. But yeah, when he hits it, it does stay hit. Whoa!
Well, this is it. You see when he hits it, it stays hit. This does stay hit. That is big. That is massive. That is a Bizaway supersonic hit. And, well, maybe if you're not in form and you're hitting the ball this well, I don't want to be playing against you when you're in form, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. What a shot. I just said he hits it big, and, well, that's one of the biggest ones. Subbers Akil is such a strong boy. And this is something that I don't think the Scottish batsmen have in their locker, that power over sort of that wideish mid-wicket square leg region. They always go straight. What a shot.
Good reply from the bowler as well, though. Gets this one much fuller, doesn't give him any whip. But good bit of cricket all round there. Zahil still able to play it away and gets a single to himself, rotates the strike.
Well, just getting... The tension just was building a little bit, and then Subbers Akil goes 4-6, and he breaks all of it.
Nicely played, intelligent cricket. I think just assessing the situation there, there's just above run a ball that's required for victory. So they don't have to do anything crazy. They'll play their shots at the right time, and trust me, they will play their shots, that's for sure. But for the moment, quite happy just to play that way, take the single. It's not a bad spell of bowling there from Uzair Shah. He goes for 19, but he has picked up 2 wickets as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is what's coming next. Luxembourg have been the surprise packet of the ECC, I think. They're the most improved side I've seen overall, and credit to them. France, unfortunately, in their debut tournament, haven't got a win. I've been impressed with their bowler, Mangal. He's been sensational, one of the best bowlers in the group. But can they get a win? It'll come down to if their batsmen can find some form.
doesn't quite feel right there, but I think it's more to do with he just practicing his run there because the non-striker, Zakir, wasn't ready at all. Yeah, looking forward to that. Luxembourg, well, what a dream start they've had so far. Remember, did not win a match here last year in this Dream11 European Cricket Championship, the Euros of cricket, but they're on a high at the moment. That's a really good seed, and that is so unlucky. And it takes a bit of the edge. I didn't know if it took anything or went right through. Well, what a ball this is. Well, Sajjad, he may have been having a bit of a nap when he was out there in the field earlier, but he's certainly switched on now. And sometimes things just don't go your way.
Yeah, big inside edge. And unlucky for Sajjad that time. It was a good ball, but it goes away for 4.
And this one is an opportunity, but it's just over the fielder. Can do much more about that, could he? Ben Davidson, he's jumping up high on his tiptoes, but he just cannot get the height he needs to get rid of this. And it's 4 more runs. Sherry Butt, he certainly is living a charmed life. Well, whatever puja he did in the morning, it's certainly working a treat for him at the moment as he moves, gets 4 more to him. And Scotland, yeah.
Now they'll have to go back to the drawing board, Rico. They're going to lose this one. And they're it's a slow start for them this tournament. This will be their second loss to Belgium. They've lost to Malta. You wonder when will they fully click in this T10 format.
This one outside the off stump. Callum Garden is a man that we know can perform. He wasn't able to get game for them here. We know, and he knows that he's somebody that can certainly change the fortunes of Scotland if he's able to get into a good run of form. And this one is well stopped. It's a difficult one for the fielder. Once more, it's Ben Davidson that's in the action. The catch is not on, but what he does so well here is he gets his fingers in the right place. He's prepared to take a hit, stops it going through him, no run.
Yep, no run. Good fielding that time. Oh, Sajjad getting a little bit straight there. Maybe lucky to get away with that one. Rico, I've got my comment of the day in the chat. Gordon Tansey says, Scotland's only chance is to bowl some haggis on a good length and no one will get near it. And I agree, because I'll be out the commentary box if I ever see haggis at the cricket ground.
Well, some of our viewers getting involved. I'm loving it.
Yeah, the viewer chat's going. Shrugs like just pointing out the absolute obvious. Honestly, Captain Obvious Shrug, pull your head in.
Great take, excellent take there from Garden. Again, you see the lines just going wrong here. I mean, Sajjad has been very lucky. He's had a couple of boundaries already hit from him. I think Davidson has made a fine stop that stopped another game through to a boundary. That one could have been 5 wide. Great stop there.
He's a good keeper. I've been impressed.
Garden.
Really impressed. He got a really big hit in the face last night and kept getting on with it as well.
This one is a shorter delivery from Sajjad, but well, you can see that he's not shying away from it. Here's Zakir, gets another one to each name. He moves on to 12 or 5 deliveries.
Yeah, Shrug, I think you don't need to point that out. Most people have a cricket brain, you'd hope. But yeah, Rico, how do they get themselves going? I mean, this group, it's moving day Wednesday. Thursday will come quickly, and before you know it's finals Friday. How do they get better? What's going on here? Why are they losing to Belgium and Malta and even batting deep against France?
Yeah, look, but I mean, a lot of people will say it's obvious it's the batting. They're just not scoring enough runs. But I think it's more than that. I think as a team, they're not playing to their full potential. I think, for example, if we look at this fielding performance, I mean, if this was a great fielding performance from them, then that would, I think, rub off when they're in the they're batting. I think as a team, they haven't quite clicked. As a team, they haven't quite gelled. I don't think they're bouncing off each other. There's errors in their play, which is causing a little bit of negativity. So they need positive things to happen. They need positive things, positive highlights, and they're just not happening at the moment. And that maybe is perhaps another example. I mean, he keeps the ball in play here, so he's done well to do that. But again, is that a chance? You'd have to say yes, it is. These are the things which teams, when they're playing well, when they're gelling as a team, when things are happening for you, when the team spirit is high and the dynamics is good, you maybe take these catches, you know. But that's just an example there. I think when things start to happen for them, when they start smiling and enjoying themselves out there, I think that you'll see that will rub off on all disciplines of the play, and I think the batting will get better as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You are right. It's sort of one facet goes into the other. They just haven't been able to put 2 or 3 together in one game consistently.
Davidson trying to take this into the last, and he's not going to. This is such a good shot. It's such quality. We keep talking about these, the Belgian batters, knowing that they're going to be strong, knowing they're powerful hitters, but we forget that they also are good cricketers as well. In terms of what I mean by that is they play proper, authentic cricket shots as well, and that's an example of it. That's a lovely shot there from is that Sherry Butt who plays that one? Yeah, beautifully played. Just gets himself in position, guides it through, 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot, but this right arm medium heavy attack, not too sure it suits T10 too much.
And looking to go over the top for this, but he's found the fielder who takes the catch, and no mistake from Uzair Shah. He was the fielder who was stopping the 6 last time round. Should he have caught it? Should he have not? Well, I'll leave that to you to decide. With this one, he had to catch, and he does. So Shah takes the catch, and Sherry Butt, he will depart. He goes for 23 off 16th ball that he faces. He's probably saying to himself, I was probably better off just guiding this down like he did last time, and maybe not going for power and going for placement and timing. But he goes, but another batter's going to come out and try and finish this off pretty quickly.
Yeah, went for the shot to win the game in a bit of a blaze of glory. Unfortunately, it skews off the bat, so he'll have to go. And, well, it's the Belgian way as well. Oh, look at this hairdo coming out. You like that, Rico? Oh, you missed it.
I missed. What did I miss?
Why did you turn around? You look at the hair coming out here, the old dreadlocks.
Well, let's have a look. Come on, get him back on camera again. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm liking this.
Yeah.
Well, that's a look, isn't it?
Oh, you could do that one day, couldn't you?
We could be seeing cricket here. Yeah, the Kensington Oval in Barbados, couldn't we? That's what we could be, because everything is fitting. We've got the sunshine, we've got everything, and we certainly got the sexy cricket as well. And, he looks like a man on a mission, doesn't he?
There's a bit of swagger about him, isn't he? No hat, no helmet, little dreadies, walking at about 1 kilometre per hour, cheeky smile on his face, 3 runs to get. He's going to try hit this for 6.
Yeah, maybe he's just loosening himself up there. Well, that's Raheem. Now, he was Prince Charming. That's what Mr. Maximo was calling him, because of his lovely long... Well, what's he done to that Prince Charming here? Well, Maximo, what have you done? You've snookered him. Because you called him Prince Charming, he's thinking, I'm having none of that. I'm no prince. He said, I'm hard. I'm not having any of this principal stuff. So he's gone with the dread look. Look, he went down to the beach yesterday, that's for sure. That's where he got those done. Maybe you could have a few of those. Maybe just
my hair's too short, but it does look good. I do like it.
So Rahimi on strike.
Yeah,
and
well bowled.
Well, he's saying to him, well, okay, you've had your hair done, but you're not wearing a helmet. You want to show off your hair? Well, that means you're not wearing a helmet, so I'm going to give you a short one to start off with. That's the one for the over, and that's maybe a little bit of a wake-up call that Rahimi needed. He took his time to get out there, didn't he? Like he probably was getting ready for a siesta in the Spanish sunshine. That's woken him up.
Oh, yeah, if you come out with no helmet, no hat, or just dreadlocks, I sort of like that aggression from Davidson, saying, well, I've still got a bit of pace about me. Scotland have fought hard here, but they have been outplayed overall.
This one is a little bit of luck. It will bounce a couple of times, but just once as it goes over the boundary. Not where he's planning to hit this at all is Rahimi, but he says, well, okay, you can bounce me, but I'm going to hit you for 4. He does hit it for 4, and just like that, that is the end of the match. The umpire's just checking with the scorers. Is that it? Yes, that's it. So Rahimi, he needs 2 balls. One whizzes past his new hairstyle. The second one, he gets a lucky edge as it goes over the third man. 1 bounce, 4 runs, 99 on the board, and they do it, well, they do it the way good teams do it, without going into the last over. So 7 balls to go. It's victory for Belgium. So they continue from where they left off yesterday, won both their matches yesterday, and make a winning start here, and a positive start from them, and they're making a statement with that victory against Scotland.
Yeah, absolutely. Belgium are the team to beat at the moment. Their batting was all right, and they chased these runs down pretty easily. They lost the early wicket of Suleiman, but Ali Raza got some fruit, basically. It was all on middle stump, and he just kept clipping everything. And if you bowl there, then unfortunately, you can't really keep this Belgium batting lineup down. Getting a little bit too straight, and even when they did get a little bit wide, he was then in the zone, and he just lofted it gorgeously for 6s and 4s galore. Overall, Belgium, when they have those big power plays, it's hard to pick them back.
Yeah, very much so. And the other thing about Belgium is, and this is what all the good teams, big teams did. We've seen that all the way through the groups. We saw it in Group B last week for the Netherlands. And I think Spain, as well as Ireland, showed it in Group A, is that if you lose wickets, it doesn't mean that you stop playing your shots. It doesn't mean that you go into a shell. You just go out there, you think positive, you play positive, and you hit the ball big. Well, that was me.
Well.
And a little bit of a break.
Whoa.
Well, there you go. There's
Got enough of that.
killer python.
Well, Rico, you're too into the killer pythons at the moment. I've got to get you focused again. But, well, Scotland in the middle overs came back a little bit, and they did well, and they took a couple of wickets and some dot balls in the middle. But overall, it was Belgium, sub as a kill at the back end. Some big shots killed all the tension. Yeah, it was a good performance. I mean, their coaches and manager, Majid Mahmood, and also Abhijit Harikrishna Khan are going to be very happy with the way that they responded. They would have been a bit concerned on day one when the batting wasn't quite clicking, but well, those smiles are getting bigger and broader from the staff behind the scenes here now, because they're playing well. With Scotland, well, the concerns are still there. They've tried things. I like their positive approach. You know, you're winning the toss and you're saying we're still going to have a bat when you know that's been your issue. So they're being positive. They're trying out things. You saw they tried things out there without two of the main batters batting. But really, as I said, I'm not going to focus just on the batting. I think the all-round game just isn't clicking there for the moment for Scotland. Yeah, absolutely. And this is what's coming next. Luxembourg versus France. France winning the toss and electing to bat first. So good luck to them. And Luxembourg trying to keep it steamrolling. I'm just going to go to the chat quickly. Everyone, this has been going off. Everyone saying keep perspective and all this, saying teams won't send their best. Is everyone forgotten last week? Netherlands sent 8 cricketers who have been playing full members.
Yeah.
And they're all saying keep perspective. That's a nation bringing almost their best. And it's just crazy that it will keep growing, and you will see teams bring better and bigger players, even Scotland, even Ireland. You watch, it will happen.
You know what? We know it, and we've seen that already this time around, the second time around. I mean, this is getting big. This is big. This is making noises all across the cricketing world. And, well, yeah, those big players, they want to be part of it. They want to be here, and they will be here.
They were here last week. We saw, they were opening the bowling to Pakistan, and then they're bowling at the ECN. Anyway, let's look at the scorecard. Belgium, well, too good. Ali Raza's 37 off 14. Sherry's 23 of 16. Omid Malikel got a chance at the top, 18 off 14. And Sabah Zakil finding a little bit of touch with 13 off 6. Overall, when you score under 100 against Belgium, it's a you're a long way away from stealing a win back. And for Scotland, it's just that batting, isn't it? Yeah, it's just the batting. There needs things to click for them. But also, like I say, this has got to sharpen up on some of the things in the field as well. I think the opening spell of bowlers, I mean, Lewis O'Donnell bowled really well yesterday, but today he was a little bit too much on the leg side. And these guys, especially the likes of the captain of Belgium, Ali Raza, is going to punish you if you're going to put the ball there. You can see that reflected on the bowling figures. Lewis, he did pick up 1 wicket, goes for 33. Adrian Neil only just 1 over, and the captain went for 20. And other than that, the others bowl really well. But of course, the highlight again is going to be the bowling off the spin. Jack Hogarth doesn't pick up a wicket, but look, 2 overs, his 12 balls only went just for 7 runs. Yeah, absolutely. So good effort from the leg spinner, and 2 wickets for Shah, as you mentioned. So Scotland back to the drawing board, because this week it's proving a lot tougher than I think they thought. Yeah, it's back to the drawing board for them, and we know it's not going to get too much easier for them. They are playing in match 14 later, and they take on Luxembourg. Luxembourg are flying high at the moment, but they've got the next match coming up here. They take on France. France, they've had their woes as well. Maybe we can say they're probably in the same boat as Scotland in terms of the batting, but in the field, and particularly with the bowling, it's been good. So I'm looking forward to that one. For the match summary on this one, it is Belgium that are victorious with 7 balls to go, chasing down the 98 that they require. So good win for them. They now, well, they take top spot in the group, 2 points clear of Luxembourg. But Luxembourg, remember, they're up next, and they're looking to get right back up there again, and maybe with a big a positive win. If they can manage that against France, they will take top spot themselves. But that match is coming up in just over 20 minutes time, so you've got an opportunity to get yourself a little bit of a drinky poo, maybe a little sarnie or some biscuits at the same time. But come right back, get comfortable in front of whatever device that you're watching, because we've got some more sensational cricket coming your way. France looking to get off the mark. They're on 0 points at the moment, but they know that if they want to have a chance to play in finals day on Friday, they need to start picking up some points, because, well,
they're 4 points adrift at the moment from their closest rival. So join me, Rico Fall, and it will be myself and Corey back for that match. And we'll be back, as you see there, in just over 20 minutes time. Volvemos en 20 minutos. Hasta pronto. Hello and welcome back as you get ready for the start of match number 12 here on day 3 Group C. It's going to be an interesting game, this one. It features two teams that are having a real difference in form. Luxembourg, a team that couldn't win a match here in the 2021 European Cricket Championships. Well, they've won 3 out of 4 matches so far and they are on a high and they are looking the business. France, on the other hand, they're making their debut and it's been an uncomfortable one for them. Though they've been good in the field and their bowling has been very good, with the bat they just haven't been able to get the runs on the board. Luxembourg, well, they're joint top of the standings, or they were before the start of today, and they're looking to stay right up there. France, they're looking to start their campaign and they know that today they've got to try and get some points on the board. The two captains are out there in the middle with Rob coming for the coin toss. Well, I think that some of the kids behind me from the 2 schools here in the local area from Cartama are probably wanting to go out there as well and see how this coin toss goes. Well, let's go over to the middle and join Sir Rob Cumming and the 2 captains for the all-important coin toss.
Dream11. It is Dream11.
Dream11 was the call, and it was also the fall. So we're going to see Numan Amjad, who wins the toss, and he decides that he's going to have a bat first. So it's looking to be positive. That's one thing that the French need to be with the batting. The batting has been a problem, but one thing that we do know from them, if they can get the runs on the board, maybe reach that 100 mark, their bowling and fielding has been pretty dynamic. I think Numan Amjad with the bat, he's going to be pretty important. He's one man that can show that he can hit the ball pretty hard, and maybe he can get a 40 or 50 that will really boost his side here. With the ball, well, Ramatullah Mangal, he's been sensational. He's picked up 9 wickets already in this championship, and I think he, along with his captain, are going to be pretty good out here in the middle. Luxembourg, well, they've just been playing well as a team. I think the spirit and the energy that they've shown so far is showing that they are really enjoying themselves out the middle, and it's certainly been reflected in the performances that they've put in so far. They are flying high. I think somebody like Timothy Barker, he's going to be one to watch out here in the middle. He's been batting really well. And also Thomas Martin, the all-rounder, I think it's time for him to score some runs and also do a bit with the ball. Well, it's great to be here. It's great to have the schools here with us. The school El Seximo here from the Estación de Cartama and also the English International College. They're having a good time and they've been doing some practicing as well. Well, Corey, it's over to you in the commentary box for the start of this match, and they've been doing some target practicing. Let's see how good they are.
Thank you very much, Rico, and hopefully those kids get a little bit more accurate as their cricket careers progress, because a few of those balls just missed you. The fellas are already out there, all the players, so we're straight into it this time. Luxembourg playing France. Luxembourg, they are the surprise packet. They have really improved in the year space that we've seen them. And I think they have definitely picked a T10 specific team. That's what I've really enjoyed. With the win here against France, they basically will book themselves into finals Friday. At least where on the table, we don't know. For France, well, good to see they're trying a few things with the batting order. We called for this yesterday. Try some things, you've got nothing to lose, and well, fingers crossed they can get themselves up to, let's say, 90, because I think they do have a bowling attack that could defend that. As we just wait for the umpire to say play, there's the 2 lineups on your screens quickly. Luxembourg right at the top, 3-1. What a surprise packet they have been. France 0-4. That's been a bit of a surprise as well. The expected scores from the robot, well, maybe they've had a big night. They've come in a little bit hazy because I don't reckon that's correct. But you never know. Maybe France will get their first win. Here we go. Ball 1. That's good batting. Well, just pushing it into the offside. And our man, SS, Steve Smith, just drops it over there. The good thing about Luxembourg, they maybe not have a fiery bowling lineup. There's no real pace about it, but they keep it pretty consistent. And most importantly, their fielders back up the bowling. Their fielding has been really, really good. That's pushed out to the sweeper. So 2 men are allowed outside the ring in the power play. Luxembourg have a bit of a different sort of one. They've got a deep mid on and a deep cover. Interesting to see the deep cover. I'll probably lean towards that the ball goes around that deep backward point a little bit more, but most teams have different tactics and try different things, and this is the way Luxembourg operate. That's a nice looking shot because there's no fine leg in place. So deep backward square will have a lot of work to do. It's an easy two, but there's a hesitation. And in the end, they'll get there comfortably. Nice start from these two, playing some cricket shots. I think that's the biggest thing that's been missing from that French batting lineup. They've come out a little bit willy-nilly, played and missed a lot, and lost a lot of wickets in the power play. Yeah, you can definitely see a change in plan from these French batsmen. Maybe they've had a word overnight. Coach has probably gotten in their ear a little bit and said, let's show a little bit more technique and get ourselves in the battle a little bit more. There's a few questions about where's Vinny. Vinny, we've given the morning off after working an extreme amount of hours. He worked all weekend as well. So Vinny will be joining us for the next match, I believe. Shot in the air, and it goes to that man deep cover. Well, that's why he's there. Dixit, he'll be thankful for that. As goes out to the man hovering on the boundary. That's Timothy Barker out there. He's been very good with the bat. That's whipped away, and that's a nice looking shot, and that'll be the first boundary for Ahmed. And, well, the first boundary for France, and that will give them a lot of confidence. That's a bit more cricket nounce from these two. They work the ones, they work the twos, and then they get the boundary off the last balls. We look at the stats gun, and for France, tail of the tape really is the batting group hasn't clicked. I mean, the second best batsman, Amjad, hasn't even made 50 runs for the week. However, let's talk about the positives for Luxembourg. With the ball, Dixit, 7 wickets. We've just seen there. Barker, 110 runs at a strike rate of 220. And the top bowlers for France, I can't wait to watch him bowl later. Mangal, he is elite. 7 wickets. He's my favourite bowler in Group C so far. And, well, he'll be making a case for Team of the Week. I don't know if we've had a player that's made Team of the Week that hasn't made Finals Friday. But he might be a red-hot chance. It looks like it'll be Thomas Martin bowling the all-important second over. Nice little start there. And you can definitely see a change in the way these French batsmen are thinking of playing. Instead of some wild swinging, trying to get themselves in a little bit. And after having a pretty tough time on the opening few days, I think this is the right approach. Oh, well, I say that, and then he reaches at one, and he's gone. So an easy dismissal given away to Luxembourg here. Anish Trivedi, he takes an easy catch in the end. Thomas Martin cashes in, and the first real shot out of anger, really pushing his hands at it. He'll have to go, and the score is 9 for 1. We'll take a look at the replay, and well, it had been a nice steady start, but that one there, his hands went flying out in front of him. So did the bat face. And when you do that, things won't go your way. And unfortunately, he'll have to go early. And you can see how pumped up Luxembourg are, because they know a win here keeps them in that hunt for a double chance. Who would have thought that at the start of the week? Good opportunity to welcome back good friend co-commentator Rico Full. Rico, how are you?
I'm very well. I've survived. Those kids, they're running wild. They really are. And, well, I think they've been practicing some of their fielding skills and hitting the target and getting pretty good. I think I'm going home back to base today at the Sunset Beach Club with a few bruises, Corey.
Yeah.
They've got me. They got me.
Yeah, you do love it when they get you those, signing those autographs, Rico. We're 5 sixes away from the 1,006. Is that for both ECCs?
5 6 away from
1,000 sixes.
I thought it was less than that, actually. I'm going to double check. I thought it was less, but let's get this right.
Nice scamper for a single. No, I just got a message from Shazad Monzur, who's our stats guru, and he said that we're 5 sixes away from 1,000,
Okay.
So is that both ECCs?
That is, no, that's this one. Only this one, mate.
Hey?
Only this one.
Really?
Only 70. Listen, we're all.
How many did we? Really?
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah. We've had a lot. It's been quite amazing. In the air, has he got enough of this? Yes, he has, as this sails all the way over.
4 to go.
4 to go. This is a big hit. Yeah, we started the day on 983. So that will tell you. So we'll work out how many there were in the first match between Scotland and Belgium.
I trust Shazad. He messaged me a couple of minutes ago, so that means we're 4 sixes away from the 1,000th six in this ECC. That is a remarkable number. I thought we were talking about both years then.
It's been amazing. It's just been fantastic. You just won't believe the figures when you have a look at them. I can't believe it. I'm a bit like you. When they were sent to me, I'm thinking, no way. This has been hit pretty well. Martin doing the bowling. The new batter that came out there was the captain, Nouman Amjad. I think he's the one I'm backing that's going to be able to get France to a big score. I mean, when he goes big, and if he can maintain it and stay out there for a while, a big score is on. And as we know, when they get that big score, if they get to 110, 120, they can defend. I mean, you touched on it. Their bowling's been really good.
Yeah, it has been really good indeed. Can Amjad make a score?
Now, one thing that Amjad was telling me is they think about to, but decide not to. We had a little chat with me up in the middle, and he just corrected me on something that I was saying yesterday. And I think I was believing, I think I may have been with you at the time in the Dream box here, I was believing that all the players had to actually be national passport holders. But he corrected me on that. He said it's not the case. He said it may have been in the past, but it's not the case now. He said that in my team here, he said, we've got players that are not full-on French nationals. So there's been a change there. Yeah, I don't know when it's changed. So I did ask him, I said, well, does the same apply to the actual national teams that play the T20Is? And he said, no. He said, it's all round now. So there are players that may have, like we have here in Spain, they've got the residency, and they live by the rules in the country and maybe been out here 3 years or more. So it's the same sort of rules here now. So there maybe has been a change. So thank you to Nouman Amjad, who's out there in the middle, for correcting us on that. And well, there you go. They're the kids. Well, they're having a break now after giving me a break. English International Colegio Marbella and the Colegio de El Seximo in the Estación. There's an edge here. It would have been an absolute grab and a half from the wicketkeeper. Anup Ursu gets a glove on it, but it doesn't stick.
Yeah, it'll come down to his footwork, really. He sticks out the right paw, but his feet were planted. That's a big opportunity missed by the keeper. High on the leg now. So that one just coming back in a little bit. First one a little bit of a way swing, but a life given.
In swing, out swing, lovely bowling boy.
A bit of a life. Yeah, I'm just finding some of the info on the sixes. So total sixes in Group A. In your group, 371.
Okay. Well, hit hard, but gone. Well, straight to the man, and another wicket goes. And, well, Ahmed, who was looking okay in this one, unfortunately, he picks out mid-wicket, and Luxembourg's artillery of medium pace doing the trick here.
Yeah, Marlev, well, we saw Marlev come on yesterday. He was the 12th man. He came on and he was in the action straight away. He took a catch, and, well, he's been given an opportunity here to play and get a bowl, and he gets a wicket, so well done to him. And it's a Jubaid Ahmed. Well, we were talking about sixes. He was eyeing one up, but he couldn't get it past the fielder. He says it hurts, and I'm not afraid to show you it did, but he holds on to the catch. And, well, for the pain, he gets a bit of a hug here. So it's another one that's been taken. So Luxembourg continue the good start they've made here. France, well, their woes to the bat continue.
Yeah, unfortunately, they do look like they're trying to apply themselves better here in this one, but they're just getting out at the wrong time when they're getting set. So disappointing. Here is Shazad Manzour's message. So Group A, 403 he sent me, Rico, and Group B, 447.
There you go, 447. That's sixes, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so there we are. That's
Group B hit more sixes. Interesting.
Yeah, well, there was more runs in Group B as well.
Yep.
I mean,
yeah, fair call. There was a few low scores in that Group A. This new man comes to the crease. France in a bit of trouble.
Easy, Vikram, easy, Vikram, easy, Vikram.
Taken. Yeah, I mean, with the
Lovely bowling, Pants,
after
lovely
Group
bowling,
A and
Pants.
B, what we got down to was that 50%. It's quite amazing. 50% of all runs that were being scored were in sixes. 78% were in boundaries. That just, I mean, you don't hear of that in any other format of the game. You just don't.
No,
it's
absolutely
quite
not.
sensational.
With a drive and another single. What's your thoughts on old Malav's run up here? Would that put you off? He comes from, but he does the old Willy Wonka run in. He runs in from behind the umpire.
We've seen a few, I mean, I've come across a few bowlers that do this, but yeah, there is, like, it'll come from nowhere, so he's behind the umpire here now, and if you've got a big umpire, then, yeah, he's well camouflaged.
There you go. Well, the umpire's saying not this time, but yeah, it's like the little Houdini act. Pops out last minute right besides the ump. I've not really seen too much of that before from a right armour.
It's another edge, and this time hay poquita de suerte por el equipo de Francia. 4 carreras, so it doesn't matter how you get them, as long as you get them. And can I say it? We know that he's somebody that has been out there and played a good innings. So can I say, if he can get going, there is a possibility. They've got 2 guys out there at the moment. Both have shown some sort of form. If they can get a good partnership going here, 60, 70 runs, then, well, they could get themselves to a score that they'll be looking to defend against Luxembourg.
Yeah, well, 25 for 2. It might not sound like the most impressive scorecard you've ever heard, but I think they'd take that at the moment, France, considering being rolled last night, and they've lost a lot of more early wickets in the power play. They've got a little platform. If they could somehow go at 9 and over for the rest to end themselves up on maybe 88, I think they'll take that. Their bowling is definitely their strong suit. There's the kids in the background enjoying the cricket. Good on them. Great initiative to have all the schools coming each day.
Yeah, it's absolutely wonderful. And they're so enthusiastic and full of energy as well. Just having a bit of a break here now, I think. And, in between doing some fielding and batting. They'll be out there again in a moment, doing a little bit more. But they're thoroughly enjoying themselves. They're really enthusiastic as well. And they love getting those caps signed. And,
Lovely start, Anshi, lovely start, boy!
Lovely start. And that's Ursu, the wicket keeper. He's liking that start being made by Javedi.
Definitely a more controlled batting innings so far from France. Definitely applying themselves just that little bit more.
This one's a little bit too wide and will be called. The umpire. Out there in the middle, our men in black. Beating him outside the off. It's good areas. Just get this one in a little bit closer. See what he's trying to do.
They might not be the most express bowlers, Luxembourg, but they do get the ball to talk just enough. That one decking away slightly. That's all you need as a bowler. If you can get that little lateral movement, it gives you every chance to disturb the batsman.
Top, Vance!
Uppish, but the man that would normally be inside the 30-yard circle there, he's back. They've got this, deploying this field for a point, backward point, so leaving sort of the covers open, apart from the sweeper that is out there. Pankaj Malav on the boundary. So a safe shot to play.
Yep, safe shot to play. Do like how France are trying to apply themselves this time.
Now this is big. This will go all the way. Balle, hinna zona. Well, this was in the dangerous territory of the kids. Well, the kids had to go out throwing the ball at me. Well, this one is coming your way, kids. Get out of the way pretty quickly. It's a kookaburra on the way to you. Big hit.
Yeah, great shot. Gets a bad ball on leg stump, but you still got to put it away, and he does exactly that. And this is good signs for France. Batting a bit smarter here. Good fielding by Trivedi off his own bowling, but this is what can happen when you score the ones and just put away the bad balls. You'll tick along naturally pretty good, maybe at 9s or 10s. And then with one big over, you can get it into that 110 region. So maybe even the French side are starting to figure out this T10 format.
Lovely ball, boy. Great finish.
Nicely. Don't mind that at all. I mean, I think what they're thinking here, maybe they've had a bit of a chat here and decided, right, okay, when we get the big shot in, then let's take the singles as well. Let's not try and lose too many wickets early. Let's leave ourselves with a few wickets in the bag as we try and go big, say, the last 18 deliveries or so.
Yeah, absolutely, and they've got the platform now. These two both set. The openers getting them a little bit more. Huge change in the batting order. Jackson had been opening with Jabakel, but they're listed at 5 and 6 this time. So I'm glad to see that they're thinking on their feet and at least trying something after 4 losses.
Yeah, desperate to get points on the board. Marcus Cope is going to have a bowl here now. I like the bowling that the young Marcus Cope has done. He's been quite a dynamic player, liking his bowling and liking his attitude in the field as well. Throws himself about, and he certainly is enjoying his moment out there. Oh, this one is big, and this goes all the way. Boom, shaka, lagya. That's another one, and that is out of here. Beautifully hit.
That is one of the biggest we've seen. How many sixes is that now, Rico, in this one? Because we're getting close to the milestone.
We're getting close. Is that the third? Is that the third one that's been smashed here? That's a biggie, isn't it? That's an absolute biggie.
I think it is the third. Double check for me. What a shot. That is the biggest of the lot.
I'll tell you that in a moment. Coming from the back of Numan Amjad. Yeah, that's his second, and the only other one with Everest Ahmed. So that's 3. So what's that, 2 more?
Yes.
2 more sixes brings up the 1,000th Maximo. It's just tickled away. That's sensible. That's good batting.
This is what they're doing differently. They've 100% had a team talk last night and said, look, this is how we need to apply ourselves, and it's proving very fruitful at the moment because we know how good they are with the ball. Can they make 100? They have every chance to defend it.
Nicely played. The captain being supported pretty well here at the moment from Kanasane.
Yeah, Kanasane doing his job as well. I think there's a good pair here. This one out onto the leg side, so long on to come in from the boundary to do the fielding. Pretty. Not many dot balls this time though. They're
no,
scoring.
not so
They're
many
just
dot
ticking.
balls. Yeah, just ticking. Do you think that Luxembourg may be a little bit too defensive here with the field?
Yes and no. They haven't gotten wickets early, so maybe they have to be a little bit.
Firmly struck, but we'll find the fielder once more. I suppose also they will know that singles maybe from here on in is not going to hurt them so much. They're trying to plug the gaps and make sure the ball doesn't go to the boundary. But yeah, much better so far from France. Yeah, a bit of a groan there from Amjad, the captain, Numan Amjad. He gets himself to 20, and at the halfway point, the score moves on to 46. So, well, they've got wickets in hand to have that flurry towards the end to help them get past the 100 score. With the players, because of the heat, coming up to around about 30 degrees now, they're going to have a bit of a break and a chance for me and you have a bit of a chat. And, well, one thing I'm going to say is I know that our viewers and people all around the world are loving this this fiesta of cricket. That's what you can call it here in the Costa del Sol. I mean, what's the one thing that you look forward to more than anything else on the day? I mean, what is it? Is it the fielding? Is it the bowling, the batting? Or is it, you know, what is it that you're thinking, well, I'm going to see some more of that?
Well, it might be even a little bit of what France are doing here. I always find it quite interesting in these groups and new teams and T10 teams. It takes 3 days. Yeah. It's usually Wednesday. It's Wednesday today, of course, where teams start figuring out their format. They figure out their lineups. And I just like watching how teams go about it differently, where Luxembourg, for example, play with a deep cover, whereas Spain would never have a deep cover. We have a deep backward point. Just the little little things. I like seeing how teams try work out the puzzle to get to Friday, and then Friday, well, it's whoever rocks up on the day.
Yeah, Friday is finals day. Remember, the format here is 5 teams in every group, and you know that out of those 5, only one team will not make it through. Well, look, this is the count at the moment.
Well,
this is where we are.
I thought we were 2 away. This has us 1 away. Well, there you go. We're 1 away from the milestone.
We're 1 away. Well, he's on the big screen here now, so we're going with that. So 999 sixes. Well, that tells you the breakdown of the groups. 403, 447, 149.
I'll have to tell my boys in Group A, not good enough. We're 44 behind Group B.
You're way behind. And look, Group B, it was good. Group C, well, you've got the Belgian boys in there at the moment, and they're going to hit a few big ones. But, yeah, so it will also be the 150th in the group.
Well, I'm getting messages from our stats man. He's like, no, it's 2 away. So who do we go with?
I'll tell you, what's going on here? What's going on?
I'm going with we have to go with the graphic. We'll go with the graphic.
You're going to go with the graphic?
Yeah.
Okay, well, this one is catchable, and it's being taken. Well, it's an interesting way to take the catch. I'm going to say that from Dixit. But Dixit, we saw him take a fantastic catch in the boundary yesterday. He is not going to miss these. And look at that, the bowler, Karen Gill, he sort of says, thank you, Yar, thank you, catch. It's almost like he's giving him a little pray thank you there, saying thank you so much, puts both his hands together. But this is the thing, and I mentioned this in my intro, this is the thing that I like about Luxembourg, is they do play both together. And yeah, Drinks break does it again.
Yeah, you keep saying it. Drinks always gets a wicket. And, well bowled and well caught for Luxembourg. And I have confirmation. I've got people messaging me all over. A lot of viewers saying they love the maximo meter. We need to play that more. But that graphic was meant to go up after the next 6. So we are 2 away.
2 away.
2 away.
Right, let's just confirm that. 2 away. I thought it was. I mean, I was doing a little count. You can see on my sheet after the first match. I had the 983. I was writing them down. So, yeah, I'm going to go with my scribbles as well. So, good wicket to get. And Drinks, once again, brings a wicket. How many times do we see that in cricket wherever it's played around the world? And whatever format you play, you have a drink, you get a wicket. The other one is when a batter changes his bat. That's another time a wicket always happens. So when you're out there batting, don't change your bat unless, of course, it does snap in half. Yep. So well done once again to Shiv Karan Gill. He bowled well yesterday. I like what he does. Doesn't try and do too much with the ball. Gets it in the right areas. Oh, wow, this is so close to being another. And gets through. Somehow it gets through the bat of the new batter and could have been curtained straight away.
He toe ends it straight down into the deck. And it balloons to the keeper. Almost snuck under that bat.
Oh, yeah, lovely ball, boy, lovely ball. 2-2-2.
Plays this one away, gets himself a single.
It definitely seems like every batsman's put a little bit more responsibility on their shoulders and trying to get themselves in.
One more coming,
I do like that. It's good to see that they're trying to think on their feet a little bit here, France.
Oh, not the shot to be playing. I think this is a little bit too close to be giving yourself a bit of room to try and play the cut shot. Another one, Gill. Oh, that is so close. That is so close.
Jeez, that nipped back a long way. They might not be fast, but they get the ball to talk.
Causing problems. Karan Gill whips this away. You can see he's eyeing up that gap between mid-wicket and the man at long on. Doesn't make good contact. But important thing that they eliminate, and you said it, not as many dot balls. Keep eliminating those dot balls. Keep getting something. Kanasane places out to the man at point, which is well fielded there by the incoming Thomas Martin. Promising player, Martin. He bowled well, didn't he? And I'm looking forward to seeing him come back well with the bat as well. And off the over. So 6 overs down now. 49 on the board. Just load up slightly.
Yeah, really good over from Karan Gill. He's able to keep it to just 3 runs, so he'll be ecstatic with that. We take a look at the bowling scorecard, and 6 different bowlers all used, and all of them with pretty decent figures. Even Marcus Cope, 11s aren't too bad in the T10 format. He'll get a second chance here. The off spinner, they like giving him 2.
Marcus.
Marcus Cope coming back into the attack. Nicely bowled. Nice line. Good bit of drift in the air as well from Cope.
Yeah, he looks like a good young bowler. Up and over. Tries to give the ball a rev, which is good.
Once again, just trying to attack on the offside this time. Jackson doesn't get there. It's a little wonder to himself. And you can see, I mean, this field sort of works, doesn't it? I think because of that gap that they're leaving in the cover area. Batters are going for it, but not able to execute it well. So he decides, oh, he's going to be out.
Well, this could be out stumped, you know.
I think he may be out here. I think the wicketkeeper is pretty quick and pretty smart, Ulusu, and he sort of goes round the quick route, takes a shortcut, and this is going to be a battle of, well, does the glove and ball not the barrel so before that bat comes down?
Yeah, let's have a look here. So we're going to need to see the side on one because he's gone on a bit of a walkabout. So the ball got tangled up in his body and he gets lost, and, well, I reckon when we see it just a tad slower, I think he's just short. Good work from the keeper. And he's gone. He's definitely gone. Some really, really good work from the keeper there. And that will be out. And, well, it'll be funny to see if it goes down as stumped or run out because he sort of took off for a run, so maybe it'll go down as run out.
Yeah, for me, run out because there's a little few initial jogging steps going forward, then he tries to get back, but I think that's smart from the keeper as well because he comes from the other side round. I don't think the batter doesn't see him. He comes, takes a little cheeky shortcut, gets there, does Anup Ursu and takes the bails off. So that's a disappointing end really, and not the way that you want to get out. Jackson, he comes out there, he plays a few shots, aiming to get outside the off, misses out on him. And, well, he faces 6 balls before he goes. Run out goes down in the book by Anup Ursu. So well done by him. So another wicket goes down. And just like that, after a fairly positive start, France are just starting to whittle here. They need some positivity. Somebody needs to come out and hit some authoritative shots.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame right now. France, who started so well, look like they had a different approach, just stuttering a little bit right now. They need to compose themselves and have a decent finish here. I don't want to get bundled out for 70, 75. Someone's got to step up and get them up to that 85 to 90 region. It's good running. Another single that will bring the 50 up for the French side.
50 up, it's a positivity. I mean, that's the other thing that I suppose they'll be doing. I mean, when you're struggling for runs, you're sort of giving yourself little landmarks, aren't you? I mean, they've got the 50 up here now. They'll be saying, right, okay, next up, let's get stood at 75. But trying to do it, obviously, we'd say if they can do it, the start, say, beginning of the 9th, and then they give themselves a few deliveries to try and really get close to that 90 mark. Because the 100 at the moment, because of that slowdown that's happened, maybe seems a bit off. And also, you've lost the big wicket of the hard-hitting captain as well, who went for 20 of 13, Numan Amjad. So 90 still is a score that I think if they're on fire with the ball, they could defend. This is hit up in the air, and the fielder comes in, won't quite get there. So they do get a single.
Yeah, that does take us to the end of the 7th over, and it's slowly becoming a little unravelled here for the French side. The score is 52 for 4.
Yeah, 52 for 4. Remember when these two teams did meet for the first time, it was basically France who struggled then with the bat. They were 65 all out of the very last ball. And Luxembourg, though, have to remember, this is an opportunity. Remember the way the day started today. So we'll leave that schedule on the board for you. And remember, we've got this European Cricket Championship happening all the way to the finals week, which starts on the 10th of October. Then we go to Croatia for a week. Malta as well. Malta here at the moment, so we get reacquainted with the Malta boys before we have the big finish in Spain. But yeah, just going back to that run chase in that first match, match number 8 yesterday, Luxembourg were taken right down to the wire. 3 balls to go before they got to the 66 that they needed. But they did, as we suspect, lost the opportunity to take top spot, because if they'd won that as quick as we expected them to do so, they would have found themselves the top of the rankings today and not Belgium.
If Luxembourg do keep France, let's say they keep them to 70, 75, like what you just mentioned, what they did, I don't think you'll see them chase it the same way. I think they'll go try and chase it in 6 and get that net run rate up, because with Scotland faltering a little bit, this is a really big game for Luxembourg. If they can win well, it might be them and Malta fighting for second, with Belgium finishing top.
That's gone.
Goes for the big one, but it goes more high than distance. Fielder takes a really, really good catch and keeps his eye on it all the way, doesn't he? That's so well done from William Cope. He's taking some good catches out there. And this one would have concerned him a little bit. Yeah, remember yesterday he took a really good catch out there in the deep, but he did hurt his hand in the process. And that was the time that we saw Pankaj Malav come on as the 12th man, and he played a good game. That's why he gets a chance to play in this one. But good catch taken this time, no issues with it. Judges it really well. Prefers to take it low down. That's his technique. Gets the balance in, takes the catch. Thank you very much. And just like that, well, Thomas Martin has another wicket.
It gets another wicket. It's a nice catch, and you got a feel for France here. I know everyone loves an underdog story, but they started so well, and it's just becoming a little bit unravelled at the moment. They're struggling to find the boundaries, and now they're sort of in a position where they have to take some risks, some educated risks, and hope it comes off, I should say. And well, Kanasain, he'll be disappointed. 10 off 10. He has been one of their better batsmen this week.
Yeah, he has, but on this occasion they bowled pretty well to him. They kept him quiet. He never got the opportunity to play any real big shots. So yeah, more disappointment. Once again, still asking the question, who is going to be able to really set their batting alight and try and do something which gives their bowlers a chance. The bowlers are just waiting to have something to bowl at, really. Well, this one should be put away, but he's put it. Oh, the fielder. I mean, there was two things here. First of all, I think Anish Trivedi, he comes in a little bit too much. See a lot of fielders do this. He charges in, then stops. But you think he's done enough. He puts the brakes on. He makes the catch a lot harder than what it would have been. Tries to take it above his head, hits his hands, and goes over for 6 runs. Well, that's another 6. Remember that one. So one more for the 1,000th.
Yeah, well, that's a little bit of luck France needed. He just misjudges it. You called it. He ran under the ball. Went straight down his throat. But one more 6, and we have 1,000 sixes for the ECC 2022.
Swing and a miss.
You reckon we're going to get it this innings?
You know what? I mean, wouldn't it be interesting that the team that's had all the trouble scoring the runs, France, hits the 1,000th?
Hey, well, let's hope they do. That can be their highlight, because it's going to
be good.
Yeah, it would be good.
We'll always remember that 1,006 hit by France.
You want to be the batsman that do it as well. You can always claim that.
Oh, he goes for it, doesn't he? But he misses it. The ball misses the stumps, and it ends up being a dot ball. And listen, it also, I mean, when you think about it, we're into Group C here. So I reckon we're coming up to round about halfway through the whole championship.
How many do you think we're going to get all together? So you still got Group D, well, then you got finals week, which could be chaos.
Yeah, I mean,
1,800.
It's going to be yeah, but what I was going to say, if we're coming up to 1,000 here now, and we're saying we're more or less coming up to halfway through the championship, why not 2,000?
Well, you never know.
Starts to catch it, and he doesn't really get any meat on this one. The fielder has a few issues picking it up.
I have a feeling we'll fall short of 2,000. I reckon the bowling groups next week, and I think in finals week we'll figure it out a little bit more as it takes us to the end of the 8th over. France, unfortunately, are struggling once again. They're 60 for 5.
Yeah, 60 for 5 in this fixture. Yesterday we already said they only pulled it along to 65 all out of the very last delivery, and it should have been an easy run chase for Luxembourg. Luxembourg, well, made a meal out of it, really, and France did take them into the last over. Luxembourg finally getting there with 3 balls to go, but this time round, as you say, Corey, if they'll be looking to knock these runs off a little bit quicker, and certainly they will go level back on points with Belgium, but they have a good opportunity to improve their net run rate and maybe take a top spot off them temporarily. Belgium, they will be next up against Malta. Certainly looking forward to that rematch already. It was a good game yesterday between the two. It was always going to be a bit spicy, but Malta, they struggled with the bat, 97, and well, Belgium, they knocked them all with 20 balls to go. So Malta will be looking to bounce back with that one and maybe cause a little bit of an upset there. Luxembourg will take on Scotland, the 4th match of today. Up in the air, fielder should come across and maybe take this, and well, he doesn't take the catch, and it knocks him over, the Kookaburra. So Kookaburra is stronger than the fielder, And ball, though, doesn't
man,
go to
William,
the
now, man,
boundary.
William,
So
one more coming,
an
one more
opportunity
coming.
for Malav to get a second wicket, and he's not taken. And the fielder's pretty disappointed. Is that William Cope out there? He doesn't normally drop them.
Well, what he does, he stops the 1000th six as well. It's like a vortex.
Yeah, he stops it. Swing and a miss.
I can't get over the bowler's run up here. It's really Willy Wonka style. Left, right. It's a difference for a right arm bowler. You're going all over the place. But it seems to work for him. Have a look here, Rico. Watch this.
Here we
Go out to the right, come back into the left and get around.
No ball called, so it won't be out. The batters should just think about running another, and they do think about it, and decide not to, as the bowler Malav, who does get there. Well, we're enjoying the killer pythons, or maybe this is a bit of a python run-up from the bowler Malav, but you do say he does take a bit of a snake path, doesn't he, as he's running in.
Yep, and while he was doing his
man,
snake
bank
path, he
it.
overstroked because that's a no ball for the front foot. So, free hit time. Well, if there was ever a time to hit the 1000th six of the ECC, this is it. Yep.
Well, the intent was good. You can give him a tick with the green pen, but he doesn't get it. So it's another dot ball. Disappointment, really, from the batter.
Ball, buddy. No man, buddy. Lovely ball. Bowling to your field. Ball. Lovely bowling, boy.
So a lot of people asking about the 6 counter, the Maximo meter. Maybe we'll get a chance to show you again. We're at 999. It's a nice looking shot out to deep mid wicket, and well, good mopping up out there by the big man Martin. They'll get through for 2. There it is. That's what everyone's asking for. So 403 in Group A, 447 in Group B, and currently 149. And the Maximo meter, I bet you Vinny called that one then. Should have been the Bale meter.
We should have, you know. We could have, yeah. I think Vinny's getting too much play time, I think, this time off. Playing around with the old graphics and keep renaming them.
Yep, still 1 away. A few people thinking it'll be T. Barker that will hit the 1000th six for Luxembourg, but I don't know. Can one of these French batsmen do it? Claim the prize.
Big appeal, shake of the head from the umpire. Asad Ali says nothing on there. The man in black out there doing an outstanding job. Asad Ali out there with Tyrone Peters. 2 outstanding umpires, and they're being well led by the tournament referee, Rob Kemin. Hey, what about that one of his coin tosses yesterday? I mean, I wasn't in the box when it happened, but it went a bit wrong, didn't it?
Yeah, it's, well, sometimes we have to train the match referee how to flip a coin as well. Yeah, pretty funny moment.
Yeah, funny moment, and well, that'll go down as one of the bloopers. The ECN here. So, okay, where are we at now? We got 6 balls to go. It's 67 on the board, so they've done a little better than last time round. A couple of runs anyway, but we want a 6, and we want the 1000th six to see if one of the men in blue can do it. The team from France, come on, bring us a highlight. Dixit is saying, no way, not of my spell. And this one definitely takes something on the way through, and there's the signal there from Tyrone Peters. He does it his own way as that finger slowly makes his way up. So, well, we won in the 6, but it's a wicket that Dixit is thinking about. Not hitting, no 6s from me as he picks up his first wicket. 1 for 9 off the 7 balls that he's bowled so far. And another French batter walks off with more disappointment written all over him.
Yeah, and a good decision by the umpire. You can actually see the deflection. It's straightened up to the keeper. Usually if it's coming left arm around, it will continue on that angle, but it's definitely a little inside edge, and he will have to go. Unfortunately for France, they looked so good in the first 4 or 5 overs in this one, but the back half, it hasn't worked out for them.
Yeah, has to go Abdullah Mathathir. So we have one of the Mongols who comes out now. See what he can do. This is Rahmatullah Mongol. He's been bowling so well. In fact, bowling sensationally. 9 wickets he's taken so far. But can he do something spectacular with the bat? That's what we're all asking.
Bowling.
He bowls this fairly wide, but manages to sneak it inside.
Yeah, just creeping that one inside. Another important dot ball for Luxembourg.
Yeah, nicely bowled. Losing his shape, the batter. Ends up finishing the shot with one hand on the bat.
Bowling boy.
That's the old helicopter cover drive. Not bad to have in the repertoire.
Not bad way to get off the mark. And the shot he's practicing is not the one that he played.
Amazing wrist and hand speed that some of these players have around Europe is incredible. Luxembourg mighty impressive again though here.
Ball boy.
Hit firmly down the ground, but should be fielded, and it is. Good backing up.
Oh no.
And well, the bounce gets over the bowler, but does it get to the wicketkeeper quick enough to whip the bails off? This is going to be pretty close. And you can see that Orsu, he's pretty sure that he's got some more fantasy points to his name. Let's wait and see. I think this probably will be out. I think
I'm
it
going
looks
to go safe.
You're going to go safe? Well, let's have a look.
I think the ball slowed down. Oh, I tell you what, this is tight. This is close. You might be right, Rico. The ball trickled to the keeper. It's all deflected off the bowler's hand. He gathers. He's going to be gone. Is he? Yes, gone. Well, Rico, you win this round. And in the end, it's 1 run and run out.
Yeah, run out. So it's another wicket that falls in the over. They want runs, but they're not getting them. Watch this bounce here. This is the old Tortuga.
It comes off his hand, I reckon, just a little bit. And it sort of deflects to the keeper. And one of those funny old run outs. But it doesn't matter how you get him. You just got to get him.
Well, that's Dixit then getting a few cheeky fantasy points then, because he'll go down as the assist there. If it touches his hand, it's the last 2 that make contact with it. So Dixit says, hey, I want some points. So he waves his hand frantically at it, gets a touch, and it is Orsu that finished things off. So another one bites the dust. And just like they did yesterday, really, the tail doesn't wag at all. Dixit is very vocal there with one of his teammates, wanting the field absolutely right as the new batter comes in. Well, nice there. Well, that's the English international Colegio de Marbella. Some of the kids from down there. We also have in the yellow the Colegio El Seximo from the Estación de Cartama, which is just down the road here.
Yeah, so this first innings winding down. It's been all Luxembourg, really. They've been able to control this French batting lineup throughout.
Give us a highlight, somebody. Big 6 we want.
Easy lads,
Firmly hit. Would have liked to have seen him actually follow through with the shot, trying to get a bit more power in it, but he does gets a single, gets off the mark.
Well, this is it. This is their last chance to have a French batsman as the, well, you can call it the record holder to hit the 1000th 6 in the ECC. This is their last opportunity.
And they're not going to get a 6, and they won't get a boundary either. They may go for the second, they will, and they're not going to get it, so it's going to be another run out. So the 8th wicket falls. You can add 1 more to the total. It will be 71, so they improve by 6 runs on what they did yesterday, but they will know that that surely is not going to be enough. Luxembourg, they made hard work of it yesterday. That they went down into the last with 3 balls to go to get them. But I get the feeling there's going to be a different approach in this run chase from Luxembourg.
Yeah, I agree, Rico. They've bowled well. I'd like to see them try and chase this down in maybe 5 or 6 overs and give themselves a potential chance of a huge net run rate boost. But credit to them, because France did start okay, but Luxembourg pegged it right back. Let's take a quick look at the highlights.
Yeah, there wasn't too many, you have to say, from the batting side. But yeah, it was a better power play, you have to say, from France. I mean, they did manage to get to 25, but they still did lose those 2 wickets getting there. That, you know, there again, you see that one there. He sort of stops the shot as he's playing it. If he follows through, well, maybe he's going to get a bit more for his money, but he doesn't. This one is sliced up in the air. But one thing that Luxembourg have done well, I mean, they've taken their chances well. The fielders have always backed up the bowlers, and the bowlers for me, Corey, they're not trying to do too much. They're just concentrating on getting the ball up there in the key areas, and the fielders, well, they might get hurt sometimes, but they're taking their catches.
Yeah, absolutely, and they don't bowl express pace to Luxembourg, but they just put it in the right area and try and cause mistakes, and that's what they were able to do. France looked like they opted with a different approach in this one, and Ajmal, the captain, came out and played some lofty shots to get us close to that 1,000th Maximo 6. Oh, 1,000 euros sounds nice as well. But no, Luxembourg, they're just a good fielding team, and they're bowling steady, but they do the right things.
Yeah, they do the right things, and one thing I said, I like the way that their approach, that they're out there in the middle. We saw that a little bit there at the end of the innings from Tony Whiteman. They're a happy team. They're a team that are enjoying being out there in the middle. Of course, they're a happy team because they're changing fortunes from last year to this year. It's incredible. They're doing everything right. It's rubbing off on them. And as a result of that, I think, is rubbing off on the way that they're playing the cricket. They're enjoying themselves. They're working well. They're supporting each other well. And, well, they could be the surprise package in the group.
Well, yeah, they could be, and they are. So good credit to Luxembourg. This was a 6 that was like tapped over the bar by the keeper. A little bit of luck going their way. That took us to 999 sixes. That one was about a metre away from being the 1,000th.
It was about a metre away. This was the wicket. The big swing gets the edge, and Tyrone Peters puts his finger up eventually. So France, yeah, they're going to be disappointed. I mean, they get getting to the 40s at the halfway point, 49 after 6, but just couldn't get the acceleration that they needed. And well, this was the question yesterday on the HLC. It was how many run-outs would there be today? It's not the question today. The question is all about the sixes. When will the 1,000th six come up? Well, we're still waiting for the answer of it. We know that it's one big hit away as we get ready to have a look at this scorecard. But it's going to be, once again, more disappointment here for the French team. They'll look at that and they'll see that there were one or two batters that made a start, and literally they gave their wicket away, which was poor. We saw some, again, not the best of running, which puts them under pressure. The question is, though, how pumped up and fired up can they be going out there? But it's another thing, isn't it? When the bowlers all the time are the ones that are going to have to, when they're in this situation, pretty soon they're going to get tired of being there. Pretty soon they're going to get tired of saying, hey guys, you let us down again. Now, once again, we've got to try and defend a low score.
Yeah, absolutely. You are right, Rico. They can defend a low score. And, well, none of those batsmen really getting on with it, unfortunately. Amjad looked the best, 20 off 13. That top order all got themselves in, the number 2, 3, 4, but unfortunately they didn't go on and make the big score, and that's why they only made 71.
Yeah, top scorer there, Numan Amjad, who I was expecting that he had to be that person, but hoping, or surely France and his supporters were hoping as well that he could have added at least another 40 onto that. The bowling figures, well, what can you say? Nice and tidy. And normally you have a look at this from Luxembourg and all the bowlers have played their part. And Trivedi, he made a good introduction to the team, bowled one good over, 10 runs from him. Also liked, again, the bowling of Gill. Doesn't try to do too much with it, but he does get the ball to move around plenty. Digs it, though, he's always good. 1 for 13 from him, 2 for 16 off Thomas Martin. I'm expecting a big game from him. What I'd like to actually see is him actually having a chance of going out there opening and having a hit.
Yeah, why not? Why not? So do join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the magnificent Cartama Oval on the Costa del Sol, the Sunshine Coast. We are, of course, in the lovely province of Andalusia, the region of Malaga. And this ground is nestled in between the Sierra de Cartama that you can see there in the background in your shot. And what a lovely ground it is. And what sensational weather we're having here at the moment as well. Once again, it's going to be the high of the 30s out there. So the teams will be taking on fluids at the halfway point of this the innings. But will we get there? That's the question. Luxembourg, they made a meal out of a similar chase yesterday against the same team, France. Or are they going to knock them off pretty quickly here? I think that will be the intention. They are going with the openers, the regular openers, Timothy Barker and William Coke. Barker, I really loved his batting. And yeah, I think I agree. One or two of what our viewers on the chat have been saying that maybe he is going to be the man, Barker, that is going to hit the 1,006th, the 1,000th maximo or balle of this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Spin to start. It is going to be Dawood Ahmadzai to bowl the first ball. Barker on strike. Looks to clip this away. But no run there. Nice to see the blue of France all walking in together, united, stronger together as the bowler comes in. But they haven't been stronger together with the bat. That's been the issue. Bowling has been good. But there we go. It is going to be, and yes it is. Balle. Number 1,000 on the board. 1,006s in this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Shaba, Bolo Sari Shaba, Maximo Corey, there it is.
There's the celebration, 1,000, 1,000.
And it is from the bat of Barker, so quite a few of you called it, well done. For those of you that did, so, well, that's another, we're talking about highlights for Luxembourg, where they've had few already. Well, that's another one that goes down to them. France had the opportunity, so there we go, 1,000 up, as you saw there. In the air, and just short of the fielder. They'll get the single.
Yep, so 403 in Group A, 447 in Group B, and right now sitting on 150 in Group C.
Yeah, amazing stuff.
Will we get to 2,000?
You know what?
It would take a monumental effort.
You make a very good point. Some of the bowling that we're going to see is going to be pretty good. But then some of the batting we're going to see as well, and especially when you think about you know, some of the batters that are going to come back that we've seen before, like, for example, from the reigning champions England, it could happen.
Yeah, you never know.
It could happen.
I mean, if Harrison Ward or some of those dangerous English top order have a day out, they can hit 26s quite easily.
Just taking his time. Here's the batter.
Ahmadzai's been all right with the ball this tournament. I'd like to see him bowl his leg spin outside the power play once. Give him a bit more of a chance.
Pushes out, gets the single, gets himself off the mark. William Cope.
So do you expect Luxembourg to maybe have reflected on that win against France yesterday where they took it really deep? Do you reckon they'll come out a little bit more guns blazing and go
for sure,
net run rate boost?
For sure. I mean, what we said would happen did happen. They finished on the same number of points as Belgium. Belgium, of course, will win today, puts them 2 points clear of Luxembourg at the top. But Luxembourg look like they will catch up with them on the same number of points. But they know that they blew the opportunity yesterday to finish top of the standings on net run rate. And I think they're looking to take the opportunity here to make amends.
Yeah, absolutely, fair enough. And, well, that does take us to the end of the first, and it's 9 for none.
Yeah. Not a bad over there from Ahmadzai, but yeah, you know, when you've got the likes of the captain Numan to bowl, and he's been very good, hasn't he, with the bowling, so Numan Amjad, and you've also got the likes of Ramatullah Mangal. Why not open with those two, use up your 3 overs, to use up the power play, then come with Ahmadzai to bowl the fourth when he's got a bit more protection in the field. That's the sort of call that I like to make. 109 matches without a golden ball. Golden ball, for those of you that are new, is when the scores are tied. When the scores are tied, we don't complicate things. We just say, right, 2 batters that are not out, any 2 can be out there in the middle. Any bowler can bowl 1 ball, 2 runs needed. And if 2 runs are scored, well, the batting team wins. If they're not scored, the bowling team wins. It's as simple as that. Golden ball. Haven't seen one in the European Cricket Championship. Maybe we're going to see one this week. In comes one of those bowlers I was talking about. Got good pace. Liking the field that's been set here by the captain, Amjad. He knows the lines that Mangal is going to bowl.
How good has he been this week, Mangal? He's been a shining light in a team that hasn't really had too many moments to talk about, but this man on your screen, I think he's actually been the best bowler in Group C, and it's a big compliment to give someone considering they haven't been able to win a game.
Yeah, isn't it just? Mangal, eyes up. Another victim maybe. Well bowled, well played by Cope as well, just looking to guide this away, and good backing up there from Timothy Barker. Barker himself, he's made a very good start to the championship. He played some really good knocks. Let himself down a little bit yesterday, I think, so he's looking maybe here to get a good healthy knock not out as he helps his team to what would be yet another victory. And what an outstanding run that they're having. They're staying right up there with the big boys like Belgium at the moment at the top of the table. This one, he goes right across here. This is going over the stump scoring. I think this is a massive misjudgment. Have a look at this. This goes over the stumps.
Tell you what, if it just doesn't bounce as much, that's canning into middle and leg. Close indeed. Good decision from the umpire.
Jerome Peters, Asad Ali, other men that are out there. Led well by Sir Rob Kemin, the tournament referee. Uppish, chance, taken, just like that, and there he is, yeah, reap the rewards. That's what I say to somebody like that. Rahmatullah Mangal gets the wicket and just holds his hands up spread and says, yeah, that's another one to me. That's his 10th victim in this championship. He has bowled so well, and well, if it wasn't for him and some of the other bowlers here in the French team, they really would have been looking like they were outclassed by all the teams. But one thing that's kept them in it, one thing that's kept them looking good is the fielding, particularly the bowling, and particularly the bowling of that young man.
Yeah, well done to him. His 10th wicket of the week. He just takes wickets for fun, and he's absolutely stoked with that because it is a big wicket, and that might slow Luxembourg down from getting these runs quickly.
Yeah, well bowled, nicely done. And you know, it's not just getting a wicket; it's getting the wicket of a top batter, somebody who's batted so well and scored loads of runs already. But he's not going to play too much a part in this one. I was saying he would have liked a good not-out innings here with Timothy Barker to get himself back into form. It's not to be. He goes for 9 of 8 deliveries. Just doesn't time this one right, does he? He's looking to hit over the 30-yard circle, not able to do so.
So credit to Mangal. He's got 1 already. Can he get himself a 2nd wicket?
For a slightly shorter one, but dealt with nicely. The single taken by Shiv Karan Gill, who comes out. He's a key player as well for Luxembourg, isn't he? We see that he's quite instrumental with the bowling, just keeping things nice and tidy, and then comes in at this point. Probably not the biggest or the hardest hitter that they have, but he is able to keep one end tight and able to put the bad ball away as well. And when you've got the likes of Thomas Martin still to come, and also the captain Vikram Vij, I think he's probably the right guy to have there. Though I still would prefer, or would have preferred, maybe Thomas Martin to come in here just so he can get a knock with plenty of balls still to bat. Good delivery, well pitched up, Yorker length. William Cope digs it out, no run, and what an over that is. And once again, absolutely brilliant from Rahmatullah Mangal. Picks up the wicket and only just goes for 3 runs. Outstanding bowling from the young man.
Sensational, really sensational. All week we've been singing his praise, and he delivers again. But this is why this match is important for Luxembourg. If they can win this and go to 8 points and get that net run rate into the positives, then they're not that far away from almost guaranteeing a double chance. But Malta and Scotland, they'll be breathing down their necks.
Yeah, they certainly will. You mentioned Malta. Well, they're up next, and they've got a tough one, haven't they, against Belgium? Also going to be a replay of what we saw yesterday, so second chance for Malta maybe to get one back over the team. Asking the question there, they're going to go to the third umpire. And the wicket keeper is absolutely sure that he's got his man here, Jackson. He has no doubt about it. Does the batter get he's definitely off balance. You can tell he's off balance. That's why he ends up on the deck here, Karen Gill. Does he get that foot back in time?
Yeah, this is going to be tight. We're going to have a close look at this one. Oh, I reckon he's okay. I don't know if that foot ever lifted the ground. Oh, it's out there. And does he slide it back? Yeah, he slides it back. So he's okay for me. Yes, they were confident, but he slid it back in time and just the dot ball in the end.
Yeah, it's all over the place. Just give him a pillow. Just for a moment, I'll have a little quick Spanish siesta. But he gets up, but he can stay out there, says the umpire. Not out. He does manage to keep that toe down. Quick hands from the keeper. Now he's going to run quick to the other end, and he goes for the little flick at the stumps. I'm not sure where the bowler was here. Why isn't the bowler standing right over the stumps to knock the bails off?
I think Ahmedzai's just caught napping because he flicks it right next to the stumps, but he didn't run back. And if he was there, maybe he could have tapped it on and assisted run out. It wasn't really on. Look at Ahmedzai. Oh, wow. No.
There's the flick. And, good job from that. Well, we know he likes to dive. And Kanasane, we saw that yesterday. He will always dive. The bowler lets him down here. And, well, does this touch anything on the way through? Does it go through the batter?
I think it just, because he went so far across, I think it went over the stumps, Rico. Just over leg stump. Once again, Luxembourg struggling against the French bowling.
Yeah, they are then. I mean, look, 13 on the board. We're in the third over, so power play will soon be over.
Well, that's why you wear a helmet. That's taken off and collected Jackson in the shoulder and rolled up into his grill.
Yeah, I mean, this one really pops up. He's giving his shoulder a bit of a rub, but yeah, on the shoulder barges it onto the grill. Keep an eye on this. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that clatters him hard. Hope he's okay.
They're up and about, the French, making a lot of noise at the moment. Unless this ball starts going to the boundaries, they're always in with a chance. Plants his foot down, does William Cope, looking to get this sweep shot going. But though he makes contact, it's only good enough just to get them a single. And, what France do, I mean, we know they don't score many runs on the ball, but what they do, because they always make a good positive start. I mean, look, that rate now already is making the score look like it was around about 80, 85. So keep getting good tidy overs in. The run rate does go up. Guides this away beautifully. That's a lovely time shot. It really is. He picks the slightly quicker one from Ahmedzai, but gets himself into position early and just guides it away. And once that gets wide of that man at third, Jubaid Ahmed, he can't stop this. Really clever batting.
Yeah, clever batting. Just the traditional late cut. You don't always see that in T10, but there is a place for it, especially if backward point's quite square. It does take us to the end of 3. Luxembourg 18 for 1, and well, they're not racing away with it. They do struggle to match up against this French bowling lineup, but I am sure if they want to get that second place, they do need to win one game with a decent net run rate.
Yeah, I think you've called it, and if they don't do it in this one, and we remember they didn't do it yesterday either, they will look back at these as being rude opportunities. They will indeed. But they will know, well, at least you've got Ahmedzai, who's been pretty impressive. He's out of the attack now. He doesn't go get a wicket, but bowl very well. Gets his 2 overs in for 15 and bowling inside the power play. I mean, that's for a spinner, that's outstanding stuff.
Yep, sensational. He's been pretty impressive. It's Ahmed's time now. Slow left arm off spin. And, well, he could have a wicket. First ball, just a single.
Yeah, the captain there, Numan Amjad, just deciding early on that he's not going to carry and he doesn't want to give the boundary away. I think it hangs up there maybe long enough for him to think about it, but I think he's already decided, nah, I'm not giving the boundary away, I'd rather take on the bounce. But his wicket's what you need. I'd like to see him frame himself at that and try and make it more of a chance. Gill goes for the sweep shot once again. Gets a little bit of something on it, but not the desired amount of bat that he wants. Gets a single.
Just ticking it over Luxembourg at the moment. Singles don't don't hurt Luxembourg too much. If they hit the odd boundaries, well, you still imagine they'll get to these runs.
And it's going to be an easy dismissal. Well, this is just catching practice, isn't it? This is not a good shot at all from William Cope. And France pick up another wicket. And look, as long as they can keep picking up these wickets and keeping these overs nice and tidy, they'll always feel that they're in the match. It's 20 for 2 now as William Cope, well, he just gives the fielder a little bit of easy peasy catching practice.
It's a crazy shot, it really is. You know how hard it is to play a ramp scoop shot off someone bowling this slow? You can't generate enough pace to get it over 45, so that's a brain fade for me. I'm not too sure why he's trying to do that. You're better off getting the slog sweep out. And Luxembourg, well, on day one they showed their batting prowess a bit, but since then the batting's just gone off the boil a little bit.
Yeah, Mahathir there taking a, well, very straightforward catch. And he helps Zain Ahmed pick up a wicket. So William Cope, he goes for 4 on the 8 deliveries that he faced. Yeah, I mean, there were other options. You can see, yeah, he's very disappointed with himself. Get the camera out of there quickly. Yeah, he had other options, didn't he? He could have quite easily just put the foot down and gone for the big hit over the mid-wicket area. They've left that open, but he decides to get funky. Well, to his peril, though, he has to depart. So well bowled from Zain Ahmed. It's the captain, Vikram Vij, that comes in. He's not the quickest running between the wickets. There's going to be a few runs that he's going to put the old stop sign out and say, nah, I don't want it, I'm not risking it. So let's see how he gets on. I think he would definitely prefer the pace on Vikram Vij, but he probably feels that he needs to be a little bit attacking here. And that's exactly what he does as he smashes this straight down the ground. It thumps into the side screen. Big hit, boom. Shukka Lagya, the captain is out there and he wants to get on with this.
Yeah, well, he's saying if you're going to bowl this so loopy and slow, I'll get on with it. And that's the right shot. Great hitting from him. And Luxembourg, that'll just steady a few nerves that have crept into their camp.
Well, looks like a man on a mission. He's certainly smacking the bat down on the ground hard. This one's a little bit too short. He's trying to find the boundary work to be done here by the fielders. Oh, this is so unlucky. This is so unlucky. Dive puri mariya, ball the Cartama liya, stop kar liya. But jera dua fielder se piche aa raha. He's wrong-footed, the fielder who's backing him up. And sometimes things just, look, this is such a great effort. You've got to get down, you've got to get dirty. He gets down, he gets dirty. But what he does, he takes it away from the fielder. That probably would have stopped it doing the backing up. 4 runs, I mean, 100% for effort. But, well, that one you have to say is poquito de malo suerte. Bad luck for the French there.
Yeah, bad luck. He put his body on the line and unfortunately he wasn't able to rake it back in, and it rolls away. And Vikram Vij, he's come out, he's 10 off 3 and showing the rest of the batting order how to get on with it.
Waits at the other end now patiently. It's Karan Gill. 7 off 5 for Gill. He'll probably feel, well, okay, if I've got the captain there, if he's in the mission to hit the ball hard, then maybe my role becomes a bit more easier. Just stroke the ball around and give Captain Vij the strike. Bit of change in the field. The bowler wants a bit more support out there on the leg side, so he gets the mid-wicket to go across. Keeps him inside the 30-yard circle, though. So quite a straightforward standard field. The third man is back. Sweeper out on the offside, who will come in and field this. 2 men inside the circle, either side of him. 2 men straight. Just the one at the moment on the leg side.
Yeah, they're doing a good job again, France. The bowling unit needs to be commended for making a game of it when their batting unit hasn't made enough runs on the board. And it's great to see that fighting spirit. Will today be their day that they get their first win for the country?
Well, that's the man who hopes it will be, the captain, Numan Amjad, doing the bowling here. He's bowled very well. Good delivery in the right area. So they're having a go at Vij. They know he's not the quickest, the captain, so battle of the two captains, and Vikram Vij takes a single, gets himself to the safe end. Yeah, I mean, Numan Amjad, I think when they do click, when they do fire, when they do get that victory, I think he's going to play such a big part in it. I think he's probably the all-inclusive all-rounder. And if he clicks, he's going to get them the result. Now he's bowling, gets ready to bowl at Gill. Gill played quite a dashing shot, actually. The first one really that he sort of hit in any sort of anger. Hit it pretty well. But there is that man out there who's doing the sweeping. Zain Ahmed makes the stop.
Yeah, this is the partnership, isn't it? These two have a pretty decent weeks with the bat in hand. If France have any chance of winning this, they're going to have to get both of them pretty quickly, you'd imagine.
Vikram Vij, I think he'll prefer the pace on, actually, to be honest. So the two captains do battle again. Bat versus ball. That's a big swing. Doesn't quite get the connection that he wants. But they won't mind this. I mean, no, eliminate the dot ball. Just keep getting bat on the ball. That rate required per over at the moment, just hovering above the 7. So singles, they'll take the singles. But they don't want any dot balls here. But they will know that one good magical over would really put them firmly in the driving seat.
Yeah, absolutely right, Rico. France are just holding on long enough here. Can they get a wicket?
Short, hit hard, good stop. Good cricket, I'm liking this. And the field setting is good as well for Numan Amjad. I mean, it's stopped by the man who's inside the 30-yard circle, Jubaid Ahmed, but he's got men out there sweeping as well. So if this does go through, there's always a chance it's going to be stopped on the boundary.
Yeah, it's good from France. Backing up the bowlers a few times this week, they've made little errors, and it's probably cost them a chance in the match. Not right now. They're fielding well, they're bowling well. They're testing Luxembourg out a bit here.
Wants it right. He knows that which area might be targeted, so sort of almost 2 backward points in place here now. And this one, he goes for the big one, and he's going to get it. Well, this is going to go into the killer python territory. 6 runs, manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. At the halfway point, the score with that Maximo moves up to 41. So, well, just a few big hits, a few Maximos away from getting a victory. And Luxembourg, well, they're eyeing up getting this one a little bit quicker than what they did yesterday.
Yeah, I think Vikram Vij's come out and he's basically said this is how we have to get on with it, because we've seen in Group A and Group B, net run rates play a part. Luxembourg have a big opportunity here if they can chase in the next 2.3 overs or so. I know it's not easy to do, but it'll give them every opportunity at a double chance.
Yeah, it certainly will. And I think it's about confidence. Well, I mean, though they won that match yesterday, and of course you win a match, you're happy about it. I think in the back of their mind, they're still thinking, all right, we won, but hey, you know, we're chasing a score of 65, and we got it with 3 balls to go. We need to do better. So though it's a win, they would have felt good about it. They took more negative away from that match yesterday, I think, than positives. This is a good opportunity in the same situation to put that right.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's really important because of the way this group sort of pans out. When you get to that finals Friday, if you don't get the second chance, you have to win the 3 versus 4. You have to then win the prelim or qualifier, and then you have to win the final. That's not easy to do. So that double chance means a lot in this format.
Certainly does, and you know all about it, because that's what Spain had to do in Group A.
Yeah, it was tough, yeah, because we were lucky. The double chance, Ireland absolutely clattered us in the morning. So then we got the double chance. We just got over Austria, and then we had a really good final. So it's funny how it works out, but yeah, there's a lot to play for these teams, and everyone wants to come back for finals week.
Yeah, absolutely, they do. And what we're seeing at the moment out there in the middle is one team that have been, I think, outstanding. Everybody's talking about Luxembourg at the moment now, because they're a team who, as we keep focusing on, they didn't do too well first time around last year, but they're certainly putting some good results together. And not just the results together, they're playing well as a team. They really are. And, well, you just get the feeling that the way they're going, and if all the players can shine at the right time, they're capable of beating anyone. France, though, we know where their issues are. It's with the bat. There's no hiding that. It's a little bit like Scotland in that department, perhaps. But in the field, they've been pretty good. And their bowlers, or their bowling department, is going to be pretty disappointed themselves with the batters that they haven't been able to give them a good score to try and defend. Well, this will help. This is an absolute beauty. Well, talk about dynamite. Well, this is dynamite. The castle has been torn apart here. What a delivery that is. That is absolutely outstanding for Rahula Mangal. Well, he says, well, no, this is not Rahula Mangal. I'm the other one, but I can do this as well. This is probably the ball of the championship so far from me. This is absolutely delightful. Well, it's definitely the one in this group. How about this? Boom. Shaka. Not Shakalage this time. This is Chak de Fatte style. Dande Chak de the middle stump, Corey. It doesn't get any better than that.
I think as a fast bowler, seeing the middle stump go cartwheeling is as good as it gets. And, well, first ball after drinks, you always say it's a bit of a hoodoo this time. It keeps happening.
I tell you what, but no, it doesn't get more comprehensive than this. Well, Shiv Karan Gill, he's the one who has to depart. And why is he going? Because of this ball. It was a super duper one. Look at this. Boogie, oogie, woogie, Kookaburra, 5 ball. Dundee Chuck, they get no better than that. Well, you always say hit the top of the stumps. Well, he didn't just hit it. He absolutely hammered it, and doesn't he love it? And why? Well, I tell you what, this European Cricket Network is all about making players' dreams come true. Well, that young man there, Rahula Mangala, he will save that, and he will show it to everybody that he knows, because that probably is one of the best balls that he's ever bowled. And he's bowled it in front of the big stage for millions to see. What a delivery. What an absolute delivery. Well, it's getting warm, but it's getting hot and spicy in the middle as well, because that was sensational. A little bit of masala about that one. And he comes again, Mangal. And gets another good in here. And Tony Whiteman, he came in yesterday, faced 1 ball, hit it for 4, and that was it. Match done. And on the coach to me on the way back, we said, I don't know what they were doing. They made a meal of it. And he's going to get a little bit more time to bat here now. And isn't Mr. Evergreen going to show 1 or 2 of the other players how it's done once more?
Well, France once again making a game of it with a subpar total. Credit to them.
Bowled again, this time just slightly short. Angles this into the body of Tony Whiteman, who does really well. Plays it well, takes a single.
Yeah, he comes out, look at him. Well, a couple of push-ups. Well, how's that, Rico? Oh, Tony Whiteman, he's at the non-strikers end, just throwing in 3 push-ups to get his body going. Yeah. How old is he? Looks like a young man.
It's what he does. That's his party trick. A few push-ups and out he comes. He wants to be pumped. Well, he is pumped. He was pumped yesterday, hit the winning runs.
I don't think I've seen that before. He blocks a 1, gets the non-strikers, and then shows us 3 push-ups. I like it.
Just angered away by Vikram Bridge. He now knows that this partnership and his role in this match becomes pretty important. So they go with Whiteman to come out before Thomas Martin. So maybe just holding Martin back just in case somebody like Vikram Bridge gets out. Probably don't want two attacking batters out there at the same time. Maybe that's the thought process here.
Yeah, interesting. Maybe a slight niggle as well. I would have expected him to come out now.
Well played. Oh, well, what's going on here? Well, can he get it? He gets the throw in eventually, and he does. And, well, Vikram Vij, well, first of all, I'm going to say, I mean, he's absolutely furious because he's going to be run out for 19. I mean, he doesn't have to go. He's saying no. He's saying no. But the batter kept coming. And in the end, well, Tony Whiteman, well, maybe he frightens him. So he does go. The fielder, he gets it all wrong, but he recovers, keeps his composure, gets the throw in. By this time, Vikram decides he is going to try and get to the other end. He gets run out. This could be a massive moment.
Well, I've got a lot to say here. This is actually Vikram's fault. It's in the gap, and he says, no, it's not his call. There was always 1 there. Tony Whiteman, there was always 1 there. I mean, he almost gets there still when he gets the throw in. It was in a gap, and as the non-striker, you have to trust your partner. He blocked it in between point and cover. And if Vikram V had have not been sitting on his bat, he would have made that easily. So he can shake his head, but that is his fault, and he has to go.
Yeah, I mean, he has to go. He didn't want to go. He stayed there, said, nee, me area. He had the big stop sign, but in the end, the last moment he decides to go. I mean, all right, I'm agreeing with you 100%. But if he feels that he's the key, he should have just stayed there, shouldn't he? And just thought, okay, you can swear at me, you can throw the bat at me when I come back, but I think I'm the key man. I have to stay here. Tony Whiteman, he's only just gone out there, so that's a big play for me. Why does he decide in the end to go when he knows he's not going to get there? That's the question.
That's probably an odd decision. Later, we'll analyse it a bit more. It's 44 for 4. So that does take us to the end of the 6th. France making a big game of this. As we do look at the running again. And, well, for me, Rico, it's not his call. See, he's sitting on his back, doesn't want it, but it is there. And then when you get to this point, well, then you might as well not go. You're right. But he still gets pretty far. If he just went like a normal batsman would, he would have made it.
Yeah, the fielder there, I mean, give credit to him. He does really well, doesn't he? I mean, he slips, his footing goes. But Jubaid Ahmed, he said, well, it might be like a bar of soap, but you know what it's like. You can't pick it up straight away, but eventually you get it. He gets it, he throws it in, and he gets the wicket. So that is a big moment. I mean, you'd still expect 28 required of 24. You still expect them to get it, but they've just complicated matters a bit more.
Well, I noticed that they still haven't sent out Thomas Martin. Now, I was watching him in the field, and he was touching his shoulder a bit. My feeling, he's got a slight niggle. That's why we're not seeing him. This is game on for me. France, it's their first opportunity to win in the ECC. Not with balls like that.
Yes, doesn't start with a good one, does he? Starts with a wide, but that over from Rahul Mangal, what a good one. 3 runs only from it. Not only does he rip out the middle stump of Gill, but there's a run out in there as well. Just a little bit too short here. Get the ball a little bit fuller here. I think Zain Ahmed needs to.
This is their chance, France. I mean, after this, I'm pretty sure they've got Scotland, Belgium and Malta. You feel like if they are going to get a win, this is the game. Good luck to them.
Zain Ahmed, better length. It goes high up in the air. How far is this going? Well, the fielder... I've never quite seen anything like that. The ball's going up in the air, and he thinks for a moment, Ahmadzai, that it's perhaps going to be in a catching opportunity. And then when he realises the ball's going well over him, going into that, into the old shrubs there in the back, he kicks the ground with disgust. When he realises he's going to go have to fetch the ball, and I think this is more out of frustration because he knows that a big 6 there really does change the context of the match.
Yeah, it takes all that pressure off. The pressure was building and building and building. And a big slog sweep, more a top edge than anything, flies miles, and he was pretty upset out there, Ahmadzai. Yeah,
I'm just noting the direction of the wind today is actually blowing, actually looking at the screens from right to left. So a shot like that, well, the wind is going to pick it up. The last few days, it's been blowing in the other direction. This is straight down the ground. Fielder can't do anything about it. It's another really good hit, this, from Tony Whiteman. This is a lovely shot from Tony. Well, he's trying to go back and put a smile on the face of his captain, the man that well, he was involved with the run-out with. And if he can go back with a victory for Luxembourg as he walks up those steps, I think the captain may forgive him. I think the captain also may turn around and say, actually, you were right, I should have ran. And he knows that. But he was the one who decided to go in the end. It was an interesting decision, but Tony Whiteman trying to prove that it was the right one. Now he hits this hard outside the off, and this is a lovely shot, showing his skill, showing his class. Well, what have we seen already in this one? We've seen the sweep, a big sweep slog, which goes all the way for 6. We've seen a lovely shot down the ground, and then he shows, well, I don't just hit it to the leg side or straight. I can play the cut shot pretty well as well. This is great batting.
Great batting, and unfortunately Ahmed's just too slow through the air, so Tony Whiteman's cashing in. And isn't it funny, just like that, the game completely changes. 3 balls, 16 runs, and you can't see Luxembourg losing now.
Not now. I mean, they've just raced along. And, just get the feeling maybe some more runs here as well. It's just been a little bit short as well. See, again, that's quite short. Gets a chance to play the cut shot. Fielder this time. Just get there, just stop it. Whiteman, he's done his job in the airway. He goes, and he'll probably have a breather at the other end and allow Orsu to have this one to play with.
It's a learning curve for Ahmed as well. I know he likes to bowl his slow left arm offies, but you've got to have an arm ball in there as well.
Yeah, this one, you see, he's just quite happy just to sort of, I mean, he gets to one point in his action and he just releases the ball with no pace on it at all, which is fine. But you're right. I mean, once the batter picks that and he's playing you freely, you've got to change something, and he's not able to make that change. Good. It's the over that Luxembourg wanted, especially after that great over from Rahul Mangal, where 2 wickets fell in the over. They needed something. They needed a fight back, and that was the one they needed. 64 on the board, 4 wickets down, 18 deliveries to go, and off those 18, they only need 8 runs for victory.
Yeah, so France, you sort of feel they were pushing it as far as they could, but they're going to go away with another loss, you'd imagine, unless unless Amjad can do something big here. And this is where we go back to, again, their best bowlers only bowl 1 over.
Yeah.
And this is, they keep making the same mistake. The game's becoming dead, and they've still got their spearheads to bowl. You've got to bowl your spearheads up top and get ahead of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think maybe just change tactics slightly. It's quick, it's fast, and it beats the batter. Well taken by Jackson. Yeah, I mean, the change I like to make, they haven't done too much wrong in the bowling department, so I don't really pick at it too much, because really it's the batting that's letting them down. But I'd still like to see maybe Amjad here and Ramatullah Mangal bowl the first 3 overs between themselves, hold back Rahula Mangal, but then the 4th over, that's when I would introduce the spin of Ahmadzai, when you can actually set a better field to him. Bat onto ball to take the single. They know that's all they need to do. I mean, the captain Amjad is going to try everything. He's going to bend his back. He's going to hit the deck hard. He's going to want to try and get wickets. And I think the batters just have to play intelligently. Yeah, I think Whiteman will do that. I mean, he's a classy player. He'll be looking to use the pace of Amjad, and he probably looks to guide this ball into that 3rd man backward point area, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Tony Whiteman back on strike now. He's got to 18 off 7, taking his country home here.
Gets beaten, and well, the finger goes up. I must admit, I certainly didn't hear anything there, and I think Tony Whiteman looks a little bit surprised as well. Yeah, I don't know. Do you pick? Well, you can see Tyrone Peters. He's nodding the head straight away, saying, yeah, there's something on this. Well, see, there's the look of disbelief from Whiteman. But credit to him, he doesn't stick around. If the finger goes up, he knows he's got to go, so he departs. So it's a late wicket from the captain. And Amjad, he picked up his first wicket. But I don't think it's going to play too much a big part in this one. What's your thoughts on that?
It might have been one of those feather edges that we don't get to hear up here in the comm box, because the keeper, the bowler and the fielders at point and cover went straight up. They knew he was out, so maybe a feather edge through. Tony Whiteman will have to go. 18 off 8, some important boundaries. He hit 6, 4, 6 back to back to back, and well, that's exactly what he had to do to get his team in a strong position.
Yeah, I mean, we were saying that 1 good over would see this match go completely out of the grasp of France, and that's what looks like Tony Whiteman did do there of Zain Ahmed. But it's not done yet. They still need those 7 runs. Rahman Amjad is determined that they're not going to come off him. He's determined to pick up another wicket or 2. You can see he's still focused, still making sure his field is in the right place. And brings another man across, and it's Kanasane who comes across now into sort of 2 backward points. Well, this is funky, and he gets it right. It's going to be 4 runs. Well, how about that? That's how to play your first ball. Well, Marcus Coke comes out there. Well, we know the young man, he's played some good matches with the ball when he's bowling. Well, he's shown that he's got a bit of cojones here as well. This is a lovely shot. How about that? That's beautifully done. 1 or 2 players, much better batters than him, you would say, because where they come in the batting order have tried this, got it completely wrong. He gets it right first time.
Yeah, class shot from the young man. His very first ball, and showing that he's got a bit of cricket brain and an ounce about him. Finally getting the ring, and he just casually laps it for 4. So 3 to get now. Luxembourg looking for their 4th win.
Amjad would not have liked that. He's going to, well, clever from him, bowls a slow ball, but also good from Marcus. He reads it well and doesn't try to belt it, just gets bat on it. He takes a single.
Yeah, good batting, good bowling, bit of byplay between the 2. But, well, Luxembourg, after not winning one last year, Rico, they're going to have their 4th win here. It'll mean a lot to them and the country, and good on them as well. They've improved a lot.
They have improved a lot. They'll want to, if they can, finish it on this ball. They really would. Try and finish it with the... This is banged in. Well, I was thinking the quicker ball was going to come at some point. It does. It obviously goes over the shoulder, but not over the head, so it will be okay. Well, you can see Tyrone Peters saying, yeah, it was short, but it doesn't go over the head. The 2 umpires having a nice little chat about that as well. Nice to see that Azhar Ali and Tyrone Peters back together again there in the middle. And also a shout out to the other umpires that we've seen today already, Stefan Gooch and Nilkesh Patel. And Sir Rob Kemin, as we have a look at this. So it should be done and dusted. I think Luxembourg, once again, would have liked for it to have been done and dusted by now, but we are going into the 9th, 70 of 5. They require 2 runs for victory of 12 deliveries.
Yeah, absolutely. They would have liked to win it earlier, but credit to France where credit's due. Here comes the best bowler in Group C so far, Mangal.
Take the single, and this is what we're talking about, Rahmatullah Mangal. Bowling here when the game is done, it's a waste.
Such a waste.
It's such a waste. Such a great bowler, and he needs to be bowling when you've got a chance to get wickets, which would make a difference on the result. This is going to make no difference on the result.
No, he's coming in with everyone basically back, and even letting a single there is crazy enough. So disappointing we won't get to see a full second over from him, and that's just cricket education, and hopefully France can figure it out as the week progresses. It's a seed.
Beauty. Absolute beauty.
He is a real talent. He just gets it to nip both ways. I mean, that is an absolute peach, Rico.
Oh, what a ball.
Oh,
what a ball.
I love watching him bowl. Really does. 10 wickets in Group C in a team that hasn't won a game. Sensational. His economy rate, I don't have it in front of me, but it would be fantastic as well.
Yeah, what a bowler. And got 1 for 4 so far. And, well, who knows? Funnier things have happened. Swing and a miss once more. And you see, this is the other thing. Because of the way the situation is, Orsu can afford to do this. You know, he's just going to be swinging. If he gets a little edge, if the ball goes through anywhere, any part of the ground, that's it. Match is done. Score's tied here at the moment. So it's just so unfortunate that he hasn't been used at a time when, you know, there was a little bit more to do for Luxembourg. So let's see if he can pick up another wicket here. 3 more balls to see from him. Maybe.
Lovely action.
And they want to take it on. And in comes a throw. Well, if this hits, it's out, but it's not. They get the one they need. They get the victory. So Luxembourg, they keep marching on. It's another victory for them. They do it in the 9th over with 2 balls to go. So 8 balls. A victory by 8 balls still in the tank. It's not going to probably help the net run rate as much as they would have liked, but they will go back level at the top with Belgium with that victory. France, though, they're still left at the foot of the table, still searching for their first points. Once again, as we saw out there, they do a lot of things right with the ball. Maybe they can just make a few changes in getting bowlers coming to bowl in at points in the match where it could be more viable for them in getting a victory. But the batting has been the issue. When are they going to get that right? Who's going to stand up for them? But let's have a look at these highlights. Well, we were hugging because we were pumped because we saw the 1006 being hit of this championship, and it came off the bat of Timothy Barker, who we thought was going to go on to score a big score, but he wasn't able to. Went for tried to get this one elevated over the 30-yard circle, and there was that man again, the wicket-taking machine, Rahmatullah Mangal, taking another one. This was brutally close. Well, Gill was having a lie down and a nap, but he managed to stay in here. But he didn't last that much longer because we're going to see him having his stumps uprooted by Rahmatullah Mangal, who bowled one of the balls off this championship so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And credit to France for making a game of it and picking up a couple of wickets in this middle overs. And overall, well, Luxembourg, they did miss out on a chance for the net run rate, but Vikram V, he was trying his best of throwing their bodies around as that trickled away for 4, a little bit of hard luck. And you have to wonder, did Luxembourg miss a little bit of a trick? It wasn't through a lack of trying. I just think this French bowling lineup's really good at keeping the retreat. And this is the ball you're talking about, Rico.
Oh, this is an absolute corker, isn't it? They don't come any better than that. And what a sight that is for a fast bowler to be smashing the middle stump out of the ground. That's absolutely sensational. Well, there he is, Tony Whiteman, and we know what he does. He comes out into the middle, he does a few press-ups, and so he gets ready to go. Well, I'll tell you what, he was doing press-ups. He needs to be strong because when he goes back, he had Vikram Vij to have to sort out the two of them. Probably had a few words, but look, he does the right thing because I think he was right. It was a run. It's not taken. I think the captain hopefully will decide, yeah, I'm in the wrong there. But then, well, Tony Whiteman, he played some cracking shots of that expensive over from Zain Ahmed. It was the 8th over. We was able to get 14 from it, and that basically took the game away from them. There was a little snick here, according to the umpire, so he had to depart. But then we saw, well, Marcus Cope come out. Now, well, he loves the Costa del Sol, sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket, as he played a lovely scoop shot to get himself off the mark. And then there right at the end, well, if this hit, it would have been out, but he gets maybe a little bit lucky. The ball misses the stumps when they're attempting that very risky run out. They get the one that they need, they get the victory, and they do it with 8 balls to go. So Luxembourg, they keep on marching on, and sometimes maybe it's not convincing, but the thing is, a win is a win, and it's more points on the board from them. They will stay on level points with Belgium. Belgium, of course, they've got a tricky matchup coming up next against Malta. That's going to be an exciting one. And, well, Mr. Maximo, Vinny will be in for that one along with Corey Ruckers. They're going to take a little bit of a break, maybe mingle with a nice, healthy fan zone that we have. People out there enjoying the cricket here. Let's have a quick look at the scorecard here. So, did it the hard way once again. Timothy Barker once more made a good start, but he got out. And it was a good catch taken by Ramatullah Mangal to remove him. William Cope, he was disappointed, I think, to get out on 4 the way and the manner in which he got out. Karen Gill was, well, he was done by an absolute corker. And a great bit of bowling from Rahul Mangal that got him out. And, well, Vikram Vij looked like he was set to get the victory for his team before he ran himself out. But Tony Whiteman, the man who was involved with that run out, he played some dashing shots to basically almost get them to victory, and just left it to the wicket-keeper batter, Osru and Marcus Cope to get the winning runs for them. So it ends up being a fairly comfortable victory for Luxembourg. Looked like they had it in the bag all the time. France again will go away from that match with the same thing and thought in their mind. 20-30 more runs and the match could and maybe would have been there. Somebody of them has to start performing and scoring runs. Well, we've got more excitement to come as we leave you with that match summary. It's going to be a repeat of a match that we saw yesterday between Malta and Belgium. Belgium were able to contain Malta to around 90 runs and then knock them off pretty quickly. And Malta, though, they have been exciting themselves. They've got some exciting players. Maybe in the last couple of games they haven't all clicked. If they do click, but they can give Belgium a really tight game. Well, we've seen a low-scoring one here, but we could see a bit of a run feast between these two teams. And remember, that match is coming up in about 90 minutes' time. Corey Ruckers and Vinny Sandu will be with you in approximately 15 minutes' time to take you through that match. I'm going to take a little bit of a break, but I will see you back a little bit later on. So for now, it's time for me to say adios, for a little while at least, and leave you to have a few minutes to ponder about a thought about lunch. Maybe get yourself something to eat. Maybe I'll have a thought about something to eat as well. But Corey and Vinny will be right back in about 50 minutes for the start of that match, match number 13. And we know funny things happen in match number 13. Malta are taking on Belgium. Adios y hasta pronto.
Hello, it's Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sander for the European Cricket Network, joining the action here on day 3 of Group C, and it's match 13 coming up. We know that some spooky things can happen in match 13. It's going to be Malta versus Belgium. Let's go out to the middle where Rob Kemming is with the 2 captains for the coin toss.
Your call. Heads. Tails is called. It is heads. We're going to ball first. Ball first.
So it is Malta captain Bikram Arora that wins the toss, and he says that he wants to bowl first. Well, interesting one for me, but I just think that Malta fancy their chances chasing. I think I also don't really want to give Belgium a target, because we know sometimes their batting can be a little bit, I suppose, over-aggressive if they are batting first and they don't really have a target to focus on. So I think that Malta are just hoping that Belgium implode a bit and go a bit all out in the top order, and it might backfire. But I've got to say that Belgium, they've been looking pretty good now. They're on a bit of a heater. They're 4-1. Their only loss coming to Luxembourg earlier in the week. They had a good win earlier in the day against the Scotland 11 as well, and I'm sure that Belgium would like to make it 5 out of 6. Malta, though, they're having a pretty good time as well. They're 2-2, and I think that if their big players fire, they're a handful for any opponent. So I'm really looking forward to this one as we get ready for the start of match 13. Corey Ruckers is in the dream box. I'll be up there very shortly, Corey. I can tell you the news from the toss is Bikram Arora of Malta. He's won the toss and he's going to have a bowl.
Thank you very much and welcome back, Vinny Sandu, as we see the 2 lineups slowly making their way out to the middle once they pack their chairs away, and looking forward to this clash as Malta sending Belgium in, and 2 opening batsmen there will definitely enjoy this opportunity to go and smack it around in the power play. And we have a look at the 2 lineups, and very dangerous lineups. There are some players that stand out. Basil George for Malta, we know, with Bikram Arora. And then on the Belgian side, let's have a look. Syed Shah's down there. Also Sajjad Ahmedzai's been handy with the ball. Omid Rahimi, he comes in at 6, gives it a whack. And also Omid Malik Kel, he will be opening again. So another opportunity for him to impress at the top of the order. Look at the expected scores. They're saying it's going to be a close one. I think Belgium will go in as heavy favourites for this. They're starting to find their T10 form, but Malta have had glimpses as well in this tournament that they are a team to be reckoned with, and if they are going to go get a double chance or get close to a double chance, Malta will have to get a win in this one, you would imagine, as the players make their way out to the middle on this sunny Wednesday here in Spain. Andalusia region, gorgeous part of the world, and a perfect time to stage the ECC. When cracked over 1,000, 1,006 already in this tournament, a remarkable number. As we see the players slowly get into their positions, and so do our standing officials. Good luck to them as well. So big game this, Belgium ticking along. And Malta, well, they'll be hoping for a little bit of an upset. Wednesday's moving day, we like to call it. And the ECN usually starts to separate the men from the boys in the group standings. In this group, though, it does feel like it's going to be very tight indeed for that second spot. So we're almost ready to go in this one. It'll be the normal Bilal Khan with the new ball, left arm swing bowler. Pretty handy indeed. Deep backward square and deep fine leg of the 2 boundary riders. Also starting with a slip. That's maybe a little bit adventurous, but you never know. There's Malikel and Suleiman are the opening batsmen. We're almost ready for this one. Here we go. Ball 1, game 3 Wednesday. Well bowled. Well bowled. Gets that big swing in, and the inside edge goes to fine leg. And that'll open up the scoring. So it'll be interesting to watch Belgium bat first. When they've batted first a few times, they haven't made a big score. They've been pretty good at chasing. So maybe that's the reason Malta won the toss and elected to bowl first in this. But Belgium, we know they only know one way as the slip comes out. So well, if you're going to have a slip for one ball for one batsman, you'd imagine you'd have it for both for one, but going back to their senses and putting slip to mid-wicket. It's a full and a yes-no, but should just be a dot ball in the end. A little bit of a yes-no maybe between the 2.
बढ़िया बिली boy. Same line man.
Say hello to everyone in the chat. Cricket Maya, hope you're doing well out there, and I'm sure we'll see you next week. And everyone in India via fan code and our network partners around the world, hope you're all well and hope you're all settled in on, hopefully sitting somewhere comfortably and ready to watch this one. This should be a good game. Oh, that's an absolute seed. That is swung such a long way. Well, Suleiman was in a different postcode there. He's missed that by a long way. Oh, yeah. That is a skerrick away from clattering into the off stump. Full again, getting in that Yorker. Really impressive start this is by Bilal Khan. Good bowling. Both batsmen off the mark though. Always a nice feeling as an opening batter. So no boundaries just yet in this clash. You know it's brewing though. You just know that Belgium sort of style, clearing that front leg's going to come into it pretty soon. Again, good swing, and they'll scamper through for a single. He throws it, so just the one. Lucky to get an inside edge on that one. Easily could have gone through the gate as well. Good opportunity to welcome back good friend and co-commentator and first time today, Vinny Sandhu. Good morning or good afternoon.
Well, it is good afternoon. Good morning some places. It's kind of the morning for me. I had a pretty relaxed start to the day. I was following along. I was lurking from our base at the Sunset Beach Club. Some interesting cricket, that's for sure. Yeah, thanks very much, Corey. Thanks to Rico as well for doing a great job this morning. There's the cutter from Bilal Khan. He finishes the first over pretty well. 3 without loss after 1.
What an over. Sensational over.
Quick question. You've got 2 seconds. Have more teams won batting first or second in this tournament?
Second.
I knew you'd be wrong because it's exactly the same. After,
well, you've sold me up the river there.
After 60 matches. Isn't that interesting, though? But Group A and Group B, slight kind of advantage to batting first. I mean, probably not conclusive. There's been more chasing victories here in this group so far. So it pegs back to 30-30. 30 all. Good tennis score.
Very interesting. Very interesting. I wonder what it's like under lights.
Ooh, yeah, interesting. Yeah, but I mean, it's good statistical information, which I'm sure the captains will look at. And we don't really have the dew factor that we have when we have morning games here that we've had before at Cartama Oval. Well, anyway, so 50-50 exactly. See how that progresses. Now here's Wasim Abbas, who's going to bowl over number 2. He's been a bit hit and miss with the ball. If he misses his length against some of these Belgians, I think he's going to go the journey. But if he gets it right, he's a handful, no doubt about that. Here he is bowling to Omid Malikkal. He gets a short ball, pulls it away, and I think that's well fielded. Seemed to be a clean one for me. They'll only get a single in the end. Well, if he has stopped this without touching the rope, he's done very, very well there, Amar Sharma.
Yeah, I think he's done brilliantly. That was definitely going to go for 4, but he dived across.
Just look at his last step before he launches here. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. It's all fine.
Well done. Really well done.
Really good work. Amar Sharma is a bit of a giant crab, really. Moves sideways really well from the boundary. He says there's more work for him. He's going to move sideways, but not fast enough this time. That's to his left, and that's going to be a boundary. The first to Mohammed Suleiman. Yeah,
nice shot there. In that big pocket of space down at deep mid-wicket. They've got third man back, but I think for Belgium, maybe you want to have 2 deep on the leg side, potentially. They only know one way, and that is to carve it through mid-wicket.
So how's your morning with Rico? I've been lurking along.
Yeah, it's been good. Thanks, Vinny.
Hooks this. It's too short. Way too short from Abbas. That one's into the cheap seats. Maximo. I know we're past 1,000. We've started the second 1,000, and the way that Belgium are batting, they could be making a good start on it.
Yeah, once you go back of a length to someone that's trying to carve it over the leg side, well, you're always in a bit of strife, and he just has to catch up with it, and that's exactly what he does. 6 runs.
Yeah, so I think one of the first overs I tuned in for was the one where Scotland were playing a bunch of reverse kind of laps with 3 fielders in there, and you were pretty much losing your marbles in real time.
It was just poor cricket. No fine leg, no 45.
I enjoyed it. In the air. Now the fielder, he's got to play on this, does he? Or does he? He does not. In fact, he needs a compass because he got lost and without a trace. He didn't know where he was going there, Prasath. And the result's going to be another boundary for Belgium.
Yeah, look, that one maybe half an opportunity, maybe even just a quarter opportunity, but in the end, it does clear him and he can't tap it back. So 4-6-4, and here come Belgium.
Yeah, that one was a bit of a steepler, wasn't it? The wind is kind of going to mid-on or long-on from the bat at the moment. So it's kind of coming back towards Prasath rather than drifting away. Now, we have 2 fielders in this region of the ground. That's what they're using at the moment for outfielders.
Yeah, so Malta, after a good first over, getting a little bit of tap here. Definitely want regular wickets to try and stop this dangerous batting lineup. It's not easy.
Abbas tries to get out of this over. It's gone for 16. Make that 17. And so, much better over from Belgium. The score is 20 with that loss after 2. Got to say, this is where I kind of would like to see them bowl Bilal out with the new ball, because I think it's just a bit more dangerous with it. You've got some other options down the stretch. Let's have a look at the run rates here. And it's been a little bit light on for runs actually in Group C so far. And it's actually now meant that the overall run rate's taken a bit of a dip. 11.3 compared to 11.5 last year. But you can see that kind of 110 to 120 seems to be par. But in Group C, it seems like you can get away with less.
Yeah, okay, so 113's par this year. Interesting.
Yeah, last year, 115. Group A, 112. Group B, 117. Yeah, I think France are really struggling for runs. They might be letting the team down a bit as far as the Group C run rate. They seem to be consistently struggling to hit the 10 and over. Edge and go straight past Patanka. It just didn't react in time. It's 4 off the edge of Malik Kell, and Prasath won't be too happy. We saw one get perilously close to him. This one just flies past the tank.
Well, yeah, that's a sitter in the end. You have to call it that. It's an edge, and whoa.
He puts his gloves where he thinks the ball is, and here's the thing. The ball wasn't there.
That's a bad miss.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Patanka is he's a tank with gloves. I wouldn't say he's kind of a born wicket keeper. He's actually done pretty well with that one. He just didn't react in time. Don't know whether he didn't pick it up off the bat. One of the things about keeping, it's a hard skill to master, but you almost have to expect a tough one every ball, because otherwise when it happens, because most of the time nothing happens. The ball just comes through to you, or you don't even need to do anything. It's a bit like slips fielding that way. You have to be ready for that hanger, so that you're not kind of caught by surprise when that thick edge comes.
Yeah, it's an opportunity though, and to beat Belgium, you need to take most of your opportunities. So, early life for Malikel.
Another edge, and this is going to be 4. So, well, Belgium certainly testing the patience, I think, of the Maltese fielders and the Maltese skipper at the moment, Bikram Aurora. Again, this isn't anything but a false shot, but it will be another boundary.
Yep, another boundary. So they're off to a good start now, Belgium. Even though a couple of edges have gone their way for 4 this over, they won't mind. Doesn't matter how you get them, just get them.
Third man's come a little bit fine up. He still is in the circle, Justin Sharchu. More towards the middle of the bat. Malik Kell gets a run. I wonder what their A team opening lineup looks like. Suleiman's done very well since he's been there. I know they like to bat Ali Raza at 3. This one's a bit slower than he thinks, I think, Mohamed Suleiman.
Yeah, it's tough. They're obviously experimenting. I still think Munib Mohammed has a lot to offer at the top.
Yeah, I would agree with that. So obviously he's not in the side this game. He's trying to use all their resources. Remember, he has been carrying a bit of a hand injury ever since ECS in Belgium as well. So obviously giving a chance to Malik Kell. very close to the bat, but not quite edge. It's the end of the over, and after 3, Belgium haven't lost a wicket, but they haven't really blasted the power play either. 30 without loss after 3. Yeah, the table in Group C continues to develop, doesn't it? And yeah, Scotland 11, there's a fair bit off that top 2 now. We'll see them a little bit later in the day, but right now Belgium and Luxembourg 4-1. They're the form teams in this group.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a big game. I mean, Malta win this, they'll still be thinking about trying to get into second. Scotland have to win at least 2 of their next 3, and well, there's plenty of permutations here. Who would have thought Luxembourg would be second?
Yeah, true. And the other thing is, you don't have to be a mathematician to know that France are in big trouble. They are...
The guillotine, Vinny.
You think so?
Bringing it back. I think the French are done.
Early call. We have seen teams come back from an 0-6.
Well, you think that's an early call?
Well, still got 3 games to go. Never underestimate the French. If you look at history, you understand that's it's a good lesson we can learn. Yeah, but yeah, they are struggling, no doubt about that. Okay, now we're going to see some spin. And it's going to be Bikram Aurora who's going to bowl. And shocker, another outside edge. It's going to run away for 4. Well, fast or slow. And they're still going to go the same way. 4 runs home in Malakal.
Well, it might be worth them just putting that man a little bit finer for the edge. That's 3 now in that region. Tough game sometimes.
Yeah, it's frustrating. But yeah, Aurora being used as a kind of secondary spin option. I know they've got Amish Sharma, but I do like the fact he bowls left arm orthodox here. Got 2 right-handers at the crease. It's not a good ball though. Drags it leg side. It's an easy put away. Well, that one's going to wake everyone up in the HL software tent. Well, there's Shub. He's going to launch it a long way. But the result, Quattro Caderas Mas this time. It's more on the bowler, I think, than the batter, because someone was asking to be hit.
Yeah, it's a Gundy ball, isn't it? Miles down the leg side. And Shub, great fielding from him. He saves a few of the sleepy Scottish out there.
He's wiry, Shub, but he can launch it. Better bowling. Better bowling. Gets the length right in the line right that time. Well, now they think of a second because there's some sort of weird pass-the-parcel action going on between those 2 fielders, but ultimately they get in pretty quickly. So just a single. I want to say quick hello to a few people as well. Hello to Ricky Rakib in the comment section, and Tarek as well. Bapi Kamarka is there as well. And this ball is not here anymore because that one is going to be in the fan zone. That's rattling the Victoria Cerveza flag. Maximal Aurora, I like him as an option, but he's going to have to stop bowling bad balls. That was an easy put away.
Yeah, I think anyone can put that one away. It was short, it's over leg stump, and, well, nice shot for 6, and, well, Belgium are really ticking now.
I'd rather they at least try and take you down the ground than let them get back and smack it leg side. So, yeah, this is more of a challenge kind of delivery. So it'll just be 1.
Do you see anyone in this group stopping Belgium?
Belgium stopping Belgium. Belgium are their own worst enemy sometimes. You know, they can come up with a shocker. We've seen that before. Really tosses this up. A lot of work for the fielder, who does very, very well. Uses his whole torso to stop that one. Excellent piece of work on the boundary.
Yeah, brilliant work. Really, really good work. He gets down, he saves 2 runs for his country, and that's what Malta need to do.
Yeah, so that's the end of the 4th over. It's 48 without loss. I mean, look, here's the thing. People seem to judge on recent performances, and I can understand that. But, I mean, it wasn't too long ago that Luxembourg gave Belgium a pasting, and everyone was saying, Belgium are nowhere. Where's the old Belgium? What's wrong with Belgium? To be honest, it's their only loss. But it just shows you that, I mean, can anyone stop them? I think, probably with the exception of France, they could be beaten by any one of the other 3 teams in the group on any given game. They play a high-risk, high-return type of cricket that's exciting. It is effective more often than not in this format. But, yeah, this is a very, very entertaining group. And I still think, okay, with the exception of France, who have been disappointing, mainly just their batting, by the way. It's not their bowling and fielding as much. The top 4 teams can all beat each other.
Well, Rebecca Lee in the chat thinks Malta will stop Belgium, but right now it looks like it's a long shot.
Well, let's see how it goes anyway. Now, this is a full toss, and this is going to disappear. It's going to go over the 10th this time. Maximal Eldest Matthew Well, he just comes and rocks in, bowls a full bunger, and that one is dispatched. Brings up the 50 as well for Belgium.
Yeah, it's a Gundy ball, and it goes the long way. You can't bowl that to anyone in this group. 6 runs, and, well, Belgium, they're ticking on. Put into bat, and I think they're pretty happy about it.
Yeah, I'm going to say the lengths haven't been good in the last couple of overs. It's fine to have a variety of bowling styles and options, but you still have to bowl well. With 10 wickets in hand, you just know Belgium are going to throw the bat at pretty much everything from here.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're missing their margins quite a bit, Moultrie.
Yeah.
They look more a batting side for me. There's a couple of overs they bowl from maybe part-timers, and it's just not great.
Do you think it's a batter's wind at the moment as well, especially for the right-handers, kind of going straight down the ground, slightly mid-on-ish. Which is where he tries to smack this, but he misses. I want to say hello also to Michael Germany, who's in the comment section. Hello to Phil, he's watching from the Czech Republic. Hope you're well. To Maya, again, thanks for your generosity, Maya. We appreciate it. We can't wait to see you here. And everybody else, thank you for joining us. Patrick Bateman as well. He just thinks that Malta can hit big, but he thinks this is going to be a grubbing. I think he means drubbing. Is a grubbing a dirty drubbing?
Yeah, it's not one that I've heard of before.
Well, this is going high, and it's going long and strong. Well, they need to put the fielders behind the tents at the moment, because that's where most of these kookaburras are landing. Maximal, Belgium running away in this middle part of the innings.
Yeah, Matthew, he is unfortunate here to go straight at leg stump, and well, basically it's a free helping for this batting lineup. I mean, when you bowl half volleys on middle and leg, you expect Belgium to put it away. That's what they do well. They did it last year as well. And anything that's a half volley at middle or leg stump, they absolutely smoke it.
So you've got to get the lengths right. He's been too full, he's been too short as well in this over.
Where would you bowl to Belgium, Vinny?
If in doubt, you go full, you try and hit your Yorker.
Wide?
Not necessarily, but yeah, maybe. Just Yorker length. Hit the crease, try and get the ball to pitch between their feet. And we get it wrong, you get it really wrong, although this is in the eck. And it has been caught. But, well, this is one I think they'll have to have a look at, because wicket falls. It's been given on the field. I think they're going to ask some help. Everyone's just kind of wandering around. But, yeah. I think the batter's sticking around, probably waiting to say, well, how high is that? I've got a feeling it's pretty high.
It's tough when he charges.
Yeah, he charges. Yeah, this is the thing. If you're at the crease, you have to work out if you're at the crease, would it be below the waist or not? Honestly, don't know.
When he's down the wicket, that's over waist, but the question is the ball coming down with 2 meters to go? I mean, tough one.
It is tough. It is coming down a bit. This is the wording of the rule as well. If you're not sure, you're meant to give it to the batter. So it's an awkward one. I feel, my instinct is telling me it probably would be just okay. But he's charging, and that's what the square leg umpire is saying. The square leg umpire, I think, has said he thinks it's a legal delivery. It'll be a really interesting call, and it's one that, to be honest, I think could go either way.
I think it's going to be given a no ball. That's my gut feel, but let's see.
They've given it out.
Okay, well, I'm wrong.
Well, it's one that could have gone either way, and I suppose by charging, he's... Well, I mean, by the letter of the law, if you're not sure, then it should be a no ball. That's what our playing conditions say. But I suppose the umpire is saying he is short. And I think it is more likely than not it would have been below the waist if he was standing in the standing position at the crease. So I just suppose that's one that Suleiman should have hit out of the ground but didn't. But yeah, you were saying where would I bowl? I try and hit my Yorker. I think that's always something you can go back to. But again, the margins of error not particularly good. The fact he's on the charge does make it tough to judge. You have to be a geometrist to try and work it out. But anyway, I can tell you it is the first wicket that has fallen now. Prasad takes the catch, and in the 5th over, the score is 60 for 1.
Yeah, nice innings from Suleiman. 35 off 16, 4 sixes and 2 fours. So he'll be happy with that, and doesn't get any easier for Malta here. That was a lucky wicket, really.
Yeah.
Ali Raza, who's in good form, he comes in next.
I'd say if you're going to miss Yorker, miss it full rather than short. He did that. Somehow got a wicket, Elders Matthew. Ali Raza has been dangerous today. He comes out, gets a low full toss. He'll get off the mark with 1. I want to say a quick hello to Steve McVeigh as well. Hope you are well. Nice to see you back in the comment section.
Very good bowling, Wildo.
Rebecca Lee thinks the collapse will start now. Well, you're going to have to go through Ali Raza And he was dishing it out on all fronts in the earlier game.
I think even if they had a batting collapse, they'll still be hitting 2 boundaries and over.
Yeah.
That's what they can do from now. They're well
wrong.
ahead.
Not wrong there. Nice ball for Matthew coming up with this over. Slightly slower ball, I think. He knocked out to point, and that will be the end of the over. So it is 62 for 1 after 5 overs, and the players may stop for a quick drinks break, and it gives us an opportunity to welcome you to the Dream Box. It is Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Corey Ruckers. I did have a bit of a sleepy morning, I suppose, at the Sunset Beach Club. I even took a dip in the Mediterranean. It was pretty cold, not going to lie to you, but yeah, I just thought that I'd take the opportunity to have a bit of R&R. But you've been all action here so far, starting with the Scots, who were a bit disappointing, and yeah, some interesting lineup selections as well for the Scotland team.
Yeah, I don't know if you've heard anything about that, but yeah, their 2 best batsmen were missing. I'm not too sure the reasons. I have been in the comm box all morning, but did you have any idea?
I'm not so sure. I mean, I thought part of me thought it could have been to do with, okay, we'll take them out and say to the other guys, well, hold on, these guys have been saving you. You guys go out there and you know, someone step up. Didn't really happen, did it? They couldn't get out of the 90s against Belgium. Didn't prove to be enough. And then Luxembourg, I mean, yeah, 4-1 now. France, again, just cannot stick it, can they? They just cannot get enough runs. But that's been the story so far today. Great job between you and Rico. And I know that you'll be having the afternoon off and the evening off. What are you planning to get up to?
I'm actually going to stay at the lodge on site. I'm staying at the ground tonight with Alistair and Danny.
Okay, wonderful. So yeah, it's a great facility here. I want to say a big hello to everyone that is watching on Fancode, of course, in the Indian subcontinent, everyone that's watching on our international broadcast partners as well. And don't forget, we have cricket, not just in this tournament. We have cricket all through the year, 45 consecutive weeks of cricket. In fact, this year we should do over 1,000 matches of cricket on ECM. We did over 1,200 last year, so it is a lot. But
and you missed it.
It's a lot
the
of action.
1,000th maximum
I
of
didn't miss
VCC.
it. I was watching, and it was a Luxembourg player that hit it. Who was it again?
Who was it?
I didn't see who hit it.
I'm just testing you. You said you saw it.
Well, I saw it.
Well, I
didn't
want to
say
test
who
you
hit
then.
it.
Who hit it?
I'm going to go out on a limb and say it was Barker.
Wrong.
Who was it?
Barker.
Was it?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Good guess. But, well, that kind of feeds into it, the crickathon question today, doesn't it? Which I know was mentioned before. Maybe we'll mention it again. Because you can't really make it any easier then. I don't mind giving a bit of help to some of our viewers. And the robot piping in. 1,200 matches planned for this year on the ECN. I like that. Here's Sharma with an off spinner. That is wide of the mark and called wide.
Yeah, 1,200 matches. Quite incredible, isn't it, Vinny? Going to more spin. Sharma now.
Sharma, so gone from left arm spin to right arm spin. He doesn't want to bowl short because that's what's going to happen. Maximo! I don't care who you are. You get a half tracker from the off spinner with this wind, which is now coming pretty much left to right on your screen. It's going to disappear, and that one does 6 runs.
Too many loose balls overall, and Malta, they elected to bowl, but you've got to be strong and tight with your lines, and they're just bowling the odd ball that's getting whacked for 6.
Back to live action. This one's hit straighter. Now here's the thing with Malta. They actually bowled and fielded really well, and Bikram Aurora captained really well against Luxembourg yesterday. And they bowled to their plan, they executed. But it's been an execution problem here. I think hit too many bad balls, you called it. Sharma again. This is probably one that's not in the middle length kind of thing. Still fairly comfortable to hit horizontally.
It's over the leg stump though, middle leg stump, and there's no one. There's only one person back there, so he gets away with that.
So yeah, this was the question. Actually, that might have been yesterday's question. I'll have to pull that back, and we'll find today's question. So we're going to miss this time from Omid Malik Kel. Sharma. This is more where he needs to be. This isn't where he needs to be. Missed by 1, missed by 2. Now, it's basically a cavalcade of Sydney Harbour Bridges, and Malta give away 5 for nothing.
Well, basically, they're just letting Belgium get away with this match. 5 free runs. Oh, that really hurts. And here's your question.
There we go. Who will hit the 1,000th maximum of ECC 22? We now know the answer's Tim Barker from Luxembourg. And then the question of the week, don't forget, what are the ways in which AI and the Internet of Things could transform the experience of game viewing? Visit cricketon.com. You could be in the running to win an internship with HCL if they like your answers. Right in the air, but this is going to be just wide of the fielder, and he's done himself like an absolute dinner. Well, I've got the physics of how this happens, but it's Bilal who's sprawled on the ground, and the wheels are falling off the fielding at the moment for Malta.
Well, the wheels are off, Vinny. It's basically the Flintstones running on feet because he runs too far, and it does plug, but still they're just giving him so many free runs with poor bowling and poor fielding.
I've seen that a bit. I can explain how that happens, but I'll have to wait one ball, I think. This is going to be into the gap as well. Fielder will come around. What happens is when the ball hits the turf, because it's quite spongy turf, it slows down a lot. Now, if you're running full bore, you're anticipating the bounce to skid a bit more. So when it actually holds up, then it stops, but you keep going, and that's how he ends up overrunning it. Anyway, it's 81 for 1 after 6 overs. Belgium on 135 pace at the moment, looking pretty good.
Yeah, they do look good. They've had a little bit of help, but they are still hitting the poor balls, and that's what you got to do. They've tried 6 bowlers. You're right, Bilal Khan could have bowled 2 at the top, but yeah, no one else is really looking great. Varun Prasath, well, they go back to him now, the left arm seam.
I know you lose him at the end if you bowl him in the third, but I think I would more often than not. If he bowls a good first over, that is.
Well, he swings the ball. It's wicket taking.
You got and get him when the conditions are good, and you can really put Belgium on the back foot. As it was, you know, the second over went for 17. I would have brought him back. Since then, we've had overs of 10, 18, 14, and 19. So he sticks out like a sore thumb, doesn't he? Just having a look at this ball at the moment, the umpires. But I want to say a big thank you to everyone that has contributed to the interaction.
Who do you think's the second best team in this group?
So you're saying Belgium at top?
Yep. It's tough, isn't it?
Right now, Luxembourg.
They've played France twice in their 4 wins. You still think Luxembourg?
It's going to go off the table.
I was thinking Malta yesterday, but they're just looking a little bit lethargic here.
Short answer, I don't know. And I like it. I don't know.
It is a weird one, isn't it? We don't really have a
top 4. So I don't even think Belgium is streets ahead of the opposition either.
Are we going to see the best of Scotland soon, do you think?
I think there comes a time where, okay, a lot of the Scottish guys, it's a learning curve adapting this form of game, but it's kind of adapt or die, isn't it? you've got to do it. This will be played out. It's made me nervous as well at the moment because Malta have had the yips a bit in the field. This one is stopped.
It's another game that's proving to me that left arm seam so effective. You've got 2.2 overs. That's 14 balls of left arm seam go for 13 runs, and the rest have been clattered.
Yeah. Prasath being bowled out here in the 7th. Ali Raza, really get under this one. They're thinking a 2 here because it is in the gap. It's not quite there. Tell you what, it was a bit of theatre in the last game. That mix-up between Tony Whiteman and Vikram Vich, followed by a few theatrics. And then Tony, I thought he was going to win the game for Luxembourg and then walk off pretty smug. He almost did. Got him in a good position.
Well, I still think Vikram, if he just runs, he's there. He didn't trust him.
It's a big stop sign he put up, wasn't it? Anyway, all's well that ends well. This is missed time down the ground by Omid Malik Kel, but it will be single. He moves to 39.
What is it about left arm seam, Vinny? What is it? Because right now, this is the first over in a while. We haven't seen a boundary. It's just the angle. Because when we see right arm bowlers come around, they get clattered.
Yeah, I think it's the angle because, yeah, I don't really know how to put my finger on it, but we know they're dangerous because they can come across you but also bring the ball back. This is right off the end of the bat. Will this be stopped? Well, how about this? This is one of the great moves we've ever seen. The first touch is good. The second one is too powerful, and it's booted for 4.
Well, this is why Malta aren't in the World Cup of football. This is shocking. You've got to get down and use your hands. Look at this. He passes it to his mate and, well, takes it past him. And he just absolutely boots it.
It's off the right and booted by the left. I mean, that is a world-class striker's finish with the left foot if ever I saw one.
Leo Messi would be proud, but use your hands, people. That's what they're for.
Oh, wow. That's Basil George. Boom, boom. He's got a booming boot on him as well as Basil.
So he should get,
he couldn't have timed that any better off his left foot.
He should get penalty runs for that. That should be 4 penalty runs, double the punt penalty.
Would he lose 2 shoes for that?
Yep, 100%.
All right, last ball the over. And, well, it's not going to go well at all for Malta because it should have been one last ball. It was 4. Ali Raza stays on strike, pumps it for 6. 7 overs down now, and Belgium are 94 for 1.
Yeah, they're flying away, and that last ball, it's swinging back into the stumps, and he gets it. So a 4 and a 6, and that really hurts that over.
Well, let's have a look at how you can get in touch with us as well, because we do love when you get interactive, and I've loved having messages from all around the world at my social media at Mr. Maximo. Drop us a line anytime on Instagram and Twitter particularly, or maybe even Facebook, and Querno, your details there as well. But you can also follow us at European Cricket on Instagram, Twitter and Facebook. And if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, because, of course, we have ECS cricket going all around Europe. Be part of the circus, be part of the adventure as the T10 cavalcade runs around Europe 45 weeks a year, and you can spend some more time with us if you want to. You think people would want to do that?
Yeah, I think they spend quite a lot.
Something we really appreciate our viewers. Well, they're a big part of the story. All right, here's Matthew, I should say, coming back, and yeah, gets it right. So I mean, that's where he needs to be more often than not.
I think the biggest thing for Malta, we know how dangerous their batting is, but if they're going to go and somehow win this Group C, they've got to find a good 10 overs, and I think they're still on that discovery search to find out who is the 10 overs for them.
Yeah, I can see where you're going with that. Maya in the comment section saying she got a reply from Corey today. Ah, Corey. Nice you had time to get back to Maya. Well, that's a really good Yorker. That's where you got to be, and to get a good batter out, you got to bowl good balls. Matthew comes up with a couple of good Yorkers. This one cleans up Ali Raza, and well, good sportsmanship. He goes and gives him a pat on the back, saying, "Bad luck." Obviously, that one was a bit too good for you. Anyway, he's dismissed now, and the score 95 for 2.
Yeah, good sportsmanship, and that's a great ball. That really is. You can't beat the traditional Yorker. Lands it perfectly, and that's one of the best deliveries we've seen today to get a very dangerous batsman.
So Matthew comes up with the goods there to remove Ali Raza. He's a very, very dangerous player. We know that, but he'll go no further in this one. He is dismissed, bowled by Eldest Matthew for 13 off 6 balls. The score 95 for 2 in the 8th. So here's the thing with Malta. I mean, they haven't been blasted out of this, despite a few self-inflicted wounds, I think, in this innings. Right now, Malta on kind of 130, Belgium, I should say, on 130 pace. Be a big chase, but we know that Malta, they've got some players that if they get going, they can be very destructive. New batter comes out to the middle, and Sherry Butt. He's facing up to Matthew. It's short, pulled away. Deep square leg's got this one covered, just a single. So you've got to reply to Maya, that's nice.
Yeah.
Maya should be here next week as well.
And that's what I heard, so yeah, great to see some more German supporters come out and support the national team.
I know that Maya actually did a guest stint on commentary last year. Did an over or two up here with me. I think she did quite a good job as well.
You have to get her back up here, Vinny. You and Rico.
Could do. Right now in the middle, Belgium just hitting a little bit of a lull. And this is an overcooked Yorker. You hit this wherever you like. It's going to be 1 bounce 4. And so Ahmed Malik Kell edges towards his half century literally as he moves to 44.
Yeah, well, gets that one away pretty easily. And unfortunately, Malta, every time they feel like they're doing something right, they do something wrong. And that's a freebie. Nice shot, 4 runs.
Probably just below the waist again. But Matthew, yeah, when he's missed his Yorker, he's often missed it by a lot. He got a wicket almost with the ball exactly like that earlier. But yeah, he has to try and go back to the ball that got Ali Raza. Ahmed Malik Kell. He wants his 50, won't get it here. This is hanging in the air, and well, can't get there in the end. I feel like he probably got it within his range. Unfortunately, he couldn't hold on. 100's up now, and up to 101 after that shot. But yeah, it felt like this was almost an opportunity to get Malik Kell.
Yeah, ballooned up in the air for a long time. He does get there, but it's a tough opportunity.
Doesn't get off his feet. As I often say, you have to plan a dive a little bit, 3 or 4 steps out, so you kind of set yourself for it. But by the time he probably needs to dive, he's just not organised enough to do it. Matthew's gone for 21, picked up 2 wickets. Last ball will be a dot. So just sneaks that one inside. 8 overs down. Belgium 101 for 2.
Yeah, the old traditional leave early on in his innings, but 101 for 2. Nice over. Landed a couple of Yorkers, kept the runs down, and Malta, they've made a few errors in the field, but they're trying their best and electing to bowl first. If they can keep Belgium under 120, I think they'll be okay with that.
Yeah, I think they will, and they back themselves to do that, but also it kind of leaves the door slightly ajar, doesn't it, for Malta? Yeah, I know you love the worm. Talk me through what the worm's telling us here.
Well, obviously it's going up the right way.
It's all about gradients.
Oh, when are we going to get rid of that worm?
2023.
You promised me.
I've sent emails. We're working on it. All right, here we go. It all happens in the 9th, and here we go. They're going back to Bilal in this key over. And this is in the air. Fielder is coming around. Should take this, and does. So that was well held down there. That's Eldos Matthew. Goes from bowler to fielder. He swaps places with Bilal. Bilal comes back with immediate effect. His first wicket in match 13. And Belgium, they lose a third now. It's 101 for 3. Malik Kell won't make his 50. He's dismissed for 45.
Yeah, unfortunately, he didn't get it out the middle of the bat. It was in the right area to go as well. He sort of cloths it. It's a big wicket. More importantly, it's a dot ball for Malta.
Yeah, it is. Let's see who they send out. Whoever it is, I can guarantee they will be swinging for the fences. Nice catch from Matthew. Judged it pretty well to his side. You see, he's not probably thrilled at some of the things that have gone on in his first 8.1 overs. But Omid Malik Kell sets the table nicely. 45 off 25 for him. 11 balls remaining. 101 on the board. That's 101 for 3.
Nice hitting. Really nice hitting from him. Good innings. And a big smile on his face. Brings Sabakel. Sabazakil, I should say, to the crease, and we call him Insana because he is crazy and he tries to hit it so hard, it's unbelievable.
He does. He probably doesn't have to try and hit it that hard because his technique's excellent, his hands are excellent. I still think I'd like to see him opening one game just to try, so he's come in late in the game in so many situations here. I'd just like to see him at least in the top 3. Anyway, he's got a bit of a challenge here with Bilal Khan, bowling with his tail up in the 9th. That's pretty insane.
Yep, there you go. He always first ball does something pretty crazy. That's up there.
What do you think that is? Do you think that's nerves? Do you think it's adrenaline?
Adrenaline. He can't control it, honestly. I loved working with him. He's a lovely man. But yeah, his first ball, even in T20 eyes, you knew he would just try and do something crazy. And no matter how much we spoke to him, he still would. He's better when he stays still and bombs it. We were speaking to him yesterday about this. He's better when he stays still and just clatters it straight.
Just like somebody juggling knives. Occasionally, they're going to catch the pointy end. So now he gets a big full toss. No ball called.
Oh, boy.
They've had a few of these issues. They've had a couple of borderline ones that haven't been called. And I think all the calls have been more or less correct. But this one, is it waste or higher? Yeah, I think it is.
Close enough for me. Well, free hit time, and Malta just, every time they get themselves back in, make a little error.
Again, it's probably an attempted Yorker that he gets wrong. Bilal Khan. Now what are you doing? Maybe slower ball here.
Wide Yorker. Just got to try and hit a wide Yorker, surely.
Let's see what he does to Sherry. Almost a stop delivery, and it's summarily dispatched out of the ground. Maximal as Sherry Buck gets his first. Cashes in the free hit. Useful runs coming at the death for Belgium.
Yeah, it's a back of a length delivery, but it's too straight, so it's in the arc, and it's a nice shot for 6. Unfortunately, that free hit, no ball, definitely cost him.
Yeah, Sherry Buck will enjoy that. Gets him going. It's only the 3rd ball he's faced so far. This one's more of a round-arm delivery from Bilal, noticed, but it's gone too wide, so Taker handles it, but it will be re-bowled. Malta's a funny one. I mean, how many runs do you think they've cost themselves with misfields, things like that?
And loose balls and some things? No, I'd say
more.
15 to 20.
Yeah.
Yep.
Self-inflicted. Anyway, hanging in this game. I've seen some epic chases so far in Group C. It has been a chasing group. C for chase. This is down the ground. And will it go the distance? I don't think so. It does.
Oh.
Wow, just had a final kick, didn't it? And Sherry Butt Certainly doesn't get all of this, but it just sneaks over the field at Maximo and 6 more to Belgium.
I thought that was going to be caught, Vinny. I really did. It sort of loops in the air, but it just kept tracking, and, well, he's not on the rope.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. His position wasn't right. You and I had the same feeling, and I think if he's in perfect position, that's catchable. But it just misjudged it.
Small margins, really small margins.
Another one, it wouldn't have been easy, but he never really gave himself a hope. All happening in the 9th here. And now, well, this one is going to be another opportunity, isn't it, for Sharma? This time he'll drop it, and now they'll probably get, well, they only get one in the end. They'll walk it. I think Butt thought he was a dead duck, but instead he's a dead man walking.
Well, just Malta, they're their worst own enemies at the moment. Little things. He should have been on the rope the ball before. This time he can catch it, and he drops, well, it could be best described as a sitter. And every run counts in this format, especially versus Belgium.
Especially if you're fielding in that position. We have your key men there. Nice ball of the 9th. Here's Akil on strike.
Well bowled.
Well, guess who? Sharma with a bit of leather poisoning as he fields 3 in a row as we get to the end of the 9th, and Belgium 118 for 3.
Yeah, so a couple of freebies there for the Belgian side, and now they're looking at 130, and with their bowling attack, I think they'll feel pretty comfortable with that.
Yeah, pretty good over from Bilal Khan, except for that probably free hit, which he gave away, was cashed in. Okay, the other 6 was, I suppose, a bit of a mishit. The fielder, I think, made a bit of a meal of his boundary position. But 17 come off the 9th. They go from 101 to 118 during that over. So here we go with the last. I think this is Wasim Abbas coming back. He's a guy, if he's the guy, if he misses his length, he can be really expensive. If he gets it right, he's hard to get away. Simple as that. What sort of over will he produce? As Akil is the man who's facing up. Can he show us a glimpse of his batting skills, silky skills that Saba has when he's on? But here's Abbas. Again, premeditated hoik, I think.
Yeah, sometimes Saba just swings himself off his feet, and that's a good example.
Yeah, and that's a ball probably easier to cut than pull. Yeah, just needs to premeditate less. I'd love to see him get deep in his crease, give him a bit longer to look at it and decide. Now he sweeps, and he sweeps out of the ground. It's a remarkable shot, really. And this is a guy that can do some abnormal things, and that's one of them. Sweeps a Yorker for 6, Maximo time. AB de Villiers would have been proud of that one.
Absolutely. This is the power he has. Look at that. All the way for 6. That was an AB de Villiers shot.
How do you hit that there?
He just has this crazy innate ability that when he times it, it flies. And that's a gorgeous shot. And look how still he was when he tried to play that one. So one of the best 6s we've ever seen here.
Wow, wants to come back from the bowler after that. Now it's more or less net deliveries. Akil kicks the turf in frustration that he only gets a single for this.
Yeah, I think he sort of feels that was in the slot. Disappointed with himself. Belgium up to a pretty good score here. It's going to be a tough, tough chase for Malta.
Yeah, so back to Sherry Butt. He has been the one hitting him a bit better at the moment. Hits his hard, finds the gap. This is 4. And that long on was very wide. Something I haven't seen so much of in Group C is captains pinching there, long on and long off, trying to protect those straight boundaries. Sherry absolutely smashes this one into the fence, 4 runs.
Yeah, they don't really even have a mid-on. It's like a deep mid-wicket. So if you hit that gap, it's always going to go for 4, and that's exactly what happens. So Belgium, a good kick right at the back end.
Yeah, there's that 129. They've been on that pace pretty much the last few overs, and it's going to be more because this is on a length, and it is pounded downtown. Maximo and Sherry giving us a glimpse of the big power. He moves to 24, and Belgium up in the 130s.
Yeah, into the 130s now, even thinking 140s. And, well, for Malta, I'll have to go back to the drawing board. This has turned out to be a pretty disastrous 10 overs.
Yeah, Malta, we saw them blow 147 early on in the tournament against Luxembourg. Belgium, they won't want to blow this. Last ball coming up. And this is hit leg side, and they are going to get the 140. 1-4-1. Bounces straight off the roof. Maximo, big finish. Ambas gets it wrong. Sherry cashes in. The last over goes magical. 23 off that. 40 come off the last two, and Belgium climb to a very imposing total here in match 13.
Yeah, absolutely. 40 off the last two, and, well, they can sit there and talk amongst each other, but when you keep bowling it in the wheelhouse, it's going to go the journey, and Belgium will be pretty happy with that score. 40 off the last two just takes it, you would imagine, out of reach for this Malta side.
You would imagine so, but don't forget Belgium, they've blown some big totals before. Don't forget they couldn't defend 149 against Sweden last year. We know they're a volatile unit, but what I will say is it was a very, very good finish, particularly by Sherry Butt. I think that he stepped up when they needed someone to fill the void, and he absolutely did that. Well, Malta, first chance to get a look at them today. They've had some good performances in this tournament so far. But they're running into Belgium, who are red hot. They've only lost one game in the tournament. And the Belgians, as usual, they were bringing the shots from ball one.
Yeah, they were, and that's the way they play. And that's why it's so effective on these short boundaries and in the T10 format. It wasn't through a lack of trying from Malta, and they fielded pretty poorly by their standards, and that's what really helped them get up to that 140 score. And every time they seemed to bowl 2 or 3 good balls, unfortunately, they would bowl a ball that was maybe a little bit too short or a little bit too straight, and any ball that was over middle and leg stump basically got hit for 6, and they'll be super disappointed with that as a team, Malta, because they won the toss and wanted to field and put a bigger effort out there. This one went to the third umpire against Suleiman just to see if it was a no ball or not, but in the end it was given out, and I think the correct decision was made, and that was a good decision from the umpire. In the end, it just kept on being carnage. There was some bloopers in the field, and when the bloopers add up, the score adds up, and there was 2 back-to-back running past one at deep long on, and then each of them kicking it 4-4. Ali Raza didn't make runs in this one. A really good delivery from Matthews. Probably the only time we saw the Yorker slip through and disturb the castle. But it just brought Sherry Butt and Sabah Zakil into the crease. The 2 men, after Omid Malikel was dismissed here, really cashed in the last 2 overs. They're only on 100 off 8, and even if they go for 10 and 10, 120 is maybe just above par, but getting the last 2 overs for 40 runs takes it to well above par. And those little opportunities, if that catch is taken there, then Belgium probably don't get to such a high total. And it's the little things that go a long way. And for Malta, they'll have to go back to the drawing board and think about their bowling plans, because it was too straight and a little bit too easy for this dangerous Belgian lineup. Let's have a look at the scorecards now, and well, they didn't lose many wickets, so they just focused on that top order. And you can see 45 for Omid Malikel, 35 for Mohammed Suleiman, and those two will be happy with that opening partnership. Sherry Butt 30 off 8, Sabah Zakil getting 1 away, and Ali Raza 13 off 6. 9 extras, but I honestly think in the field they gave away 20 runs. So let's take a quick look at the bowling figures now, and it's not pretty reading. The pick of the bowlers, Bilal Khan for me was 1 for 20, and his partner Matthew 2 for 21. Everyone else getting a bit of stick. Maybe they can use Bilal a little bit more effectively, or try to find a way when to use their spinners. Their spinners got towed up a little bit though, 2 overs altogether for 37. So a tough innings for Malta, but hey, we know they can bat well. They're going to have to bat extremely well to chase this down. They'll need 142 to join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you. Hello and welcome back, everyone around the world. We're at the halfway stage between this game. Malta versing Belgium. Malta electing to bowl first, and in the end, maybe it's a costly decision because Belgium ran riot and they've ended up with a score of 142, I believe. Really good hitting, and they'll feel pretty confident at the halfway stage in this one. Does give me a good opportunity to welcome back all our viewers around the world and all our network partners. Hope you're doing well out there and enjoying all the live coverage. And well, 141, I should say, Belgium made. It's 142 to win for Malta. And hello everyone out there in India via Fancode and everyone via the chat. I hope you're doing well and I hope you're geared up to watch the second half of this one. Malta, they need a minor miracle to chase this down. This would take a monumental effort, but you never know in this funny format of T10 cricket. So, all set to go. Umpires say play. First ball of the run chase. Well, shot and 6. Well, pretty good shot that. That helps the cause. And usually when you're chasing such a big total, one of your very first few overs, you need to get a 20 run over somewhere straight away. And first ball is short, wide, and it just opens up his arms. And nice shot for 6.
Come on, boys. Thank you, Shabba. Come, boy, Shabba.
It's way too high. No chance of LBW, but good adjustment from Ahmedzai this time, cramping him up for room. Just bringing that one back in to the left-handed George. Way too high. So definitely not out. Malta really need to have a good power play. I think minimum, I'd want them to be at least 40 to 45 off this power play. Get them going in this chase. That's a bigger appeal. I reckon that's going down leg side though. And swinging a little bit later and a little bit too quick for George here. He looks late on it, coming around the wicket with the angle. It's a big appeal. I reckon that's the right decision though. Just with the angle and the way it was swinging in so much, going down leg for me. And good opportunity to welcome back good friend co-commentator Vinny Sandhu.
Good to be back. I think it's a good call. So it didn't help that Mohammad Sajjad Ahmedzai was right down the middle of the pitch. But I think was swinging past the leg stump. Went late, didn't it? Here's again to George. Well, this is an inside edge. I think this is drop. Wait for this signal, if there is one. I don't think there will be one. I think it's a tough one, but Ali Raza can't hold on.
Yeah, we're going to have a little look here and the inside edge, and yeah, he drops it. He gets there in the end, and he'll be disappointed he didn't hold on to it.
Okay, Ali Raza, very good keeper. I suppose he saves 3 runs there, but he would have wanted the wicket. Basil George, you see from that first shot, he's not mucking around. Don't count Malta out of this. Remember, they knocked up 147 early in the week against Luxembourg, then they lost. So they're very capable of getting these kind of scores, but they need the big players to fire for a long time in the innings. Stanislaus can't get this one, and I think this is just a bit too quick again from Sajjad Ahmedzai.
Well, they hit 147 against Luxembourg, but with all due respect, this is a pretty good bowling unit and probably a stronger bowling unit. So it's going to take a monumental effort.
We'll say a quick hello to Andy Nowdy, who's watching from Malta. He was doing some umpiring for us last time, also has played previously in ECS. And also want to say a big hello to somebody else after this ball, which is the last of the first. It's blocked back for a single, so 7 for no loss after 1. I want to say hello to his son, JJ Nowdy, as well. And JJ is a very enthusiastic young cricketer, a young cricket fan. So JJ, I hope you're well and I hope you're enjoying the game. I know you're cheering on Malta from that beautiful island. Anyway, 110 matches without a golden ball. We've climbed past the ton. And another thing we haven't seen so far in this series is 100, which is something that we can look forward to potentially. You know, Clayton Floyd got one last year, Dan Lincoln as well. And I had another question in the chat, Corey, which was, who do we think is going to win? I don't know. Obviously, there's a lot of teams to consider. I think Netherlands looked really strong so far. Obviously, Spain are in there, but I know you would probably say they're underdogs. England 11, you sent me a link and I had a look at it. Maybe chatted about that today? With
No,
Rico?
we haven't brought it up, but yeah, they announced their full team and a little bit of a background of all their players.
It's pretty strong.
Wowee.
This Safat absolutely does George. This is bothering me a little bit, this late in movement. Well held by Ali Raza behind the stumps that time. Yeah, so England 11, I just think that they won it last year. They'll be better for the run. They'll probably pick players they think are specialists and will revel in the format. So for me, I probably have them favourites.
Well, I think it says who do you think's going to win? I can't say anyone. Spain. Spain's going to win it.
All right.
Watch this space. I think we're announcing our squad pretty soon. A few surprises maybe.
Okay. I can't wait to have my
And
socks.
one big out.
Can't wait for my socks to get knocked off. Likes it, Ali Raza. Tell you what, he's got good hearing because no one else, including the bowler, heard anything. It'll be called wide. Right, smile from Ali.
But yeah, unfortunately, we do have one big out for finals week, which is a little bit heartbreaking, but also the right reasons.
Yeah. Is it family reasons?
Yeah.
Got it.
Baby reasons.
Oh, no.
Well.
I mean,
Oh,
congratulations. Short. And this is hooked away. It's going to be 4. So rolls the dice with a short ball. To be honest, I wouldn't be mucking around with it to George. He's already shown he's a bit susceptible to the pitched up delivery coming in. But this one he can turn on and he gets 4. And that takes him into double figures.
Yeah, you're right. I think they're better off keeping it full and swinging because he seems late on those. But when it's short, he's been okay. But yeah, nice start here from George with a couple of shots. He's looked a little bit scratchy as well.
You're right, though, about Belgian bowling being up a notch, I think, across the board. It's going to be a wide, more creative hearing from Ali Raza behind the stumps. But a few people are saying hello to Andy Nowdy as well in the comment section. Lee Tuck's in there at the moment. Anthony Slater said Andy Nowdy, best looking umpire. Well, young JJ as well. That's what happens when you have good looking parents. I think you'll be okay as well. But we'll say hello to Big D as well, watching from Austria. Daniel Eckstone. Nice to say hello to you in the comments as well. Here's Basil George. He charges. Because he charges, he says, I might as well keep going. I'll take the single. But yeah, this 14 and over is a tough pace to keep up, isn't it? They want to be about 28 after 2 overs. It's hard to see that being the case.
They needed a really good power play, Vinny. A really good power play, but now it's already up at 15s. Someone's going to have to play out of their skin.
You want a power play in the 40s, I think.
45, I think.
Yeah. 40 minimum. But, you know, 1 over can change a game. We haven't seen expensive overs. So far, it's been pretty good here so far. Falls to Stanislaus. A leg bite, just cramps him for a bit of room.
This seems a bit too quick for them at the moment. They're very late on
They're
it.
bustling in. So how would you counter quicker bowling? This is something I always found challenging, playing at a higher level. You've got, but bowling that's quicker. And did you have any kind of little adaptations you made to your batting?
Shorter bat lift, time the ball, don't look to power hit it.
Okay. I suppose these guys may also go a little bit back in their crease.
Yep.
So they can see it a bit longer. Another ball angled in.
Another one on the pad.
Yeah, it's cramping the batters for room, more or less, at the moment. Because of that extra pace, they're not quite able to get that bat out in front.
Ken Familo's jumped in the chat and said, thank Vinny for donating his eclair to me during the Belgian tournament.
Hold on a second.
Well, he's on personal chat.
Okay.
So hello, Ken. Hope you're enjoying it all.
Oh, yes, Ken. Hello. Let's see in the viewer chat here. Like, Ken, had a really nice time meeting you. And, yeah, my pleasure. Called wide. Yeah, so one of the good things about being a commentator, and you'd know this, Corey, Rico certainly knows it, we do get given a lot of food, and I can consume a lot of food. We get lots of gifts. Sometimes it's nice to share it around a little bit. But, yeah, Ken's a really enthusiastic supporter of cricket in Belgium, so I'm glad that you're watching. Nice ball, the second. Goes after it, hangs in there a long time, but it'll be safe. It's probably going to spin away for 4. It does. So the overspin there just basically means that the fielders had no hope chasing it down. Stanislaus off the mark at the 4th attempt with the boundary, and 2 overs in. Malta are 21 without loss.
Yeah, a little bit of luck that time. It's a big, big edge and some top spin on it, and it goes for 4.
Yeah, Stanislaus, top of the order. He needs to kind of hit out or get out, doesn't he? When you think about how they might chase this down, you feel like Prasath might be a key component of it. I've seen Samuel make some big ones, though. Have a look at this. I mean, Malta can get to 6 points. Seeming unlikely at the moment. Probably the more likely thing is Belgium goes clear at 5-1.
Do Scotland still have to play Luxembourg
They play
again?
in the next game. So
If Scotland win that, they're still sneaking themselves maybe to second.
some big ins for Scotland. We'll see the team shortly, but I've got word that Jarvis will be back, Naylor will be back, Hinkley will be back.
Any idea why they missed out?
I've got my ideas, but I'm not 100%. There we go. It may have been an internal issue. Wide to start the third over. Well, maybe not.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I was that genuine question, wasn't too sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, Basil George just seems a little bit hurried up here. Just stay still if he can. And
Okay, my tactics from Basil George here. I'm trying to get my pads outside the line and go leg side with the movement. And try and take the LBW out. If he stands still, he's kind of a sitting duck, I think. And now, late decision to go. And this would have been out, but it's one of the wider throws you'll see in ECC 22. The result will be a leg bite.
yeah, they'll scamper through for a single, leg by single. Once again, wrapped on the pads. He's been hit a lot in the thigh guard region. A bit of a yes, no, maybe. Direct hit, gone.
Just can't. So one thing about slightly quicker bowling, it's not as easy to hit back over the head. You can't be late on it. Always have to be proactive. Basil just, apart from that first ball, which he pounded, still lost in the bushes, I think. It's just been a bit late across the board. And again, this one just blasts through Samuel Stanislaus. So yeah, a little bit concerned at the moment. Stanislaus has hit a 4, but he's also got 4 dot balls on him. And I think Sajjad Ahmedzai doing a very, very good job. Making the new ball talk, firing it through. Stanislaus does get some bat on this, running away. Should get 2 here. We'll get it reasonably comfortably. Oh no, we could have a 6.
Yes!
We've got a 6. 2 plus 4, and it goes past 3 Belgian players, the keeper and 2 backup fielders. Well, Maximo, non-standard, 6 runs to Stanislaus, 2 plus 4 overthrows.
Well, you don't see that every day. We have a look here. The throw was coming in as they were completing the second run. Ali Raza didn't want it on the half volley, and they just watched it go past them. So, bit of a mistake there from Belgium.
Dear me. Well, if you want to break, you just got it. Stanislaus moves to 10, and then knocks the next one back. The old non-standard Maximo 6.
Well, it's handy, isn't it? You don't see that all the time. Buzzards.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
I love overthrows.
Everyone does.
I'd make a rule you have to back up one-handed, just so we see more overthrows.
They needed that. These two, I don't think, have found their timing yet at all. I mean, with that 6, which should have been, he's still only 10 off 7, Stanislaus.
Reminds me of an awesome non-Maximo 6 we saw earlier in the year. You see a single here. Do you know the one I'm thinking of? The 2 plus 4 overthrows? It was my favourite.
When we were screaming, wasn't it?
It was the one when we were in Portugal, and it was Panda What Up.
That's right. That was a goodie.
Look that up on
Didn't
social
we get a
media.
7 recently, you and me, in Italy?
We had our first 7
Yeah, we're like
that I've seen
7.
live.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, only the second 7 we've ever seen. We mean a 7 off the bat, not a no ball plus 6. This is clunked. It's hit pretty badly. They scamper through for a single. So Malta, not the worst power play, but considering what they're chasing, they need to get a wriggle on. After 3 overs, it's 31 for none.
Yeah, they just haven't got their timing, really. I mean, 31 for none, so no wickets down. That'll make them feel good, but nothing coming out the middle too much besides the very first ball of that power play going for 6. You have a look at the comparative power plays, and a little bit similar to each other, but it was really that finish for Belgium that got them to something above par.
Yeah, so now you need a big over, don't you? Basically, get you back in the hunt, something magical here, get you into the 50s, and then you feel, okay, we're up and going. Suppose, you've seen the last of Sajjad Ahmedzai, so that's something he bowls very well, number 16 off his 2 overs. You can see Wakas Raja now, bowling over number 4. Come on, Wakas is the call from around the Cartama Oval. Gone first ball, and Basil swings all around it. Wakas hits the target, leg stump out of the ground. Big bad Basil has to go. And it's more bust the boom here in match number 13. That's how many he makes. And the score now 31 for 1.
Yeah, he never looked comfortable. He hit his first ball over point for 6, but besides that, just didn't get his timing right, didn't feel the flow. Some days you have that as a batsman and he has to go.
Yeah, very, very good ball first up. Goes wide of the crease. This is one, his feet are kind of going nowhere. There's a little bit of a shuffle, lifts their head. I think that's the kind of ball, when he was in form, he was hitting that over mid-on. I think he tries to hit that 2 square. And so Basil George, key man, is dismissed. And I'll see who they send out here. They may send out Patanka at number 3. I'll be tempted to send out Prasad straight away, just see if he can swing him into the game. Go one left-hander replacing another. As it is, George does go for 13, 31 for 1.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed to maybe not have the impact he would have liked in this one, but I'm sure he'll get more opportunities as this week progresses.
Wakas. Maybe a new smiling assassin. Grinning as he's coming in. And it is. The tank does it, Patanka. Wow, this I think would have been out, you know.
Well, I don't think the tank realises, but tanks are pretty slow, Vinny.
Forgot the keys. Tanks have keys.
This was out by a mile if he hit.
Look at him going. He's loping. He was gone by a long way, wasn't he? Had a bit more time than he realised probably there. Sajad Ahmadzai. Stanislaus has to get moving. Tries, hits it wide of the fielder, and this is going for 4. So Stanislaus, again, I think liking the right arm offerings of Wakas, just angles in, and he finds the gap, 4 runs.
Yeah, much needed boundary, really need to get one away, and he does. So 4 runs. Malta not giving up the ghost yet, but they're miles behind currently.
Yeah, the reason I've been tempted to go Prasad next is just keep that left hand, right hand going. I think you play your cards early. Nothing against Patanka, who's had a good series though. It's a slower ball, well fielded, well handled by Suleiman. It does make the stop in the circle, just a single.
Yeah, just the one, stops the boundary. That's what you need to do, but that rate, Vinny, what's the rate of no return? 18?
I normally say 18. You don't often see it come back. It's the, it's called the point of no return. Maybe it's the point of slim return. But normally, once it hits 18, it just keeps going up. You need to do something remarkable to bring it back. Big swing and miss from Patanka, who wanted to go leg side. Couldn't get any bat on that. Hello to Burhan Niaz, who is...
Did you hear about the good news about Burhan?
What's... Oh, yeah, about the...
Got picked up in the junior PSL.
Yeah, fantastic
Good
work.
luck, Burhan.
Burhan's a really promising talent.
He played for VOC top class this year, and his bowling was, he did very well in the top level of Dutch domestic cricket.
Saw him in the ECS in Belgium too. Actually, when it was announced, he was playing ECS in Belgium. So congratulations, Burhan, once again. As we get to the end of the 4th over, Malta, there and thereabouts, but not quite where they need to be after 4 overs, 38 for 1.
Well, it's 17.33 required now. We look at these scores, 13 off 11, 16 off 10, 2 off 3. You're not going to chase down a big score with those strike rates. Even 160 from Stanislaus isn't enough. They need someone to strike in the 300s here and play a bit of a freak innings, really.
That's why I kind of would have gravitated towards Prasad, even though Patanka has made a bunch of runs as well. But Prasad is that brilliant player that if he comes off, is next level stuff. You know, he could just go bang, 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 bang in a way. Patanka, you kind of know what you're going to get. He's going to, longer he bats, he'll probably strike it. Probably the 200 required, but I think you need more than that. Time for some spin, and it's Fires. He gets this one into the block hole. Rayhan Fires, one of the few players we've seen take a 5-wicket haul in ECM cricket this year. That playing for Ghent in the ECS Belgium. Got to get after him, now or never really. Tries, can't get under it, just gets one.
Yeah, it's looking pretty tough here for Malta right now.
Well, one thing we are going to see, surely, is something hyper-attacking here to Fires. Doesn't want any part of the batter. Fires it out for a wide. So he just maybe thought the batter was going to charge there, and it was worth trying that out. Maybe grab a cheeky wicket. This one's picked up, and it's picked up very well. Well, make something out of nothing. The tag does fire this one off. Shoob's grassed it, has he? The papers have gone everywhere. It's a total disaster in the players' area, but it is 6 runs. Maximal 6 to Malta.
Well, should would he be disappointed in the umpire's 10? He got there, but puts it down. Nice shot, though.
I'd love to see exactly what happens here.
He was reaching over the little barrier, and there she goes. Oh, no.
No, papers have gone. All the secrets just blowing around the tent now. And he goes for this again. Doesn't get too much of it. The fielder not going to get there either. Has his pocket picked by his teammate. I think it's a Karami that comes around, and just a cheeky little stat for Murid.
Yeah, Murid's an energetic young man. Old Casper, he's a good little fielder.
Fires looking cool with the shades on. This one's not going too far. Belgium happy to concede the single.
So, a couple balls left in this 5th. Last ball it is actually. Big ball. Well, he gets it. Nice shot. Really good shooting. And it's 6 runs and does turn out to be a 17-run over, and that's exactly what they have to go at.
Yeah, well, that helps, doesn't it? They do get 17. But even that, it's not even enough to keep up with the rate, which shows you the monumental magnitude of the task ahead of Malta here. But one of these teams this week, and we have no idea who it will be. I mean, Belgium probably marginal favourites at the moment, but not by much. England 11, Spain and Netherlands 11 already qualified for Championship Week 5. Whoever wins this week in Group C will join that list, and whoever wins next week will also join that list. Next week is Italy, Germany, Norway, Romania and Switzerland. It'll be the first time we see Switzerland in the ECC, so looking forward to that. Week 5 will commence the 10th of October, and that's just after the end of the Fancode ECT 10, which will have the championship weekend on the 8th and 9th of October. So October is going to be a pretty busy month in ECN cricket. Of course, at the end of the ECC, we'll go to Croatia. You'll be going to Croatia. And I want to talk about a little bit of a story. The story about one of the players that you'll see in Croatia, because they'll actually have a Slovenian team, it's Ljubljana, and one of their players, Jost Hobic, he told me he'll be playing for them. He only discovered cricket through the European Cricket Network. He's been practicing in his backyard. He's taught himself to bowl, taught himself to bat. He's been playing league cricket there for Kranj, but I think that he will be playing in the ECS in Croatia. That's a great European cricketing story, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good that the network can reach households out there and people want to learn the game and then not just learn it, play on the biggest stage in front of millions.
Yeah, so yeah, Jost, looking forward to that. Sorry I won't get to meet you in person, but he did message me because I've got that week off, but I will be back for Malta. Looking forward to that. Yeah, so next week you can see it there. Italy, Germany, Norway, Romania, Switzerland. It's a tough one. Norway got better the more they played last year. They played a lot of T10, but they've got some very good players. I know that you guys, meaning Spain, played Norway in the T20 Triangular Series back at Desert Springs in
early in the year.
April.
On some dust bowls. It was a low-scoring series, wasn't it?
Yeah, I thought it was in Chennai for a second, except for the beautiful grass in the outfield.
Charlie Rumi was spinning it sideways.
Charlie Rumi, hey?
I call him Rumi.
Yeah, I was going to say, funny you bring that up. Is he one of your smokies? Oh, this is going to be caught, but I don't think Ali Raza thinks it's off the glove.
I'm not too sure. I think that...
I think he's walked here.
Oh,
This
yeah.
might be off the glove, you know, and Stanislaus walks. And Ali Raza, Ali Raza's appealed for everything in this innings, but he thinks that's off the shoulder. So he just takes it casually, and maybe, and you see Stanislaus, he's off. Maybe he also knows, look, given the game situation, there's not that much benefit to him sticking around, because now you need basically 3 a ball. So time to get Prasath out there. But yeah, I do think, I thought it was pretty close to the glove, and I think it was off the glove, just judging by the reaction of Samuel Stanislaus. So he's going to be caught behind for 18. One-hander from Ali Raza. It's 55 for 2.
Yeah, didn't fancy it. Walks himself off, and, well, I guess that's good honesty, but I'm not too sure the umpires would have given it out. Maybe he's thinking this is why it's better to get out there to let this man come.
I think you got to, I mean, you'd hate to see it get 20 plus and over without giving Prasath a crack at it. Now, I don't think he's going to do it, but it's possible. And he's the kind of player, you want your playmaker out there. When he's going, he is their pound their most destructive batter. And the boom boom's right up there as well. But, yeah, I think this is strategically a smart thing for Malta to do anyway. Of course, he just dabs it down for one first up. Bowler here, Zaki Shah. Just surprised Stanislavs with a bit of pace there.
Yeah, Zaki Shah, one of the good guys of Belgian cricket. His brother Hassan Shah's probably somewhere watching as well.
I think with Malta, don't forget, they still have to play France twice. They haven't played France yet.
Okay, interesting. So this group is...
Not that any game's a gimme, but France have struggled, particularly with the batting. This is a nice shot, and it's going to be away from the field of 4 runs. And this is more, I think, what Patanka needs to do to this kind of delivery. And when he's not in the right frame of mind, he tries to hoik everything to leg, but I think you just play the ball on its merits, use the pace there of Zaki Shah, gets it away behind point for 4.
Yeah, nice shot, really nice shot. Short wide, and he puts it away. Malta, 82 off 27. Well, it would be a miracle. Miracles do happen.
They do. They do happen in ECN sometimes. Favorite bowling from Zaki Shah. Sneaks this one past the outside edge of Patanka.
Yep, decent pace, a little bit of movement.
Looking for that magical over, and you want it from maybe Prasad, but it's a lot to ask of a guy coming in. It's only faced the one ball. Patanka 20 off 9. I said, yeah, he'll give you 200 or so. Swings it a wide, but get the wide. It's the problem, scoring at 200. You're basically looking at 300. Here's what you need as a strike rate from here. The 200 is not even going to cut it from here.
If anything, you're trying to save your net run rate.
Yeah. Oh, well, still got a little bit of a prayer. It's fading away, though. It's good areas from Zaki Shah.
If Malta do lose this, it just keeps that second place a little bit ajar for the Scots as well. Luxembourg are on 2 games ahead, but I think Scotland will play Luxembourg, as you mentioned. If they beat them, then... Well, who were Scotland's last fixtures? Luxembourg, France, and...
Yeah, I'll get them for you up in a second. Let's watch this one. Down leg side, this one's called one. Yeah, Scotland. So... we saw them play Belgium earlier, and they play Luxembourg, they play Malta, and they play Luxembourg again. So really, those 2 games against Luxembourg could well decide the double chance.
Yeah, I think
right?
that will.
Yeah. But don't forget Malta. They could come back with a bit of a heater. They still play France twice as well. Malta play France, they play Scotland, and then they play France again. They beat Scotland last time. This looks out to me. It is. And so Patanka gets hit on the boot here, or low on the pad in front of off. I think it's dead LBW. So Shah, bit of the 3-card trick about this. He goes wide, 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 and then fires one in at the base of the stumps. And Dasha Patanka is going to have to go for 20 off 11 balls. Malta are 62 for 3 after 6.
Yeah, it looks like it's all she wrote for Malta here. He gets this one straight after losing his line a little bit, and that was absolutely plumb. Yep.
Oh.
Yeah.
Look at okay.
What are you saying? Oh. That's our video.
Yeah, that was what I said. Look, where's the first impact? I reckon that hits his foot and goes onto the pad.
No, look. The impact is with some of the ball in line with the stump. Plumb.
Go back and frame.
If you try and change... Yeah, that ball, some
Probably,
of that ball's... Don't you dare.
I'm not saying it's not out. I'm just saying it's not as out as I thought it was.
I'll get Rico back in this commentary box right now if you think that's not out.
No, that's out. But I'm just saying it wasn't as out as I thought it was live.
Maybe I'll get Rico to replace me for the last few overs. Would you like that?
No, I don't think that's going to happen because Rico will be probably on a beach somewhere by now. The beach he was on at the start of the day. I think it was a good call, though, in the end. Here we go. Back to the action. Start of a new over. Safat to Prasath, and starts with a dot. It was one of those ones that the reason it fooled me the first time, because obviously you see the ball crash into the pad, but it actually flicks the boot on the way up to the pad. I still think the boot was just in line. Yeah. But yeah, good decision by the umpires. I think they've been pretty good. Again, they're out there in the sun all day. They've got a lot to think about. Turns into a full toss. Prasath basically bangs it to long on for one. Yeah, Robot concurring. That's out, but I'm just saying that's out. Yeah, I agree. Just saying the impact was a little bit closer to the off stump than I originally thought. It's the beauty of the slow-mo replay. I bet you would have loved slow-mo replays for all of your cricket you ever played, Corey.
Yeah, we sort of just missed it, didn't we?
Yeah, we missed the boat on that. Probably a good thing sometimes. The next one's a wide. Fart loses it outside the off stump.
So Belgium with this win, though, we're talking about the other teams in second place, basically have first place wrapped up.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean,
It'd be hard to imagine that they wouldn't.
but I mean, Belgium.
Who do they have
Let's look at their
left?
fixtures that left. They've got Malta here, but they've now played 6 games. They only play 2 tomorrow, Luxembourg and France. So especially, imagine they beat France. But again, look, who knows? France have been almost defending totals that are low. If they could just find another 20-30 runs from somewhere, maybe they can spring an upset.
It would be great to see the French side get one win, but yeah, it comes down to their batting group clicking. Safat's been good here as well. Skiddy pace.
This is just played down. Now there's Matthew off the mark with that one. It's nice to see Ramesh Sathisen in the chat, who will be representing Romania in Group T. Ramesh, hope you're well. And congratulations also, his side, United CC Bucharest, have qualified for the ECL, which is the Champions League of European Cricket, and we'll see early in the ECN season next year.
Question, have all the teams for the ECL basically...
Not all of them.
How close are we getting to...
We're getting there. I can actually give you an update on that if you want. It's clever bowling, Sefat. Just hurrying Prasad. All he can do is chop down on it. So we have...
Go on, give me some names.
We have potentially 31 teams that are involved.
Yep.
And the only amount of gaps we have left, 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5.
Give me some names that are
left.
coming to the ECL in late February.
I'll throw you a few in
Okay.
during the next over.
Yeah,
Wait for
sure.
this ball.
Yeah, why don't we get through? I wouldn't mind knowing.
So the ECL is not a country-based competition, it's a club-based
Champions League.
Yep. Some people do get confused about that. Safat, again, wicketless, but does a very good job for his team because he takes none for 16. The score after 7 overs is 66 for 3. Just want to have a quick look ahead to Scotland 11 Luxembourg. We talked about this being important as far as that double chance is concerned for the top 2. News from the toss, Scotland 11, their captain Adrian Neal winning the toss, selecting to bat first. You can see some big names in there. Jarvis is back, Naylor's back, Hinkley's back as well. Garden listed as opener with Michael English. Luxembourg, though, bit of an issue. Unfortunately, Martin has gone to the hospital with a suspected shoulder injury.
I thought I saw it, and that's why I was wondering why he didn't bat. So that's a shame. I hope he's okay.
Yeah, so obviously they've had some good results. Luxembourg, 4 out of 5. Scotland 11. It's really a line in the sand moment for them, isn't it, that game? Prasad wants to take us out of the ground, but just gets a thick bottom edge. Gonna go for 2. And they've gone the long way, and he's gone. Well, what a good throw that is. Prasad never looked that interested in the 2, did he? And so he's just not making it back. Matthew, I think, is alert to say, well, look, let's have a crack. Let's get you back on strike. But Prasad, he's on the treadmill, and he never got back for that second. Good long throw from the deep. And Malta lose another key man at 67 for 4.
Yeah, he just never looked like he was going to get back for 2. Look, he's a bit of a loping run, turns blind, and well short in the end.
He actually looks at the ball halfway through that second run to see how much trouble he's in. Short answer, a lot. Barely in the picture, out by a couple of steps.
But yeah, go on. Let's rattle me some Champions League teams for the ECL.
I would love to.
Go.
So we see Varun Depart at 67 for 4. So I'll throw you what I've got in here. Austria, Vienna CC, Big D, Mark Simpson Parker, and co.
Nice, yep.
Big D at the ECL. Beveren from Belgium, Saber Zakil, amongst others.
They'll be very good.
Indo-Bulgarian from Bulgaria, including Prakash Mishra.
Lakov.
And Chris Lakov. And also, don't forget the champions, Pakake Badalona. They'll be back. They automatically qualify. We don't know the other Spanish qualifier yet. We should know that around the 1st of November or something like that. I think there'll be a tournament that will determine that. The winners from the different regions in Spain will play a tournament to decide who gets the actual Spanish spot, not the champion spot. Here's fires. Matani is in and teases fires with a single down the ground. Okay, Cyprus, Punjab Lions that were here last year, they will be back.
Okay, cool.
Punjab Lions Nicosia. Now, Czech Republic, this was a big one. Brno beat the Prague CC Kings. So
wow.
Brno, that's Dylan Stain. He had a bit of a rough time of it, actually, in Group A. But Brno, that was a boil over there. that we didn't see Prague CC Kings, but we'll see Brno. Svanholm from Denmark, they'll be back. Some
Okay.
good players, including Musa Mahmood that we saw for Denmark in last week's
Have
action.
they been at
Denmark
every
forced-
single one?
What's that?
Svano?
Yeah, they have. Fires this.
What
Short
about
and wide.
France? Did Drew coming back?
Yes.
Yeah.
Drew coming back, so I know you're going to love that.
Yeah, that's good.
So yeah, Denmark actually, it was Skanderborg that qualified 1 year, but it was cancelled because of the pandemic. Swing and a miss.
So does that mean Svanholm, Drew, and VOC Rotterdam are still the only 3 teams that have been to every edition?
Yes, and I've got some more. So I'll run through them and we'll come to some that are maybe new names and some existing names that won't be here. This one's going to be a wide. I think he just keeps that foot down.
Well, they're going to go up to the third umpire and double check just in case.
Yeah. Jags the foot a little bit. I felt he was always home. Ali Raza doesn't seem particularly enthusiastic about it. Yeah, he's fine, I think. Yeah, no worries there in the end. Yeah, so it's fine. We'll be back. So England, we have our club from England now. It's going to be Hornchurch.
Never heard of them.
Yep, you will now, because they're going to be in the ECL. What a great thrill for them. This will be one down deep backward square leg. Okay, so this is one thing that we have a new country that will be in it. Estonia will be in the ECL in 2023, and the Talon Stallions will be in there. Some great cricket in Estonia, you know.
Very good team name.
I know Estonian cricket very well. I thought maybe the Talon Hippos might get over the line, but the Stallions will be the team that represent Estonia, their first ever ECL adventure. From Finland, we'll have the Helsinki Titans. They were here last year. They went out by a golden ball to Star CC from Luxembourg. 8 overs down here. Malta, 73
What about
for
you
4.
got Portugal's there?
So Portugal hasn't been decided yet. That's one of the gaps. But we are expecting to know in October sometime from Portugal. So
And when will the draw for the ACL be?
we're hoping to reveal it maybe on the last day of this ECC.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah, so, and the format that will involve.
T10?
Yeah, what will be T10? But the format is in how many groups, how long the groups
Yeah,
will
I
be.
understand. Just
and these
mucking
things,
around,
right?
Vinny.
So, yeah, we mentioned Drew from France. Okay, Germany, it'll be Darmstadt CC making their first appearance. So, that'll be a great experience for them, I'm sure. Here's Wakas Raj coming back for the night. Goes straight and goes pretty well. Yeah, straight as the day is long. Maximal, Matthew. It's ball that's not quite up in the block hole. Might have been slightly slower ball from Raja. He takes him down the ground for 6.
Yeah, gorgeous shot. 2 full. Slow ball, picks it, 6 runs.
We've got Lathbury Lightning for Gibraltar being represented for the first time. And then we've got Byron from Greece. So we haven't seen Byron before on ECN. We'll be representing that country. From Guernsey, we won't have Griffins this year. We have Independence CC from Guernsey.
CC.
We have Royal Tigers from Hungary. That was a bit of a boil over. Budapest Blinders were very close. I think the Royal Tigers chased 60 off 4 overs. Prashar got the Royal Tigers home, got them to the ECL once again. Here's Wakas. So these are all the champion clubs that will be right back here at the Cartama Oval in early 2023.
It's
for
not
the
far
Champions
away,
League.
really. When you think about when this ends, what do
Yeah.
you got? September, November, December, January. We're back.
Yeah, we'll be back. Yeah, about 5-6 months. We keep rolling through. CIYMS, they'll be here from Ireland. They did qualify, but again, couldn't play because of the pandemic a couple of years ago. So CIYMS, good to have them with us. Roma CC from Italy, well, our viewers would know that because they won the Italian summer, and that's how they won their way through to the ECL. Farmers will be back from Jersey. So that was one of the great hat-tricks of the year. It was Ben Kinman.
They were a massive letdown last year.
Yeah, I know that you were a bit disappointed, but I'm sure they've had a bit of time to think about it.
Yeah, I'm sure they have.
Star CC will be back from Luxembourg. Let's see, Dancing Harpal Singh. So we're wide down leg side. Almost getting there. Now, Malta, I don't have final confirmation, but I hear that the American University of Malta, which is the club that Darsha Patanka plays for, they're in very good position at the moment. Netherlands, VOC Rotterdam, as you know, they have qualified on merit this time, not as automatic qualifiers. Fossum from Norway, they'll be a new club. Last year we had Eurovica. Someone should catch this. Fielder goes back and takes it. So a bit of a sun issue for Zaki Shah. But Matthew's going to have to go, trying to force the issue. He'll be the 5th wicket to force, 82 for 5.
Yeah, nice catch in the end. I think probably he's got 2 sets of sunnies on his head. Probably could be wearing one of them. But in the end, the nice guy, Zaki, takes the catch and another wicket for Wackus.
I'll take it. All right, I'm almost finished. This is how many clubs are involved, though. It shows you it's going to be a huge tournament. It's going to be 31 clubs. So, Fossum from Norway. Portugal's a gap at the moment. Romania, I mentioned them. United CC Bucharest. That's Ramesh Satheeson's club. FW Kayani plays for them as well, and a few others. Forfarshire from Scotland. So, that's the club that Jack Hogarth and Callum Garden play for. They're here for Scotland 11 at the moment. And that just leaves a couple. Sweden is Ariana Keefe from the south of the country. And Alton from Switzerland will return. So yeah, from Sweden, unfortunately no Albi Zalmi. They didn't quite make it all the way this time. Alton from Switzerland will return. And Turkey, at the moment, that's a gap. So I know you know your Turkish cricket. You'll be keeping abreast of which club's going to win out there.
Absolutely.
Done and dusted. Here's Wackus. Got 2 for 16 at the moment. This one's just petering out in the end, isn't it? All happens in the 9th, but not too much happening on the scoreboard for Malta at the moment.
No, they've been blown out the water here, and they'll be disappointed, but they've run into a red-hot Belgium.
They have. Yeah, so some people, just reiterating that we have 2 marquee tournaments a year, so some people get a bit confused. This is like the Euros. This is an international tournament. It happens in September, October. And the other big tournament we do on ECN is the ECL, which is the Champions League. It's the champion clubs of various European countries, and we'll see that early in 2023. So make sure, if you're enjoying this on the international broadcast partners, that you definitely let them know about it, because we'd love to be bringing you the ECL on those same channels in 2023. 83 for 5. And, well, Corey, I know that you're going to be taking the rest of the afternoon off. And this will be your last over. So,
Yeah, well,
how's your day been?
Yeah, it's been good, Vinny. The cricket's been interesting as that's hit away to the leg side for a single. Yeah, I think that this group's just... Oh, I'll tell you what, that might have been run out. He was just walking. Bilal Khan.
Bilal Khan, yeah.
Yeah, it's been an interesting group. The evening games today might make a big push to who's going to get second. I think Belgium's going to top this group, but my gut feel tells me Scotland will come good and sneak themselves to second.
Well, they've got some big names coming up. I mean, this is probably Scotland's biggest game yet versus Luxembourg. And a week ago, we never would have said that, right?
Yeah.
But it is. Played away, straight at point. Have a pop at them. Doesn't. That's the area where we had some backing up issues earlier. This time it's just a single. Yeah, Scotland-Luxembourg. Who would have thought that would be the game we'd be going, all right, well, anyone's game here. It's Luxembourg toweling up the opposition at the moment, including Belgium, don't forget. Scotland with some big guns back, though. On a length, this is dragged to leg side for 1. I think for Malta to win games against the top teams, their big players need to fire. They need to be able to handle the heat. And I just think the Belgian bowling probably just a little bit too polished for them early in this chase.
Yeah, it's a little bit too quick for them. That's what it looked like to me.
On the charge this time, we'll get another single. Watch those sunnies. 2 hats, 2 sunnies. What times we live in, Corey?
Yeah, sometimes you see the players with 3 or 4 hats on the floppy hats.
Bit of Dr. Seuss-like action, isn't it? Corey's ready for his siesta. He's got to get through 2 more balls. As this one is a ball that will be out of the ground. Nice shot, Bilal Khan. Well, this is what he's out there to do. You know, I would like to see maybe one day just throw him up the top. Throw him in the top 3 and see what he can do over 10 overs. It might work, it might not. But I mean, the fact that he hardly faces the ball in this chase for me is a little bit criminal for Malta.
Yeah, he has done it a few times on the network. He has this natural hitting ability.
Zaki Shah won't be impressed with that, but missed his spots. Last ball of game 13, and it's going to go a long, long way. Going, gone. Good effort. That just shows the... Well, another ball comes back. I've got to say, though, shows you the effort as Ahmadzai throws himself at it, but it will be 99 in the end. Back-to-back Maximos to finish, but it's to no avail. The final score, 141 to Belgium, 99 to Malta. A fairly comfortable victory for the Belgians, who are now sitting pretty on the top of Group C.
Yeah, very comfortable in the end. Malta probably outfielded themselves and outbowled themselves and got themselves behind the gate ball. And then with the bat, they just couldn't handle handle the pace of Belgium at the start, and they never really were in the run chase.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. But yeah, congratulations to the Belgians. They walk away with 4 points, and really, they're on a 4-game winning streak now. They won their first game on Monday. They lost their second game to Luxembourg, but since then they've been perfect. 4 out of 4. Let's roll the highlights. And we talk a lot about the Belgian batting and their approach, but I think their bowling was bringing the heat early in that one, even though Bang Bang Basil knocked the first ball for 6, but he couldn't catch up with a lot more. You saw the Stanislas again was finding it difficult going early doors, and you just felt that it was going to be rough, and that's the way it would work out. Although they had a bit of help here with the 4 overthrows, and in the end, you saw that they were happy with that multi. Thought that might be a turning point, but unfortunately it wasn't, as Basil George lost his leg stump. And big hoik that was missed. Wakas Raja making an immediate impact with that very, very good delivery. And apart from that, we saw the tank occasionally fire up. That one caused the papers to fly everywhere in the official area, and everyone's scrambling. And this was a good shot too, but I suppose the issue was it was just a little bit too far apart, wasn't it? This one was an LBW. I think it was a good decision in the end. Went from the boot to the pad, and that was Zaki Shah, who's been a pretty good addition to the bowling attack. And then Prasad, unfortunately, the pitch was just a little bit too long for him to pinch to here, trying to grab the strike back. Matthew was the instigator of that second run, but Prasad couldn't hang on. You see there, plenty of hats and sunglasses on show. And Belgium, well, they were enjoying their cricket. Why wouldn't they be? They knew they had this game put to bed. And they've now won 4 in a row. Perfect on Tuesday, perfect on Wednesday. And you would feel the top spot is theirs for the taking. As we have a look at a couple of other teams who I think are interesting to watch. Scotland 11 versus Luxembourg. Scotland 2 and 3 will be hoping to keep their top 2 chances alive with a win over Luxembourg. But Luxembourg, I do think that they are a team that know their game, and they have just really used their experience last year to aid their selections. And obviously, they'll be disappointed to lose Martin to a suspected shoulder injury, but they'll still be strong. Scotland 11, though, they welcome back Jarvis, they welcome back Naylor and Hinkley as well. And yeah, Callum Garden, he's been a real live wire since he's entered their batting lineup as well. Patanga top scores with 20, but the fact that there's no one that scores more really gives you an idea that Malta weren't challenging this fairly hefty total. Apart from that, Stanislas with 18, Basil George with 13 early, 15 late with 2 Maximos from Bilal Khan, and 10 for Eldos Matthew, who reaches double figures. But with the 14 extra in there, that probably flatters the scoreline. Malta not quite able to bring up the ton, and not quite good enough to knock over this strong Belgian side.
Yeah, and 2 overs apiece for all the bowlers there. 2 for 17 for Wakas Raja, 2 for 23 for Zaki Shah, and pretty good figures overall. So Belgium run away comfortable winners.
Well, once again, I'm going to say a big thank you to everyone for tuning in. I will have Rico Fulk back in the commentary box. Corey, thank you for your contributions, and I know that you might just watch the rest of the day from the comfort of the lodge up the hill here.
I'm off for a siesta, I think, in the sun. That sounds pretty good to me.
It'll be hard to sleep because this Scotland 11 versus Luxembourg game, I think it will be bringing the action. 2 teams desperate to improve their top 2 chances. So we'll be back in around about 15 minutes with that. Until then, Smitty Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Corey Ruckers with me. Rico will be back very shortly. Don't go too far. We're back shortly with more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. I'm in the middle of the Cartama Oval. It is the home of European cricket and we are rocking through day 3 of Group C. It's hard to believe, but today we're pretty much at the midpoint of the ECC 22. It's been a lot of fun so far. 21 nations all representing their countries and all wanting that silverware at the end of week 5. So now we move into match 14. Still 2 matches to go today. Scotland 11 who are taking on Luxembourg. Let's go over to the toss. Rob Kemming is with the 2 captains.
All the best, and here's a small token from Luxembourg.
Thank you very much.
Your call. Yes, sir. Dream11. Dream11, scored HCL. We will bat first.
I'm confident I can do this. Ready? So it is Adrian Neil that wins the toss for Scotland 11 and he's elected to bat. I don't think that'll bother Luxembourg so much. They seem to like chasing. They've probably scraped by in a couple of chases, but also they pulled off a couple of big ones. So for Scotland, you know, a couple of key players coming back, I think that's important. And Scotland 2 and 3, they'll want to make up some distance between them and Luxembourg, who are running away. They're 4 and 1. They would love to sneak this one through as well to go 5 out of 6. Let's go over to the commentary box. Corey Ruckers is there as we get ready for the first ball. The news from the toss in match 14 is that Scotland 11, they won the toss. They're going to have a hit.
Hello, Vinny. Well, no, Corey's not here. Corey's taking a break now. He's going to be doing some work behind the scenes, so I am back. And, well, I'm going to take you through this one with Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu, who's out there in the middle. And, of course, I was here when Scotland played the first match this morning against Belgium. And, once again, it didn't go too well. It was the Scots that struggled again with the bat. They did get to 97 thanks to a bit of a flurry towards the end, but it wasn't enough against a very strong Belgium team that won with 7 balls to go. So they know that it's not going to be easy against Luxembourg. You can see the 2 teams there. Luxembourg, they've got their own power with the bat, haven't they? Timothy Barker has been very good, and their captain Vikram Vij as well. I mean, the big news there from the Luxembourg camp is the unfortunate injury there to Thomas Martin. Looks like he has certainly done something to his shoulder. I know he's had some treatment at the ground and maybe having looked at a bit more with some of the medical services around here. So we wish Thomas Martin all the best and hope it's nothing too serious there at all. Nice and warm out there in the middle here now. It's the Costa Blanca and the Costa del Sol. The temperature's rising all the time. Here we are, the Costa del Sol here in Malaga. And it really is heating up, about 30 degrees out there in the middle. Well, they don't seem to mind it at the moment. Smiles on the faces, of course, of the Luxembourg players. They are having an outstanding championship so far, and they're hoping that it can continue. Remember, they had a straightforward, easy victory themselves against France, so they're going to this match probably as the favourites, which, if I said that before the start of this championship, that other teams are going to be favourites against Scotland, you would think I was mad, but that's just the way that it's happened. But Scotland, they're looking to bounce back. We're starting to see some signs of improvement from them, but 2 men that could make a difference that missed the first match are these 2, Jack Jarvis, who's opening, and Liam Naylor. And maybe they needed that rest in the morning game to go big in this one, and just get the feeling that one of these 2 could go big and really help Scotland put a high score on the board against Luxembourg. It's going to be Mohit Dixit to open the bowling. He has been very good and been picking up wickets and taking them extraordinary catches as well. Our official timekeeper Frederique Constant will give the umpires the go-ahead to start this match. And here we go. Tyrone Peters is out there, the bowler's end, along with Asad Ali. That's square leg. Here's the first delivery. And it's a wicket straight up. Oh, well, can you believe this? Well, I tell you who can't believe it. Well, Tony Whiteman turns around at us with both hands pumped up in the air with a look of amazement on his face. It's a first baller for Jack Jarvis. It's just a little loosener outside the off stump. Jarvis thinks he's cracked it and looking to crack it for 4. Hits it straight to the fielder who takes the catch. And, well, Dixit does it again. He just got a thing about taking wickets, hasn't he? He can't do anything wrong at the moment. Have a look at this. It's just there. Hits it, and look at the reaction from the batter. Can't believe it. Jack Jarvis straight into the hands of the fielder, who just stands there, Shiv Karan Gill, and says, yeah, give me some more of that. Well, okay, that tells you a story as well, doesn't it? Nobody likes that. You just sit down, you get comfortable, and then a wicket goes, you think, well, I better get up and put some pads on. Yep, you better. So wicket off the first ball, and well, he didn't play the first match, did he? And Jarvis probably has waited a long time to get out there and hit the ball, and when he does, hits it straight to a fielder. He goes for a duck. This one is punched towards the man at long on. They'll take a single. Just have a quick look at this field. See where these two men that are allowed outside the 30-yard circle in the power play deployed. So long on is back. And also a player on extra covers. He got met 3 inside the ring on the offside. One of the places where the catch was taken to remove Jarvis. And then you've got the sweeper out on the offside. And that's why they're there. They're basically, this is a plan that Luxembourg have used a lot, asking the bowlers to keep that ball outside the off stump, getting the batters to play the shot, the cut shot, and hopefully looking to pick up a wicket. It's worked for them already here. This one is nicely played to the man just talked about. He's doing the sweeping on the offside. So Naylor gets himself off the mark. After that early wicket, it is Michael English that comes out to join Naylor. Jarvis, well, he can't believe it, can he? He cannot believe it. Well bowled. Slow, looping delivery this time around from Dixit, and it has to be dug out by English. Loving the energy from Luxembourg. Things are going right for them at the moment. Smiles on their faces. They're playing cricket. They're enjoying it. They're having some fun, and it's all rubbing off on one another. And this one will probably take 1 or 2 smiles off their faces. It's a little bit too short. He rocks back, hits it on the up, gets it over the infield, and that's going to be a very welcome 4 runs. A nice shot there from Michael English, just going a little bit too short. That is the end of the over. So it will be 6 on the board, but they have got the wicket of Jack Jarvis, who has been, well, one of the better batters of the Scotland 11. And this chart from the stats gun will show you that Jarvis, 134 runs before this match, didn't play the last, and, well, you can say he probably doesn't play this one as well. Naylor is going to be key, 127 to him, Garden as well. And on the Luxembourg side, well, Timothy Barker, he has been on sensational form, hasn't he? 119. The captain, Vikram Vij, is up there as well, 115. And the man who took the catch there, Karan Gill, is on 91. So they're the key men to watch in this match. But like I say, the big concern will be for them is the absence of Thomas Martin. Swing and a miss. Good start here on Pankaj Malav. He's coming to the side. I don't know whether he's coming to the side by sort of just good fortune. He gets his opportunity, he takes it, and now, well, they can't find a reason to not pick him. Good start from Pankaj Malav. To the ground, had to try and field it himself. And, well, slight hesitation for the non-striker. I don't think English was expecting this to get past the bowler, and when it does, he's a little bit slow going, but he will get there. He takes a single. Well, moving around inside his crease, trying to put the bowler off is English, but Malav, to his credit, doesn't get deterred, just keeps the ball right up there.
Nothing from the middle, boys. Nothing from the middle. Lovely bowling, boys.
Good support from Anoop, also behind the stumps. Good bowling, good bowling. Keep it going, keep it going. And he was vocal all the way through, actually. Really played his part in the earlier victory against France when they were in the field, restricting France to just 71, and then knocking them off with 8 balls to go. Looks like maybe the batter wants to do away with the helmet, and the umpire probably said, well, look, let's just maybe wait a bit. Hit on the up, and it's straight to the fielder. It's another wicket that goes, and it is Naylor. Well, 2 of the big guns that weren't able to play in the first match, well, they haven't really made too much inroads in this one either. We saw Jarvis go without scoring off the very first ball, and now Liam Naylor, he goes off the 5th delivery that he faces with just 2 runs. And just like that, well, the 2 men that Scotland were relying on maybe to give them the score, the big score that they're looking to post, well, they are out of the picture already. This is a good start from Luxembourg. Once again, just not doing anything special, just getting the ball right up there. And, well, look at them. They are overjoyed and full of happiness, full of joy. Whereas the team in blue, well, their body language tells you a different story. Liam Naylor goes to 2 of 5 deliveries, and what a time it is to welcome back, for the first time with me anyway, Mr. Maximo. Well, look, Maximo, you see me, I am Rico. It's nice to meet you.
Learning.
Good to meet you. Come on, shake me hand. I'm Rico. Corey was the man you were with earlier today, who's now left.
Well, actually hasn't left because Corey's staying overnight in the lodge here. Do you know that?
Yes, I heard the story about that.
Alistair, and also Daniel Dorkaya, who's staying overnight here at the facility. But yeah, Rico, it's great to be here with you for the first time today. Probably not so great for the Scottish supporters. Have lost 2 big guns early, haven't they, in the first 2 overs in Jarvis, who waits around all day to face 1 ball. It's a feeling I know all too well. And yeah, now with Naylor going. So Callum Garden comes to the crease. A lot of pressure on him because really still it's just those 3 that have contributed. So if Luxembourg can get Garden here, this will be huge. He's facing up to Malov.
Malov again. You see, I mean, this is something that myself and Corey were talking about in the last time we saw Luxembourg play earlier. And Corey brought my attention to it. And that's the way that Malov, he's run up. He runs from right behind the umpire and then just pops up from nowhere and delivers. So, yeah, it probably takes a bit of getting used to for a batter. This one also isn't clean out the middle. And, just 1 bounce as it gets fielded there in the long on boundary. So that will also be the end of the over. So just not getting things going here. What a good over that was from Malov as well. The score moves to 9 for 2. And at the moment, Scott, it looks like it's going to be a very low power play.
Have a look at this game. So basically, after this game, just looking at Luxembourg and Scotland in isolation, who are both competing for the double chance, it'll either be 10 points to 4 to Luxembourg, or it'll be 8 points to 6 to Luxembourg. So you can see that if it's 10 points to 4, then Scotland can't make that up. So Scotland, just judging by what I'm seeing there, this is a must-win if they want that double chance.
Yep. Certainly is.
And Belgium, what are Belgium now? Belgium are 5 and 1, so they're 10 points. So, yeah, that's it, right? Scotland need to win the double chance.
That'll sort the double chance out, yeah.
Had a terrible start, 9 for 2.
Edge, and that's well stopped by Tony Whiteman. Keeps his eye on the ball, sticks out his left mitt, makes the stop.
Tony Whiteman, one of the all-time legends of not just Luxembourg cricket, but I think European cricket. He's just such a character. He's been playing for them since, how old's Luxembourg as a country? 18 something. He's in there. Oscar Whiteman's also in the team, his son. He said he thinks it's harder for Oscar than me. Tell you a couple of other funny things in a second. First, Dingra is a 3rd over specialist. This one will be called a wide. Yeah, so he was saying, I think it's probably a bit more tough for Oscar because, okay, they're on a cricket tour. Of course, they're behaving themselves, but I mean, he's basically got his dad there. You know, so
yeah,
let's go have a bit of fun with the guys.
Tricky one, right?
He's got his dad there. He's a cool dad, don't get me wrong. He likes it, and he's gone. English goes now, that's 3, and so Dingra breaks through. He tries to go across the line, little scratch off the inside edge, and Scotland in disarray in the power play. 11 for 3 now, Rico.
Yeah, certainly hear a noise. I mean, I don't think English is too happy about it. I wonder if he's trying to suggest that it doesn't catch a bat but something else. But there was a noise. The bowler wants it straight away. The wicketkeeper, Anoop Ursu, he goes up straight away. They are up and about. Well, they're wearing the red, and they are on fire, aren't they?
I reckon I see a little deflection there, to be honest.
So the finger does go up from the umpire, Jerome Peters, and you can see he's not happy about it.
Yeah, I think he's looking at the bat. I think he concedes that he hits it. Just looking at that body language, just came back at him, and probably wasn't the correct stroke. He'd know that, English. Unfortunately for him, he goes for 6, and Scotland 11 are 11 for 3.
Well, Amit Dingra, you said the 3rd over specialist. He certainly is, isn't he? One thing he does do, and he's done it every time he's bowled. You know, you get sometimes bowlers who say he can swing it around a bit. But Dingra, not can he swing it out, he does. Every time he's bowled, he gets the ball to move, and he can move it both ways.
Bit of a Sourav Ganguly look-alike. That is something that's been mentioned.
Yeah.
Yeah, bit of a throwback, Dingra.
Well, this one is a little bit too wide, and it will get called. You can see he's not trying to hide what he's doing, is he? I mean, he's everybody can see.
Yeah.
See him in the middle, gets 2 fingers around it, and he just says, well, okay. I don't know how much control he has over which way the ball swings, but he gets to the swing and he causes trouble. Dingra.
Yeah, he loves third overs. Hinkley is into the side as well, into the action.
Oh, beauty. Absolute beauty. And Hinkley probably is the one batter that probably could give Garden some valuable support if they are to get to a decent score here. But I think Callum Gardner would like another batter to contribute a bit as well.
What a tournament this ECC is. If you told me a week ago this would be a blockbuster and Luxembourg would be all over Scotland like a rash, I would have said, come on.
Taking on the fielder. And, they will get there. And, well run. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, you know, we know that last week there was a lot of talk. A lot of people were asking about the Scottish side. Do you know who's going to be playing, what they're going to be like? And I think we all said, well, we don't, but we know that they'll be pretty hot. We expect them to be pretty hot in the field. Maybe we all said they may have some issues with the bat early on, just getting used to the smaller
the
format.
mindset, I think,
but never like this.
Yeah.
I mean, and we never thought that the likes of Malta, Luxembourg, etc., were going to be beating them.
Walks at this, and it will be called a wide. Dingra will say, okay, Garden might have moved a little bit, but, I mean, he moves to a point. Let's see how wide the actual ball is. Yes, it's still very, very wide outside that line. So I think it's a good call. But I think in some languages, some Asian languages, the word for crisis is the same as the word for opportunity. So it does create an ability for the middle order to shape this innings and to step up for Scotland as well.
Once again, he's coming down and having to go. And, when you see the team, I mean, you can see now they're trying to take a little chance here. I'm going to ask you this question because I know you do a fair bit of keeping this out. Would you be tempted to come up to the stumps, especially with the pace at which Dingra is bowling?
Well, I would say
push your third man back.
I would always, but I wouldn't. I'd say if it's working, stick with it. He's not hitting these, right?
Yeah.
He's not hitting these. In T10 might be a bit different.
Yeah.
I'll tell you a slight difference in a second. This is hit, and it's hit well into the gap. This will be 4. So Garden rattles the fence with that one. Finishes the power play with a good blow, but it was one of few in the first 3 overs. It is 18 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, it gets a fair bit of this, but still, it's still uppish. And you just think that if it's closer to one of those fielders that's out there, I mean, Oscar Whiteman was one of them, and the opportunity is there. Marcus Cope is the other. Both are good catches of the ball. But this time around, he does get the fortune goes on each side, gets the boundary, takes him to 18 of 3. But again, it's a very low power play. When you compare the power play that the likes of France and Scotland are getting to the likes of the other teams, there's a vast gap, isn't there? I mean, the likes of Belgium we've seen, I mean, they've been hitting sometimes getting into the 50s.
Yeah,
Malta have been getting 35, 40. There's a big difference. And again, that maybe it's just down to the fact that Scotland just haven't played too much of this format.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. You know, it's also a different pitch surface than they would be used to. But like I said yesterday, I mean, it's adapt or die in the competition. You've got to try and adapt. We're seeing that with their selections. They're trying to put the guys that have adapted top of the order. The opening combination you saw today is the Shiv Current Gill coming on now in the 4th over. Yeah, just with the keeper up to the stumps or not. In a T10, I just think the value of the dots is so much. And I think that it was, okay, yeah, they're charging, they're moving around, but it hasn't been working for Scotland 11. Yeah. So I would just stay back and say go for it. I think in a T20, I'd be up there trying to hunt a stumping, thinking the wicket's worth a bit more. Well, this is in the air, and it's hanging, and it's almost caught, but not by Vikram Vij. Now they're going to go for 2, and they'll scramble at 2 runs to Garden.
Yeah, it's a good 2 that's run. I'm just having a look at Vikram Vij here, get into this. I think he starts to run in and then starts to run back out again. I think if he sort of, it's difficult, I know, but if he sort of picks more or less where this ball is going to fall, he's going to get 2 hands on that. Comes down, hits it pretty well, trying to get it past the fielder, who does, well, he does very well. Gets the slide and dive, and gets something on this, does William Cope, but unfortunately the ball ricochets past him and goes to the boundary. Valuable 4 runs.
Bit of luck for Scotland, really. The fielder does everything right. He's also at risk of kind of sliding across the rope. I think that was a factor for William Cope there. So they do get a boundary. Some people asking, why is Scotland struggling so much earlier here? Is it the bowling or just poor shot selection or execution? I think it's probably a bit of both. I do think the Luxembourg bowlers, they just do a little bit with the ball. They do enough, don't they? That's why we're not seeing the ball on the middle too much. Now we are seeing the keeper come up to the stumps. And that's probably because, okay, he charges and he does get that one. So he wants to force the batter to change tactics. But sometimes I've done this and the batter bats better because their actual tactics aren't the good tactics. They'd be better staying in their crease and just playing the ball, which is probably what you're going to see more of. I have liked the way that Garden has moved his feet. He's been one of the guys I think I've been really impressed with since he's come into the team. Shivkar and Gill to continue.
Oh, it's pretty full and a better good reply. I'm not sure where this catches the batter here, Garden, but it's a better delivery. Yeah, it just pops up with it.
It's too high. But what I will say is you also, when you come up to the stumps, because the batter's in their crease, if they hit the pads, you get a lot more LBWs than if you are back. The batters tend to sneak out a bit. Tries to get inventive and does. That's really smart work. He's going to get 4. This shows me Garden's thinking. He's looking at the field. He saw open space. And, well, Garden likes lawn, and he sees plenty of it round the corner. He gets 4.
Yeah, well, he's played this away like he's doing a bit of weeding, isn't he? And that's nice. That's nice to see, especially here in the Costa del Sol. Sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket. Well, he gets funky there. Nice
that's the other thing in modern cricket. If you come up to the stumps, the ramp has more margin of error because you can get away with those. That wasn't an edge, but you can get away with a little error. This will be called a wide. I think it's a clever call. So that's another reason that you don't see, especially at higher levels, you don't see keeper up to the stumps to medium paces as much because modern batters are so good at ramping. And if you're back, you've got more range to deal with little deflections. You can catch them. Yeah. But when you're up to the stumps, pretty much anything it catches of the edge or otherwise will go past you and go to the boundary more often than not.
Changing the field here because of that ramp that was played. So they have a man on the 45 now. And he goes down the leg side. It's just going to be wide of the fielder. It goes all the way. Manos arriba. Eso es 6 carreras. Uno golpe muy grande. 6 más. And well, it is Garden that now is leading the charge. He probably is the last of the real recognised batters. And he probably realises, and he knows, and his team will hope that he does, that he's got to get a big score here.
22 out of 36 so far. I mean, yeah, they do have other batters. I mean, you've got Sajjad still there. Obviously, he's looked good at times. I suppose he's the last of the batters that we've seen have success in this series so far. So, yeah, it's an interesting one. I think that's a clever use of the ramp. So he makes the most of the gap, forces a field change, and when you put the fine leg in, it opens a gap somewhere else. He's able to pick a gap. He's able to get a 6 there. Ends the 4th over, 36 for 3. Now we're going to see some spin, and it will be Marcus Cope.
This in the gap, and probably lucky really, Hinkley, that he doesn't get too much off this. He's got to realise his role here, and so far he's doing the right thing. You can see he's not wasting any dot balls. He's getting bat onto ball, getting the strike, and giving it back to Garden.
Garden's been really good with his feet to the spinners. He'll want to charge. Doesn't get 2 with this one, but yeah, that's been a feature of his batting, has been his footwork. And the other thing about, okay, keeper coming up to the stumps, obviously the keeper's going to be up now against the spinner, but we say, oh, the batter won't charge. Well, they still might.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean you can't. It just means you can't afford to miss it. So it doesn't take that shot out of the kit bag of the batter either. Don't forget that.
Goes for it, doesn't get it. And the fielder's coming in. Once again, Hinkley is going to get lucky. He likes that part of the ground, and this falls just around about where the 30-yard circle is. Gets away with it.
This is catchable if Dixit gets a jump on this, but he just freezes. He didn't know he had to come in there. Remember, he took a great catch yesterday, a one-hander in that area, but he just didn't read that off the bat.
And, this one's hit into the deck by Garden. Doesn't want to take the airy route. He knows the man's out there, so tries to beat him with power, but it goes straight to him. Just a single. So good start this from the young Marcus Cope.
Yeah.
I've liked his bowling.
You can see what Garden likes to do, though. He likes to get out, likes to get that contact point out in front. Now this should be out. Tony Whiteman is there, and he takes the catch. So Hinkley goes, and, well, old Uncle Tony still up to the old tricks at the 3rd man position. Hinkley tries to go downtown, goes uptown, finds the veteran. And Scotland 11 lose a 4th wicket now in the 5th over. It's 40 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, Hinkley was living dangerously, wasn't he? He was swinging hard. He wasn't catching the ball out of the middle of the bat. And he had a couple of chances where the ball dropped short of fielders, but this one goes safely to Tony Whiteman. And you can see he's happy about it, turns around. He knows where the cameras are, doesn't he? And he gives a little bit of a fist bump of delight as he gets the wicket.
Yeah, so that's almost a de facto slip position, isn't it, for T10 cricket, something that we've seen a few times before. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me is Rico Full. Welcome to our telecast of the second ever Dream11 European Cricket Championship, and it's live from the Costa del Sol in Spain. I loved your introduction, which was on the beautiful beach in Benalmádena where we've been staying at Sunset Beach Club. But interestingly, today I saw on the English website that we have our England 11 team that has been publicly named with some very good names. Of course, some returning names, some new faces to ECM, but I think that England 11 team, they are defending champions. They are picking a team that they think can retain the title.
Listen, you know it. They've been here. They know what it's about. They know that this is as big as it gets, especially when it comes to European cricket, and they want to defend that ground, and they want that trophy.
Yeah.
You know, so they're coming with some big names. They're coming here with a team to show, well, they're showing that basically they're coming here and they want to win again. So
yeah, no doubt about it.
They set the standard. You've got to say they set the standard last time around. But having a look, I think teams like, I mean, just baited on last week, teams like Netherlands, well, they know what the standard is now, and they've upped their game as well.
And they've actually had some matches together as a unit, and that's going to be another challenge for England 11, I suppose, as we get ready to resume, as we get to the final ball of this fifth over. It's Uzair Shah, who is the new batter, facing up.
Shah gets a short one, hits it pretty well. But, this goes to the fielder, get a single, so he's going to go back on to strike. So 41 on the ball, 41, 4 wickets down now, and that's well bowled from Marcus Cope. Really, like I said, I like what the young man is doing. Every time he's bowled, he's got better and better. I think his confidence really has grown. And, well, he's picked up 1 wicket there and just conceding 5 runs as well. What a good over.
Yeah, so the thing is, you're going to get smacked sometimes in this form of the game. I remember the late, great Shane Warne said that when he started playing T20 cricket. And so, you know, he said, you're going to get whacked. And how you deal with it, how you come back from that is how he judges bowlers. Anyway, I like the way that Cope's come back. And now we're going to see the captain having a bowl here, and Vikram Veach in over number 6. So try to go with his little wobblers again. Again, it's all about the location, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, William Cope, we know that they've used him a couple of times, but the last few matches, and it looks like maybe this one as well, they may not be going back to him. And when he has bowled, he's gone magical a few times. And Malov has bowled really well. He's come into the setup. Remember, they are missing, of course, I've mentioned already that there's no Thomas in the side as this one's played well. Thomas Martin, of course, is injured. Well done, all right, so she comes, she's saying it's over there. She knows where the ball is, it's always coming in that direction. I'm liking that, ball comes her way. She doesn't try and stop it. It goes under the fence, she says, it's over there.
Yeah,
Diana Rose takes some great pictures, and look, it's been great working with Diana Rose. She's done some great work with the schools that we've had coming here, and they're taking some great videos. So check those out on the social media, the Cricket's Cool program, and also well, some good interviews as well. ECM photographer Diana Rose doing a great job. Cut away, but two fielders gonna have to be quick, a good throw. He may have been in trouble, but that's very good backing up from Garden. He wants to get back on strike and get on strike quickly.
Yeah, it might have been wrong end there. I think that Garden called the run. It was Shah, actually, pardon me, that called the run. I think it was fairly comfortable at the striker's end. Would have been a longer, tougher throw to the bowler's end, but they get there. And Garden's the big wicket here. If you get him, you feel like you might be able to roll through the Scottish middle order.
Vikram Veach, the captain. Edge. Oh, well, this. I mean, it's gone quickly, Vinny. I'm going to say this. It has gone quickly, but I think that when you look back at this, you'd want your wicketkeeper to be taking this.
Yeah, well, this to me comes from a bit of a lack of balance. And so to get that, you need to be able to spring from a low position. And so because he's already more or less standing up, all he can do is throw an arm at it. You can see that, yeah, he didn't really get to spring and dive towards that ball. More or less just throws out a hand of hope. And Anim Urasu,
he didn't look in good balance.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He's already fairly upright. That's why they say as a keeper, stay as low as you can, as long as you can, so you can actually spring, jump towards the ball. You see, he never really crouches.
It's a good stop from Veach, caught and bowled. Just slightly slower delivery.
Just focus on the keeper here. So this is just a regular ball. This is the next ball. But you see, he never really goes down, right? He doesn't even bend his knees. So that means, so you'd say, oh, he should be able to catch those, right? But the thing is, he had to move with energy.
Yeah.
and he just really had
Also
no
seems to
base
be
work
coming
from.
forward. He doesn't stay steady. It
Yeah.
looks like he's on the walk forward.
It's
So if
unusual
somebody
technique.
is going quickly, he's got to find it difficult to readjust.
He's got a good pair of hands. That was just a positioning thing and a balance thing.
Well, stop. No run there. You can see that Garden is saying, no, I'm not taking that risk. He's realising that it's not. If it's risky, he doesn't want it. He's got to stay there. The 50 does come up in that over. 51 for 4 at the end of 6.
Yeah, very interesting clash this. Because remember, Luxembourg pretty much sew up that double chance with a day to go. They would love that. Looking at this, it's been a fairly good team effort. Some good contributors. 1 for 6 for Dixit early on. He's still got an over to come, as do Malav and Dingra, who also picked up wickets. 1 for 5 for Marcus Cope. So of the 6 bowlers, you got 4 of them that have figures of 1 for 6, 1 for 3, 1 for 9, 1 for 5. And they've used 6 different bowlers, which means they've got heaps of options left. So I think, yeah, you probably use the 4 that I just mentioned in a second over. Back to spin. And this one just misjudged by Garden, who exclaims something to that effect.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of an OMG going on there when he missed his hat on this one. Marcus. And it's going to be another dot. This is great stuff.
I like this tactic because I think he knows. He probably watched Garden bat already. Garden wants to get down to him and bang him over his head. So he's just not giving it any flight. He doesn't want to allow Callum to come at him.
Yeah.
No fine leg either, Rico.
Yeah, I can see him trying to get funky here. Let's see. No, he goes for that same area, but the field, this is what I thought he's going to try and get funky, because he knows the field's been set for this, the cut shot. That's where Marcus is bowling it, saying, well, look, that's the only players are going to give you a shot to play, but my fielders are there waiting.
Yeah, that's Oscar Whiteman. He's fielding right next to his dad. So he got a nice little word of encouragement.
And this has been well hit, but he'll be disappointed to hit the ball cleanly like that. It's a good shot, but he goes straight to the fielder.
So it's always great if you have family cheering you on the cricket field. Yeah, he's not really a junior anymore, Oscar. He's playing in the senior team. But normally they're off the field giving you encouragement. Not at...
Well, basically, talk about encouraging, he's telling him where to move now. Saying, come this way.
Saying, come here.
Come here.
Come here, young
too
man.
Far away. And, well, he does go for that little dig shot, and well, there you go.
Yeah.
He says, well, you may be younger, Oscar, but don't forget, I've been playing this game for a long time. I know exactly what I'm doing, and he may not have got the cleaners of contact, but once he lies down on this ball, it's not going anywhere.
That's good anticipation from Tony Whiteman. Sees this coming and starts running straight away. See him in the background. Well, they almost needed the jaws of life to find this cricket ball where he fielded it. I'm not going to mention it, but what he did do is stop the boundary, but they do scramble back for 2, so Garden retains the strike.
Yeah, that was the shot that I thought he was going to try and play because of the way the field is. I think he will go for it again, you know.
I can see in the chat they're wanting Tony Whiteman to bowl. They'll bowl a few spinners. Haven't seen him as yet. Well, this is a chance, isn't it? Or is it?
Yeah,
the bowler's going to go after this, and he spills an absolute sitter. Garden dropped on 32, and Cope cannot believe it.
Yeah, well, he's done everything that he's been asked to do by his captain. He's bowled brilliantly well. And all right, okay, look, that's a big moment maybe. If Garden goes here, but let's just keep an eye on this because he's dropped there on 32.
Probably sun's a factor there, to be fair to Marcus Cope, but it pretty much went straight up. And just remember that moment because there's still 3 overs to play here. We are in week 3 of this ECC 22, and you're in Group C territory, but next week we'll have Group D, then we'll have the 5th week, which is the Champions week, basically the championship week where England 11 automatically qualify. They're joined by Spain. You see them as the winners of Group A. Netherlands 11 winners of Group B. Whoever wins this week and next week will join them. So it's going to be a huge 2.5 weeks to come. Join us all the way through to the 14th of October in the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. It's the Euros of cricket involving 21 nations. As we head for over number 8, and they're going back to Malav.
And this is a lovely shot. Just this is what I'm expecting to see a fair bit of from Garden. Well, he had a bit of a practice earlier, and the boundary was stopped by Tony Whiteman, but this time he's got it even clean. That's a really nice shot. You can see he knows he's got to try and manipulate this field somehow, and he gets this spot on 4 runs. Good shot.
Yeah. Looks like Bully in the background getting ready to do the fielding. Yeah, forces the field change, doesn't it? So the fine leg is put in place. They kind of had a deep backward square and a mid-wicket, so now one of those men has gone to fine leg, and they've got square leg and mid wicket kind of combined into one leg side infielder. Now he hits it really well. Out of the ground, Maximo. Well, this one almost knocks the lights out. And Garden, well, he had a bit of a life, didn't he? But now he's looking to make the most of it and moves into the 40s with that stroke.
Yeah, I think he's just liking the, not just the pace, but also the line and length that's been bowled here by Marlow. Well, this has been absolutely thumped. I don't know what this hits, but it sort of ricochets. But does it hit the,
I think it hits the light pole
for for the floodlights here? Pretty sure it does. We can go back to that later as we go back to the live action. And this is a Gundy ball, and it gets put away. Ball, Ginna Sona, Shaka Lagya. This is the over they've been waiting for, and it's certainly the over that Callum Garden's been waiting for. He's now raced along to 49, and Malav, he's probably, I suppose, the part-time bowler that they're calling upon here because of the injury to Thomas Martin. Well, his first over was a good one, but this one looks like it's going to hurt him.
Cricket's a cruel mistress, Rico. Blink and you'll miss it. He's put on 17 runs in the blink of an eye since he was dropped.
Good this from Garden. He thinks about playing it. It's an easy shot, really, because of nobody on point, but he
so
decides
have a look, how far
it.
does he move? He moves a bit, but I mean, to be honest, the return crease is a hard line. That's always a wide out there.
Yeah.
So I think that's a good call by the umpire.
This one's pretty full, and gets a single, which will get him a half century. So well batted to Callum Garden. Ball that you're batting, Kitty. And we saw him score a half century yesterday in the game later on. Well, he's put another one on the board here today. You can see what a key batter he's going to be for Scotland going forward in this championship. 50 of 23 balls. Well batted.
Very good innings from Garden. He has been a shining light in this Scotland 11 lineup.
He's been hit pretty well. Fielder's got to get down here, and he does. Nice clean pick up, good throw, good energy.
Excellent work out there by Dixon. He's a good fielder, isn't he? And he was very quick to skate around the boundary. Keep that to one. So now Garden, rocking a hard place here. Probably wants a boundary. It's only 13 balls left in the innings, but he also probably would like the strike. Let's see what he goes for. Last ball of the over.
Goes straight, hits hard, and he's going to stay hit as it smashes in to the boundary markers. They're stronger together. Well, the only way out of this rut is for Scotland to be stronger together. One man that's making sure that he's going to do everything he can is the man out there, Callum Gardens. He's got his 50 already, and with that one, he just keeps on going. That is an expensive over, and that one, I think it does go magical, surely, because his first one was a good one from Olive.
Yeah, you're exactly right. But I'll tell you how much that over went for in there. It went for 25, so it does go magical in the 8th. Callum Garden, you see, he likes that mid-on, long-on region, doesn't he? Also a few little ramps. That's why there's 16 runs to fine leg. But I've got to say, get a camera on Marcus Cope, because he's in the Hall of Mirrors right now, looking at himself. He had a chance to get rid of Garden on 32 just an over ago. It's already cost him 24 runs. And yeah, Luxembourg, it's one of those things, you got to try and let it go, but it won't be an easy one to let go at all. Here's Dingra coming back in the 9th.
And he's going to get lucky here. He's going to just drop him before the fielder comes, and it's going to be another single. I mean, he's doing exactly what he needs to do here, Shah. I mean, he was a bit lucky himself. Maybe he could have gone on 2 if the keeper also had taken the catch. But this contribution from him is valuable because he's not tuning up deliveries. He's making sure whenever he gets on strike, he gives it straight back to Garden.
Okay, back to the Garden show. Let's go.
Doesn't quite get this right. He'll take a single, but you can see here, now this is the other thing I'm noticing. A lot of teams maybe in a similar situation would not take that single. Garden probably would have said, nah, I'm staying on strike. Scotland, they know that runs have been hard to come by. They'll take whatever comes their way.
Yeah, maybe come the last over, they may consider that, but also giving Uzesh Shah an opportunity to try and contribute. I think you're probably still taking everyone at this stage.
And once again, it's Amit Dhingra.
This is where you hope you can just, you want to just join the dots on Uzesh Shah. I'd even consider bringing the mid-wicket in, the cover point in, and just try and squeeze a little bit here, because the less Garden faces, the happier you are at the moment. And there's still 3 to come in this over, I think.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many dot balls, in the innings. So when you get a dot in, I mean, Amit Dhingra's done very, very well so far. And now he could get the wicket. Big moment. It's in the sun, and that may have been an issue for Vikram. And he's suggesting it. He's not happy. But look, you know you're fielding that side, and I just think you've got to be better prepared.
He's
and
already got the glasses on.
Yeah, if you're not prepared, have somebody else. You need the shades, you need the cap. You've got to take this one. I mean, I know the sun's an issue, but this is a dolly. It's an easy catch.
You can't catch what you can't see, except for viruses, I guess. But, yeah, what it does, I mean, apart from the fact that it would have been a wicket, it allows the single and gets Garden back on strike.
It's this well, and he makes a stop and gets back inside to tidy things up. They get 2, but he does save 2.
Good running, good running. Garden is just breathing life into this innings, isn't he? Even the way, makes sure he pushes for 2 there, keeps the strikes. At last ball, the over coming up. Key partnership at the moment. Last ball of the over.
Gets a little bit of an inside edge. Good bowling there from Dhingra. He sees the early movement of Garden, but he's not put off, and all he does is get the ball in an area that's going to be difficult for Garden to hit in the area he gets to. Gets a lucky inside edge. Just gets one more there, but good spell of bowling there from Dhingra. And Dhingra, he goes for 15 off his 2 overs. And when you look back at this, you look at the bowling figures. Dhingra at 15, that's all he goes for. Marcus Cope bowled really, really well as well. So they really have contained, even though you've got a batter there who's on 60, they've managed to contain a lot of the other batters.
Yeah, and so well, this is where the rubber hits the road for me. You've got Garden on strike. I think that this is where you do get a bit creative. If Scotland 11, I know, have been picking up anything, even if you sacrifice Shah now to get Garden back on strike, I think he's worth that much to you. Anyway, we'll see exactly what happens here in the 10th over. Mohit Dixit to bowl.
And well, the big agonising scream there from Garden. He's not happy about this. Look, he's still taking it out on himself. He knows he wanted more out of this. He didn't want the single. He takes it. So Shah will want to give the strike right back to him. Or maybe Shah, he's got a few big hits left in him here.
Yeah, maybe. We'll say Garden is a keeper. He's very vocal, sometimes towards himself. Anyway, Shah on strike now to Dixit.
Well, he does go for the big one, and it's got a lot of work to be done here by the fielder. And he's not able to get anywhere near it. It drops.
See, they
bounces,
get 2.
They take 2.
That's why I still think, actually, I'd rather there be a 2 than a 1 there. I just feel like the way Garden's hitting them, he's worth, I think you're saving, on average, at least a run a ball by him not being on strike. So I almost would have let him have a 2 anyway there, if you're not going to catch it, of course, which would have been the best result. But maybe I'm underestimating Shah. Maybe it'll come good here in the last over. Hit a boundary or 2.
Well, he hits this pretty well, but once again, it's to the fielder. So, yeah, you're right. I think when you look at some of this, again, it's all about maybe learning the way the game goes here. Shah's disappointed. He hasn't able to find the boundary as well. But I think this is good. You've got to have the main batter on strike for the remaining deliveries. Garden is looking to go big here.
Simple mathematics, right? Because as Shah's going at 1.1 a ball, Garden's going at 2.2 a ball.
And hits this fairly well. Fielder gets down. Well done. Good stop. Important stop. Again, just keeping it to 1.
So that tells me that if things remain the same, that you are on average at least 1 run better off per ball with Uzo Shah on strike. Now he is on strike. Will Garden even get another opportunity to face with 2 to come? Scotland 11 on 92.
Dixit, like majority of the bowlers, he's been good. Wants to keep it tidy, and he does. He gets another dot ball in here. What a great over this is. He only conceded 6 in the first and picked up a wicket. And now, well, he's only gone for, what, 5 here?
It's a bit like Naylor in that first game that Scotland 11 played against France. You think about where would this innings be without him. And in this innings, there's been 92 runs, 62 off the bat of Garden, and 30, including extras for everything else. Last ball.
Yeah, this one, he's let himself down, Dixit, the last ball of the innings. He just strays down the leg side. He's bowled so well up from there. There's still amazing bowling figures from him. He'll go for 15 off his 2 overs, similar, I think, to what Coate went for. I think when we look, we'll have a look at that. But again, just lets himself down. The last ball went up straight down the leg side, and it's enough for Uzo Shah to get a fair bit of bat onto it and send it to the boundary. But even with that boundary, they keep Scotland to under the 100. And this Scotland, you'll find they've been on this score before. And this morning, they managed to get to 97 against Belgium. This time here, 96. So don't manage to break the 100, and that's with a batter. like Callum Garden, who made 62 of 29. So it just goes to show that, well, even though they're fortunate to have a batter going here, because if he didn't score any runs, who knows where they got to. And in that match earlier today, it was the same sort of story. One batter did score all the runs for them, but nobody else is being able to get going. And here was the catch, here were the wickets, nicely taken there by Timothy Barker. And that was the wickets of Liam Naylor. But of course, the start was terrible with Jarvis going with the very, very first ball of the innings. Dhingra, and he was doing things as well when he got English out. That was a nice shot played. It was on the up, and the halfway point, 41 was on the board. So you can see there was a slight improvement. It was 41 for 4. Slight improvement, but not a lot. And that one just escapes the fielder. We're trying to be aggressive, and well, there he is. And look at this, turns around, he knows where we are. Oh yeah, he says, got another one. Nice catch. Well, he's got safe hands. That's the fourth catch taken. We're talking about catching. That was a big moment. It was it Shah, where you see he was the non-out batsman on 17. Maybe an opportunity to take him there. And well, if that one was the let-off, this one was the biggest let-off for Paul Garden when he was on 32. Marcus Coates, the young man, bowled brilliantly, but he'll know that one he should have taken. If he takes that catch, it could have been different. We could have been looking at the score around about 70, because once that catch was dropped, well, that was a signal, I think, maybe for Garden to say, right, I'm lucky to still be here. Now I've got to go big. And there was another drop there. It was Shah who got a second life. Vikram Vij dropped him on 9 as well. So despite those, well, just a couple of hiccups from Luxembourg, who other than that have been very good, they've still restricted Scotland to 96. And look, let's face it, if this is offered to Luxembourg before even the ball is bowled, if somebody goes to Luxembourg and say, look, you're going to be chasing 97, what do you reckon? They'll say, you know what, we'll take it. We'll take it any day. That scorecard tells you a story. It was just about one man, wasn't it? Callum Garden doing the damage. The other two batters that we're looking forward to see, Jack Jarvis only lasted the ball. Liam Naylor, 5 balls for 2 from him. Michael English, he was very disappointed that way he went, caught behind by Usu off the bowling of Dhingra. Garden was, again, like I say, the only shining light there, but good support there from Shah. We have a look at the bowlers, and once again, I think, Luxembourg, there were 3 bowlers that I thought were outstanding. Mohit Dixit, I think he bowled extremely well, 1 for 15 from him. I really did like the bowling also of Marcus Cope, and it was 1 for 10 in the end. And all right, he's going to be disappointed he doesn't take that catch, but he does really, really well. And Dhingra, he was there again, 1 for 15. So good bowling, and even something like Pankaj Malav, all right, goes for 28. But remember, he's sort of a part-time bowler there. Part-time bowler, bowling against Scotland, only going for 28, picking up a wicket. I think you'll take that. So you saw there the midway summary that once again, Scotland, issues with the bat, despite one batter doing very well. They still don't get the 100 ball. 97 it is that will be needed. Callum Garden, well batted against you, sir. That's a very good half century. 62 not out of 29 deliveries, and you can see there that he basically played shots to all parts of this ground. Rico Full here of the European Cricket Network. Alongside me is Vinny Sandhu, and we will be back in around about 10 minutes time for the conclusion of this match number 14, where we tell you once more, Luxembourg will need 97 if they are to get a very hard and well-earned victory, you would say, against Scotland. But Scotland, they are getting better. They've got the runs on the board, and they're going to have to be at their best if they are trying to stop a very strong Luxembourg team get into this target. So join me, Rico Full, Vinny Sandhu, as we return for the conclusion of match number 14 in around about 10 minutes time. Volvemos in 10 minutos.
Hola, muy buenas tardes, mi familia. ¿Cómo estás todos? Bienvenido aquí en el campo de Cartama Oval en Andalucía, en Málaga. Y eso es the European Cricket Championship, el Euros de cricket aquí en España. Y hay dos equipos tan muy fuertes, Scotland con Luxemburgo en este partido. Y vale, eso de mitad de partido. Y los Escocia batido primero y pongo 96 carreras. Y Luxemburgo ahora se falta 97. Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval, where the Euros of cricket are taking place. We are in Group C here, day 3 of Group C. And Luxembourg are trying to win this one and well, give themselves a chance to make it into the final on Friday, get the double chance. That's what they're trying to do. If they can win this, and the only team that's close enough to them to maybe stop them doing it are their opponents here, Scotland. Scotland, for the same reason, need to win this match. If they can win it, then that keeps their hopes alive of finishing second in the table and taking that second spot. Finishing in the top 2 means that you get a double chance to make it into the final on Friday. Scotland batting first, put 96 on the board, and that was thanks to a good, marvellous knock from Callum Garden, 62 of 29. He was the only batter really to make a contribution, and he was supported well by Uzair Shah, who made 17 of 14, just to give him the support, just to give him that valuable partnership. But now they're going to have to be spot on with the ball, and the person they go with straight away, and I quite like this change, is a man who ever since he came into the side for Scotland didn't play the first day. They had no spin on the first day, but Jack Hogarth, since he's come into the side, I think he's bowled brilliantly well. He's caused problems and he's kept the rate down, and I think this is the thing what Scotland thinking here, is that even if they don't get the wickets, if they can take this rate up, you know, take it up to around about sort of say 12, 13 and over, then I think they would back their other bowlers, including that man there, the captain, Adrian Neil, to try and contain the Luxembourg batters. Gill on strike. And, well, asking the question, and he's going to get the wicket, and Gill is making his way already, and Hogarth gets the breakthrough. And that is the end of Karen Gill. So the change up from Scotland means that they get this wicket early, and Gill just goes for the 1 run on the board. Big moment, LBW. Shiv Curran Gill to the bowling of Hogarth. Just have a look at this. Yeah, I mean, that is going through to it. It's the quicker delivery. It's a straight one. It goes all the way through. He is absolutely pumped, and so he should do. Yeah, come on. That's what it means to him. And I like the way that he thumps the breast off that jersey. And they've got the Scottish flag. That's what it means to him. He's absolutely pumped, gets the wicket. And the change up. So it just goes to say, you see, it's a learning game. You're learning things all the time. You're trying things differently. And don't go for the pace. They go for the spin. But that's clever bowling. Pushes it through in Gill. Well, he didn't know too much about it, so he has to depart just with 1 on the board. So Orsu, the wicket keeper, comes in next. Anoop Orsu. Hogarth flights it right up there, asking for another. He's going to get it. 2 in 2 from Hogarth. Yeah, well, there he is. He's absolutely pumped. Of course he is. He gets Orsu first ball. And, well, can we see something magical here from the Scots, and particularly from the bowler? And Jack Hogarth takes 2 in 2, and now, well, he's got the opportunity of taking a hat-trick. The first wicket to go was that one you saw on your screen. That was a Shiv Curran Gill, LBW. And now he's got another one. Oh, yeah, look at that. That's what it means to him. And that's not a repeat. I know the celebration is very, very familiar. He has been good. And what has been good as well is the number of hat-tricks that we've had in 2022. Well, turn over the page, because they just keep on going. The last one was here. Well, by Mohammed Suduzaman from Finland, when he took a hat-trick, picking up 4 for 3. First hat-trick he's ever taken in his career. Well, I don't know how many Jack Hogarth has taken, but how many of them have been televised around the world. I don't know. Massive moment here. Not making any change in the field. Not being tempted to put a slip in or anything like that, or anybody in close. And he'll just be going to bowl the same delivery again. Anoop Ostro, he went for a golden duck. Here we go, hat-trick ball. Hogarth is flying it up there. And the batter was alert and aware to it, just pushes this out as Marcus Cope. So they've elected for Marcus Cope to come out at this point. Could have gone for Tony Whiteman or maybe the captain himself, but they're just holding themselves back here. I suppose this is all about trying to send somebody up there that can get a good partnership going with Timothy Barker, who now will probably feel a bit of pressure. He knows he's got to go big. Well, this keeps on climbing. Matches without a golden ball, 111 now. And, well, does this one have golden ball written all over it? It's that sort of score, right? I mean, it's maybe a little bit low. I mean, I would say here at the Cartama Oval, score between 105 and 110 could be one that potentially gets tied. This one, a little bit lower than the par score, but still with those early wickets. And just what I'm talking about, you see, using Hogarth, not only does he pick up 2 wickets, but he takes that rate up. All of a sudden now, it is over 10 required per over. So a big moment. Hogarth, fine bit of bowling from him. Just two wickets taken, but only just conceding 4 runs. Brilliant. Short, and this is nicely played, just using the pace. That's a really good shot there from Marcus Cope. It's a short delivery from Lewis O'Donnell. And this morning, Donald was a little bit too much down the leg side, so he's overcompensated, but he's gone short and wide, and this is just nicely played, just helped along by Marcus Cope. It's a nice shot from the young man. That would probably give him a bit of confidence. Not the outcome that Lewis O'Donnell wanted. So O'Donnell charges it again. And gets this one through. Marcus Cope, good delivery, better. That's the areas, that's where he struggled to get the ball earlier this morning in that match against Belgium. So good comeback from O'Donnell. It's very tense out there at the moment, Scotland. They'll feel that they may be just in the driving seat right now with that early wicket. An early couple of wickets. This one, well, he gets down, does Kes Sajjad. Does what he has to do, but unfortunately, as he goes down, as he puts those hands out of the ball, sneakily just pops through the hands. Look, just a little gape that's left. There you go, you see, just wasn't able to get the hands on it, gets through. It's 4 runs. So 2 fours that have been played in this third man part of the ground. That one will hurt them more because both men have been put back on the boundary for that shot, and it's gone past them. Guy looking to guide it in the same area again. So this is one that the keeper, Callum Garden, has to make the stop on. Garden, well, how important was the innings from him in getting this score in the first place? Really had to be at his best. 62 of 29 deliveries. That was after yesterday. He scored 63 not out of 25 against France for earning that victory, and also got the Player of the Match award in that one. So he's looking to do the same here again. Scotland, they know they need to win this. If they want to have a second chance on finals day, this is the one they have to win to keep that hope alive. This has just been turned away on the leg side there from Barker. Timothy Barker, when first time we saw him, he certainly did look the business. He played some really nice shots. I mean, 60 of 22 deliveries in the player match performance against Malta. He really did look the part. And he was in the runs again. A few other matches, but he's just gone off the ball the last 2 here. So looking to come back well. Lewis O'Donnell. Well, this one is it's a ramp shot that goes wrong, and a good bit of work there from the fielder. Comes in, slides, dives, throws the ball at the end that Marcus Cope is running to. Michael English gets the direct hit, but the batter is already in. Cope trying to get funky. Well, this is the throw. You can see he's comfortably in. It's also the end of the over, so 2 overs now down. They take the single of that last one, so 15 on the board.
Come on, Hoggy boy. Me and you, Hoggy.
Hogarth, they're not going to keep him or hold him back. And this is the state of play you see here. Luxembourg win this, they take themselves onto 10 points as well. So they'll be neck and neck on points with Belgium, but it does mean that they take away the opportunity for any other team, i.e. Scotland, who are there at the moment, from getting the chance of getting the second bite of the cherry, or getting into the final on Friday. It's a big match, this, from Scotland. And the one man who's trying to keep them in it is, who's bowled a brilliant first over, just 4 runs from these first, but picked up 2 wickets, is Jack Hogarth. Here he comes again. Flights this up, asking the question, and the umpire having a thing, and he's got him. He's got a third, all 3 LBWs. And, well, Tyrone Peters thought long and hard about this one. I mean, if it's straight, I can't see why it's not. The only thing it looks like he's thinking about this is, okay, is it going to be missing leg? Maybe what's the bounce on it going to be like? But I don't think, I mean, look at that. That's pretty straight. I think the question here in his mind is, okay, if this is pitching, is it going to go over the stumps? And he decides it's not going to. It might be interesting to see this side on as well, but one man who's absolutely delighted about it is Jack Hogarth. That's his third, all 3 of them LBWs. I tell you what, I think he's probably going to be buying Tyrone Peters the odd pint or 2 of Victoria, maybe, because Tyrone Peters is, well, he's appealing, and Peters is putting the finger up. But, you know, I tell you what, when you look at that again, yeah, the only question would be, is it going to go on and hit the stumps? And after seeing that a couple of times, I think Tyrone Peters is spot on with that one. I think it probably is. So disappointment there for Marcus Hope. He's going to be the 3rd wicket to go. All 3 LBW. He goes for 11 off that, his 6th delivery. And a fine time as these wickets keep falling from Luxembourg to welcome back into the dream box. Vinny Sandovini, the captain, comes in, and he's really going to have to put a display on here to save his team. 2 left-handers now in the middle.
I think it's a good call. I think what makes it look a bit weird is it hit both pads, but he definitely turns that down the line. I don't think it's missing anything. And, I suppose it's a bad shot selection. We're seeing batters trying to hit across balls that is fairly straight. Hogarth, difference maker early in this power play.
Yeah, it certainly is. This one's a little bit wide to the lefty. And Vikram Vij just drops bat on. Interesting to see how Vikram bats here. I think when he bats aggressively, which I think is his normal game, he's far better. If he gets himself into a shell, I think he ends up getting himself out. I think he's got to be assertive here.
Yeah. Just 3 balls left in this power play now.
He just watches. You see that? That's what I'm talking about. I think you've got to play shots at this. There's no point just thinking, I'll let it go. No point thinking, well, I'll let this see out this dangerous bowling from Hogarth, because he's not helping your cause at all with that run rate.
I love the energy of Jack Hogarth as well. The way he goes about it.
Oh, I think he's gone. I think the foot is in the air. I am pretty sure this is out. He loses his balance. He's leaning forward. I think Vikram Vij is in trouble here. I really do, Vinny. Let's have a look at this.
Yeah, he's already walking, which tells me he's not super confident. I reckon it's the wrong one from Hogarth. And what a clever bit of bowling. And it beat the Luxembourg captain. All ends up.
Well, let's have a look. Well, you see the foot going up
gone
there.
here,
let's have a look. Oh, let's have a look at this.
Yeah, here we go. And you just don't see him getting back. Bit of work for the keeper to do. And he's gone.
Yeah, gone. Foot is still in the air. And when it does come down, look, it comes on the line. So even if these bails are knocked off when that toe hits the line, he's out because his foot has to get past the line. I think you're going to see he's going to get his marching orders here. This is a massive moment in this match. Scotland, they wait. They want to see the finger go up. The batters, they want the umpire to turn around and wave both hands downwards and say not out. Which way is it going to go? And they think long and hard. They're waiting for the 3rd umpire to give them the call.
He knows he's out as well.
Yeah, that's the shot.
He
just
feels that he hears the stumps go before the toe hits the ground. He just says, about it, you know. Yeah. It was a very good bit of bowling, and there's the decision. So it's a good decision. So tighter than a thorn, actually, but excellent keeping as well. Hey, how about these guys from Forfarshire that we'll see in the ECL next year in Hogarth and Callum Garden, who finishes that plate very, very well to get the big wicket of the captain, Vikram Vij. He's going to have to go, and now Luxembourg in early trouble at 15 for 4.
The captain goes without scoring. One of those, and a great work. Yeah, you absolutely, Callum Garden, really good, very quick behind the stumps, but that bowling here from Hogarth, and you know what this is? This is an opportunity here birdie for a fifer. And one thing we were saying, the one thing that surprised us big time on day one when we saw Scotland is there was no spin. It was all pace, and we thought they've got to bring some spin into the equation. They need a bit of spin for the party because a lot of teams have used spin to win. And, well, they did yesterday. The first time we saw Jack Hogarth, and he looked good yesterday. Yeah. Well, he's on fire here today, and he's got an opportunity here to pick up a fiver. He's got one ball to do it in. So far, 4 wickets.
Unbelievable.
4 runs.
And the thing is, yeah, Vitch is just basically trying to play the over out. He can't even do that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. He wasn't really going after that at all.
But that's the thing I was saying. If you're naturally an aggressive player, don't change your way. Play your normal. Remember, you let the first ball go by. Play your shots.
I think if he was aggressive to that, he just would have been stumped by more. I think the ball was just too good. He should have never left home. I don't even think he meant to. 4 for 4. Hogarth, bowler of the week. They're asking in the comment section. It's hard to go past him at the moment.
I think this is the first 4-for we've had in Group C. I'm pretty confident of that. So here we go.
We've keep playing your shots, Sophie Luxembourg. Maybe not to this ball, but heading to the middle overs. Here we go.
William Cope just places down. William Cope has been opening the batting with Barker, so these two know how to bat with each other. But a lot of pressure here because these two we know can bat. Remember, there is no Thomas Martin because of injury. So the only other batter that sort of made any contribution would have to be Tony Whiteman. After that, there's nobody. So this is a massive, massive partnership. But what a bit of bowling that is. Jack Hogarth take a bow. 4 wickets, only conceding 4 runs. And, well, I don't think anything happened, did it, in that?
Double wicket maiden. Maiden Waters will be happy watching from New South Wales. She loves the maiden. You don't get too many of them in this form of the game. I love Hogarth's intensity. I mean, when the ball's in his hand, he's a madman. His eyes are popping out of his head. He is so intense, and he puts a lot of that into the ball, into his action. He's busy. I think it's a stroke of genius as well to use him in the power play.
Yeah, absolutely. Brilliantly done. I think it works. I mean, look, this is the thing I was saying when he came on the ball. I liked it because one thing that Scotland have to do is that they will be learning from the format. They'll be watching what some of the other teams have done. And, the Pacers haven't really worked for them all the time. So they made a change, and it worked for them top trumps.
All right, well, now new phase of the game, and here's Jarvis.
Firmly played by Barker. Well, Barker's probably thinking what's going on. He thinks everybody's going barking mad. They come, they go. He's still out there. Now that means, well, he's not here at this partnership with William Cope. It's
easier said than done, but you have to pretend you're opening the innings now and forget that any of that happened. Okay, so the run rate required is not out of hand. It's still under 2 a ball. You've got 2 batters there. Barker hasn't done much except watch partners get dismissed so far. You've got Cope there. He has to try and contribute as well. Get this score ticking and actually start to get the game rolling Luxembourg's way.
Punts a single. Nicely played. Nicely shot there from William Cope.
Jarvis will be hoping his day turns around a little bit because he missed the first game and got out of the first ball of this game when he was sent out to open the batting. He'll be hoping he can contribute with the ball.
Yeah, I think that's why this is a good shout from the captain, Neil, to say, well, I know that he's probably seething. He wants to do something in this match. So I'm going to give him the ball. Let's see what he can do for me. Nicely played. Plays that with a lot of time. He knows exactly where he's playing this ball. He's got to... Plays with a lot of time, doesn't he, Barker? But sometimes he just gets that sudden rush of blood and goes for an uncharacteristic type of shot and gets himself out.
I think this game will be won or lost depending on whether Barker gets away with the big shot when he tries it or not. I think he can turn it with Maximo. This is Cope right now, though, on strike. But, you know, Barker, he is a class act. When he gets going, we've seen him do some very, very good things this week. But at the moment, they're in a bit of a phase where they're just looking to rebuild, and I get that, but they don't want to let this rate creep out too much more. Then you're under even more pressure to play the big shots, and you're probably looking for ones that aren't quite there.
Yeah, absolutely. The other thing is, the other scare probably in Barker's mind is, well, is he going to run out of partners? So he needs somebody to stay there with him as well. This one will be a wide, just losing the direction slightly. I mean, what maybe something that William Cope has to do is play the similar sort of role that we saw was there, sharp play with his 17 not out or 14 deliveries to allow Callum Garden to get his 62 and get those runs on the board. Somebody's got to stay there, but at the same time, it's a bad ball. You've got to be able to punish it.
That's the other thing. They dropped Garden on 32. I hate to keep bringing it up, but that cost them 30 runs.
Yeah. Quickly as well.
Yeah.
It's well bowled, but well played as well. Good bit of cricket there. Good comeback ball there from Jarvis. Yorker length. Dug out pretty well by Cope.
Let's see what I'm thinking here. Put myself in in Barker's shoes. Okay, he's looking at this field. Okay, you've got deep mid-wicket. Actually, they're plugging that gap now. So I'm looking for anything outside of stump that can carve away in the kind of top right quarter over third man or backward point. I've also got a big gap over cover with something outside of stump. That's what he tries. He's beaten for a bit of pace and bounce there. End of the over. Luxembourg are 20 for 4 after 4.
Yeah, 20 for 4, so it's a tidy over, just 5 runs from it. And basically, the other thing is that's 5 runs of 12 deliveries, because Hogarth's second was, as you said, a double wicket maiden. So really here, and one thing I was saying is that if you get a tight couple of overs in right at the beginning, and that's why I like the idea of using Jack Hogarth, well, that rate goes up, and it has gone up, and it's just under 13 here now. So you can see all of a sudden that score is a 130 score, not a 90-something score.
Very, very different, isn't it? Very different, but things can turn in an over. Looks to me like Uzair Shah's going to get the next over. They just need to find something from somewhere. With Barker there, I'm not going to count them out of it just yet. Will there be a turning point in this game, or will it be one-way traffic for the Scotland 11?
Shah has a look around, checks his field. Pretty much a straightforward field. Sweeper on either side, 2 men straight, and the third man back on the boundary. Played into the deck, Shah to wait. This is the part of the day here, late in this second innings, where the sun now starts to come down, starts to get into an awkward height for anybody that's fielding out there on the offside to the right-hander, especially if the ball is in the air. So you've got to be prepared. The shade's got to be on. The caps have got to be on. Shah.
16 balls without a boundary.
And this is just chipped up in the air. It's a tall man to get over. Well, that's got to be a good shot, isn't it? If you get one over the skyscraper, you've done well. And Adrian Neil, if he can't get there, nobody can.
Yeah, true. Just kind of wasn't sure where to go with this one, was he, Neil? Whether to stay put or head back. Had to head back. That's more good luck than good management from the batter there. All right, he's got to go soon here. I just don't think you can afford to sit on your hands for too much longer in this chase. Up to 13.5 and over now. Barker 5 off 6. Probably doesn't want to take too many risks, but I think he has to. Keep her up to the stumps now to Uzair Shah.
Again, it's just finding the gaps, playing the ball around. But yeah, you're right. Every time you have an over like this, I mean, even the thing is now, even if this over, if they get a boundary and a few more singles, goes say for 8 or 9, you're still below where you want to be, and the rate just keeps climbing.
Only those 2 kind of deflected 4s in the innings so far. They were off the first and third balls of the second over, bowled by Lewis O'Donnell, but no boundaries apart from that.
It's been hit better and firmer by William Cope, but once again, it's fielded. No boundary, just a single.
Just been trying to keep my eye on some social media as well. And some really interesting feedback coming in, which is good. Come back to that in a second.
Short, and this one is the one that has to go, but it's been taken. It's a brilliant catch from Cash Sarge. Well, this is the one that you got to put away. It's short, and you would expect somebody like Timothy Barker to punish this and smash it to the boundary. He hits it pretty hard, but he hits it straight to Cass Sajjad, who takes a really good sharp catch low down. And, well, he had issues stopping the ball going through him earlier in this one when he had a massive dive, but it just eluded him. This one doesn't. Well, when he needs to get it right, he does. This is a good catch. Really well taken. That ball is travelling, Vinny.
Yeah, never really got high, did it? So that's a backbreaker, isn't it, with Barker going. And so, well, big trouble for Luxembourg. They lost 5 wickets in the first 5 overs, and that was a big one.
Yeah, I mean, that's the wicket that you want. I mean, I think Luxembourg will know as well that if anyone was going to get you out of this hole, if anyone was going to get you in this match, then it was going to be Timothy Barker. And, well, that ball, I mean, it was you got to say, I was ready to call it from Uzair Shah. It was a Gandhi ball, and I'm expecting to see it being smashed over the boundary, but it goes straight to the field. A good catch.
Yeah, so this is what I was talking about. This is from 8-Bit Cricket on Twitter, saying, quite enjoying the European cricket T10s. Must say, starting to agree with the likes of Faf, Gale and Morgan, who've said that this might be the right cricket format for the Olympics, especially if it could mean a 24-team format. Why stop there? Let's go 32. The more, the better, in my humble opinion. Hashtag Olympic cricket. I got to say,
Yep.
I have to agree. If you are trying to expand the game to new audiences and basically show in an action-packed way what cricket's all about, and that would be the way to do it. I'll come back to that in a second. First, we're also going to look at Group D, which is coming up from next week, which I think is wide open. Italy, Germany, Romania, Norway, and Switzerland. See that it's the group which has the lowest ranked top ranked team, if that makes sense. So Italy with 30 on the top ranked team, and so plenty of Italians playing throughout our 5-week Italian summer through July. Let's come back to the present, and we'll come back to that Olympic discussion in a second.
Tony Whiteman is the new batter that comes out. And is right up there in the block, and certainly heard a little bit of bat on this. Let's see if, well, even if there wasn't, I think this is probably one that is going to probably go and miss the leg stump. So not out is the decision.
Sticking down leg side. So that's the end of 5 overs. The score is 23 for 5. A lot to do. And Group D profile. I know that Ramesh Thiessen was in the chat a bit earlier from Romania. And Norway, again, they're ranked below Romania, which surprised me slightly because they're a pretty good cricket team. I think we'll see a lot of improvement from them this year. They couldn't quite qualify for championship week last year. Switzerland, great to see them in for the first time.
Yeah, it certainly is going to be. Looks like Jack Jarvis going to continue. And he's conceded 5. So here we go. Big swing, shadow weight from
But yeah,
William.
I'm just going to go back to that Olympic discussion, because a lot of people in cricket think, okay, T20's away, T20's away. I don't think so. I honestly think that you've got to think practically as well. If you're going to have the Olympics in a city like Los Angeles, for example, or a place where there maybe isn't the cricket infrastructure, then it's much easier to have a hard deck in there as well. Right? It's much, much easier.
Nicely played. This time William Coate will take the single. Has to just get his skates on a little. Well, that's not very nice. They're flying the ball to the slower man.
And I was just thinking it's a more even format where anything can happen. It's a bit more exciting. For me, it's a bit like rugby sevens. Rugby sevens is in the Olympics. It's not full rugby union, but it is kind of a fast-paced format that non-rugby watchers, people that maybe don't know a lot about rugby, can enjoy. And that is why I think for short T10 would be the way to get cricket into the Olympics and have it stay in the Olympics.
Nice looking shot. Fielder's got work to do and does brilliantly well. Outstanding. Well, this is more like it. These are the standards I think we were expecting to see from Scotland. And that's Jesper Davidson making a really good shot. I mean, I thought this was going to get away from him. Look here. And yeah, outstanding. That's the way to do it. Great stop. And, that's the way to save these. Look, I'm going to say this. If you want exciting cricket, T10's the way forward. And if you want excitement and you want something in the Olympics, it's got to be T10. There's nothing else. Look, just look at this. Just look at what we're seeing here. I mean, look at the excitement. One great stop, one side of the field, another one there. This is what we're talking about. This is the standards.
I think using T20 or 100 ball cricket, that's a very cricket background mentality that's the exciting form of the game. But most people think T20 is slow. If they're not from a cricket background, they're saying, how long does it take? 3 hours? 3.5 hours? 4 hours? For one match?
3.5 hours, really, if you're thinking about it, yeah.
So imagine every 2 hours a different kind of a format.
Yeah, it looks like there's a
slightly technical
delay here, which means that it gives an opportunity.
So I want to know what people think. Why don't you message me at Mr. Maximo and tell me if you agree with me? And even if you don't, why don't you let me know at Mr. Maximo?
Do you have to message? Or can I just tell you now? I agree with you. It's the only way. It's the way forward. When you look at the action and excitement that we get here, this is the way forward. Short delivery, and this has been uppercut away. Balle, Guinness on where Tony Whiteman plays an absolute cracking shot. Look at him. He's so calm, so focused. And, well, that will do nicely. And Tony, well, we saw shots similar to this when he came in yesterday to win the match against the French. And that's the first Maximo of the innings as well.
Well, how many times has Jack Jarvis been cut for 6 by a 53-year-old from Luxembourg? I'm going to say 1. But it is a shot in anger, and it just keeps things interesting, doesn't it? Because Luxembourg were fading away. I mean, if they don't chase this down, which I mean, it's looking pretty likely they won't, they will kick themselves. They really had an opportunity to solve the double chance here, Luxembourg. They still might get it, but Well, now, Whiteman, let's just say no one seems to respect his calls of yes, because remember that it was Vikram
It was a
earlier
big one, wasn't it?
who put up the big stop sign. This time, Cope says no. After 6 overs, it's 32 for 5.
Hey, did we miss him doing the press-ups? Did we miss it?
I think maybe we did. But don't worry.
He
we'll
must
see
have
some
done
more
it.
of
He always doesn't.
He always does, yeah. Does some push-ups, does some press-ups before he goes out there to bat. He's a real character. And I think he's loving the ability to be on ECN. Look, you know, Luxembourg, I think with their club structure, it's a bit hard for us to do a full ECS there. But, for example, I'd love to do a night series there. I know they could probably get 5 clubs for a night series potentially next year. Maybe that's something we could look into. Because I know they've got a beautiful ground there in Luxembourg.
Yeah, we were. I mean, when we had Star, the domestic champions here last time for the ECL, the European Cricket League, I mean, they were showing us some pictures of their ground over there, and it looked absolutely stunning. So, yeah, it would be great to be there.
Yes, Sajad in over number 7, now and ever for Luxembourg.
Yeah, Sajad, who took the key catch to remove the dangerous Timothy Barker. And now he gets the ball. He's another one, you know, every time you see him, he's just getting better and better. And
Great hair as well. I'm getting a lot of feedback on Sajad's hair.
We've seen a lot of
good. It's a bit of the wild man about him. I like it. He's I've got the headband on, try and keep it under control.
Hey, did you see Prince Charming this morning?
Yes, I know, Omid.
I reckon you done him. You snookered him. You mentioned him being Prince Charming again. And he said, you know what, Vinny, I'm supposed to be a hard man, the tough look. You keep mentioning me as Prince Charming. He went down to the beach and he came back with dreadlocks all in his hair. He literally did. You ain't seen him?
I didn't know about the dreadlocks. What meant yesterday?
He's got the dreads in now, so you can't call him Prince Charming anymore. This is going to go up, and the fielder is not going to get there. 4 runs. A little bit of luck. And then they need a bit of luck, don't they? William Cope this time finding the boundary. It's a thick edge of the bat. I think it might have been the bottom edge of the bat. Goes flying over the wicketkeeper. And the fielder who's patrolling the boundary there, Jack Jarvis, is not going to get to that. So 4 runs. Lucky.
Genuine miscued hook there.
Yeah, and then you've got Rahatullah. I mean, his hair looks absolutely lovely.
I like it.
I mean,
get a bold pace. Let it all hang out, I say.
I like the way that he ditched the headband. I don't think the headband suited him.
I don't mind it.
Rahitullah Mangal. Now we talked about this is sort of like a straight pull. It's up in the air and it's going to be a simple catch that's been taken. He's going to be pretty disappointed here. I don't know why he's looking around William Coke. He wants something said by somebody about it. I don't know what the issue is here. He's not a happy chappy as he's making his way out. He's looking one way or another, looks at one umpire, the other umpire, looking around, looking at the non-striker. Something he's not happy about. I don't know what it is. But the fact is, he's hit the ball in the air, the catch has been taken, and he's got to go.
He may be not super happy with a couple of words said. I mean, Scotland 11, they're frustrated, aren't they? I mean, they obviously haven't been playing the way they wanted to. Sometimes that frustration can come out in a variety of ways. That was just a slower ball. I don't think William Cope picks that well. Once he does pick it, he says he's going to try and flat bat it out of the ground anyway. But he had to hit it absolutely perfectly. He'll have to be a fly on the wall in his mind right now. He does seem a little bit bothered, but he has to go for 11. It's 38 for 6.
Yeah, well done to Kes Sajad as well, the bowler. Picks up a wicket. Like I said, he's somebody who seems to be improving all the time. We saw him take a great catch, which was a magical moment for him and also for his team, Scotland, because they really did need to see the back of Timothy Barker. And now he's in the wickets as well. And a good catch taken there by the man of the moment, really, Jack Hogarth. Remember, he spelled bowling this morning. Well, 4 wickets, only 4 runs conceded. 2 wickets in the first, 2 wickets in the second over, which was a double wicket maiden. Sajad, they'll go up for this, but I think the height is probably going to be an issue. Maybe going to perhaps also go over or past the leg stick. Just have a look at this. Yeah, more the height than anything else, perhaps.
A long way to go from the pad to the stumps as well. I think it's definitely climbing over. Had Tanush with some feedback saying, you know, T10 has its own charm whether or not it's in the Olympics. But one thing it would do, it would unlock a lot of funding if it becomes an Olympic sport.
Hey,
That's a huge thing.
Isn't this a magical moment for the Whiteman family?
Yeah.
Oh, well, this is magical as well because this goes all the way over. When he said, I did it once and it wasn't a fluke, I can do it again. And, well, it's senior Whiteman that hits this one. Well, what a cracking shot this is. He likes it wide outside the off, doesn't he? Seis carreras más, que grande, que guay. And this is another one that goes out into that killer python area. Lovely shot.
I'm sure that Oscar Whiteman saw his dad whacking plenty of 6s in the backyard, but this is one he doesn't mind watching from the other end. 7 overs down, the score 45 for 6. Coming up is the last game of the day, France and Malta. France, they are quickly running out of time to get something going. Rithurshan Granarsa comes into their team for the first time in match 15. And as for Malta, well, they can certainly put some distance between them and the French. And Malta, still a mathematical chance of the double chance. And they do play France twice, I think, from here as well. So look out for that. That is the last game of the day, starting in half an hour right here on the European Cricket Network. Yeah, the Whitemans, I think they might have batted together last year. Oscar will get one here, or will he? He will. So Tony, looks like he'll be the one to try and keep Luxembourg in this game. Does cut very well over the top, doesn't he?
It's two thunderbolts of a shot from him for 6, but he gets on strike again. Oscar Whiteman gets off the mark. Yeah, a magical moment, and we always say European cricket, it's all about family. The cricket family that's coming together, stronger together. And well, we've seen 2 family men out there in the middle, father and son. It really is a super moment, a proud moment as well, isn't it?
It's got to be super special.
It has to be.
International cricket, father and son batting together. And well, Tony's no slouch. He's in great shape. He's 53 years old.
It's because of all the press-ups he does. I'm going to start doing that, I think. This is up in the air. This one, I think he's in trouble. Doesn't quite get this right, and he is. So, well, they do come together for a short period in the middle, father and son. But father, after playing some lovely shots, you can see he wanted to be aggressive. He knows the situation there. You can't hang around. You need in 18, a point of no return. Well, you would say, Vinny, and over. So you got to hit the ball. You got to hit boundaries. He hit 2 good ones, and just going for another one here, and just doesn't get it right. So he has to go, and he goes for 15. And that was, I think, the 8th delivery that he faced. So another wicket goes down, and I think it's Hogarth who takes the catch. He's having a sensational match.
Yeah, and Tony knew what he had to try and do. He had to go after a ball he'd rather not have to. Yeah, just didn't get it in the middle of the bat, so disappointment. But we'll see plenty more, I'm sure. Well, it's not Oscar. They're not twins. I can tell you that is Tony. We'll have to fix that one up.
Well,
I
tell you what, Tony won't mind. He says, leave it up there, chaps. Leave it up there.
Do you reckon he can walk back out there? Anyway, 46 for 7. Now, halfway through this 8th over.
Yeah, so, just to confirm, it is actually Oscar that is still out there in the middle, not Tony. Tony has to depart. He's the one who gets caught. So a new batter comes in, takes guard. And, well, what do you do here if you're Luxembourg, Vinny? I mean, look, you're not going to win this match. Do you just set yourself a sort of another imaginary target and say, right, from here, let's get to
play net run rate and play like you're batting first.
You know, I don't know.
Well, here's the thing, though. I'll come back to that in a second. You might as well go for it. I mean, whether you get 57 or 62 or whatever, probably doesn't matter much, but maybe you play a few shots and get away with it. Maybe you can hope that Scotland 11 can drop their standards a little bit as well. But, yeah, Scotland 11, certainly not the start to the day they wanted. They went down to Belgium again. And, well, let's just say they were tested pretty strongly by Luxembourg in this, but I guess they've won from about the 6-over mark of that first innings. Well, he tries to turn this into a catch. Instead, it'll turn into a boundary, 4 runs.
Yeah, Hogarth here, he's coming in. I don't think he's ever going to get there, but look, you know, he's always going to give 110%, running in. And when he sees the ball, he's going to drop in front of him. He still tries to take the one-hander, but it bounces under him, goes to the boundary. So it's a nice moment there for a batter. Gets a boundary to his name. He'd be happy with that.
Saw some viewer feedback there. Rishi saying the game changed with the Cope dropped catch, and I couldn't agree more. Could not agree more. They might have only been chasing 60-something if they'd taken that.
He goes for another one, and Hogarth this time, he makes no mistakes. He's full of energy, that man. Well, he's taken 4 wickets, and now maybe he wants to take 4 catches. Well, he does it in 4s, maybe.
Yeah, well, he was almost on all 4s taking that catch, and he certainly looks like he's puffing. Jack Hogarth, and you can see why. He's been tested and tested and tested in that position. This time, he makes the ground judges it perfectly. And Luxembourg, you wonder how long this game can last, because after 8 overs, they are 48 for 8.
Yeah, well, this time it is the other Whiteman that has to depart. And Oscar Whiteman, he does now leave the field of play. Again, caught by... So both the Whitemans have issues with Hogarth. Hogarth is the one who's taken the catch, and they both had issues with Shah, because Shah has been the man that's doing the bowling. So father departs, and then the son follows after.
This now says Tony Whiteman's out, then Well, no, something's gone very wrong, but no, that is Oscar, who has been dismissed for 2. Yeah, this is the beauty of this cricket. We saw Luxembourg chasing down 148 earlier in the week. This time they're making a meal of a 97 chase.
He can't be out for 2. Surely he's the one who hit the one for the boundary. Maybe the score's just not updated here for a moment.
No.
What about the boundary that went under Hogarth? Who hit that then?
That was Tony.
Was that Tony?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think so. But anyway, I don't know. I think something funny's going on here. It wasn't Tony, I'm sure.
We'll get back on
We'll get back onto it in a moment anyway, but we'll get there. That was the end of the over. Score 48. 7 down. Swing and a miss.
Well, we haven't seen that registered, actually. So I think maybe that boundary got missed in the scoring. That's why it's not showing up.
So I'm not losing my marbles.
Gave it a 1.
If I was losing my marbles, I'm going to go back to Ken Weston and say, hey, you can have these killer pythons back because they're dummy headed.
They're very good, those killer pythons.
They're mine. Stay away.
Well, you say they're yours.
This is the last packet.
When you weren't watching, I had 2 of them.
You didn't. I'm going to count them and put them back in the bag now. In fact, I'm just not going to leave them here. Killer pythons. They're the new me, they are. I'm liking the killer pythons.
Adjusted now. There you go. Oscar Whiteman out for 5.
Told you.
Yeah, I'm paying attention.
Yeah, I do. I do watch.
I see.
Paper and pen, buddy. Paper and pen.
We have some of the best scorers in world cricket doing this. You know what? You have to be on the ball all the time. They're long days. There's a lot going on. And normally I trust them blindly. That time I got found out. Anyway, this is in the air. It's probably wicket number 9 coming up. And it is. So nice catch taken there by Michael English. And you see Pankaj Malav comes and he departs. And so Luxembourg. It's not really getting close to this now. I mean, this, to be honest, is what the Scotland innings might have become if it wasn't for that knock, that lone hand from Callum Garden, as they've lost a 9th wicket now. Luxembourg, 52 for 9.
Yeah, nice catch there from English. You can see he's got the shades on. No issues with that sun that's starting to come down. Hey, look, what about, I mean, I wasn't here last night, but I saw that some of the shots off the ground as the night drew in. We've seen some amazing shots of the skyline here. Absolutely sensational. I mean, if you haven't seen them, check them out on the social media. I mean, talk about an orange sky just before it goes pitch black. I mean, outstanding, captured, of course, by Diane Oros. Seen some great pictures here. But that, for me, is the best part of the day. You know, when we're doing that last match, and it's getting to the point where the floodlights are on and the last bit of daylight goes, the sky is
It's always nice when the weather's warm as well, because the heat kind of hangs in the air a little bit, doesn't it, after the sun goes down. But then the other bit I love it when the lights take full effect.
Yeah.
I love to watch the black sky here. And the kind of uniqueness of this setup, the balls, the Maximos that disappear, they disappear into the night, never to be seen again.
Yeah, look,
don't they?
Are they going to bat the 10, or are they going to be all out here? 52 for 9. Digs this one out, so the number 11.
This has now become a really good net run rate booster as well for Scotland 11. Who would have thunk it? They might win by something like 40 here, 40 or more.
Yeah,
I expect that with the score of 96.
Luxembourg, they've not helped their cause here. I think they did really well in the field to restrict Scotland, but it just didn't quite happen with the bat. It's a nice looking shot. It will be 1 bounce, well dealt with, and with the sun right in his eyes. And he does really well because he's not even got the shades on there. So he says, "I'm hard. I'm from Scotland, you know."
One thing about Luxembourg,
they are hard in Scotland.
Listening to them earlier in the week, they said we're not going to get too carried away up or down this week. I mean, this is a bit of a down moment, but they don't have to worry about that too much. They've still had a good first 3 days, and they enjoyed that shot, I think, from Dingra.
Well, they might enjoy this one as well. This is big, boom. This comes out sweet. Out of the middle of the bat. I'll tell you what, that is sweeter than my killer pythons. That's a big hit, 6 runs.
Well, maybe they should have sent Mohit Dixit out a little bit earlier, because maybe Mohit Dixit is a Mr. Fix-It for this innings. Look at that, straight into the wheelhouse. And the tail ender smashes it out of the ground. So, Maximo time, as we do get to the end of the 9th over, 59 for 9.
Yeah. So, when we say all happens in the 9th, well, a few things happened in there, including that little highlight there. Nice little shot. First we thought Amit Dhingra would get off the mark, and then Mohit Dixit, a player who does a lot of his best work with the ball in hand or catching the ball, and now with the bat in hand, he hits a nice little shot. And, just reminding his captain that he can be pretty handy with the bat as well. Take note, Vikram Vij,
Opportunity missed though, isn't it, for Luxembourg?
It's always good to be a captain,
Yeah.
isn't it? You can put yourself
Well,
on
he
the
hasn't
bowl.
bowled
when you
yet,
want.
right, Neil? So he's probably feeling...
Yeah, come on to bowl. And takes a wicket at the first ball. Yeah, that's the merits of being a captain. So Adrian Neil comes on the bowl, and that will be the end of the innings. So were they going to bat out the 10? No, it wasn't. And Neil, well, that's going to do his economy rate pretty good. Look, when he's come on to bowl in the last couple of times, he's been hit all over the place, hasn't he? So the big man, he certainly wanted to come back and take a wicket, and he does. And that's the virtues of being the captain. You can put yourself onto bowl when you want to, and when you got the team 9 down, why not? And why not indeed? He does come on, takes a wicket. So a victory for Scotland here. Once again, they had issues with the bat, but it was a very good innings from Callum Garden, 62 of 29. But yeah, a lot of people already saying on the viewers chat that the big moment was when he was dropped. Simple catch, a caught and bowled opportunity for Marcus Cope when he was on 32. That would have meant that the score would have probably been, or could have been, the high end 60s, maybe just early 70s. Certainly could have been a different thing. Would have been a different frame of mind, I think, from Scotland, and also from Luxembourg going out the bat. But Luxembourg, okay, they've had a pretty good championship so far in this Group C. That one is a game that is just going to brush behind them.
Yeah, I think you have to do that, but it's all about the Hogarth show earlier in this innings. He took 4 wickets in the power play, 3 of them LB Douche, and well, it was the Tyrone Peters, Jack Hogarth combination. But this was the issue. Batters just playing down the wrong line and trying to cross bat balls on the stumps. Didn't want to play Hogarth with a straight back. They could have afforded to be a bit more careful with him, because if they'd done their research, they would have said that Hogarth has been the threat for Scotland. No one else has really been that much of a problem to score the runs off. And then a 4th one, smart bit of work from Callum Garden behind the stumps.
Yeah, that was a good one, and it's one that the captain won't want to look back at. It was the time when Vikram Vij had to stand up, stand tall. I mean, remember, he just dropped the bat on the first ball. He let the second one go by, so he wasn't playing his natural game. And I think when you're not playing your natural game, there is always going to be an opportunity. One man who tried to play his natural game was Barker. Well, he hits that one, and he thinks he's going to hit the ball for 6. Doesn't quite get the height on it. It's a good catch taken by Cas Sajjad. It's a moment that he'll cherish. And then there was some great fielding. And, one man who came out though, and he likes to hit this sort of shot, is Tony Whiteman.
Yeah.
Uppercut that one for 6. Well, it's not the first one he played. There was another as well. And, well, this was a sliding stop from the captain. This one was out. And, well, William Cole wasn't very happy, was he, when he was out here? He was looking around all over the place and shaking his head. And then you see, putting his hands up in the air. Well, someone else who was putting his hands up in the air was the umpire, because that was 6 more. And, well, they liked it out in the middle. The stuff from Tony Whiteman, but then he got a little bit carried away. But look, at that point they did need 18 runs per over. He had to be looking to hit at least 3 sixes and over, or trying to be hitting at least 5 balls to the boundary. But he won't mind so much, because even though he was out, it was his son that was put on the scorecard, so he's thinking, that's good, I'm still out there. So that might put a smile on his face, I'm pretty sure. But much better from Scotland, you'd have to say. I mean, I was saying before to Corey that one of the things Corey was saying to me, what does Scotland need to do to get better and look better? One thing I said is, well, forget about the batting. The batting is an issue, it will come. But the little errors that were creeping in with them in the field, they needed to iron those out. They needed to look like a better team. They needed to look like the classy team that we know that they are. And I think they've taken that moment from the first match that they played here today in that defeat to Belgium. They took the moment to regroup. I think there's been plenty of team talks there. I know that the captain has been having a word with some of the players, and they've come back strong. And even though it didn't quite click with the batting, because both the guys that we were hoping to go well, Jarvis and Naylor, didn't perform, but they still, I think as a team, they performed much better, and that was always going to rub off. If you perform well in one discipline, it will rub off on the other. And I think Scotland probably, they needed that match. They needed that defeat to Belgium. They needed to come back well against Luxembourg, and maybe now we're going to see them a lot better from them.
How about this? Not often you see one player involved in 7 dismissals. Jack Hogarth with 4 wickets and 3 catches. No surprises at all that he is being given the player of the match. I mean, it's hard to wrest it away from Callum Garden, actually, who batted so well with 62 in the first innings. But I just think that when the game was on the line to be won or lost, it was Hogarth that did it. 4 for 4, including a double wicket made and incredible figures in the power play. Apart from that, it was Shah with 3 for 9 chipped in. Kesajad with a couple of wickets, and Neil just needed the one delivery to finish things off. So we'll have a quick break. Rico, when we return, France and Malta, well, they're two teams that would love to get the points in the last match of the day. Can France register their first win? Or will the Maltese Express be in business? Join us to find out when we return in 15 minutes for match number 15 of Group C. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Rico 4. You're watching ECN, and this is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Welcome back. I am leaning on the HCL software dome here in the fan zone. I tell you what, they say it's the ultimate cricket experience. It really is here. It is the Euros of cricket, and we're continuing into the final game now of day 3. In Group C, it is match number 15, and Corey Rucker's hassling me as well. You're meant to be off the clock, but I tell you what, I am looking forward to this one. And it's a big game for both these teams, really. It's going to be France versus Malta. Let's go out to the middle where Rob Kemming is with the 2 captains for the coin toss.
Okay, your call. Heads or tails? Heads. Heads is good. Tails. Good.
So it is France that have won the toss and they've elected to bat first here. And this is the game where we'll flick the switch and we will go under lights. And France without a win in 5 attempts. They really need some points here. If they don't win this, it's very hard to see them having any hope of qualifying. They need some runs, so I don't mind the fact that they've elected to bat first. But where are they going to come from? I'm not really sure, but they need to scrape a total together. But Malta, they will have to chase, and had some issues doing that earlier today against Belgium, no doubt about that. But Malta, they will hope to kind of entrench themselves in the final 4 if they can pull off a successful chase under lights tonight. Well, Rico 4, he's a man that's had a big day, and it's going to go into a big night, I'm sure, as we get ready for the start of the last game of the day. And it's France, they won the toss. They're going to have a bat.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandu out there in the middle. Well, he's trying to deal with Corey Ruckers as well. Corey, well, I think Corey's back at base by now. Or is he? You never know where he's lurking. But this is my favourite time of day. This is the match I really look forward to. When night comes in and day disappears, the floodlights come on and we see the action by night. It really is sensational, and the sky, well, the skyline is amazing, and I'm sure that we will give you some glimpses of that as well. The umpires, Nilkesh Patel and Stefan Gooch, they lead the teams out. You saw there France winning the toss and wanted to have a bat, and you can see that Bikram Arora, he was quite happy about it, wasn't he, the captain of Malta? I think that's exactly what he would have preferred to do. So I'll leave you to have a look at the fantasy dashboard there. Both these teams have played a match earlier today, and they were not successful. The bat versus ball wall thinks in this one it will be Malta that will be 89 to 76 favourite to go on to win. Malta, in their first match, they took on the high-flying Belgium side, who are finally starting to click with the bat, and they put 141 on the board, and Malta, they failed to get to the 100, losing that one by 42, finishing 99 for 5. And, well, their opponents have had issues. They've had issues with the bat as well, haven't they? France, 71 on the board, batting first against Luxembourg, and Luxembourg knocking those off with 8 balls to go. Interesting, though, the captain from France, he just keeps on sticking to his guns, Nouman Amjad. It's almost like he's saying, well, look, I know we keep failing with it, but until we get it right, I'm going to keep putting the batters in. So they're going to have another bat here. And Malta will know that they've had the issues with the bat, and they will want to be putting pressure on them straight away. So let's see how this one pans out. France, they know they need to get victory. They need to get points on the board. And maybe this is the last opportunity for them. If they don't get the points on the board in this one, I really can't see how they're going to avoid being eliminated from the proceedings tomorrow. By the end of tomorrow, we say goodbye to one team, because only 4 return for finals day on, or group finals day, I should say, Group C finals day on Friday. The umpires wait for our official timekeeper, Frederica Constant, to give us the thumbs up. And Malta, very much a sort of a unchanged side here. And, Bikram Arora, their captain, goes to Bilal Khan to bowl the first. And, he gets a full-length Yorker length delivery in outside the off. There he is, Bikram. I'd like to see him bat more. If there's one thing that I'd like to see from Malta, is maybe a slight change in the batting from them, because I think one thing they need to do, and certainly before they get into the finals Friday, is give those guys that probably haven't had an opportunity to bat to have a go. You know, they're 99 for 5 in that last match, so only losing 5 wickets. So there's batters there that haven't had a go. And I think Bikram Arora, when we see him bat, he normally does open the batting. He's a very classy batter. And I think he needs to make sure that he gets some practice out there in the middle as well. So if it does come to it in a crunch match and he does go out there, at least he's got something to fall back on. He's had a practice. He's had a hit. Talking about hit, here's the hit man, Bilal Khan. And this one he gets completely wrong. Just pushes this one too wide. A very exciting young cricketer. in Malta, Bilal. Saw him a couple of years ago, just over a couple of years ago, and he excited me then when he was well, he's still a young man, but long hair he had back then that used to float around all over the place. A bit like Rahitullah Mangal. That was the look he had. And then he surprised us after a couple of days, us talking about his lovely hair. He got it all shaved off, but still hasn't affected him as a player. And that's what he does pretty well. There's a good delivery. This one, you'll probably find it gets a bit of swing in play as well. Yeah, that's where he can be dangerous, when he gets the ball to swing back in. And let's see what this one does. Well, a little, not a lot. So he'll be hoping that if there's the touch there, that Davidson Patanka is able to catch it. He's having a good championship, isn't he? Didn't start so well the first day when he was a bit hit and miss, but he's starting to put some scores together now. Well bowled, Yorker length well. He wants it. Bikram, the captain, struggling to pick this up cleanly. I don't think he'd overcommitted there, Jebakal, but I like the intent. He's trying to get something happening so far. Just the one run of the over. And that's coming courtesy of a wide, so nothing off the bat so far. Khan once more. Oh, that's well bowled. Very quick delivery. It doesn't, again, just doesn't quite get that ball to swing as much as he'd like to. Just another dot. So no runs off the bat, a ball to go. France, they need to make a change. They need things to happen differently when they're out there with the bat. Who can bring that change for them? Again, and hoping that Jebakal can here. So Ahmed is the non-striker, Jubaid Ahmed. And looks like he's going to stay off strike as well, because the first runs of the bat do come from Jebakal. He takes a single. He also takes Ahmed away from the strike, as Ahmed will have to take a walk down to the other end again. It's a 2 of the first. And, as you'd expect, a nice tidy over from Bilal Khan. Just have a look at some of the top batters here. Batting has been an issue for France. Kanasane, he's on 100. He's on 71. I think he wishes he was somewhere near the 171. And the captain Numan Amjad on 68, and then you can see the drop there. Sathith Kumaran is on 35. On the other side, Malta, a bit better for Prasad. He's been going well, 146. Patanka, the tank, not far behind on 143, and Basil George there as well. But like I say, we know about those three. There's other batters in that side, and I mentioned one of them already. And we've seen a little bit of Samuel Stanislaus, but I think the likes of the Justin Sharju can hit the ball pretty well as well. But mainly, I think the captain, Bikram Arora, he seems to go for something like Bilal Khan to go in and hit the ball when there's a few balls left in the over. I think he's probably far better off using one or two other players. This is up in the air. It's going to be a difficult one. He's in a really difficult zone, and I think here this is a question of the fielder just losing his footing when he goes to take the catch. Always going to be difficult with that ball up in the air with that sun there. He's got the shades on, and he did have a cap on, but he lost the cap when he was looking up in the air. Look at this again. Difficult. The most awkward part of the ground to take the catch. But the thing for me there is when he loses his footing, and Azim Sathi, once he loses his balance, I don't think he was going to hang on to that. A short ball. Next from Abbas. He's going to be very disappointed. He'll know that he probably should have had a wicket. Bowled very well yesterday, Abbas, when he had to in the second match when Malta really had to turn it on. So the chance did go down. So what makes it worse is that also was 2 runs taken. A bit of a optimistic appeal from the tank. Tanker behind the stumps, and really good shape there from Abbas. I mean, that one swung viciously, didn't it? Gets good bounce as well. Nice carry through. And Dashit Patank just checking to see if the umpires are awake and alert, and they are. I can tell you, Stefan Gooch, quality umpire out there, along with Nilkesh Patel. Umpire standards has been fantastic here today with Asad Ali and also Tyrone Peters forming the the 4 umpires here, along with Rob Kevin, Tom referee. Short one again. This one he gets a fair bit of bat onto it, but does he have enough? I don't think so. And it's been taken. That's a good catch. So Wasim Abbas, though he was disappointed not to have got his man earlier, does get him here now as a Jabakel. Well, he does get alive, doesn't he, when he was dropped on 1. And fortunately, I tell you, one man is going to be really relieved. Is going to be Sathi, and because it's only 2 that was added by Ibrahim before he gets caught. That's a nice catch. It goes a long way up in the air. Doesn't quite get the middle, does he? And that's what makes the difference here. But really, really well done, well judged, and good catch taken there in the deep. So that will be the end of Jabakel. He has to make a slow walk back. So trying though, give him that. He went for the big shot, and he just wasn't able to get it right. And Amar Sharma, who seems to, wherever he seems to patrol, always seems to be in the action. It's a nice catch for him. And gentle applause for Ibrahim Jabakel as he goes back. But Abbas, is he going to be the man once more who's going to be in the wickets? I think his performance yesterday was quality for Malta in that match against Luxembourg. Bowled really well, took 3 for 12. Good start, good areas outside the off, and Numan Amjad, who I think with Numan Amjad, he comes across to me as a very talented batter, but because of the frailties that they've been in their batting lineup, I just think when he does get out there, he seems to be rushing. He seems to feel that he's got to get a move on straight away. I think if he just takes the time to pause a little bit and just takes a little bit more time to get himself in before he plays some of these big shots, he'd be a far better batter. You see, that's what I'm talking about. He doesn't have to play big shots. That's really well done from him. And it's a good example of what I'm talking about. He is a good batter. I think he's quality. He's a class player, great all-rounder, and he makes it look easy here. And I think that's the way he's got to say to himself, you know what I'm going to do, whatever the situation, I am not going to be out. I'm going to bat all the way through this innings. And if one of the batters from France can do that, and with a little bit of support from the others around them, they will hopefully be able to get a win under their belt. But they desperately need one here. Malta is the team they can catch. And they've got to remember that, and they know that. If they're to stay alive in this championship, they need to get these 2 points here. If Malta goes 6 above them, well, that's it. They can't catch them. It's as simple as that. They've only got 2 matches to come tomorrow, and I can tell you who they are. They will play Malta again. So again, that would be the opportunity to top them. But they do start with a tough one against. Well, hang on a minute. Now Malta and yeah, they finish with Belgium. Tough one with Belgium. So beating Malta on 2 occasions, get them on level with points with Malta. Malta, well, they've got Scotland to play, and that won't be easy. Well, this is a great catch. This is a stunner, absolutely brilliantly done. Justin Sharju comes sliding in and takes the catch, and Varun Prasad gets a wicket off his very first delivery. We've seen him do that before. I think you go back to yesterday, was it the first time we saw him bowl? His first ball gets him a wicket, and he's done it again here. And more disappointment. They're just checking this, I think, maybe. Yeah, just checking. I think whether they've had a good look at this again. I see this cleanly. Yeah, that's no issues there at all. And I think once the third umpires had a good look at that, I think the word has got out to the umpires on the field of play to say, yep, that's clean, that's gone. It's a really good catch. Yes, what you don't see from there, and I saw it from where I was here, he had a lot to do to get there, and he does so well. So Sharju gets the next wicket, and it's going to be Jubaid Ahmed, unfortunately, who would go off his very first delivery. So disappointment as the batter walks back, and nothing going the way of France with the bat. It's a good catch. He goes first ball, golden duck. Captain still out there. He needs somebody to stay out there with. Who is it going to be? We know he's quality. We know he's classy. And this man, well, kind of saying. He's put some good innings together as well. I think just got to, this is the moment, I think this is where something like Amjad now really does focus on sort of playing that motivational role and really trying to get Kanasane to stay there with him and say, come on, you know you can bat. Me and you, we can do this. One of us, or two of us, if we're brave, if we stand tall, we can get ourselves to a score. They've got to win this match against Malta and then look to do the double over them tomorrow and hope that Malta can slip up against Scotland first thing. Of course, if this goes France's way and Scotland win, and Scotland win that match against Malta, it keeps their hopes alive. If it goes the other way and Malta are able to beat Scotland and do the double over Scotland, remember they've beaten Scotland already. What a huge match that was. That was the night match when Malta beat Scotland by 22 runs, 122 to 98. Well, then it would be curtains, wouldn't it, for France. But France, if they want something to play for tomorrow, they've got to get a victory here. Prasad gets whipped away here. Chase is on. Well, just gets a foot on this. That's chased hard by Basil George. He takes maybe the European method to stop this. And it's a good stop. You know that a lot of Europeans play football. This is a goal line stop, isn't it? Goal line clearance, gets a foot on it, and then, well, he needs the stronger together ball to stop him. And both of them were stronger together. Bit of teamwork. Gets the stop, saves 4 runs. No pace on the ball from Baruni, just keeping the pace off, just concentrating on getting the ball right up there, pitched up. Left-handed Prasad once more. This time slightly shorter, banged into the deck, and no run. And, I think Bikram Arora, just his intent charging into the ball was enough to deter the batters to try and even take it on. Another tidy one, just 5 runs from it, and that 1 wicket as well, which takes the score to 13. So 13 of 3 overs, but 2 wickets down as well. Just have a look at the power play. So a wicket gain in the 2nd and the 3rd over. So once again, it's a slow power play. Something I was talking about, that you see the teams that are struggling with the bat, both France and Scotland, they're the ones that really haven't been able to get any kind of power plays going. France, once again losing batters, trying to, I mean, Jubaid, he was probably considered himself unlucky. He was a very good catchman. Sharju, Ibrahim going for the big shot, caught on the boundary by Sharma. That's once again Numan Amjad, the captain. A lot depends on him. Strokes this out nicely, out onto the offside. Sharju now having a bowl. So rotating the bowlers. Malta, I think it's a case of give everyone one, and then the captain, Aurora, can decide who wants to come back. This is hit well, but it's up in the air. Has he got enough off this? Fielder going under it, but sees it go fly over. The only thing that's going is the ball. The Kookaburra goes over the boundary. It's a nice shot. I mean, when he hits it, it looks clean, but having a look at the 2 fielders, for a moment I thought they were in the hunt for this. But Kanase hits this pretty well, and it stays hit, and that's 6 runs there. So that's what they need to do. I've said before that these 2 can do it. Lovely shot. That's the first Maximo of the innings. Good hit. Don't get carried away. This one is short outside the off from Sharju. Beats him. No run. I think he'd maybe take a leaf out of some of the other batters. Once you hit a big shot, if you get a good ball, bat on ball, take the single, rotate the strike. That's something that France could bring into their play. Well, he goes for another big shot, and it's a catch that is being taken. And for a moment, I had visions of this hitting Abbas and coming out. I don't think, well, I want to see it again. I don't think he takes it cleanly. There was something about that that doesn't look right. But I was saying that kind of say one thing he can take, we'll learn from some of the other batters, is once you play a big shot, we'll just be happy to take the single. He doesn't. He wants another big one. Let's see. Well, yeah, I told you it didn't look right. Well, it comes out of his hands, it rolls along his chest, and then he's able to sort of, well, it's a case of the elbow onto the chest. He keeps it close to his heart. He does that, Kookaburra. He's giving it some love, and he's giving it some love back to him as well. He takes the catch. He gets a little bit fortunate, does Abbas. And one man who doesn't is Kanasane. He has to go. So disappointment for him. And I think also disappointment for Numan Amjad, the captain, who's still out there. He just wants someone to give him some support, somebody who can stay there with him. And Kanasane, he will go for 7 of 6 deliveries. Caught by Abbas off the bowling of Sharju. Problems with the bat continue for France. Another batter now comes in, Zain Ahmed. Showed some fight in the last one. We're changing it around as well, giving the batters an opportunity. Let's see what Ahmed could do here. Sharju, couple of balls in the over left, 20 for 3. Sharju eyeing up another. This one is left, good carry through. The genuine leave there from Zain Ahmed as we start to see the sun now finally, in terms of those shadows disappear. So the issues that some of those batters were having, the fielders I should say, were having, on, well, to the left hander, to Ahmed on the leg side, will now disappear. And slowly but surely, as the night sky comes in, we'll see those floodlights in full effect. We take one, think about a cheeky second on a misfield there, but it doesn't get too far away from Aurora, so they'll just take the single. That's the end of the 4th over, 21, but it's again the wickets which is an issue for France. 21, 3 wickets down. That's that scorecard. Not out bad is the captain, Numan Amjad, but once again no support. We saw Kanasane come out and hit one big ball for 6, but after missing one shot he went for another rather than be happy to take the single. So that was his downfall. That was disappointing. And it looks like now they're going to go for the spin of Sharma. I like this call, Namar Sharma. Not too many runs on the board, so it's almost like the captain here, Bikram Arora, saying, okay, have this one, keep it a tidy one, you get another. If not, well then I change it up and I go with somebody else. He could maybe call upon one of, well, he's got to pick a bowler he can go with now, all of them, and just bowled the one so far. Sharma starts with a short one. It gets hit out towards the boundary and it's not going to get stopped. So 4 runs. It's a nice hit from Zain Ahmed. Well, I thought that the fielder, that is Varun Prasad out there, was going to catch up with this, but he's not able to. So good hit, 4 runs to Sharma. Short ball, and it's been dealt with pretty well by the young Zain Ahmed. Once more. This one will be a wide, signalled as such by the umpire. So this is not a good start from Sharma. Find time to welcome back into the Dream Box, Vinny Sandhu. Welcome back.
Thank you, Rico. Good to be back. France still struggling with the stick, aren't they, in this competition? As Ahmed gets this away. I think my issue with, I suppose, the French batting, I've had to diagnose it. It's not so much that they can't bat, it's just that they don't have any what I'd call specialists in this format. It's almost like at this format they've got a bunch of number 8s and it doesn't matter how you shuffle them. Some will come off and some won't. Even if you go right down to their bottom of their batting, they're not terrible. It's just they've got no one that you feel can bat for long enough. Maybe Amjad's the man to build a score that's defendable, because their bowling and the fielding's been all right.
Yeah.
Anyway, here's Sharma. It's off his.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think Amjad probably is the man. I think he's, along with Kanasano, who unfortunately has already departed, they're the two that probably can get a big score. But the others just have to nurdle around them. The issue is they haven't really been able to do that. And then you get, well, softest, well, this has got to be, I mean, I don't know what goes on here. I mean, this is almost, you're going to say it's a perfect lob. I don't think it is. I mean, Sharma's got to catch this for me. Look at this, it just hovers. I think he gets
How long are his fingers?
All he had to
definitely
do,
gets a finger on that.
but he takes a couple of steps back. I think he thinks it's going quicker than it is. 2 steps back, he's taken a comfortable catch.
Sharma's pretty tall, but he's not going to win the Olympics if in the vertical leap championships, put it that way. He couldn't quite get there. He's not going to get hurt though, because Amjad will get a single here.
That was we were talking about Amjad, and we were saying that he's probably the key to France getting a win and getting big runs on the board. So, I mean, you've got to call that a chance. I mean, he's got to be taken there.
He just
so
couldn't time his jump right. Needed a trampoline, didn't he? Anyway, see if we can get out of this over. Well, cut away. A lot of work for the fielder to do. Can't get down there. And that's Justin Sharju out there. And so France fighting on. Zain Ahmed gets a boundary and finishes the 5th over. Sharma goes for 11. The score at the end of 5. Not quite what France wanted, but they'll take it. It's 32 for 3.
Yeah, Sharju's got to do better there. He's going to look back at that and be disappointed. I mean, something like that, you're not going to, you don't end up on your feet if you want to stop it. You've got to get a dive in, you've got to be sliding, you've got to be flicking that back, and he's got to be doing the old biz away landing. So disappointment there, it gives runs away.
I want to say to a very special friend of the ECN, Shub, who is running the PMOA area, the players and match officials area. His wife Dora, it's her birthday today.
Is
so
it
happy
really?
birthday to you, Dora. I hope you have a great day, and wishing you all the best from everyone here at ECN. I know that she's always watching. Obviously, Shub's an integral part of the team here. And Dora, I hope you've had a great day, and I hope you have a great evening. And of course, we know that their family have had a recent addition this year as well. And yeah, wishing you and the family all the best.
Yeah.
Got a daughter, Guruvir, now, and I know that Dora loves running, and I bet she's running after that baby a fair bit this year.
I think, yeah, Shub did tell me that Guruvir is now starting to call around. Feliz cumpleaños to Dora. So I hope you've had a sensational day. And yeah, well, send us a few pictures through as well. I'd love to see your birthday cake. I'm sure you spent some good time with your family as well. And I'm sure that Shub, when he gets home, he's got a nice little
We're taking good care of
surprise
Shub
lined up
at the moment. He's busy. Well, I mean, he was umpiring in a helmet last weekend because he actually copped one. That was a bit of a scary moment. But anyway, the good news is he's okay. I bet sometimes Dora would like to hit a cricket ball back at Shub. Maybe if they don't see eye to eye. Let's see what's going on here. some sort of field setting hijinks going on. This is going to be start of a new over now.
Shurid Roy is getting an opportunity to have a bowl. It's a nice moment for him as well. So it looks like they're having a little bit of a spin attack here. Sharma doesn't bowl the worst over, does he? Goes for 11, but he knows he should have, if he timed his jump or his footwork better, he probably should have had Amjad out. So they're going to stick with spin. So France got to think attacking here. They really do. Nouman Amjad, the captain, certainly will have a go. And he gets this just right. And this is going to be ice cream time. Oh, well, almost. Well, it's got to go inside that cube, the ice cube or the ghost cube, whichever way you want to call it. But it doesn't. It hits the post and comes back out. So no ice cube, no alarm.
Good spring back though. Where Surid Roy searching for his first wicket in this tournament.
Up in the air, chance, and he gets it. That's another really, really good catch from Azim Sati. And diving forward, well, he likes to get a good dive in when he needs to. Gets the dive, takes the catch, and what a lovely moment this is for Surid Roy. He picks up his first wicket. And, well, memorable moments. The European Cricket Network is making players' dreams come true. Well, that's a nice moment there for the bowler. Gets his first wicket, and a good catch taken as well by Azim Sati.
It's a good wicket as well, because I think this is the key man, Nouman Amjad. It tries to go against the spin. Really well held. There's a bit of collateral damage there. 2 hats, 1 pair of sunglasses. But Azim Sati does not care. Surid Roy has his wicket. And now France fall further into the mire. It's 38 for 4.
Yeah, disappointment again for a man that we keep saying we expect better from him, more from him. Maybe he's got too much weight on his shoulders as the captain. A lot of things on his mind, of course, the issues with the batting that he's trying to sort out, but he goes. So, well, we did give that chance to Sharma when he was on 8. He only goes on to score, well, I think a few more than that. So Sharma won't mind that. He's not going to feel too bad having lost that opportunity. But it's a moment for Roy, a good one for him. He gets the captain of France out.
Yeah, I'll take it. He tosses this one up. It's a full toss in the end. Now, here we go. This is the guy I want to get behind him. Hevitt Aladdin Jackson. I call him Action Jackson because he's got a lot of energy behind the stumps. We haven't quite seen him work with the bat yet, though. We've seen him opening. We've seen him in various decisions. Let's get some Action Jackson going here. He does start with a single. Now, we'll go back to Zayn Ahmed. This is wrong, and I think it's too wide. Speaking of leg spinners, how well did Jack Hogarth bowl in that previous game? 4 for 4. He was just showing me some of his variations. I did a bit of a spot for social media with him, a bit of an interview, which I'll probably see on European cricket. This is more of a slider from Roy, and it will end the over. So not too bad at all for Surid Roy. He takes 1 for 7 in the 6th, and the score is 40 for 4.
Yeah, 40 for 4, and I think this is the other thing, isn't it, here with, I mean, there's been some loose deliveries in there. Roy won't mind me saying that, as well as when Sharma bowled. But when you haven't got batters in top form, when you haven't got batters that are timing the ball well and hitting the ball sweetly, you're going to get away with it. And I think that's exactly what's happened there, which is great for Malta because it just means that their captain, Bikram Arora, well, he's in a great position here to say, right, okay, which bowler can he use here now? They're not being hurt here. Only 40 on the board. The bowlers are bowling well. So he's really, I mean, he can play about with the bowling options here. Going back to Sharma, I don't think that's a bad call. They haven't gone after the spinners yet.
And yeah, talk about spin in a second. First, let's see the off spin. It's actually pretty close, you know. I know you feel like it's going down the leg side, but I'd like to take a closer look at this because he's right back here.
I reckon he shuffles right across, you know. I mean, the height can't be an issue, surely.
Oh, it's out.
Well,
that's out, I think.
It's not out because he weren't given out, but it's pretty close.
You can see the leg stump sneak around. Look.
Yeah. Which way?
One more look at this.
Turning? Is it turning? Quickly look. It's moving.
That's hitting.
Ooh. Okay, you think?
Yeah.
I think it's umpire's call. I'm going with umpire's call.
I'll give it umpire's call. And the call here is 4. That's booted over the fence from Wazim. He says, I'll go fetch it. But, yeah, I think... Yeah, it's an interesting one.
I can see why it's not given.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I will say that.
Put it that way.
Benefited out going to the batter on that occasion, but I'm a bit more anti-benefit of the doubt in T10 cricket, where I think you've got to reward the bowler for beating the bat.
Hey, listen, it's your Action Jackson, man. Why do you want Action Jackson
I take it back. It was missing.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know.
Thank you for reminding me.
Sharma, well, he couldn't believe it wasn't given. Nicely hit.
Once you see the umpires walking away, though, typically it is not a good sign for the LBW shout that's in progress.
Sarju out there doing a good job. I mean, they've fielded well, haven't they, Malta? I've liked the way they've come out here and they fought. Remember making their debut in the European Cricket Championship as well. They've had their moments. They've had their highlights as well. This could be another one if this hits, and well, it's pretty close. And once again, I'm expecting, who's that? It's normally, I was going to say, it's normally Bikram Arora.
Yeah.
He's in that position. Well, he's got his own eyes, and well, another 2 pairs above him, but he's still going to hit the target.
Action Jackson creating some action again. Yeah, just going to, I mean, you've done a lot more umpiring than I have, Rico. But just going to the LB shout. For me, the umpire, I'd like to see him staying in position, having a bit more of a longer look at it.
Thing with that is, I hear exactly, but you see here now, I mean, Nilkesh Patel, he's got to, because it's such a fast-paced game, they're also got to be in position if the guys are trying to take a run, which they did do. So that's the thing here. I get exactly what you're saying.
Wow, this is going nowhere, or is it? Wow, it's going places. It's completely misjudged by Wazim. Wow, what's going on here? He was wandering around like a drifter at 3 a.m. and this has bounced inside the field and gone for 4. Remarkable cricket, brings up the 50 for France.
I can't believe this. I mean, Wazim, he got lucky with 1 cat. What's he done here? I mean, oh, it's been lobbed. If this was tennis, this would be the perfect lob.
He doesn't realise it's, well, Well, he thinks it's mishit so badly he's going to have to rush in, but then he gets caught in no man's land. And so 51 for 4 after 7. Coming up tomorrow, more cricket coming your way. Shocker, as we'll have matches 16 to 20 in Group C. The final day of round robin matches here. And you can see it starts with Malta versus Scotland 11. So Scotland 11, they were nonplussed, put it that way, losing to Malta the first time. They seem to be getting a bit of momentum up after beating Luxembourg tonight, but we'll also get to see, well, the other 4 teams play 2 matches, their final 2. Top 2 on the line for the double chance. Top 4 will make it through. Join us 9:30 AM GMT, which is 11:30 in Central Europe, and 3 PM India for more Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Yeah, going back to that umpiring positioning issue, I totally get that, but your priority is the decision in front of you, and I think that I'd just like to see them on those ones, at least, because once you start walking, you're pretty much giving it out. You might still be thinking, but then once you start moving, then you probably have more doubt in your head because you've lost your perspective at the stumps.
The only thing I would say on it, I mean, I understand the walking away, and the way I would deal with it is I'm still walking away because I need to be able to see everything that's happening. But as soon as I'm saying it's not out, I'm shaking my head. So everybody around the ground knows it's not out. Because
I think that if you stood and thought for that a bit longer, maybe you'd think it's out. And the other thing is, with the third umpire in play, the position isn't as critical, even though you're still trying to get there. Anyway, this is a one hopper out to deep cover point. Because this is the funny thing about modern umpiring. Sometimes, I was always taught to try and straddle the line of the popping crease to get you a good position on the side on and get as quick as possible. But actually, you don't want these umpires get trained to not go that side to the line because you don't want to block the camera. Because it's great that you get a look, but everyone else wants to get a look. Wants to get a look at the slow-mo.
The game has changed, as you're saying, and not just on the field of play from the players, but also in terms of umpiring techniques. Varun Prasad continues. Will he get this one right? And no is the answer to that, and this time it's Sharma.
Yeah, so that's the Bermuda Triangle. I know there's only one fielder there, but this seems to be the spot where the fielders are struggling. And Sharma, just saying that's 2. We know. And France, will they punish the mistake? That's the question. This is another mistake, this time from Prasad.
Yeah, Prasad gives a little clap there to Dashit Patanka. The tank makes a good stop. Yeah, and just in an interesting moment, both batters have had lives now. We saw Jackson dropped on 2 by Abbas, and Zain Ahmed just been dropped there as well. So can they go on and help that push them to get a big score? Another opportunity, but drop short the fielder. It's a good intent, charge again, trying to get there. Samuel Stanislaus, but takes it on the bounce, keeps it to 1.
Well, Canasano scored the only 6 in this innings so far, and with 3/4 into the innings, it's been 2 boundaries off the bat of Noman Amjad. There's been 4 off the bat of Zain Ahmed. Nobody else has found the ropes, so not great, is it? France, if they could only find a way to scrape together 100, I think they're winning cricket games this week. But
yeah, I agree.
If they don't, it's going to be real tough. Edged, and this will be into the gap. And so you can see Sirid Roy, I think, is in that position. And he couldn't quite move sideways, acting a bit like a crab in handcuffs. He was going the right way, but struggled to get the full range. And that'll be 4 runs. And, well, Action Jackson, he's off to the races now. He joins the boundary club for France.
Yeah, Prasad is trying to move Roy wider, but you see this one goes past him before he even gets down, so more valuable runs.
Moves to 7, Prasad. Just the 1 wicket so far. Not a bad shot by Action.
Not bad at all. Look, they're already at a sort of a score where they've sort of struggled to get to in 10, right? So you just get the feeling that if they continue to get a little bit of the rub of the green, 1 or 2 edges or even clean hits that go to the boundary, they're going to get to a score which, well, the bowling attack they got could test Malta.
That's true. There it goes. Leg side, can't catch up with it. So Dot finished the 8th and Prasad ends up with 1 for 16. Not bad figures at all. 8 overs down, 62 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, you know, just remember the bowling attack. We know the captain is going to be pretty good again, Amjad. We know all about Ramatullah Mangal. He's been absolutely sensational. And then, well, he's been supported by the other Mangal as well, Rahula. And I would like to see the pace on the start with and then hold back with Ahmadzai to bowl just slightly later. Use him as a spinner outside the power play. But I think the key thing first is get those runs on the board. From here now, get another 25 to 30 runs on the board. And that's going to take some doing because it means getting scores that you haven't really been hitting religiously. But you've got to believe. And they also have, as they always do, they have wickets in hand.
Here we go. It all happens in the ninth. France want something to happen. Billy the kid's in. That was a low full toss. Just drilled to long off for 1. So it's not going to get too much easier for the French batters here in the ninth over. Look at the clock there. 4 minutes to bowl it. You'd imagine they would do that. But, I mean, this is where if you do bowl a few wides and things like that, you can run into some time trouble.
Yeah, certainly can't. Bilal Khan is the bowler. And he will just be trying to get those Yorkers pushed up. He's got to deal with the left-hander here now. Let's see if you can get this in the right area.
It goes after this. This is skewed up. This is a keeper's ball, I think. Oh,
Oh no!
Well,
this is, well, bumper cars. Oh, yaar, ki kar ditta catch mera to ki
now
kar
they've thrown it away.
And what's going on here?
We see that hits the batter, but they probably should have taken it because there was going to be an overthrow anyway. But, I mean, I'm just happy everyone's okay here because we saw this happen with Malta Super Kings when after Afi Khan got cleaned up. I'm just happy there's no injuries here. This has got to be a keeper's ball. I think Patanka mustn't have yelled loud enough because...
I think he gets, it's that raw you get stuck in. I mean,
No,
you don't mess with the tank, do you? You don't mess with it. If a tank is coming your way, you give him all the room that he needs. And that's another let-off. It's another catch that goes down. So Ahmed has been dropped on 20 and 23 now.
That could have been nasty. Could have been real nasty. But, yeah, well, the good news is everyone seems to be okay.
Well, okay, but frustrated. That man's going to be frustrated. Bilal Khan, he certainly would have liked to have added a wicket to those bowling figures. But he's got to stay focused, and that's what they need to do. Say, look, okay, it's happened. Don't worry about it. But these are little things that Malta will need to go back and look at. Chase on here for the tank. He'll get there, but the batters will also get back and take 2. Bilal does the right thing and takes the stumps as he sees the tank missing in action, chasing that one. No real fine leg in play, so he's got to make it his.
You'll remember Afi Khan getting cleaned up from Malta Super Kings, right? That was a real nasty one on this ground.
Couple of boundaries. That's what the French will be looking for here. Zain Ahmed, 27, not out. Had some luck his way, but you've got to make it count.
I don't think he'll get it. 68. Might be a chance for Chicky. 80. 80 fronts I can see. Maybe getting a roll on under lights. They do have some good bowlers. Remember, these two teams haven't played yet.
No.
That's the other thing. So Malta haven't really seen out in the middle the French bowlers. I'm sure they've seen a fair bit of the videotape from this week. It's always a bit different when you have to go down and stand 22 yards from it. Bilal, last ball of his spell.
And well, he gets hold of this.
Yeah, he'll get 4 here, and it's a big risk. That would have been definitely an LBW, but he does get something on it, and Action Jackson moves into double figures. I'm loving it. 72 for 4.
Yeah, I'm loving it. So look, the reason why this is such a big match for France, Vinny, is we go back to that schedule. I mean, like you said, this is the first time these two are playing. If France were to get the victory here, they then reduce the deficit between them and Malta to just 2 points. They play Malta again tomorrow.
They do.
And they'll be looking to do the double. And they'll be hoping that Scotland, in the first match tomorrow, when Scotland play Malta, can do them a favour and get the win over Malta. So this match, I mean, it's do or die, this match. If they don't win this match, if Malta pick up the 2 points and France don't, then that is it. They're done. They're not. We're not going to see them on final day. They will be the team that's eliminated tomorrow. So they're basically playing for the championship lives here.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. Yeah, Malta will have the 6 points. The most they can pick up in today is 4. The French, here's Wazim, who has found his bearings, and he's going to bowl over number 10. So yeah, can they get that 80? 80 gives them something to bowl at under lights here. Like I said, French will feel that at least a chance in this game. Wazim gets cracked, but he gets cracked to straight too long. Oh, nice catch by Prasad. Very good catch low down. And so it will be the end of Zain Ahmed, who batted pretty well for 28. He's tried hard, but he's the 5th wicket to fall with 5 balls remaining. Hits 72 for 5. Pretty good catch under lights there from Prasad, who had to come in a long way, had to roll to absorb the impact. And Abbas picks up his 2nd.
Yeah, Prasad, I mean, just showing what the standards are. You can see Sharma, he's having a chat with him and say, I'm glad you can catch, because what's happened to all the other guys? It's true, Sharma's got a point. It was Abbas who's doing the bowling here now that got one completely wrong with Jackson. The other bat on the other side, he let it lob him. Doesn't take it. Zane was dropped twice on 20 and a 23. The last one was, well, when it was the tank involved, a collision between the two players. But fortunately, no harm done. So Zane, he rides a bit of luck. It does get himself to a good score, 28. He gets the applause from some of the spectators out there in the fan zone and also his teammates.
So new batter comes to the crease. 5 to go. It's Mungal. And this is going nowhere. Does get over the bowler though. So just the single. They plod along.
Ramutula Mungal. We're looking forward to seeing him more with the ball, but well, he gets off the mark straight away. He does give Jackson the strike. Jackson would have to be considered as a set batter, 13 of 8.
And a slower ball, clever variation from Abbas there.
Yeah, I think this is, you probably find this maybe, let's see, it does go past the wide line, but look at the movement from the batter. Look where he is. So yeah, that's why that's not a wide.
Yeah, so the
he moves so early.
Yeah.
So
That's
good
call,
umpiring.
I think.
Yeah,
Yeah,
good
smart,
umpiring.
Smart call. There's a lot going on with the feet there. All action from Action Jackson. Can he get hold of one? Well, one gets hold of him. Would have blasted straight through him. And they'll get a leg by here, I think.
Hasn't Abbas really improved? I mean, we saw him the first couple of matches. He was being hit all over the place by all the batters. He needed to make a change. And what he's done, I think he's changed his line straight away. He's not trying to bowl as fast. And he's become effective. 2 more wickets for him here. We saw him take a 3 for yesterday, and he certainly, I mean, his bowling has helped Malta no ends up.
This is gone, and it is not coming back. What a shot that is by Ramatullah Mungal. Maximo! Well, it's just the second one we've seen in the innings. It does get into that 80. We're into the Grady 80s, Rico.
Well, yeah, I'm liking this, and smashes it hard, comes out of the middle. That is sweet. Out of the middle of that bat, and it's well, sweeter than a bowl of Glab Jumbo. Nice shot, but can he do it again? Abbas there, I was just saying how well he's bowled. He decided to fire a short one in. I don't think there was a need to do that. He's probably ruined that. It's given confidence to Mungal, who hits another one pretty hard as well, and this is out of here as well. Shaba, bowl, bolle, brrr, and just like that, we get a score in the Grady 80s. He will finish 86. And Abbas, well, he bowled 2 short balls. Both were plummeted over the boundary fence for 6s. And, well, those 2 shots there mean this will be interesting. It's a score that France will be, well, fairly satisfied with when you consider at the halfway point it was only 32. So they do get some acceleration in, but it gives their strong bowling lineup something to bowl at, Vinny.
Yeah, it does. It really does. And they'll feel there's some momentum going in. Abbas, he has been good, but here's the thing. I just think some of the better players got hold of him when he's made mistakes. They've cashed in and does go for a dozen of the last 2 balls. But earlier, it was France, and, well, surprise, surprise, they were in early wicket trouble, even though that one, it was one that probably should have been caught, but wasn't. Sati would get another chance a little bit later. But, yeah, France, again, just struggled early, and it was always France playing catch-up in this 10 overs, you felt.
Yeah, that was a nice way to do it. That was Sharma taking the catch. And well, he took the catches when he was bowling. The fielders failed to, but that was such a good one there from Justin Sharju, coming in, diving, taking it low down, and what a good moment that also was for the young bowler, picking up a wicket there. And things was all going the way of Malta, really. And then there was something to shout about, because Kanasane came out, hit 1 big 6, but he was greedy. He wanted another, and well, he was greedy, and Abbas was lucky. This one slides down out of his hands, down his arm, and he manages to keep it into his chest from his elbow. Takes the catch. Well, he took that one, but he got one completely wrong as well.
Yeah, he did. We'll see that a bit later. That's why God gave you elbows, I suppose. Catch cricket balls you don't catch in your hands. That was a good catch by Sati, who loses 2 hats and a pair of sunglasses. But what he does have is the ball in his hands. Nice one going forward.
Bit of collision damage there. Hats and sunglasses all over the place. This is one that maybe should have been taken. It ends up being this perfect lob, and this was another one that, well, that's what I'm talking about, that Abbas completely gets wrong, and then it was the...
I like that Roy goes for the dive there, just so he can say, look, a dive. He was about 5 metres away from the ball. And then this could have been real nasty. Sharju and Patanka come together. And Sharju gets hit by a tank and then yells at it. But ultimately, if France have a score that I suppose of all the games this week, they'll fancy defending this one the most. Malta, who haven't seen them yet, having a bat under lights, that can be a bit awkward sometimes. Don't forget Malta, a team that we saw pretty impressive with a good win in a night game over Scotland earlier in the week, but they weren't chasing, they were setting the target on that occasion. And so I just have a bit of a sniff here that I think France are going to come out, and they've had about enough of this. I think Malta want to win, but I don't think they want to win as much as France do, and they don't want to go 0-6. Looking at that, Zayn Ahmed, 28 of 19, was the top scorer. Apart from that, we got 3 13s. Noman Amjad, 13 of 11, as well as Havit Aladdin Action Jackson, 13 of 10 undefeated. Mangal, 13 of 3. And where was he the whole innings? Because he comes out in the last 2 balls, he hit more sixes than the rest of the innings combined. But with the bowlers, look, no one really gets taken to the cleaners. Pretty good performance. We got to see Surid Roy get an over, which I think is good. He got his first wicket. Gives him another spin option. We didn't see Aurora with his left-arm spin in that innings. 2 for 19, Abbas. Wickets also for Prasath and Sharju, who only bowled the 1. Bilal Khan, wicketless, but once again pretty reliable. Only 12 off his 2 overs. So we'll take a quick break. Always a quick one. Last innings of the day. When we return, we'll be watching to see if France can register their first victory. Malta, they'll need 87 of 10 overs at 8.7 and over. So we'll see you very shortly. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Ball with me. So don't go too far. Back shortly with more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the Cartama Oval. And yes, it's that time of night, and when the floodlights are on and the natural light starts to disappear, and well, we close another day with another fifth match, which is going to be an exciting one. France, they've managed to get to the grade 80s, we like to call it, on the European Cricket Network. They've got a score of the 80s, 86 they've managed to get to, thanks to two big hits from Ramatula Mangal, and he's probably the one that we're going to have to watch with the ball as well. And it looks like they're going to stick with the spin attack from Ahmadzai, so not going to be any change here. Remember, I was calling for maybe go for the pace attack and use the spin maybe outside of the power play, but they don't want to make any changes here, or do they? Well, hang on a minute, maybe I've been given some duff info here, because well, yeah, my sources look like they've got this wrong, because they are not going with the spin. So well, maybe it's a late change. They've heard me talking about this, and you see on your screen there always says Ahmadzai, so it's not just me that's been given the duff information. So I have the scorers. This is not Ahmadzai, I don't think. Well, let's wait and see how this pans out. Also, I'm liking the change from Malta. They do go with Bikram Arora. So here we go, and it is Ramatula Mangal that starts off. I'm liking this. I'm liking this on both counts. I'm liking it from France. They're making a change. They know that even though they've been good with the ball, they're deciding here, well, let's go with the pace. Let's see if our pacers, especially this man who's been outstanding, Ramatula Mangal, if he can give us the breakthrough. And I think Malta, well, they know that they need to use the opportunity to give one or two others a chance with the bat. And Bikram Arora normally does open the batting, you know. So he's out there to see if he can get things going straight away. Well, he gets down to the other end and gives Basil George the strike. So Aurora off the mark. George looking to go back to what he does, which is score runs quickly, hit big. He probably would prefer the pace on, maybe. Here comes Ramatula Mangal. Just gets this wrong, so has to stop. And nice young man apologises to everybody. And I know that when I was sat in my match off, he was one of a few of the French guys every time the ball was being hit to the boundary. And there was a few of them, wasn't there? When Belgium were hitting that big score, he was there and shouting out the balle, balle, balle. So he certainly had a good time in the fan zone. Now he wants a good time out there in the middle. Oh, good delivery, beautifully bowled. Basil George just offering a bat at this, and this one seaming away. It's his way back, and liking the noise that's been created here by the French boys out there in the middle. Oh, what a climax this will be to the day, match number 15. And how quickly the light starts to go. Just a few balls ago, there was still a fair bit of it about, and now it's slightly disappearing. Mangal. Basil drops the bat on it. Oh, a direct hit, maybe, but you can see he's very, very frustrated with himself that he's not taken this cleanly. That was Ahmadzai chasing, getting there, and if he was able to get the flick onto the stumps, it probably would have been really close. But the batters, they do make it. Bikram Arora, that's one part of his game which is spot on, is he's running between the wickets. He's very quick. He certainly will make Basil George hustle. Arora gets himself back on strike. Oh, beaten by an absolute peach. What a delivery this is. It's an absolute jaffa. And Bikram Arora doesn't know too much about this. Ramatula Mangala has had so many batters in trouble. It's been so exciting to watch him bowl. Has got double figures in the number of scalps in this championship already. France playing for the championship lives. They need these 2 points. If they don't get them here, if Malta pick up 2, then they won't be able to catch them, and that'll be it for them. They won't make it into finals day. And at the moment here, joining up the dots. So that's another one. Just 2 runs of the over so far. A ball to go. And as you're probably quickly learning, that if you need to make a relatively low score, like a score in the 80s here, seem a lot higher, the way to do it is get a good couple of tight overs in. And that's exactly what France are doing here. Already that rate has gone up to about, well, coming up to about 9.5. So another dot here would be the perfect start really for the French. If it's a wicket, it'd be even better. But he's gone wide, and it will be called a wide. Good work there behind the stumps from Action Jackson, as he's now known. Well, that's the name that Vinny's given him, so we'll stick to it. Yeah, after getting some that have been angled into the batter and cutting in, he gets this one, the away swing again, but just goes a little bit too wide. Basil George at the non-strikers end, practicing some of his shots. Just the 3 men on the leg side. And played away, got to get down, and does. Really good fielding. You've got to bowl to your field, haven't you? That's the field that's been set, and you've got to bowl to it, and he does Mangal, and that's really good work there by the other Mangal, Rohula Mangal, who makes the stop, gets the slide in. So it's a good, tidy start. Just 4 coming from it. 3 runs off the bat, and that 1 wide. And 112 matches now without a golden ball. And if we were watching a European Cricket Series, myself and Vinny would probably be quite excited with this score, because when you get scores in the grade 80s, we say, you know what, this is golden ball territory. I wonder if the same would apply here to this match. Haven't had one in the European Cricket Championship, and just to remind you, golden ball is when the scores are tied. We don't faff about. If they're tied, it's very simple. The team that is batting, stay out there. Batters, any batter that has not been out can bat and face the 1 ball that's going to be bowled. Any bowler can bowl it. 2 runs for a win. If you don't get the 2, the fielding side win. Simple as that. They will go to spin now here. Ahmadzai starts with a short one, which Aurora is looking to cut, misses out on. Ahmadzai once more. Oh, that's well bowled. It just gets a nice little drift in there. Ahmadzai goes back to his mark, keeping the pressure on here. Rico Full here, the European Cricket Network, joined by my partner in crime, my good friend Vinny Santu.
Good to be back. Malta. Slow start. Bikram Arora does get a go at the top of the order. Been waiting for this. Basil George out there. Boom, boom, Basil. Just had a feeling, especially with the 2 sixes off the last 2 balls, France are believing.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, we've seen teams come back from where France are right now to make it to finals day. Even, I mean, Portugal were 0-6 last year. Beat the table toppers Netherlands 11. Ended up finishing 3rd in the group. Could France start something here? I think this is very defendable. It's already looking bigger, isn't it, with this start? 5 off 1.5 overs. Ahmadzai's a handful. And now this is a bit of a false shot. It's in the air, hanging a long time, and it's caught. Well, despite the distractions, the fielder holds on to it. It's Ibrahim Jabarkhel, who's saying, well, what is going on over there? I've got the ball, you don't. And guess what? That's the first wicket. Boom, boom is gone for just 1. And Malta lose their opener 5 for 1.
Yeah, well, Basil, he goes again. He goes for the big shot, doesn't get it right. He'll go for 1 off his 3rd delivery. This is such a good catch, you know, because there's so much happening around it. I mean, look at that fielder there. I mean, I know he doesn't catch him. This is a straight red in another sport. He would have taken him out big time. And look, he takes the catch, and then at this moment here, he turns around and says, hey, what is that all about? Yeah. What a good catch under those circumstances, and it's a big fish that you've got as well.
Such a big fish. And I got to say, I think that is Ramatullah Mangal that almost cleans up Jabarkhel there. And he said, well, I knew you were going to catch it. I was just backing you up. I think my French isn't great, but that's how I'd translate that conversation. The score 5 for 1 now in the 2nd over.
Well, that really could have been so bad. But it ends up being good. France, they get one of the danger men out. So Basil doesn't want to hang around. It's a full shot from him. A really good catch taken as well.
Really good catch.
Ahmadzai
must have heard the footsteps coming. A bit like, you know, Jurassic Park, where you see the glass of water.
I just want you to have a look at Ahmadzai here before he bowls. So after this delivery, keep an eye on him.
Right,
Okay.
watching him.
Okay, so they're going to get the single here. Once again, bodies all. Well, this is what has
carnage.
happened here. Well, it's the bowler who actually gets the ball in the end. But the two fielders, what have they done here? They've run past each other. It's gone right through the middle of it. And Ahmadzai says, well, if you're not going to field it, I'll go and get it myself.
The body count was like 3 here.
What happens here?
Yeah, their bodies coming from everywhere. Look at that. Try and follow that at home.
But they're throwing themselves around. And, well, oh, yeah. Well, he knew it. He was already running and doing the celebrations. Well, there's a little bit of bolt going on there. Well, it is the night time, and the lights are on, and he's saying, well, okay. Well, look at this. As soon as this hit him, he's celebrating already. The umpire hasn't given it. Nilkesh Patel, the umpire at square, he sees the funny side of it. The celebration came before even the decision was given. Wow, how about this?
Might be the strongest leg spinner we've ever seen. Did you see those muscles? I mentioned about the height here. I've got to say, the line I had no problems with, but it did seem like a bit of an over spinner. And it hits him. It's hard to tell because it hits him on the rib cage, but he's crouching. Yeah, he's pretty happy about it.
Oh, well,
check out
look at
these
this.
bad boys. Wow.
He's saying, look at my laddus. Yeah, he's certainly got some laddus there. And he's got a massive smile on his face because that's the second wicket. But, yeah, you're right. The question about this is, I mean, how high would that ball have bounced? And we've seen a few that have gone over the stumps. I mean, he's really low down. You have to say, look, he's very low down here. And the question is that ball going to go on and hit the top of the stumps or not?
Probably hitting, isn't it? It's hard to tell. They've got the side angle blocked. So I'm going to say, I'm going to go with the umpire on this one. I'm going to back him. He had a good hard look at it. And, yeah, it's very hard to tell because you can't see the top of the stumps, right?
Yeah.
I don't think it's a bad decision at all. I do think it's probably a bad shot from Aurora. Both openers removed from the equation. France are starting to believe. Let's start a new over.
Yeah, Ahmadzai. It's a very good stop there from the wicketkeeper. Yeah, it's all happening out there at the moment. So that was the end of the over as well. So 6 for 2. France, they're up and about. They know. I mean, it's as simple as this. Get this win, you stay alive. And don't get it, then, well, you've got matches to play tomorrow, but you're not going to make it into final day. This is their final, isn't it? This is their final.
Amjad, the captain, comes on the third over. There was up in the comment section saying he thought it might have been down leg. No, there's no chance of down leg. It was definitely fine for line. Height it's a tough one when you can't see the stumps. You're trying to remember how tall the stumps are.
Yeah.
So that's what makes it such a hard decision for the umpire. I'm fine with that in the end.
Ooh,
Probably should have hit it, Aurora. But how about this? And look, they're bouncing
this.
all over the
Look at
place. These French guys, they are sniffing victory. It's a smell they haven't smelt too often this week. And right now, they are all over Malta in this power play.
Here we go, watch. Here comes the Laddu Maestro again. There we go. He says, well, not only have I got the Laddus, well, I'm an acrobat as well. Malta, under a bit of pressure here. I mean, they've still got plenty of batting, haven't they? I mean, look who you got out there now.
Yeah.
You've got
Stanislaus
out there. You've got the Patank. You've still got other batters to come, but it's just weathering this storm at the moment.
David Amzai took 2 for 2 in that previous over. Another good in-swinger, but a really good shot by Patanka. This is more of a classical shot. And that's the thing here. The run rate required is not out of control yet. Patanka can just bat, and he does. Tank drives nicely through the offside, and 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. Really nice shot. It's a classical cricket shot. And, well, a couple more of those, and I think they'll just quieten down the French. But at the moment, they're up and about. I don't think the captain, Uman Amjad, won't mind that. He thinks, okay, fine. He'll just probably go for that short of a length delivery again. One that almost tucked up Patanka.
He loses this one. Actually swings the other way, but it will be a wide. Good game, this. Good game. Josh Sayers also in the comment section saying he stepped away for 10 minutes. And what is going on with Malta? Well, this is ECN cricket at its best. You never know what's coming next. And right now, France, they'll feel, look, if they can do a number on Malta here, they'll feel confident they can put them away again tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then they've got a bit of a free roll against Belgium tomorrow night, potentially. Belgium, who knows? They might have sewn up top spot by then. Who knows how they'll approach that game. So it's very much alive. Another in-swinger this time through the field again. This will be 4 more. Patanka fighting back. Bang, bang from the tank. And Malta back in business.
Yeah, look, these are 2 really good shots, though. I think the captain, Uman Amjad, is probably having a look at the field cordon he's got there, and he's thinking, okay, if I've got this field and I'm bowling to it, how are these getting through you? And you saw he had a long look at that line of bodies there. The thing is, though, you can't take anything away from the placement from Petanka there. I mean, he's just playing it beautifully. And the other thing is he's playing it into the deck, which makes it even harder.
Yeah, because he knows he doesn't have to do anything crazy. He can just bat. I think he enjoys it that way. Now we get a bit of a thick edge, but there is a man there, and I think he just stays in here. But this is a bit of a scary moment, I suppose, for Gunnarsson, who's into the side tonight.
He does well. I mean, I think he looks closer to the rope than he probably is to us here, because we've sort of got a blind angle on this. But he does okay. Look, gets the bounce, gets the touch on it, does really well.
Yep, no problem. And Amjad. He's a guy that put up with a lot of stuff this week, trying to keep his team in contest. Right now, they've got a real chance here in match 15. This is a good in-swinger as well, but it's an even better shot. Even better fielding by Rahul Mangal down there. France just feel they're on tonight. If they can hold their catches, if they can field well, keep the pressure on, I think this is defendable, especially with the start they've had as we reach the end of the power play. It's not the one Malta wanted. 17 for 2 after 3.
Yeah, 17 for 2. So they've lost those early wickets. But like I said, Malta, we know they've got plenty of batting. And, well, look, a big hello to everybody that's watching around the world. Millions of you, wherever you're watching from. Welcome to the Dream11 European Cricket Championship here. It's the Euros of cricket. And I know there's probably quite a few people that are tuning in from Malta as well. Malta's like a second family to us. I know Indica Pereira, Johnny G, Andy Nauri, they're all watching, supporting their side. Yep. Hello to you all. And also we'll say, I mean, it's not going to be that long before we're out there ourselves this year.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I know that we get a lot of support from all around Europe and all around the world. Prakash from Bulgaria saying this chase will not be easy for Malta. France will give them a tough time. I think you're seeing it firsthand. Here's some more spin with Zain Ahmed. He'll really take the pace off the ball. It's a bit short. Stanislaus is out there now. He gets the single.
Look, I'm going to ask this question. It's the same sort of question I was asking Corey. You've got a good bowling attack.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just don't understand why you're not using that up the front end. What France have done a lot of the time, they haven't scored many runs.
Yeah.
They've used a lot of bowlers, and then they've kept the likes of Rumatullah Mangal and even the captain Amjad. They've kept him once the game, and they've come on once the game is done.
This trouble.
This is
big
out.
Trouble.
Out.
Yeah, he's gone here, and the tank, well, he's blown over by a feather here. That's the only way you can put it. And Ahmed's had a really good game. Tank plays back. You do that at your own peril. Forgets to hit it with his bat. Well, he has a little poke away, but it's too late, and that's a big wicket now, 18 for 4.
Yeah, that's a massive wicket. I mean, what's he doing here? I don't know about the then he gets the hit on this.
He's protecting his stumps, but his feet are in front of the stumps. And what's more, I think it's just a little distraction tactic to say, hey, look at that. But it didn't work. He was stone dead LBW there, Darsha Petanka. And so he's going to have to go. He goes for 10. And Malta in some serious strife now, 18 for 4. Still got some batting to come, though. We haven't seen Prasath yet, for example. And Bilal Khan, Sathi, these kind of guys, Surid Roy. But, yeah, Petanka, again, I just think he takes his eye off the ball there. And Malta now 18 on the board. And the top 3 back in the shed.
Yeah, that was a terrible shot. I mean, you do not get plumber than that. And, well, Zain is probably saying, well, Rico, I know what you're saying, but I can get the wickets. But, yeah, the only thing we're saying is too many times that France, they've left the good bowlers sitting out, not bowling when the match is already gone. You've got to use them front end. So I'm saying, I mean, you've got Mangal there. We know what a good bowler is. Only went for 4 in the first. You've got to bowl him. Bowl him here now. Bowl him early. Try and get these early wickets. Numan Amjad, the captain as well. Ahmedzai. These are wicket-taking bowlers.
I suppose it's worked, though. This is the thing. At least it's worked so far.
So far.
It's a gamble that's paid off. But now you've got left arm and a left armer. Or left arm and a left-hander, I should say. That's Viren Prasath. Let's see how risky he wants to be and how quickly to Zain Ahmed. Well, pretty risky and pretty quickly to answer those 2 questions, and he's lucky to get away with this.
He's lucky to get... Look, I've got to say, it probably looks easy from you. You're probably thinking, okay, what Zain Ahmed is bowling here now, surely they're going to get hold of him. But it's not that easy when you're out there in the middle and you know that you're 18 for 3.
Yeah. Barun. This one will be a wide, never comes back. It's not too bad, though. I think you'd rather leave one out there than get too close to Prasath and disappear into the deep, dark night. And Johnny Grimmett saying hi. And Andy Nairi as well, sending us plenty of messages. We're loving that.
Ooh.
This is what happens with this kind of bowling. You saw Petanka didn't want to leave home, did he?
Yeah.
He wanted to stay in his crease, didn't want to risk getting stumped. And Prasath, much the same way, but
That's just allowing Armour to toss the ball up a little bit. This time he wants a piece of it. Gets the end of the bat on it for 1. So we've got a game in our hands, Rico.
He gets a toe end off this one. Oui. Well, that's all the French that I know. The oui. Maybe 1 or 2 other words, but they're not appropriate to what's going on here now. But they got to win. They need a win. They're fighting for the. This is their final. It's as simple as that. And at the moment, they're on top here.
Yeah.
It's the first time, really, I think you can say that France are looking like the favourites in a match.
A bit of extra bounce. You see once again wanting to go back, and Stanislaus can't catch up with it. I have to say it, France on top at the moment. The score after 4 overs is 20 for 3. But again, with these 2 out there, you still cannot write Malta off at all. The issue here is Patanka, 10. He's the top scorer so far in the first 4 overs.
Yeah, look, okay, this is what I'm saying. This is where I'm going to go back to my main trot bowler. Who can get me a wicket to get the breakthrough here? Rahmatullah Mangal, you got to be the man. He's got to be bowling this over for me.
Yeah, well, you can go back to Ahmed's. I mean, the spin just worked. He took 2 for 2 off his over, don't forget.
You've got to have one of those 2 bowling here. You've got to sense that you get this wicket here now quickly, one of these 2 removed, then you really have got the upper hand.
Hello to Frankie Spadiri as well. He's saying hello to us in the viewer comment section. Here we go with over number 5, and they're going with Rahula Mangal. I think this one is close. Yeah, my instinct was this might have caught a bit of the line. Let's see what the umpire sees. That's wide. He's missed it. Well, everything running France's way, and the bowler knew it as well. That's why his head turned around, almost needed a neck brace. But he gets the call.
Rahula Mangal probably bowled the ball of the day so far when he took out the middle stump earlier.
This one would have been fine. They take off on the hit. They'll get away with it. What a game. Well, my match prediction, I'm giving it to you now. I think we're getting our golden ball here, Rico.
You going for it?
I think we're getting our first nighttime golden ball at the Cartama Oval. That's if they can get that close. That's the issue. I suppose by using all these different bowling options. If they get away with them, then they've got 5 bowlers that are all confident to come back and bowl a second over. So it's a high risk strategy, but can be effective. Oh, and he almost chops onto the stumps. It's straight into the pitch. So that's why it makes it hold up and it doesn't go for 4. Just 1. And Stanislaus looking a little bit edgy at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think this over, I mean, before the start of the over, the rate was just over 10. I think this is such an important over. I think Malta, they'll want to get the 10 plus in this over. They will not want to see 11, 12 appearing on the runs required. Stanislaus staying pretty focused. Hasn't really got going in this one yet. This is a big over for me.
They played a lot of this game. They're going to keep playing their shots here. This is a big wide, either for height or width. Take your pick. He said, if you weren't going to call me before, I'm going to keep pushing the envelope. But yeah, for sure. That was an easy call for the umpire.
Yeah, it's not a good delivery, really, because now that means he can't bowl a short ball either over the shoulder. So really,
Adrian Neal was probably the only batter that could get away with. You could bowl that too. Anyway, it's Mangal. And now there you go. That's the pressure. That's the pressure starting to tell on Prasath, who tries to go across the line here. I mean, France, they'll feel, if they can go bang, bang now, knock these 2 out, then it's very, very hard for Malta to come back from there.
Yeah, this is, for me, the very, very important partnership. It is massive. It is massive. These are the 2 of the last real recognised batters.
Prasath losing his shape there. He's eyeing off the point reach. I think he wants to cut if he gets a similar kind of ball. See? Eyes never lie, Rico. This sets a bit of a task for the fielder, but he does well. Gunarsa has been busy so far. Keeps it to 1. Eyes never lie.
They don't lie. The only thing with that shot is I like it. It's the right shot to play, but he's got to be looking to get some power into it. He doesn't. It gives the fielder the opportunity to field it. He likes to play that little paddle shot, but I think he gets himself in a good position to give it a good whack, but he doesn't. They need a couple of boundaries here just to take the pressure off. But once again, this is such a good over, and Malta, they're going to find themselves falling further behind.
Last ball the over. Pretty good cut shot, but finds the fielder. Not going anywhere, or are they? Wow, we have 2 fielders knocking into each other. I do like that, though. You know, the French, they don't care. They're tackling each other. They're tackling the ball. They're taking out anyone in the way. And I hope he's all right here, though.
One is down. What does he do? Does he tread on his fingers?
No, I just think they crash into each other. It's a bit of an impact. I didn't think it was that serious. But now there are some concerns for the fielder. Well, that's no good at all.
I think he's been winded here. I hope it is just as simple as that. He's been winded, and in a little while he's going to get up. But he is running around in a little bit of discomfort at the moment, isn't he?
24 for 3 in the first half, so no one saw this coming. In fact, they're more or less only half of the runs that they need to be on target at the moment.
Yep.
But with those two batters there, there still is a very good chance that Malta could come back. But the French, all they've ever needed this week was probably 20, 30 more runs on the board. They've maybe got 20 more than they have gotten regularly. And right now they're making stuff really tough for Malta, who, remember, if Malta lose to France today, they'll play again tomorrow. And France will have the wood on them. So it's anybody's guess. And like I say, France have been down and out. They've lost their first 5 matches. But we've seen teams qualify from this position before.
We absolutely have. But look, what an opportunity it is. They're on top here for sure. And you can see that both the batters for Malta, they're struggling. They haven't got into their strides. We know Varun Prasad is their top run scorer at the moment. If he gets going, he can take this game away from them. Of course he can. Stanislaus also, I mean, he's yet to make a big impact in any match. So we've still got good batters out there. This is the partnership they need to break. Break this partnership and think they've got to win on here. And then don't forget tomorrow that there's an outstanding opportunity for things to go their way, because they'll be hoping that Scotland can beat Malta, and then they get a chance to play them again. And who knows? How about that? Isn't that sensational? Isn't that... Take your breath away. Well, it certainly does. And, well, while I'm looking at that, I'm also keeping an eye on what's happening in field of play. I think the fielder is up.
He might have knocked in his knee in the impact.
Yeah.
I think that might have been the issue. It happened so quickly. One thing's for sure is that there's been a lot of enthusiasm for everyone. Yeah, it is. It's Ahmed Zai. He's a proper Energizer bunny, isn't he? But he's a strong one.
Yeah, I was going to say, we've seen how lively he is, and he already showed us that he's a little muscle man, showing us these laddus earlier when he took his second wicket. So he's going to be okay. There he is. He's hobbling about, but he said, no, I'm not going nowhere. I'm staying on the field of play. And he's saying, I'm going to be okay. He's saying, give me the ball. I want to bowl. The captain's saying, hey, just take it easy. Take it easy. So that was also the end of the over, as we saw. 24 for 3, Vinny. What an opportunity this is for the French. And Malta, though, they know that they've got to start playing some shots.
Terrible
rate.
first half.
Yeah.
Just the 2 boundaries in this first half. And even France got a 6 and 3 4s in the first half.
You know what the like for like is? 28 to 26. France, at this point, were 28. Right?
I've got 32, but
Have you?
okay.
Okay.
Let's just go with what you said.
All right, it was close.
It was close. All right, here we go. Guess who's back? I love this. This is still going to be a wide.
We could keep him maybe in a bit of danger
That's
here.
how slow it was. He had time to think about it again, and then change over. But that was definitely a wide. All right. Prasad just realised he doesn't know how to play that shot at the last moment. And now it can't get anything. This is really smart. I think Prasad loves pace on the ball. He's being accurate with this. He'd rather miss to the right than to the left and get too close to Varun Prasad here, Zain Ahmed. He's going to give here. And look at once again, see Prasad. He wants the ball coming on. It's just never getting there. Just a single.
Yeah, I think probably this is the best result here, perhaps for Malta. Maybe for Prasad to go to the other end and leave Stanislaus to play. I think Stanislaus is a little bit more of a correct orthodox batter, and he may be able to play some more.
Who'd have thought Pavel Florin was onto something? It's 3 years ago. Now you got a guy that just can hit fast bowling and hit it further. Here, there's nothing on these, Rico.
There's nothing.
My grandmother can bowl faster than this.
It is the slowest of the slow, but it's effective and it's working.
Maybe not as accurately, to be fair. But Zain Ahmed has been very clever. Now, Stanislaus, something's got to give here. Can't just keep plodding along like this. He tries, and it's in a gap. Can you believe it? I mean, there's 2 infielders. That one splits the difference, and Stanislaus moves to a pretty unconvincing 4 so far.
Yeah, he just hasn't looked comfortable at all. I mean, nothing's come out the bat as it should so far from him. And Prasad, so it doesn't look anything like the batter we've seen in the early games from Malta.
Prasad's going all in on this. He's had enough. 4 off 9. He's just trying to smash this. Watch. Does. Can't. What bowling we're seeing at the moment in France. Just a few more runs on the board. They're looking like a completely different cricket team. There's Action Jackson behind the stumps, revving them up. It's nice to hear the French going around this Cartama Oval. Now he goes downtown, and that one's lost to the night. Maximo. Prasath does get 6 here.
All about the length, isn't it? All about the length. The ones that are short, that are bouncing and creeping up on him, he's not able to get there because he doesn't want to leave his crease. This one, well, he gets a good look at him where he is. He doesn't leave that crease. He stays in there because he doesn't want to. He's worried about the keeper. He's worried about Action Jackson. This is in the right slot, and it gets put away. And finally, they're up and about. They've got something to cheer, but they need a few more of these.
Okay, Varun is basically playing in concrete boots. I'm very surprised. He knows where the ball's going to be. It's going to be inside the tram line. He's got heaps of time to step across, and he can still get that mid-wicket if he wants. But he just stays put this time. He goes into the gap and gets 4. So Prasath, well, he's working out a strategy in real time, but he does get 10 off the last 2 balls of the over. 6 overs down, Malta hitting back. It's 37 for 3.
Yeah, they needed those boundaries, didn't they? But yeah, that was better from Prasath because before, look, he's just trying to hit the ball in one area. He's missing all the time. But after hitting that one straight down the ground, it was going to be shorter again. It was. And this time he's pulled it and gets it right. It gets 4 runs. So, well, that will certainly help. 37 for 3, 6 gone. But look, that rate still is 12.5.
The figures are good for Zain Ahmed. 16 off his 2 overs, 1 for 16. But remember, he had only 6 with 2 balls to go. Yeah, Prasath, I mean, I know he doesn't like moving his feet. I know that. He's got such a good eye. But, I mean, you knew where the bowler was going to put it. So if you really want that mid-wicket, then get yourself in a position to hit it there. You can't expect just to use your hands and your arms to drag it. I did like the shot down the ground, though. I think that shot was on. Look who's back.
Who does he look like before he comes on the bowl? Who else is doing that today?
Are you going to go Hogarth?
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly the same. Hogarth is also...
Leg
he's
spinners
got to
are-
be careful, Ahmedzad. He's hurt his knee, remember?
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, he doesn't want...
He
Oh, there he
forgot
goes.
because he's so dialed in at the moment. This guy's off the charts.
Oh, look at
That would Ahmedzai. Lucky he doesn't have a run up.
He's got a bit of the Charlie Chaplin walk now, hasn't he?
It's almost like a dad coming. Dad saying, "Hey, son, settle down, settle down. Okay, just stick to what you're
Yeah, there we
doing."
go. Look, there we go. Yeah, Jack Hogarth.
He's a machine as well, isn't he? Look at him. Why does he need arms that big to bowl leg spin? That's what I don't understand. Crept over to a ball now required.
Varun wants to go vroom vroom. Gets a short one, and he hits this pretty hard, but it's straight into the hands of the fielder. The catch is taken. He hits it hard, but there's no pace on it at all, and that is a big, big moment. They get the wicket off Varun Prasath. What a good catch that is down out there in the deep, and it's Rahula Mangal who holds on to it. And just like that, they get the big wicket. Well, he hit a couple of boundaries, didn't he, in the last one, Varun Prasath, and he thought maybe this is me going. Well, he's still limping around. He said, it don't matter. I've only got one knee, but that's all I need. You're not getting me off this field of play. I want to be on there. I want to be on there when we get our first win.
One thing I like is that the knee is obviously affecting his walking around, but it never affected his celebration as he went the full Usain Bolt again. Well, when the rubber hit the road, this was the moment, wasn't it? I think might be having a look at it, but don't bother because this is out easily. It's not even close to the line. So he'll get the message that he's got to go. And yeah, Malta, they lose a key man. And look, there he is. He's doing it again. The Adonis of France. Wrist spin is his trade. And Malta lose Prasath, who just didn't have a strategy to counter the slow bowling there. So 38 for 4. Bilal Khan, it's early to call it. It's almost last roll of the dice time, isn't it? Bilal Khan could come off and could still win this for Malta, but it's slipping away at the moment. It's 38 for 4.
Yeah, he goes, and it's a frustrating knock. I mean, there's a lot of dots there. 13 balls, unlucky for him. He played and missed it a lot as he just couldn't get hold of the spin. Bilal coming in here, but I mean, I'm going to say that Bilal is probably very much the same. He doesn't like the spin. He likes pace on. Maybe they could have done better going with somebody like Sharma. I'm not so sure, but Ahmedzai comes in again. Puts it up there. Oh, look, he's in trouble. He is in trouble. Look, he's hopping around here.
This is like the last scene of the Karate Kid. You know when they get dirty on him and he has to do the kind of one knee in the air?
Yeah,
We've
maybe
seen the cricket version here.
He's going to bowl the killer python here. Remember he does that? That's the old python in the Karate Kid. I reckon he's got to bowl this and maybe get off, surely.
Someone will have to get him off. Full toss, drilled straight. 1. That's fine.
Yeah, because the other, I mean, I can understand why he's bowling here. I mean, I was going to say you want him really going into the matches tomorrow, but there's no point wanting him to go into the matches tomorrow if he can't bowl this over and don't get you the win. It's such an important, but what a bit of bowling this is. 3 wickets so far. There you go. Oh, it hurts me to see him doing this. I mean, this is doing him no favours. Look, I don't Is he going to be able to bowl another ball? I think there's one more to come in the over. He's down here.
He will.
He's down. He's down. He's hurting.
He's just tying his
No, he's not.
shoelaces.
He's tying his
Fine. Look at him.
All right, he's all right.
He's saying, leave me
Look at him.
alone. I'm doing what I'm doing. Stop talking to me. I'm a muscular man that isn't particularly tall. That's bowling.
Look, I love this.
Bowling
He said,
the trousers off here. He's got 3 for 5.
He's putting the batters up by showing them these laddus. That's what he's doing. Look, he says rolls his sleeves up.
Yeah, another top spinner. And so this will be one. And so Ahmedzai, surely has to go off. It's someone will have to give him that message.
They're going to have to
go
force him off.
It's 3 for 6 for him. 7 overs down. Malta 41 for 4. Well, can they even do this now? They're 48 off, so 46, I should say, off 3 overs. Coming up tomorrow, we've got the return bout here, don't we? Match 18, Malta, France. Malta will have Scotland 11 first thing in the morning, so France could still pull it out from here. Luxembourg, Belgium should be a good one. And Luxembourg, Scotland 11, match 19. France versus Belgium, it'll be the same as the first match of the week. It's coming up again tomorrow, the final day of group matches here in Group C. It's 9:30 a.m. GMT, 11:30 in Central Europe, and 3 p.m. in India. That is before we have finals Friday for Group C. Also Peacock Friday.
Also Peacock Friday. Ahmedzai is staying on the field to play. I don't believe it.
I'm not surprised. Here we go with over number 8. And it's blasted out of the ground. Well, hold the phone. And all the French trying to pop out the champagne. It's a little bit early because Bilal's on a rampage here and he's on a mission to hit Malta back into this contest.
Yeah, well, he'll like this because one thing when he came out, I said, you know what, Bilal won't like the spin either. And straight away, after having to face just the ball of it, they go back to pace. And Rahul Mangal sees his first ball being smashed. This time, it just goes...
Yeah, just for a single. There's a few people around the ground. There's some golden ball murmurs coming around the ground at the moment. But
it's still, I mean, you're talking
golden ball. A long way away, though, at the moment.
It is. They're still going to be going around
look at this.
15
look at
and
time.
over, you know.
Look at the time, though, as well. Will they be okay? Probably. Here we go. Well, hit straight into the gap. How well hit? Not that well. That is Rahmatullah Mangal. Will do the fielding. Just a single.
Pressure out there.
France. We felt this, didn't we, at the end of that first innings when France got a few more than they have been getting. 38 off 15. Need a boundary here. Bilal swings about as hard as he can swing a cricket bat and misses.
Yeah, plays this one so early, doesn't he? It takes his eye off the ball. It looks a bit of an ugly shot. And you see Samuel Stanislaus at the other end. Probably saying, hey, come on, keep an eye on it. And now
there's no third man. It's an easy cut if you want to go there, but he's obsessed with hitting straight or hitting leg side. And players will do that when they're put under pressure. They'll go to their kind of crutch shot. They'll go to their get out of jail shot. Bilal be swinging away again, no doubt. And this time he's going to get lucky, or is he? Oh no, we're going to have almost a collision, and we don't. That's good, but what's not good, look at, guess who? It's the one-legged warrior, Ahmedzai, who puts this down, but he does it with the keeper charging him down. High drama on a Wednesday night here at the Cartama Oval.
Yeah, Bilal gets put down by Ahmedzai. No celebrations, no Laddu celebrations this time from Ahmedzai.
I actually think the earth was shaking from Action Jackson's footsteps there. It was like the T-Rex in Jurassic Park coming, shaking the water again.
Yeah.
It can't be easy to hold your composure. Still, it's only a single. It doesn't hurt France that much. And now, good slow ball. And also a good take from Jackson. He had to just come in and take it, smothering that second bounce. Wow. It's going from the improbable to the impossible at a quicker rate than Malta would want here. Again, France, we always believe their bowling was good enough to defend totals. It's 8 overs down now. It's 50 for 4.
Well, at the moment, they're confirming what we knew, and that was that if they found a way to get 20, 30 runs more on the board, they were going to cause issues for any team, and they're doing that here. I mean, it's 86. It's a grade 80 score, but we said if they could just get to this 80, 90 score, then they will bowl well, and they cause problems, and they're doing just that.
Need a big over here. Understatement of the year. And they'll start with a single. You've still got Stanislaus up there, 7 off 10, just kind of typifies what's gone wrong for Malta in this chase. Just have not been able to score at the rate required. Just think about Dawood Ahmadzai, short, fine leg. Tell you what, if I was the keeper, he'd have 2 bad knees, because I would have called mine 3 times, then I would have probably clotheslined him while trying to hold on to the ball. But he wasn't to be moved, was he? Amjad, the captain, taking the responsibility in this key 9th over. You can almost put the game to bed here, but at the moment, we're going to have a chance, and it is out, and Stanislaus is gone now. And so Noman breaks through with his first wicket in France. It does look like we're going to have something to celebrate. I think the throw comes back and hits the batter. So we've had everything happening under lights. The sun goes down, and, well, a few crazy things happen right now. France feeling a bit crazy because that's a big wicket as well. Stanislaus never got going under lights here. He departs. It's 51 for 5.
Yeah, this is a good catch. I think that's a Zain Ahmed that's out there. It's not easy, is it? Look, keeps his eye on it. Here comes the throw. Well, let's keep an eye on the throw. So the catch taken first.
Yeah.
There's a celebration from the captain. And incoming.
Well, just out of shot. But I think it's lucky he's got the helmet on, put it that way. Stanislaus, frustration for him. He's a good player, but you're going to have those nights. That was one of them where it just could not get going. You see his teammates supporting him, but he'll probably, under his breath, be saying what he really thought of his performance tonight.
So I think it's a new batter that comes out. Oh, well, this is now. I mean, you talk about point of no return. We've already passed that here.
Now that's long gone.
France.
It's been downhill for Malta, put it that way. What a result to keep the group alive as well, Rico. Because ultimately, Malta have not handled the heat and the lack of heat from France in this contest. And they will play again tomorrow. And Malta also play Scotland 11, who are better. Some of their players hitting form. Look at Hogarth. Look at Callum Garden, the way he's been going. And they won even without Naylor and Jarvis making runs earlier today. And Malta might be wondering where the next points are going to come from and if it'll be enough. This is a cut shot straight at the fielder. No need to throw. Throws. Good stuff by Action Jackson. I knew he'd spring to life.
I like the way here that the throw comes in. Ahmadzai's got no chance to get there to back it up, but he's still coming. He's still. It's like he's riding a horse at the moment.
Ahmadzai.
It's the old giddy up, trying to get there.
Almost had to call security if they want him to leave the field. They said, "I'll leave him. He's fine. Just leave him around the corner."
What a trooper, though. What a trooper.
Hobbling around. Just wants to be out there. I love it. I love the commitment. This one's almost to wide in the offside, but it's dragged to leg for 1. And now you're going to need a supersonic finish. You can't see it happening in France under lights. They've had such a frustrating time, especially because the bowling side of the game hasn't let them down at all. They just have struggled for runs. I suggested a few things, I think, yesterday, just to mix up the order a bit. If people score runs in the game before, stick them up the top. Why not? I don't think anyone's really established themselves too much. Shows him the stumps, and he might be walking. He's gone. So a little nick on this, and Sathi goes, and Amjad gets 2 in the over. So France, they'll have an over to enjoy this, I think. And Malta faltering here, and a crucial clash in match 15 under the lights of the Cartama Oval. Malta 53 for 6 after 9.
Yeah, it's not going well, is it, Malta? They're looking at 3 defeats on the spin here. It started well for them, didn't they? When they got a very comprehensive win against Luxembourg at the start yesterday of day 2, 131 to 89. But then after that, well, they lost to Belgium yesterday. Then today, earlier, we see them get another loss to Belgium. And now this one. This one is the one that they knew. Get the 2 points here. They're into Friday's group final. But at the moment now, they're going to have 2 very tense matches tomorrow. It's going to start with Scotland, and Scotland are not going to make life easy for them. And then it's going to be the match, isn't it, when they take on France once more.
Now here's the thing as well. I think Malta are disappointed with this performance. No doubt about that. Oh, look, finally they've got him off. Well, he just needed a word from Shub. He said, hey, I've been waiting to see you. Why have you been avoiding me? That's what the medic's saying here. So now he probably thinks that the game is safe, so he can go off. Here we go with the 10th over. And it starts with a cracking shot that will be hit to the boundary, and it's caught by Amjad. So change of over, no change of fortune for Malta. And that's Bilal who's going to go now. The wheels falling off. And don't forget that if Malta failed to score any more points, then it will be net run rate that decides.
Yep.
So now the margins matter, don't they? And that was well caught. That was a bullet from Bilal, but he's got to go as well. Join the club, 53 for 7.
Yeah, well done. And it's another wicket. And good catching. And the one thing we've said all the way along with France, I mean, you know, it's their fielding, their bowling has been very good. In times it's been exceptional. The way that they've fielded here, you know, in the night game has really been brilliant.
Yeah.
It's been fantastic. And it was all about trying to find a way to get the runs on the board. Look, they're still going to have those issues, but I just think, you know, it's one of those, when you're having issues and they're not working when you're losing, it's very hard. But when you've got issues and you win a game, it's so much easier to identify them and put them right. I think that, you know what, tomorrow, I just think they're going to be so much better, you know. They are going to be so much better tomorrow. And remember, they play Malta, and then they also get a chance then to play the last match of the group stages before finals day against Belgium, which is not going to be easy. But again, you wouldn't write them off at the moment. They're just starting to get and find their groove.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. Yeah, so what a result this is. Really puts the afterburners on Malta. Again, they'll rue, for example, blowing 147 against Luxembourg earlier in the week, taking nothing away from the way that Luxembourg batted, but I mean, their matches you should normally win.
Rahmatullah Mangal, he wants a few more wickets, and he's got a good opportunity to get them because the batter now just swinging. I mean, they're swinging in vain, really. It's not going to happen, let's face it. And Rahmatullah Mangal, he's 11 wickets now in this championship. He's got a good opportunity to pick up a couple more here if he gets his bowling right. What a victory this is for France.
Yeah, they've got time to enjoy it now. They're going to do this easily. Chartreuse in now. Just get a signal here. So I'm trying to pinpoint where it went wrong here rather than just to say they didn't bat well enough. I don't think they really had a plan about how to handle Zayn Ahmed in particular. I think that Prasath, you'd fancy him to take him down. Left arm spinner versus left-hander. But I think he didn't change his position at the crease enough. He just tried to say that he got one away in that whole time.
Oh, this one could have been Curtin's. Big swing and a miss. Yeah, but the other thing is still against the spin, Vinny, I mean, you know it as well. You've got, I mean, regardless of where the keeper is, you've got to use your feet.
Yeah.
If you don't use your feet, if you stay stuck in your crease, you're going to be in trouble. And I think the wicket there of Patanka, you know, who's been batting really well at OBW, that summed it all up for me. Got to use your feet.
Yeah. Anyway, you know, Malta have had some bright spots. They've had some less than bright spots. I think you can't get too emotional one way or the other here. You just have to stay focused. Both these teams have two big matches tomorrow. Here's the last ball of the day, and it will be jammed out. Maybe for one, they will get a single. So 55 the speed limit, and certainly they weren't going to be booked for speeding in this innings. Malta, they'll finish 55 for 7. And the first win for France in the European Cricket Championship. They had to wait 6 games to get there, but they do it fairly comprehensively in the end. They stay alive in the tournament for now anyway. They can play a Thursday to stay alive as well and make it through to finals on Friday. The final score in Group C Match 15 is France 86, Malta 55. That's France that win their first game ever in this format of the game, and they win it by 31 runs.
Yeah, congratulations to them. Muy bueno, chicos. And I tell you, their manager, Sandy Kuma, and also Saravana are going to be very, very happy with this performance from their boys. It's a young team, remember, we've said this before, an average age of 20. They've been playing well together. They've been winning together, and coming in, playing the debut in this Dream11 European Cricket Championships. They weren't going to be up against it, and we saw that. They struggled to get runs on the board, but we knew there was talent there. We knew that they were going to cause an upset maybe along the way. They just needed to find a way to get a few runs on the board, and it was Rahmatullah Mangal who hit those 2 big sixes towards the end, which really boosted their score. I mean, that also, I think, in terms of motivation and confidence, would have done them the world of good. And then when they went out there, well, this man, he was electrifying. Here he goes. Well, where is he? Catch him if you can.
He was running a lot quicker then than he was by the end of the game. And you know what I just saw? The Luda's out there, that he's player of the match, so he's going to have to come and get his photo taken. That could take a long time, but he's thoroughly deserved it, I think, because of his performance.
Yeah.
And yeah, the spin was important early, but really all the bowlers contributed, and the fielding backed it up as well, Rico.
The fielding was good. I mean, they did back it up, and this is absolutely I like the way that the tank cheekily just nurdles this ball away, hoping that takes the umpire's eye off where the ball hit him on the pad. It didn't. It was plumb. That was a big wicket. But there were still wickets they had to get. And, well, we know all about the quality of Varun Prasad. Just there, you see, the 6 and the 4. We thought, right, he's hungry for more. Well, he was hungry for more, but then he goes to pull this one. What a good catch that is. Catches win matches. And that was Rahula Mangal taking a really good one. How important was that? And I just think when they got that one, they thought, right, this is the one that's going to make a difference. And they were feeling the pressure. And well, one man who we know also can hit the ball pretty big was Bilal Khan. He goes out there. The pace was injected, and we thought, okay, well, maybe it's the pace that's going to get the Maltese going. This one, well, that was a drop catch, but by then he's already been injured. He was down and out, and he was hurting.
Some people don't like to be watched. I think Darwood was one of those. But tell you what, France, they kept creating chances. They kept taking him for the most part. I think this throw came and hit the batter as he was departing. Accidental, of course, but he wasn't the only one departing late in the innings as the wheels completely fell off. And yet you've got to say, okay, Malta, they did bat very well, but you've also got to give a lot of credit to France, the way that they built the pressure. And Darwood, he was a proper warrior, wasn't he? He didn't want to leave the field. Eventually he did when the game had been iced. And France, they do have points in this ECC and this Group C. Well, it's challenging. That's what I would say. C for challenging. And it's been very entertaining as well. No one passes 14. It was Prasad. But just have a look at the strike rates of the guys that did make runs. 14 off 13 for Prasad, 12 off 10 for Bilal, 10 off 7 for Patanka. And Stanislav 7 off 11. He was there a long time. They just couldn't impact, just couldn't get the boundaries they needed. I'd be interested to see how many boundaries they scored in that 10 overs because it wasn't a lot at all. 3 for 6 Dawood Ahmadzai steals the figures and steals a lot of hearts there, I think, with a courageous performance. 2 for 14 Amjad. Also wickets for Rahmatullah Mangal, who took 1 for 6. And look, you cannot really say enough about these guys. They bowled as a team. They've had a really tough week. Hasn't been easy at all for them. But now they have some points. And right now, you cannot rule them out of finals, Rico.
No, you can't. I think tomorrow's going to be a big day for them. They're going to be going into it happier. They're going to be happier than Malta. Yeah, you ask over the boundaries. Only 3 4s and 2 6s in that inning. So, yeah, France, congratulations to them. They've got the victory that they so desperately needed. And I think they deserved as well. A young team. So, well done to them. Well done to the team Francia there, getting a win. And, yeah, I'm going to go back to say what I'm saying. I think Malta, they're under pressure.
Yeah.
Not going to be easy first match for them against Scotland, and then they're going to play these guys who've beaten them once tonight here already.
Scotland, okay, take nothing away from Belgium, but they've come out napping a couple of times. I don't think that'll be the case tomorrow. Scotland will be in the hunt, and they will hope that they can potentially grab a top 2 spot. Don't forget about that. But, yeah, you got to say that France, they'll believe now. Can their batting click again? And I mean, even then, they didn't score the 100, which I think they need. I think they can defend 100 probably against a lot of these teams. Yeah. But you got to just say congratulations to them. They were courageous. Obviously meant a lot to them. We're so happy to have them here. And remember Luxembourg last year? We didn't leave a good feeling that they went away without a win. Same with Czech Republic in Group A. But France, I think it's not just a win. It's not a token win. It's a win that keeps them very much in the competition. Look, we're going to leave you very shortly, but I want to say a very big thank you to all of you out there for your support of the European Cricket Championship. It's the Euros of cricket. We've been entertained once again. We didn't get a golden ball. A few people had the tinkle, including me, in the last game, but it never happened. But it's been a really interesting day. Scotland hit and miss. Luxembourg kind of the same. I just am really enjoying watching this group develop because although Belgium, I think most people agree they've pulled ahead into favouritism, there's still, this feeling that anyone can beat anybody in any particular game.
Yeah, I believe that 100%. I mean, Belgium, they're starting to click, the batting is clicky, but you also know because of the style and the way that they play, there will always be a game where it doesn't click and they'll get scheduled for a score about 70, 80. It will happen. It does happen. We saw it at the beginning of the championship. They'll be hoping that it's done and dusted, but it will happen. And I think with the way that a team like Scotland are, and they've shown that in the last match, they're a team that every match that they play, they'll get better. I mean, how quickly they were to learn that they need a spinner. Jack Hogarth comes into the side, and he was instrumental. What a performance from him today. I mean, 4 wickets, only 4 runs conceded, a double wicket maiden as well. I mean, that was sensational. They're better. And I think it's all about confidence because they're getting things right now. That confidence from the field, from the bowling, is now going into the batting, and we're seeing that. And I think the same thing will happen with France. I mean, all right, the batting is still going to be a weakness, but because they won a game, all of a sudden the batters are going to have more confidence.
Yeah, they've got nothing to lose with the bat. I think we saw a bit of this.
I think we saw a bit of this from France.
saw a lot of
Honestly,
that,
I
didn't we?
honestly think we did. And what we learned, wrist spin to win. It was a big factor in Group B with the Dutch, of course. And you saw it here with Hogarth, with Ahmedzai and last game
as well.
Just a reminder quickly that you can go to our social media at European Cricket and check that out for some of the highlights, which are being posted all the time. Our website as well is the home of European Cricket. You can have all the stats, pictures and standings. Even look ahead to the Croatian series, which is coming after Cartama is finished. Now, you have a day off tomorrow, so the next time we'll see Rico will be on Finals Friday. So I want you to rest. I want you to enjoy your day off.
I will have a very
You're
good
at the
day
beach
off,
this morning.
I'll be following though. I'll be lurking.
Yeah, I know you'll be lurking, but I want you to go down to the beach and I want you to enjoy yourself because you've got a big few days ahead as well. But from now, from all of us here at the European Cricket Network, on behalf of Corey Rutgers as well, this is Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo Rico Full as well, and on behalf of everyone here at the ECN and European Cricket family, hope you have a happy and safe evening. We will leave you with some highlights of the day, thanks to our fantastic people at Spring Productions who do such a great job. But we'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow at least, and Rico will be back Friday for more Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Good night, everybody, and hasta mañana.
Adiós, mi familia.